After being bullied by classmates and teachers, I poured my blood in hatred onto the monster I carved. Thinking I was ill again, my classmates kicked me hard to the ground. But instead of stopping it, the teacher picked up my carving and smashed it on my head. They, with power and influence in their families, didn't care about the life of a poor boy like me. I crawled over and tightly gripped the werewolf wood carving, blood seeping into its right eye. Unbeknownst to me, it emitted a strange red light. The female teacher, relentless, looked at me, messy and isolated, with eyes full of disgust. Then she kicked me hard several times. They watched my miserable state with disdain, laughter filling the classroom. Some even took out their phones to capture it and share in the class group. Only I clenched my fist, even if the carving pierced my palm, blood oozing out. I didn't let go. I hate it. I wish I had superpowers to kill all those who insult and mock me. But it's all just my fantasy. After school, returning to the cramped rented room, my only interest is taking a piece of wood, along with a small knife. This allows me to immerse myself in my own world, escaping the painful reality. I don't know if it was the blood that stained the wooden sculpture red, but when I took out the werewolf carving, it seemed to me that it looked even more ferocious, exuding an extra aura of malevolence. This discovery puzzled me, but I didn't think much of it. I took out a small knife and continued to carve the limbs of the werewolf, giving him sharp claws, strong legs, and even sharper teeth, making it appear as if it would come to life. I'm not sure if it's due to an injury, but I felt more exhausted carving today. Each stroke seemed to drain me of all my strength. After carving the werewolf's eyes a few more times, I couldn't resist falling asleep. While I was asleep, the werewolf wooden carving emitted a piercing red light, illuminating the room as if it were a hellish abyss. The next morning when I woke up, I noticed that the wooden carving seemed heavier than before, and the bloodstains from yesterday were still vivid. Especially on the claws and sharp teeth, it looked as if it had been through a massacre. I chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing I must be going crazy to have such absurd delusions. I put the werewolf wooden carving directly into my pocket, tidied up, and headed to school. Arriving in the classroom, as usual, my desk was filled with trash. But after enduring it for 2.5 years, I had gotten used to it. But what's strange to me is that there seems to be fewer people in class today, but it's not my concern. It would be better if those people were dead. Because the people in those seats are the ones who usually like to tease and bully me the most. Even the teacher today is not the one who scolded me yesterday. However, just as I was secretly pleased, several police cars suddenly pulled up at the school gate, causing a stir in the class. I, who was indifferent in the corner, was about to take out a small knife to carve another monster when suddenly, someone came to my desk and asked, "Dashikan and Zihan didn't come to school today. Did you do something to them yesterday?" This girl's name is Lu Yunyan. She looks gentle, but she's actually more ruthless than Zhang Xiaohan, so I just lowered my head and ignored her. But Lu Yunyan kept holding on to me, saying that I threatened Zhang Xiaohan with a knife, which is why he didn't dare to come to school. I couldn't take it anymore, so I shouted at her and told her to go to the police if she wanted. I didn't expect her to go and tell the police. Lu Yunyan sat on the ground and started crying. Several boys saw their crush being bullied and quickly ran over. Each of them was around 1.8 meters tall, big and strong, with skills that my petite frame couldn't match. "Are you tired of living?" One of them cursed before kicking me hard. The force was so strong that I was kicked from my seat into the trash can. The commotion attracted the other students in the classroom. They knew it was Big Fool again, all used to it, ready to watch the show. I clenched my fists at that moment, gritted my teeth, how I wanted to confront them. But when I thought of the past 3 years, and the faces of my poor parents in the countryside, all my anger turned into a sigh, and at that moment, a man in police uniform, along with the principal, entered the classroom. They directly asked them to leave, the first row of 6 students in the class, to go downstairs for questioning, after the 6 students were taken away. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "No signal on the phones." However, as the boy shouted, the phone signal was blocked. Now they lost the way to communicate with the outside world, and couldn't leave either. There were 2 armed police officers guarding the door. People were completely panicked, not knowing what had happened. But I was not affected at all, sitting in the corner carving away, making the werewolf wood carving even more vivid and fierce. The more chaotic, the happier I was, as long as all these absentees died. Only then will I be completely relieved. After about 10 minutes, the classroom door opened, the first group of 6 students who were taken away. The questions were probably about the missing persons, asking if they had seen them, if they had any conflicts with them. The crowd was shocked to hear this. Isn't it obvious? They must have been in trouble. However, at this moment, Lu Yanyan, who had argued with me before, suddenly spoke up, pointing at me in the back corner. Angrily, she said it must have been Dasha-chun. Yesterday Xiaohan asked him to clean up the blood on the ground. Those few boys in the back row used to bully him, they all had conflicts with Dasha-chun, it must be him who harmed him. As soon as these words were spoken, several people followed suit to testify, causing everyone present to look at me in unison. You're talking nonsense, I went straight home to sleep after school yesterday, I didn't go anywhere else. However, even though I tried to explain, the people in the classroom still cast unfriendly looks at me. And at this moment, Lu Yanyan didn't forget to add fuel to the fire, saying it must be him, he's the most eccentric, the weirdest, he's a freak, that's why he retaliated. And at this moment, other students also joined in to attack, saying yes, he's the weird one, always holding a wooden sculpture, maybe that's his weapon. I was so angry at this point, shaking with rage, looking at each person accusing me, I just wanted to kill them all, chop off their heads and feed them to the dogs. Fortunately, in the following questioning, Officer Lu didn't deliberately make things difficult for me, just asked me a few simple questions. I cooperated honestly with him, telling him to check the surveillance footage if he didn't believe me. After school, the police station issued 60 emergency wristbands for us to carry with us. In case of danger, you can press the emergency button on the back in time, and the wristband will automatically send an alert to the police station. After finishing all this, I could finally go home after school. However, when I continued carving the werewolf at home, the wooden werewolf sculpture suddenly disappeared. I searched the entire house but couldn't find it. This left me in a strange state of mind. The wooden werewolf sculpture is my only spiritual support. How unlucky. I lay on the bed and sighed deeply. I decided to continue carving other monsters later. After saying that, I fell asleep in a daze. Meanwhile, after Lu Yanyan returned home, she made an appointment with several classmates to come to my house to confirm something. She put a folding knife in her bag to force me to reveal the whereabouts of other students. After getting ready, she went to a bubble tea shop. By now, about 5 or 6 male students had gathered, most of whom were classmates. They had argued with me during the day and developed a grudge. Except for one who is Xiao Han's brother, he used to be in the underworld, and everyone calls him Brother Zhang. There were many helpers temporarily, so eventually more than 20 people gathered. Regardless of the dark forces at play, tonight they must pry open that kid's mouth and find out about the missing person. The streets on the side were somewhat old, with narrow alleys and old-fashioned street lamps flickering from time to time. With nearly 20 people walking together, Lu Yanyan had nothing to fear. However, as she walked, something fell out of her pocket, making a strange noise when it hit the ground. The sound startled Lu Yanyan, thinking it was her keys. She quickly bent down to pick it up. However, when she lowered her head, she realized that what had fallen was not the key. It was a red werewolf sculpture, and just as she was about to bend down to pick up the werewolf wood carving, the light above her head suddenly went out. The crowd immediately erupted in curses. What the hell is wrong with this damn street light? However, when the street light came back on, Lu Yanyan's face stiffened as if she had seen something terrifying. At this point, Zhang Ge was getting impatient. What are you stupidly standing there for? Come over here and lead the way. Despite his urging, Lu Yanyan still didn't dare to move forward. Even the other young people who came along were scared stiff, standing motionless in place. At this moment, a trembling figure with yellow hair raised his hand and said to Zhang Ge, "There's a big guy behind you." In the eyes of the crowd, standing on the pitch-black road behind Zhang Ge was a hairy monster over 3 meters tall, with red eyes glowing in the darkness, emitting a chilling fear. Yet Zhang Ge remained completely unaware, his face expressing disdain and contempt. "A bunch of cowardly trash, scared by a slightly bigger dog like this," he said, then turned around directly, preparing to kick the dog away with one foot. However, as soon as he turned around and before he could take a step, he collided with a sturdy figure. This sudden impact truly startled Zhang Ge, and a foreboding feeling surged in his heart. From above, a beast-like growl echoed through the night vision, causing Zhang to tremble as he looked up. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes were fixed on him, sharp fangs glistening in the darkness, causing his whole body to break out in goosebumps, his legs trembling, but before Zhang could cry for help, the monster bit down on his head, and with a swift shake, his entire body was flung into the air by the creature. The monster then opened its blood-stained maw, swallowing Zhang whole while still alive. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yanyan and the other students finally understood why the police claimed there was no evidence left behind. So the monster devoured him whole, not even leaving a single hair behind. At that moment, everyone woke up in a panic and fled madly backwards, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the monster. In the next moment, his foot touched the ground, causing a circular hole to instantly appear on the hard ground, spreading out like cracks on ice. The monster, originally hidden in the darkness, leaped out in an instant, covering nearly 20 meters in distance. It caught up to the several young people at the back, its massive body moving with astonishing speed, as it suddenly opened its mouth full of sharp fangs. It bit down on the shoulder of one young person, then violently flung them into the sky, followed by the chilling sounds of chewing and swallowing, consuming another person alive. Everyone is running forward desperately, fearing being chewed up by the monsters behind if they slow down. Among them, Lu Yanyan is undoubtedly the weakest in physical strength on the scene. In just a few seconds, the young people behind him have surpassed him one by one, and now he has fallen to the end of the line. The screams from behind are getting closer and closer, and it's certain that they will die if they continue like this. Lu Yanyan is acutely aware of this. In extreme fear and despair, she took out the folding knife hidden in her bag, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. She threw the bag directly, hitting the head of the nearest man to her. The man, in pain, instinctively slowed down, about to curse at whoever was the fool. Lu Yanyan swiftly stabbed the sharp folding knife into the man's thigh, then pushed him to the ground. "Damn it, you mother asterisk. The man, in pain, cursed while holding his bleeding thigh. But as he tried to stand up, a mouthful of fangs was already closing in on him, a pitiful scream echoing in the narrow street. And at that moment, it seemed like everyone saw a glimmer of hope. At the end of the alley, there is a road where cars shuttled back and forth. Lu Yanyan looked at the road ahead with joy in her heart, quickly running towards it. She knew time was running out, her eyes narrowed, a sense of determination rising within her. He quickened his pace to catch up with the man in front, brandishing the folding knife in his hand and skillfully struck again, stabbing fiercely into the man's back. The man also lost his ability to move, turning into a monster with a mask. The crowd running frantically ahead finally reached the road, trying to flag down a car. However, most of the 8 or 9 people had yellow hair and wore bean shoes, looking far from normal. No one paid them any attention. Meanwhile, a few students had already stopped a taxi, but before they could get in, the 8 or 9 young people directly intervened. The back seat, originally for 3 people, was now crammed with 7 people, with 2 even squeezing into the front passenger seat. The taxi driver, seeing so many people, immediately refused, but with the overwhelming numbers, he didn't dare to say much and reluctantly drove on. The slow movements made the group of young people in the car anxious, wishing to kick the taxi driver out. Unable to bear it, the artist in the front passenger seat reached out, grabbed the taxi driver's collar, and with a strong pull, the taxi driver collapsed as if dead. A row of bright red blood flowed from his left temple. At this moment, everyone realized something was wrong. The 2 people in the front passenger seat slowly looked up at the window and noticed a row of pierced holes. A pair of crimson eyes were staring at them intently. "Ah, run quickly!" 2 young people from society screamed in terror, trying to grab the car door. However, in the next moment, the huge beast suddenly slammed down, smashing the front of the car instantly. The 2 people were also directly smashed into a puddle of mud, with chunks of flesh splattering onto the faces of the 7 people in the back row. The people in the back row screamed in terror, each wanting to open the car door to escape. However, the more panicked they became, the more crowded it got. In the cramped space, they struggled for a while but couldn't manage to open a single door. At this moment, the monster directly extended its paw, tearing open the car roof. Accompanied by an incredibly foul stench of fresh blood, everyone's heads were neatly bitten off. Meanwhile, on the other side, several students and Lu Yanyan finally boarded a bus, but before they could catch their breath, Lu Yanyan, who ran onto the bus from behind, quickly stepped forward and pushed them forcefully. "Are any of you men? When I asked for your help just now, were you all deaf? Each one of you is running faster than the other." The boys were scolded so badly that they couldn't lift their heads, but they didn't dare to argue back. The people on the bus burst into laughter upon hearing this. After all, who would believe in monsters? Just as everyone began to relax, the bus that was driving normally suddenly heard a dull thud. However, the bus driver just chuckled and laughed. "Wow, that's a big rat." Didn't take it seriously at all. Lu Yanyan and the others were almost going crazy, urging the driver impatiently to drive faster, but to no avail. Some passengers even stuck their heads out to see if they had hit a mouse. However, the next second, with a pop sound, their heads separated from their bodies. At this moment, the back of the car was also directly smashed open, with a half-meter long crack. This scene scared the people sitting in the back row out of their wits, each going crazy and fleeing towards the front of the bus. But it was too late. The thick metal skin was torn apart as if it were paper, revealing the massive form of that monster, as the werewolf was about to approach. At this moment, a man grabbed the steering wheel, sharply turned it, and the entire car flipped over. It crashed directly into a small building by the roadside, splitting the car in half, leaving many people to receive their lunchboxes on the spot. At this moment, Lu Yanyan was considered lucky. Even though half of her face was grazed, she was still alive. As he spat blood and dragged himself out, laughing, "I'm still alive." But this smile didn't last a few seconds. A huge dark shadow suddenly emerged, biting his arm and tossing it into the air. With a crisp sound of breaking, Lu Yanyan's entire arm was bitten off by the werewolf. However, just as the werewolf opened its mouth to continue with Lu Yanyan's body, a blinding light suddenly shone towards him, and before he knew it, 7 or 8 police cars appeared at the edge of the road with all their high beams on, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. The next moment, like raindrops, bullets struck the werewolf directly, causing a dark wisp of smoke to rise from its once sturdy body upon impact. The pain made the werewolf bold, and it let out a roar towards the surrounding police after biting down. The piercing howl shook everyone, causing them to cover their ears. Seizing the opportunity, the werewolf leaped into the darkness and disappeared. Meanwhile, Lu Yanyan's body was heavily slammed onto the ground. After a brief disappearance, the police quickly organized a rescue team for the scene. With the events of the past 2 days, the entire Jiangnan city had entered an emergency state, but at that moment, I was completely unaware. The next day, I woke up groggily, realizing it was still early. As I tried to turn over and sleep a bit more, I suddenly felt something pressing against my back. I picked it up and was startled. It was none other than the werewolf target I had been unable to find yesterday. I stared in amazement at the werewolf target, feeling like it had gained a few more points. The bloodstains on it were becoming more vivid, as if it was about to come back to life immediately. It's really strange, but as long as the target isn't lost, I don't care. I didn't bother thinking about it and just packed up before heading to school. Upon entering the classroom, I noticed that there were more police officers outside today. However, there were fewer people in the classroom. Lu Yanyan and the boys who bullied me yesterday haven't arrived, and there was no trash on my seat either. This made me a bit puzzled. Could it be that my curse really worked? Just thinking about someone dying, and then it happens overnight. Just as I was thinking about this, the principal suddenly stormed in angrily. I warned everyone not to go out at night yesterday, but today, your classmate Lu Yanyan and some boys got into trouble. They went out together at midnight for who knows what. Then they got into a car accident directly. Now several of them are lying in the hospital. Starting today, everyone must go straight home after school. If there's another incident, I'll suspend classes immediately. After saying this, the principal left in a rage. So those people didn't die, they were in a car accident. So it wasn't because of my curse after all. I got happy for nothing. After hearing this news, the classmates started discussing it. Lu Yanyan and the others, they just had a fight with Dashiking yesterday, and now they're all involved in an incident. Isn't that too coincidental? Could it be that Mad used some martial arts to secretly curse the people in the class who had conflicts with him? Everyone was whispering and casting wary glances at me. I naturally heard the discussions, but I didn't pay them any mind. Until the end of class, as I got up to go to the restroom, I was stopped by a male student in the class. He grabbed my collar and said, "You freak, what did you do to Lu Yanyan and the others?" This student is called Miss Jang, also one of Lu Yanyan's followers. When he saw Lu Yanyan in trouble, he thought it was my doing, so he grabbed me, wanting to avenge his goddess. I don't want to explain anything about this matter because I don't know either. If you suspect me, you can go to the police station and have the police arrest me directly. Talking to me like this is completely meaningless. Li Xiang, enraged, pressed me against the wall, gritting his teeth. Everyone who has a conflict with you is in trouble. You're still pretending to be innocent here. I'll beat you to death, you freak. Saying that, Li Xiang raised his fist, preparing to strike. However, at this moment, the class monitor couldn't bear it anymore. Enough, Li Xiang. Do you think it's not chaotic enough now? Stop bullying classmates and causing trouble. The one speaking was the class monitor Li Joshua, who often stood up for me when he saw me being bullied. After hearing Li Joshua's voice, Li Xiang pushed me aside and spat towards me. You better not let me catch you cursing and causing evidence of harm to Lu Yanyan, or I will make you wish you were dead. I didn't say anything, just quietly looked at Li Xiang. But the more silent I was, the more eerie Li Xiang felt from my silent gaze. He was even more furious, came over and kicked me a few times, then left the classroom. Watching Li Xiang's disappearing figure, I've mentally killed him hundreds of times. However, at that moment, yesterday's officer Lu suddenly found me and took me to the office. Chunyu, I found this case very peculiar. We checked the phone chat records of Lu Yanyan and a few others. The purpose of their outing last night was actually to find you. I was somewhat puzzled when they mentioned finding me. Why would they come to me? I've been at home sleeping all along. Their accident has nothing to do with me. Officer Lu nodded, so we need your cooperation. It won't take much of your time, just need you to sleep in a different place at night. After a moment of silence, I agreed to do as they asked in order to clear my name, even though I had no choice. After I left, another police officer approached Officer Lu and asked, "Lu, are you sure it's him?" Officer Lu shook his head. "You've seen the footage of last night's call, right? That kind of monster shouldn't exist in reality. All sorts of strange things have happened. We'll only know after tonight, after school. Officer Liu drove me to a hospital, arranged a clean ward for me, and as soon as I sat on the bed, 2 doctors in white coats came over. They first checked my blood pressure, then took out a syringe to draw a small amount of my blood, which made me feel uncomfortable. They didn't mention taking blood when I arrived, but there were no other tests afterwards. I quietly did my homework in the room, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After I fell asleep, in the next room, Officer Liu and 5 or 6 policemen were all staring at the screen on the table, which displayed the view of my room. Behind them, there was a message from someone with a severed arm and a breathing tube in their mouth, along with several other unconscious boys. Meanwhile, in a foreign-style house community, as Li Xiang picked up his phone to start a game, he heard a knock at the door. He didn't need to think twice to know that the person outside was scolding him for forgetting his keys every time. This angered Li Xiang, who was playing a game, so he cursed and said, "Damn it, why don't you bring your own keys and make me open the door for you every day?" However, when Li Xiang opened the door, it wasn't his 50-year-old mother who entered. Instead, a monster with a gaping mouth and saliva dripping entered, its crimson eyes fixed on Li Xiang with a bloodthirsty gaze. A few seconds later, a horrific scream echoed throughout the entire community. The tense police officers in the hospital, after nearly 4 hours of waiting, gradually lost their initial vigilance. Even the commanding police officers were getting impatient, thinking, "What the hell, is it a joke? A small fry making us all wait here?" However, before he could finish speaking, an urgent call came through the walkie-talkie, reporting the discovery of a monster in the Faitsue Garden community, with casualties, requesting backup. The moment he heard the voice, Officer Liu seemed to age several years, realizing he had made the wrong bet. The monster was not actually here. However, at this moment, the werewolf in the community had gone completely berserk, holding half a body and blood dripping incessantly. A pool of blood had already gathered on the first floor, with over 30 residents' bodies scattered on top of it, the air filled with the smell of blood. After devouring the man's body, the werewolf did not immediately hide in the residential building, but instead stuck out its tongue, licking its sharp teeth, and flashed a terrifying smile at the police below. The police chief in charge of commanding the operation below, upon seeing the werewolf's cold smile, felt his anger rise, raising his hand and punching the police cars hood next to him. "Shoot the damn thing, kill that beast." With the arrival of the permission to shoot, everyone present was invigorated, aiming their guns at the monster without hesitation and pulling the trigger. In an instant, countless bullets rained down on the werewolf on the rooftop. Yet the werewolf remained unfazed, leaping to another building just before the barrage of bullets arrived, with the bullets relentlessly chasing after him. But the werewolf is like a gray monster. Ordinary people can't capture his figure at all. The bullets all hit the wall, leaving behind black holes. And after a short 5 seconds, the werewolf had already crossed the residential area and arrived on the outside street. However, the people driving on these roads didn't treat the werewolf as a terrifying monster, thinking it was a prank or a hoax, just taking a glance and not caring. However, as the werewolf was selecting its prey, a sedan from the opposite side, whose driver wasn't paying attention to the road, suddenly crashed into the werewolf. The man driving kept screaming, frantically stepping on the brakes, but it was too late. Just as the man closed his eyes, preparing for the collision, the werewolf raised its arm and slammed it down, causing the entire front of the car to be smashed and dented. As the man driving looked at the smashed front of the car, the first thing he did was stick his head out and shout, "Damn, did you blew perfume on the road, acting all high and mighty? Wearing a leather jacket, do you think you're a monster? I'm gonna teach you a lesson." However, the werewolf didn't respond. Instead, it went directly to his car window, and with a fierce slap, the man was instantly turned into minced meat. Fresh red blood flowed from the gap in the car door onto the road. The werewolf retracted its claws, licking the minced meat on them. However, at that moment, a sudden roar came from the distance. The werewolf's ears suddenly pricked up, his red pupils sharply turning towards the sky. The next moment, a helicopter flew swiftly towards this direction, before the werewolf could even make out what it was. Sitting in the helicopter, the cabin door was violently pulled open, and the special police with a Gatling gun aimed directly at the werewolf. The dark barrel made the werewolf sense danger, prompting him to swiftly run forward. As expected, after he fled, a barrage of bullets followed. The density and firing rate far exceeded that of the entire team's pistols. In the blink of an eye, the entire car was riddled with bullets, leading to an explosion. The Gatling gun's muzzle kept spewing fire, closely pursuing the werewolf's figure. The helicopter's maneuverability was suppressing the werewolf, its high speed almost catching up to him, narrowly avoiding hits several times. However, the next moment, the werewolf leaped suddenly, jumping onto a small truck. The police stopped shooting to avoid hitting civilians, but the next second, they pulled out a more powerful Barrett. A sniper special police officer had already aimed at the werewolf's head. The werewolf crouched on the truck, his eyes fixed firmly on the helicopter above. He realized that since he jumped onto the car, the police above had stopped shooting. Perhaps there was something restraining them on the car. Just as the werewolf was pondering, a bullet came flying towards his forehead. The werewolf was startled, rolling 2.5 times. Suddenly, a smoke-emitting door appeared on the carriage, making his pupils grow even colder. He then went straight to the back of the carriage, and with a swift pull of his sharp claws, he tore off the 2 doors of the carriage. However, just as the special police officer aimed at the werewolf's head again, he was shocked by the scene. Quickly, raise the aircraft! Before the pilot could react, the next moment, a door like a dart spun rapidly and struck the helicopter directly on the rotor. The rotor, along with the loss of power, the helicopter plummeted straight to the ground, causing a terrifying explosion that shook the road. Meanwhile, the werewolf's mouth could not hide the injury, revealing sharp teeth. I've been enjoying the air conditioning all night, feeling exceptionally comfortable. I have to thank Officer Liu for this. If it were my place, I wouldn't dare use the air conditioning. Then I stretched and checked the time. It's not early, but what's strange is why no police came to wake me up. Yesterday, Officer Liu said he would send someone to take me to school, but today, no one is around. It's really strange. This is a hospital, how come there's not a soul around? Even the usually crowded bus now only has me sitting in it. Returning to school, the classroom is still cold and empty. Only Lee Joshua, the class monitor who always arrives first at school, and a few other diligent top students. I returned to my usual seat as always. Due to the change of teachers in the past 2 days, there hasn't been much homework assigned. So, I took out the werewolf wood carving from my pocket and continued to fish. I slept in the hospital last night. I didn't want the police to know about my little quirk, so I didn't dare to take out the werewolf wood carving. At this moment, I took out the werewolf wood carving and found that it seemed to have gained a few more points, feeling as heavy as a lead ball in my hand. At that moment, 2 students in the front row happened to be watching the video of werewolves eating people from yesterday. When I saw the monster in that video, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. It wasn't until the video showed the monster's head and its blood-red eyes that I became convinced that the monster in the video and the werewolf wood carving were like 2 peas in a pod. Could it be that the monster was really something I had imagined? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Why those annoying teachers and students all disappeared without a trace? It must have been the werewolf who helped me achieve all this. I licked my lips and felt an inexplicable anger in my heart. I looked down at the werewolf in my hand and wondered, is it really you? Did you help me achieve all this? However, the werewolf wood carving did not answer me, no different from an ordinary sculpture. But everything has already unfolded before my eyes. I can be sure that the werewolf in that video has a great connection to myself. When I returned home after school, I threw my backpack and felt an unprecedented excitement. I took out the werewolf wooden carving from my pocket, held it in my palm, sat at the edge of the bed, closed my eyes, and sincerely prayed to the werewolf, "Werewolf, I need your help. Please appear quickly, please appear quickly." Not knowing the specific procedure or summoning ritual, I simply prayed randomly. After sincerely praying for a minute straight, I slowly opened one eye with anticipation. Unfortunately, no matter how sincerely I prayed, the small room remained empty. After struggling for 2.5 hours, I ended up falling asleep directly on the bed. But at that moment, a glaring red light flashed, illuminating the entire room, causing me to slowly open my eyes. However, when I saw what was in front of me, I was almost scared out of my wits. I saw the towering figure filling the entire room, with its blood-red eyes resembling 2 night lamps, staring straight at me. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid," I summoned him, "he won't harm me." After taking a few deep breaths and comforting myself in my heart, I bravely stood in front of him. Just as I expected, the werewolf didn't attack, but instead crouched there, its red eyes fixed on me. I tentatively touched him. "Can your strong muscles speak?" The werewolf shook his head indicating he couldn't speak. "But if you can understand me, I would be thrilled. Can you, by yourself, stand up against the entire police force of Jiangnan City?" The werewolf shook his head. "He is also flesh and blood, it's difficult to contend with powerful firearms." So I asked again, "Will you become stronger after eating?" The werewolf nodded, his blood-red pupils slightly contracting, as if with excitement. I nodded in satisfaction, "Then go out and hunt for food. Remember to stay away from where I live, try to pick off the bad guys." After hearing my instructions, the werewolf's eyes instantly brightened, seeming very satisfied with the command. Then, his whole body turned into black smoke and floated out of the window. I watched the werewolf's figure disappear into the distance, my mind filled with many thoughts. I never imagined that one day, I would possess this kind of godlike power similar to Kara's. But the werewolf can't communicate with me, and its large size makes it hard to hide, so I thought about carving a vampire, because vampires are extremely similar to humans in all aspects, with human-like brains, and are not easily detected. Without further ado, I took out a piece of wood from my backpack and began carving. With the experience from carving the werewolf before, I carved quickly. In just about 2.5 hours, I finished carving the vampire. Looking handsome, with an excited heart, I accidentally cut my finger and dripped blood onto the vampire wood carving. However, the next second, he reacted, but his entrance was different from that of the werewolf. The vampire slowly formed from a gathering black mist, and soon a humanoid vampire appeared in front of them. The ancient European noble's attire, with a height of 1.8 meters, and deep facial features, with skin as pale as paper, resembling a European noble in oil paintings from the last century. However, the next second, the vampire was seen kneeling and piercing Count Dracula, paying homage to the creator. Looking at the kneeling vampire ancestor Dracula in front of him, Lu Yu was truly surprised. It was indeed Dracula, not only able to communicate with him normally, but also directly recognizing Lu Yu as his creator. Although all of this was expected, seeing it happen right before his eyes still left him astonished. Lu Yu maintained a calm tone and asked, "How do you know that I am your creator?" Dracula lowered his head and replied, "There is a familiar aura on you that draws me close, as if we are of the same origin. I can clearly sense the connection between you and me." Lu Yu nodded. It was indeed better to be able to communicate with such creatures. He could directly provide them with information, much better than dealing with werewolves. Walking in human form in the city was also the safest. Apart from his noble attire and high-collared cloak, he looked just like an ordinary foreigner. Lu Yu continued, "You don't need to kneel anymore. This is no longer a kingdom or empire. Performing these rituals in front of me will only attract attention. I obey the orders of my creator." After saying this, Dracula slowly stood up. He was indeed tall, but not muscular, appearing rather thin. However, this was normal. Lu Yu had never heard of muscular vampires. Being thin and melancholic was the norm for them. Lu Yu took out his notebook and asked, "Dracula, do you have any understanding of the world you are in now?" Dracula looked around the small room and shook his head slowly, calmly replying, "I am not sure, respected creator. The decorations in this house do not match the world style I am familiar with. Even the air is filled with impurities, like the smell of burning oil." Lu Yu nodded as he continued to write down notes. After all, this is the city area, so it is normal for the air quality to be poorer. "I see, your knowledge remains as legendary as ever, living as a duke in the Carpathian Mountains, probably in the 15th century Europe. It is now the 21st century, several hundred years apart, and this is Asia, as you would say, the place where the sun rises, another ancient land." Dracula nodded, looking out the window. "Ancient Asia? I have heard from distant seafaring merchants that this place possesses exquisite porcelain, countless spices, and delicate silk, a mysterious region that people yearn for." Lu Yu raised his head in surprise. "So you are also familiar with Asia?" "It makes sense. According to the records of the first novel, you lived in the 15th century, a time when the age of discovery had already begun. However, the convergence of legend and reality is still surprising." Dracula smiled faintly. "Respected creator, as a duke, I have read many ancient texts and conversed with many traveling merchants, so it is normal for me to be aware of these things." Lu Yu continued to take notes and asked, "Can you sense your other companion?" "It is also a legendary creature, a werewolf, the first mythical being I revived and brought into this world." Dracula looked out the window, his blood-red eyes gazing at the countless streets and buildings. He said, "Respected creator, I can feel it and clearly smell the strong beastly scent. Although it is called a werewolf, it lacks any human elegance and behaves completely like a wild beast." Lu Yu nodded with a smile. "That's good. Dracula, don't look down on it too much. Although the werewolf is indeed a bit reckless and rough, it is still your companion. I let it feed on the outskirts because feeding can make it stronger quickly to deal with potential enemies that may come in the future." "Enemies?" Dracula asked in surprise. "My respected creator, are there any ignorant and foolish commoners who are against you? Clearly, you are a great being who can bring mythical legends into reality. It is too foolish of them to dare to oppose you. Please tell me their whereabouts, and I can rid you of these troublesome individuals." Lu Yu smiled, did not agree, and shook his head, saying, "Your intentions are good, Dracula, but times have changed. The farmers who used to carry torches and pitchforks are now rare. They have stronger technology and weapons, making it difficult for even you to deal with them as easily as before." Dracula was surprised by this but did not doubt the creator's words. He asked, "My respected creator, if not to eliminate your enemies, may I ask why you have summoned me?" Luyu smiled, put away his notes, and explained, for some reason, I cannot yet break free from this society that balances me. The appearance of werewolves has helped solve some problems but also attracted attention to more troublesome existences. My situation is delicate, like a balance that can be maintained with care but easily overturned. Just like your noble status, once those mortals discover that despite having the same appearance as them, you cannot bask in the sunlight, they will raise torches to besiege your castle. So, I need your abilities and to verify your strength to ensure I can escape in such dangerous situations. However, these are preparations for unforeseen events in the future. For now, I want to ask you, Dracula, are you hungry? Dracula smirked, revealing his sharp fangs, and said coldly, my esteemed creator, I am hungry, as if awakening from a long slumber. My throat feels dry, as if smoke is about to emerge. I need your permission to demonstrate my abilities in the night. Luyu nodded, pointing outside the window, very well, take me out. I also need to witness your power. Dracula placed his hand on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, I will follow your orders, my esteemed creator. With a wave of his hand, Dracula's wine-red cloak transformed into wings, enveloping Luyu entirely. With a whoosh of black smoke, Dracula turned into a black bat and flew out the window. Under the full moon, the black bat soared in the vast sky, its blood-red eyes scanning below, absorbing new knowledge in this new world and seeking its first prey after awakening. Dracula was unfazed by this world filled with lights and peculiar buildings and quickly found a suitable target. On the empty street, a woman in her 20s played with her phone while walking. Watching a video of a monstrous creature attacking humans on the screen, she sneered, "Humph, what a joke." In this day and age, some people still believe these poorly edited online videos, scaring everyone into staying indoors. They are a bunch of cowards. Those fools at the bar closed down just because of a video. I wasted my trip. As she muttered curses, she continued walking forward while watching the video. Suddenly, she bumped into a tall figure. Bang! The impact almost made her drop her phone, igniting instant anger on her face. With furrowed brows, she yelled, "Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going? Didn't you see me walking this way?" However, the person who was shouted at by her did not get angry, but instead bowed apologetically like a gentleman, saying, "I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I'm not familiar with the roads in this city as I just arrived, and I didn't see you coming. And you, beautiful lady, are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing the man's response in front of her, the woman felt annoyed and was about to question if he was crazy. However, when she came to her senses and saw the handsome face of the man in front of her, full of exotic charm, the words she was about to say were swallowed back. Her originally angry mood instantly changed, and she looked at the man in front of her with some confusion and asked tentatively, "Are you a foreigner?" Dracula, with a pale and handsome face, smiled gently and replied, "Yes, miss, I come from distant Europe. It's my first time in this city and I'm still not used to it. I couldn't find my way back to the tavern, which led to our collision. I deeply apologize for that." The woman quickly waved her hand, smiling and saying, "No need to apologize, I was also looking down at my phone just now and didn't notice you. It's the responsibility of both of us for the collision. You are too polite and courteous." Dracula nodded gently, then looked at the woman with his red eyes and said with a smile, "Miss, could you please help me with directions? I just came from that path and got lost, I need someone to guide me." Upon hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, covering her mouth and teasingly said, "Are you trying to hit on me? Your skills are quite naive, but I happen to have some free time, so I'll take you. Where do you want to go, a pub or a rented house?" Dracula did not answer her question but said, "I am also very interested in you, miss. I hope I can invite you for a glass of wine later and have a meal at my castle." "You actually have a castle?" The woman's eyes lit up instantly, feeling that the man in front of her, dressed in noble attire and full of elegance, must be a foreign count or prince. This was a rare opportunity. Maybe it could change her destiny, even immigrate to Europe. Thinking of this, the woman stopped pretending, took a step forward, held Dracula's arm, and said with a smile, "Are you here to study in Xia country?" "Actually, I am also preparing for postgraduate studies. Maybe I can help you with exams or something. In Korea, we have an old saying that meeting is fate. Take me to your home, I really like Europe. My phone wallpaper is all European castles. I believe in love at first sight, and when I saw you, I felt like we were destined." Dracula smiled lightly without saying anything, but slowly led the woman into a nearby alley. The alley was pitch black, unlike the main road next to it, which was illuminated by bright streetlights and had no surveillance cameras. Dracula's eyes flickered with a blood-red light in the darkness, his breathing became rapid, and white mist came out of his mouth, his sharp fangs gleaming in the dark night. The woman beside him felt a chilling coldness, shivered directly, and her whole body broke out in goosebumps. She muttered softly, "Isn't it a bit too eerie here? I remember the temperature today should be over 20 degrees, it shouldn't be this cold. However, before she could say more, Dracula next to her could no longer bear it and forcefully pressed the woman against the wall. The woman was shocked by the directness of the foreigner, but considering his handsome appearance, castle, and noble status, she saw it as an opportunity to elevate herself from commoner status. With a hint of shyness, she coquettishly exclaimed, "I'm not that easy, but if you insist, you must take responsibility. Can you take me to Europe?" Dracula did not respond, his handsome face turned deathly pale, looking ghastly. The woman, who was initially anticipating the dominance of the nobleman, turned pale and screamed in terror at the sight of Dracula's monstrous transformation. Dracula's sharp fangs pierced the woman's neck, drawing blood. As he sucked her blood, his eyes glowed red in the night, his body growing stronger. The woman, drained of strength, turned pale and lifeless as Dracula fed on her. Eventually, she was reduced to a dried husk, while Dracula, satisfied, elegantly wiped the blood from his mouth. In the shadows, Liu applauded, witnessing the entire process without fear, but with anticipation. He asked, "How much stronger does a person's blood make you?" Dracula, wiping his mouth, replied respectfully, "A person's blood can barely increase my strength by 1%. Human blood is impure, limiting its potency." Liu pondered, suggesting that to double Dracula's strength, he would need 100 people. Dracula, curious, asked if Liu would be disgusted by his feeding on humans. Liu, unfazed, explained his lack of attachment to humanity and encouraged Dracula to feed and grow stronger without concern for his feelings. Dracula, obedient, pledged his loyalty to Liu. After Dracula finished explaining, Liu continued to ponder, "But when it comes to food, it does give me a headache. It's one thing if 2 people go missing, but if hundreds of people disappear at once, it will definitely attract attention and may even invite more trouble." Dracula stood up with a smile and said, "You don't need to worry about that. As long as we expand the hunting locations to the surrounding areas and distribute the number of hunters in each area, we should be able to conceal it for a while. When the kingdom and the Duke's knights discover it, we can just change locations." Liu shook his head and said, "I have considered this, but unfortunately, both you and the werewolf lack the endurance for long-distance travel. If the consumption outweighs the intake of flesh and blood after arriving at the location, it would not be worth it. And now there is no kingdom or duke. The government and military still dominate each country, with the police maintaining daily security. However, you will understand more about this after you have more contact with society. There's no rush for that." Dracula was curious about this new concept of government, but since Liu said there was no rush, he did not ask further. Liu was right about the consumption and supply aspect. After a brief thought, he replied, "In that case, let the werewolf and I reduce our daily hunting, prolong the time, and lower the risk of being discovered." Liu sighed, "That would be too slow and contradict the purpose of growing stronger as quickly as possible. But let's not discuss that now. Let me think of another solution. Today." Before Liu could finish speaking, a sudden loud explosion erupted on the distant edge of the city. The explosion was so intense that even Liu could see the bright light in the dark night, resembling a small sun. Following the explosion was a familiar roar. A whoa! The deafening roar of a beast echoed through the sky, causing countless birds to take flight from their nighttime perches. Liu felt a slight discomfort in his ears. There were not many creatures in this world capable of making such a commotion. Liu knew without thinking that it was the werewolf roaring in anger, being attacked by someone. Dracula slowly turned to look in the direction of the explosion and said, "It seems that your enemies are attacking the werewolf." Liu nodded, "The sound alone tells me it's him. I just don't know what kind of entity could make the werewolf so angry. Let's go check it out." Dracula turned to Liu, his sharp nails protruding from his fingertips, and asked, "Do you need me to join the fight and kill the enemy with the werewolf?" Liu shook his head, "Let's go see the situation first. The werewolf has already been exposed, so it doesn't matter how we handle it. You have just been born, so it's better to remain hidden for now. Revealing too many legendary beings at once will shake the world, and we won't be able to settle down again." "I will follow the creator's arrangement." Dracula agreed. As before, he raised his arm abruptly, and his cloak enveloped Liu, transforming them into bats, swiftly flying towards the werewolf's location. On the distant other side, this was the edge of the city, close to the suburban area. The werewolf also listened to Liu's advice and came to this remote area to discreetly hunt for prey, avoiding causing any trouble. However, things did not go as planned. It had just eaten 2 pedestrians on the road when it was chased by 2 roaring helicopters in the distance. Unlike the previous pursuit on the road, these helicopters had their doors open, with people aiming guns to attack. These 2 helicopters are clearly of a specialized combat type, with 2 heavy machine guns directly welded to the fuselage underneath the aircraft, fully loaded with ammunition, and more professional than the previous special police. Upon seeing the werewolf, they immediately began a frenzy of shooting, with bullets chasing the werewolf like a storm, completely disregarding other external factors, more professional and strict, cold-blooded and ruthless like machines. During the pursuit, the 2 combat helicopters also blew up 2 trucks parked on the side of the road. The fuel tanks were blown up, instantly igniting a bright fireball, which was also the source of the explosion just now. The werewolf, being chased by these 2 helicopters, had had enough and did not want to be chased like this anymore. It directly charged forward, grabbing a roadside sign and pulling it up forcefully. Bang! The 10-meter-high sign was directly pulled out of the concrete ground by the werewolf, which then roared, grabbed the sign with both arms, spun it vigorously, and then threw it with all its might. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the sign turned into a flying disc, spinning rapidly and charging towards the 2 helicopters. Da-da-da-da-da. The 2 combat helicopters remained unfazed, neither pulling up nor evading, their 2 heavy machine guns below continuing to output bullets continuously, amidst the frenzy of gunfire. Powerful firepower can counteract all fear and attacks. The sign was quickly deformed by the bullets, unable to maintain its original spinning state, and finally fell straight to the ground, turning into a twisted, charred piece of scrap metal. Seeing that the previous method of shooting down the flying enemies was no longer effective, the werewolf also angrily roared towards the sky, causing the soldiers on the helicopter to have some ringing in their ears, but they were wearing noise-canceling headphones, so this noise was not a big deal, and they continued to shoot, driving the werewolf forward. Seeing the werewolf about to reach the designated open area, a soldier on one of the helicopters picked up a walkie-talkie and shouted inside, "One team of combat personnel, prepare ammunition, we are about to drive the monster to the abandoned factory, be ready to receive the mission." After a brief few seconds, a response came back over the walkie-talkie, "Received, we are ready, you can drive the monster over." It was already midnight, and in the originally quiet and remote abandoned factory, only a few stray cats were foraging in the weeds. However, a terrifying roar shattered the original silence of the area. "Awoo-awoo-awoo-awoo." The terrifying beast roar scared away all the cats in the bushes, and the birds resting on the roof were also startled into a frenzy, with the smell of countless ammunitions permeating the air. The werewolf, driven by the bullets behind it, arrived at the front of the abandoned factory. Looking at the empty factory, it instantly felt this was a good opportunity, accelerated its running speed, and ran towards the front of the old factory shed, trying to evade the pursuit of the combat helicopters above. However, just as the werewolf was about to rush into the rusty steel gate, a strong sense of foreboding surged into its mind, and in that moment, the werewolf realized the danger of this place. It also smelled the faint smell of gunpowder in the air. This place was very dangerous. Swish! The werewolf abruptly stopped its forward charge, turned sharply to the side, and just as the werewolf turned, a military man hidden in the factory suddenly shouted, "Detonate the explosives! Now!" "Yes, sir." Click. Along with a row of control personnel simultaneously pressing the detonation button, a terrifying ball of light suddenly erupted in the previously abandoned factory shed, illuminating the pitch-black night, as if the world had turned into daylight at that moment. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. The scorching heat directly blasted the steel gate into pieces, melting into red molten iron. The surging impact lifted a layer of ground around, just like a small nuclear bomb. After the explosion lasted for a few seconds, the fire gradually subsided, turning into a dark mushroom cloud rising into the night sky. In the rear of the factory, all the soldiers on duty were extremely nervous, waiting to see what was happening at the explosion site. The explosives just detonated reached 1 ton, the maximum amount the military could use without harming nearby residents. Normally, there is no organism on Earth that can withstand such a terrifying explosion, but if the creature survived, the result would undoubtedly be terrifying. 2 combat helicopters flying in the air also stayed in the distance. Although according to superiors, they didn't need to continue pursuing once the monster was forced to the factory, they were still important air control forces in case of unexpected situations. The combat helicopters, although highly maneuverable, might not be able to respond promptly to emergencies once they leave or land, so they stayed at a distance, quietly waiting. This explosion was so powerful that it overturned the soil 2 meters deep on the surface, and the thick black smoke at the scene was like burning old tires throughout the city, pitch black, nothing visible. A pilot on one of the combat helicopters picked up the intercom and greeted his companion next to him, "That monster should be dead, right? The explosives just now were 1 ton equivalent of TNT, enough to blow up tanks. No organism can survive such an explosion." Another pilot picked up the intercom and replied, "Don't be careless. Whether that monster is a living being is uncertain. Moreover, judging from the previous videotapes, that thing looks more like a werewolf from Legends, and even stronger." Compared to living beings, that guy is more like a monster from a science fiction movie, and monsters cannot be measured by common sense. Just as the pilot had finished speaking, the rising black smoke below suddenly stirred. Swish! And the next second, a pair of red lights flashed, and the ferocious werewolf jumped out, raising its arms high and fiercely smashing towards the combat helicopter in front. The two pilots on the combat helicopters were stunned by the sudden attack of the werewolf. They never expected the werewolf to survive the terrifying explosion just now, nor did they expect that the surviving werewolf had such strength and cunning. Instead of choosing to attack the hidden detonation team in front, it lurked and attacked the only two air combat helicopters on the scene. In utter horror, the pilots of the two helicopters pulled up the remote control sticks abruptly, but their reaction was still too slow. The werewolf roared and smashed directly towards the nearest helicopter. Boom! The huge werewolf directly crashed onto the cabin of the combat helicopter, the terrifying force and size causing the entire helicopter to sink 4 to 5 meters, as if adding 2 tons of weight directly. The pilot attacked by the werewolf shouted for help into the intercom. Help! Help! Number 2 aircraft is under monster attack. It's hanging on my fuselage. I have no weapons to shoot it down. The pilot of the number 1 combat helicopter gritted his teeth, preparing to turn around and aim the heavy machine gun on his aircraft at the werewolf on the number 2 aircraft. Awah! 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 However, the werewolf roared at him directly, its muscular long arms grabbed fiercely, tearing off the heavy machine gun under the combat helicopter, then threw it violently, along with the ammunition loaded on top, all falling down onto the rotor of the number 1 combat helicopter. Bang! Everything happened too fast to react to. At the moment when the heavy machine gun collided with the rotor of the helicopter, the high-speed spinning rotor cut and ignited the ammunition. The bursting flames directly caused the number 1 combat helicopter to explode in the air. The flames burst, the entire aircraft was scrapped, and the smoking wreckage plummeted straight to the ground. The situation on the number 2 combat helicopter was equally urgent. After destroying the number 1 combat helicopter, the werewolf forcefully squeezed its entire body into the cockpit of the aircraft, preparing to devour the personnel responsible for piloting. Howl! Inside the cockpit, the pilot was already sweating profusely. He could even clearly smell the lingering bloody scent in the monster's mouth. The roaring sound almost shattered the glass in front of him, as if the next moment the monster would swallow him whole. He pleaded for help over the intercom. Help! Help! Number 1 aircraft has crashed. The monster has entered the interior of my cockpit. However, the headquarters at the rear regretfully notified, I'm sorry, number 2 pilot, our nearest air rescue team will not be able to arrive on the scene for another 10 minutes. There is currently no way to rescue you from danger. Upon hearing the response from headquarters, the pilot, at this moment, no longer felt the previous tension. Because there was a possibility of being rescued, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of the rescue team, feeling calmer when told there was no hope. Faced with the inevitable outcome, the pilot pressed the transmit button and shouted to headquarters, Roger, I will do my best to kill the monster. After saying that, the pilot dropped the intercom, no longer panicking. Even though the monster behind him was approaching, death was already inevitable for him, there was nothing to fear. With a determined look in his eyes, he controlled the aircraft and forcefully crashed the combat helicopter into an abandoned building nearby. Boom! The entire combat helicopter exploded in flames, and the commanding headquarters commander sighed deeply, picked up the intercom again, and shouted into it, We have lost 2 soldiers, everyone listen carefully, at all costs, kill that monster. As for the scene of besieging the werewolf, just before the helicopter crashed into the building, the werewolf sensed something was wrong, did not continue to engage, quickly retreated from the cockpit, jumped out, landed on the ground, avoiding the explosion of the crashing helicopter. The soldiers at the scene, upon learning that the werewolf was still alive, no longer hid in the factory area. With a command from the military commander, countless heavy machine guns were uncovered from the abandoned buildings around, aiming their muzzles at the werewolf on the open ground ahead, and began firing frantically. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The red ammunition flew like fireworks, pouring down like a bright red rain on the scorched black land that had been blasted. Howl! 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 The werewolf roared at the soldiers shooting at it. Having eliminated the combat helicopter that was balancing it in the air, everything became much easier. It darted around this land at an extreme speed, making it difficult for the visually adjusted machine guns to catch up with it. After a few dodges, the werewolf grabbed the scattered iron plates on the ground due to the previous explosion, and with a strong swing of its upper body, swish! The heavy iron plate, weighing hundreds of caddies, turned into a light flying disc in the hands of the werewolf. The high-speed spinning iron plate, combined with its terrifying inertia and hardness, transformed the entire iron plate into a deadly cutting blade, slicing directly towards the soldiers shooting upstairs. Boom! The heavy machine gun was directly smashed by the iron plate, and the remaining ammunition was detonated, turning into a gorgeous firework. Seizing this opportunity, the werewolf found a breakthrough, rushing towards the side without the machine gun, reaching the upper floor in just a few seconds. On the abandoned floor, there were 3 machine gunners on the same level, but hindered by the werewolf in front of their teammate. The 2 behind could not turn their guns to shoot at the werewolf, leaving only the front teammate to fire. However, the firepower of just 1 heavy machine gun was not enough to suppress the werewolf, as human visual tracking speed and reaction capabilities were insufficient when facing the werewolf. In just a few seconds, the werewolf systematically destroyed the heavy machine guns on the upper floor, unstoppable by any weapon. Meanwhile, the commanding officer observing the battlefield from a drone in the distance was becoming frantic. The military commander in his 50s asked through the intercom, "How long until the tanks arrive on the scene? Our people are sacrificing every moment. We can't wait any longer." "Sizzle Roger, we are on our way. The advance team has arrived with RPG rocket launchers. We believe they can temporarily suppress the monster. Our tanks are just 1 kilometer away and will arrive at the scene soon." On a small hill not far from the battlefield, a flying black bat suddenly emitted a burst of black smoke, from which emerged a handsome exotic man and a plain-looking young boy. The 2 were none other than Dracula and Liu Yu. Liu Yu watched the werewolf sweeping through the area with satisfaction and nodded, destroying 2 helicopters and several heavy machine guns. "The werewolf's strength is even greater than I imagined. It seems smarter than I thought, knowing how to systematically dismantle its opponents, not like the legendary impulsive monster." Dracula, on the other hand, looked at the continuously firing heavy machine guns with surprise. Humans today are truly formidable. Their weapons have evolved from swords to powerful cannons, much more potent than the cumbersome siege cannons of the past. They can fire continuously without the need to reload each time, and their power has greatly increased, easily piercing through buildings like solid rocks. Liu Yu nodded. "The progress of firearms is indeed significant, thanks to our 2 world wars. Currently, it seems the werewolf can handle it on its own. Let's just watch here. Dracula, you can take this opportunity to observe more. Pure physical strength alone won't be enough to defeat the werewolf, and your humanoid appearance gives you more flexible options. Observing these weapons more will be helpful for you in future encounters." Dracula slightly bowed to Liu Yu, respectfully saying, "I will follow your lead, my esteemed creator." The 2 stood on the hill watching the battle between the werewolf and the soldiers, and soon all the heavy machine guns within attacking range were cleared. The scene was filled with smoke, debris scattered everywhere, shattered walls pierced by bullets, exposed rusty steel bars, and the abandoned building had become a complete ruin. As the werewolf stood alone on the abandoned high-rise, it howled at the moon in celebration of its victory. Buzzing! Another familiar and formidable sound rang out, causing the werewolf to suddenly lower its head, its wolf eyes fixed on a distant helicopter. This was its most challenging opponent, and now another one had arrived, making the werewolf feel irritated. However, with the experience of shooting down several combat helicopters before, the werewolf was not worried. Click! Its sharp claws fiercely grabbed a large chunk of cement from the rooftop and held it high above its head. The werewolf's gaze was fixed on the helicopter hovering in the sky, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. As the helicopter turned to face the werewolf with a soldier carrying an RPG rocket launcher, the werewolf braced itself for the attack. Without hesitation, it hurled the cement block at the rocket, resulting in a powerful explosion. The werewolf, now facing another rocket, dodged quickly but was unable to escape the blast entirely. The subsequent explosion engulfed the werewolf, causing the building to collapse and leaving behind a scene of destruction. Dracula, observing from a distance, showed no sympathy for the werewolf, recognizing it as a formidable opponent in this changed world. He marveled at the destructive power of modern weaponry and the advancements in human technology. Dracula and his companion were urged to strengthen themselves to ensure their safety in this new era. Dracula inquired about intervening to aid the werewolf, but was advised to wait and assess the werewolf's capabilities first. The soldier on the helicopter reported that the second armor-piercing rocket had buried the creature in the rubble, prompting a discussion on the next course of action. Sizzle! Soon there was a reply from the other side. "Continue shooting, use all the armor-piercing rockets on that monster. First let the monster use the explosion smoke as cover. Shot down 2 combat helicopters. Don't be careless, make sure the monster is killed 100%. Roger." The soldiers in the cabin and the soldiers next to them exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's meaning. One of them took out an armor-piercing rocket from the nearby box, preparing to load it into the barrel, when suddenly there was a movement in the rubble below. Rumble! Roar! The large rocks and bricks that were piled up were suddenly lifted and thrown away at this moment, and the powerful figure of the werewolf emerged again, roaring angrily towards the sky, while throwing a huge cement block towards the helicopter below. Swish! In an instant, the heavy cement block flew straight towards the helicopter like a cannonball. The technicians on the helicopter were shocked, quickly pulling up the fuselage, and the two soldiers in the cabin also quickly loaded the rocket launchers in their hands and directly fired at the incoming cement block. Swish! At the critical moment, the armor-piercing rocket was finally launched and directly hit the incoming cement block, shattering it into pieces. However, although the incoming cement block was shattered, the explosion of the rocket was still too close. The impact and airflow generated by the explosion caused the entire helicopter to shake violently, almost losing control and crashing directly. However, during this moment of turbulence, the werewolf seized the opportunity. Its reaction speed was fast, and its strength and endurance were beyond ordinary creatures. Seizing this opportunity, it grabbed two huge cement blocks and threw them fiercely towards the helicopter. Swish swish! The consecutive two huge stones, one hit the fuselage of the helicopter, the other hit the tail wing of the helicopter, breaking the balance of the helicopter's flight, causing it to spin continuously and finally crash to the ground, igniting a blaze. Roar! The werewolf stood on the rubble, roaring wildly, proving its strength. Bang! In the distant command post, the general watched another helicopter crash on the monitor, slammed the table, and shouted into the intercom, "Where is the tank team? Hurry up! If that monster runs away, those soldiers will have died in vain." "Sizzle Roger, we're here." The werewolf's roar echoed in all directions. Standing on the rubble, it was the only winner. However, these were just the advance team. Soon, the cement blocks that had been piled up below began to tremble slowly, rolling down continuously, and the ground was shaking. The werewolf's senses were so keen, its ears suddenly pricked up, its head quickly turned to the side of the road, where 5 camouflage tanks were rolling on the cold road, quickly surrounding the werewolf's location in the rubble. And on a distant hill, someone observing the situation was somewhat surprised and touched his chin. Even tanks are mobilized. It seems that these people should be from the military, able to attract the attention of the military. It seems that the commotion caused by the werewolf is really not small. Dracula, observing the tanks on the side, curiously remarked, "Such bulky steel beasts surprisingly have fast speed. The times have indeed changed. Just a small cannon barrel can have such power. Then these steel beasts should be able to easily crush the werewolf, right? If there are hundreds or thousands of these steel beasts, the entire empire is likely to fall. It's truly terrifying." Meanwhile, on the hill, a man and a ghost were leisurely watching the battle, when 2 military trucks approached on the road ahead. More than 40 soldiers in military uniforms jumped down from above, led by a military commander with a medal on his chest. He held a trumpet and commanded, "All soldiers listen up. 4 men in a group. Each group must carry a heavy machine gun, an RPG rocket launcher, 2 boxes of ammunition, and 1 box of smoke grenades and flashbangs. Surround the monster from the rear on both sides. Encircle it. Don't let it escape from the effective attack range of the tank." "Yes, sir." With a chorus of soldiers' responses, they quickly split into 2 groups, each preparing to flank the werewolf from one side. The werewolf, seeing the rocket launchers carried by the soldiers, immediately showed hostility. It had suffered from such weapons before, and now facing over 20 rocket launchers, it couldn't bear it. It wouldn't easily allow these humans to surround and bombard it with rocket launchers, so it roared and charged towards the soldiers. "Awah!" The werewolf howled and sprinted towards the soldiers flanking it, but the soldiers on the scene remained calm. They were confident and had an absolute powerful reliance. The most formidable monster on the scene was no longer the werewolf. Just as the werewolf charged, the previously stationary tank turret suddenly rotated, aiming its dark barrel at the werewolf. "Fire!" With a shout from the soldiers inside the tank, the tungsten armor-piercing shell shot out from the barrel. The tremendous impact of the shot, just the sound of the blast alone, was enough to rival the explosion of a rocket launcher. The several-ton tank body even had a momentary recoil, and the ground dust was stirred up. Before a breath could be taken, the fired shell was already approaching the werewolf's body. The werewolf's vertical pupils were filled with shock. Even it hadn't expected such a huge projectile to possess such extreme speed. Not even the stones it threw could reach such terrifying velocity. However, it was too late for shock or regret. It admitted that it had underestimated the situation. The next second, the tungsten armor-piercing shell hit the werewolf's chest solidly. Boom! The terrifying impact and the erupting flames engulfed the werewolf's entire body. The impact was so powerful that even the ground cracked like a spider web and sank several centimeters. Dracula in the distance felt a bit sorry, covering his eyes and shaking his head in regret. Poor beast, too arrogant. Underestimated the power of human weapons. The force of this shot is not small. The werewolf is probably going to suffer. Lu Yu, on the other hand, observed with interest. This is a good opportunity to test the werewolf's strength. Tanks are currently the strongest mobile firepower of humans. Let's see how many hits it can take before entering a critical state. This is also an evaluation of our camp's strength. Dracula, be prepared. When the werewolf is truly on the brink of death, you must quickly save him. Remember not to expose your vampire abilities. Dracula elegantly nodded. Yes, my esteemed creator. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. The military commander overseeing the battle through binoculars also stared at the smoke from the concentrated artillery shells. Even he, with his extensive battlefield experience, clenched his fists, feeling very nervous. The tungsten armor-piercing shells were currently the strongest firepower they could deploy. If even these powerful shells couldn't harm the monster, he couldn't imagine what kind of attack would be needed to kill it completely. The werewolf's injuries were equally important to all the soldiers on the scene. If the werewolves can be injured, then they have hope of killing the werewolves here. But if the werewolves are not injured, this could be a battle of no return for all of them. As the smoke on the scene cleared, the figure of the werewolf also emerged. It stood straight in place, not yet knocked down, arms crossed in front of its chest, blocking the terrifying blow. The surrounding ground had been smashed into scorched earth by the shells, pitch black, with small tungsten alloy fragments scattered around, the debris from the exploding shells. At this moment, not only the soldiers on the scene saw the werewolf's figure, even in the command post far behind, a group of commanders watching the werewolf standing on the screen also stood up in horror, each of them stunned, with a look of horror on their faces. No! This is impossible. That's a tungsten armor-piercing shell. Even tanks can be blown up by it. That thing is simply a monster. As long as it's still flesh and blood, there should be no creature in this world that can withstand this blow. The military commander in charge of the overall situation directly took off his hat, looking distressed, murmuring, "Do we really have to use intercontinental missiles to kill that monster?" On the battlefield, on the hill, Dracula looked at the werewolf standing in place and was also surprised, saying, "I really underestimated our Mr. Beast. Its body is indeed strong, even such a powerful shell did not bring it down. It seems that I don't need to intervene to save the situation in this battle." Just as everyone was shocked that the werewolf was unharmed, Liu squinted his eyes, shaking his head, saying, "No, you still need to make an appearance, the werewolf is injured." Dracula, slightly puzzled, asked, "Noble creator, why do you say that? Have you noticed something wrong?" Clearly, our Mr. Beast has not shed blood, is still standing in place, and has not fallen to the ground unconscious. Liu looked at the werewolf in the distance and explained, "There has been black smoke emanating from the werewolf's body all along, just like the smoke that appears every time you appear. You are made up of black mist, have no physical form, do not bleed, and the way injuries are shown should also be through the emission of this smoke. Feeding on flesh and blood sustains your energy. The way injuries are shown when you are hurt should not be like that of a real living being, but more like a character in a game, showing a decrease in health by emitting black smoke. After being hit, the body will not be injured, the injured part will be filled with internal black mist. If you keep emitting black smoke without paying attention, you may disappear directly, instead of immediately showing signs of injury and fatigue on your body." Dracula was astonished at this moment, looking at the werewolf in the distance, saying, "It seems that our Mr. Beast is not as relaxed as it seems. Damn it! Can't even tungsten armor-piercing shells hurt that monster? What should we use to kill it? This is impossible. As long as it's a living creature, it should be hurt when hit." The soldiers inside the tank were all extremely frustrated and unwilling. They could not imagine that even the tank's shells could not hurt that monster. They came here with the firm belief that they could easily defeat the monster with the firepower of the tank. But if the tank's firepower cannot kill the monster, then their siege here loses its meaning. At this moment, it was not only Liu who found the werewolf's behavior abnormal. On the battlefield, others also noticed something unusual. The military commander standing next to the military truck, holding binoculars, stared solemnly at the werewolf in the smoke, noticing the continuous black smoke emanating from the werewolf, as if he had discovered something. However, just then, the walkie-talkie at his waist suddenly rang. "Sizzle Captain Luo, don't continue to let the soldiers flank the monster from both sides. If even armor-piercing bullets cannot effectively damage the monster, then continuing will only increase the casualties of soldiers in vain. Have them all return to the trucks, retreat under the cover of tank firepower." This was the command from the rear headquarters, which the on-site commanding officer could not disobey. In the current situation, it was also the most reasonable course of action. Continuing would not harm the monster and would only result in more soldier casualties. However, the 50-year-old captain held the walkie-talkie in his hand and replied, "Please give me some time. I feel that the tank's firepower is causing effective damage to the monster. If we continue to attack, I believe we can kill the monster. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie responded, Captain Luo, you must understand that many of these young soldiers are not even 25 years old. They are the pillars of their own families, and we cannot gamble with their lives. Captain Luo replied sternly, the soldiers' mission is to protect the safety of the people. They have already made this commitment when they enlisted. We were prepared for sacrifice when we set foot on the battlefield. Moreover, if we retreat now, that monster will devour even more civilians. Please give us a chance to try to kill this monster here and now, to eliminate future troubles. After a brief silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie, 2 short sentences were replied, the plan is approved. Please proceed with caution. Roger. After receiving permission, a gleam of determination shone in Captain Luo's eyes. He picked up the megaphone and shouted to the people on the scene, all soldiers, proceed according to the original plan. The monster has not moved at all until now. The artillery attacks have proven effective. We will continue with the plan. Let's completely eliminate the monster here. Is everyone clear on what to do? Yes, sir. The deafening roar echoed in this desolate land, and at this moment, the werewolf suddenly opened its crimson eyes wide. Its injuries had probably healed to some extent, although it was still wounded, it was not fatal. It understood very well what the loud shouts of these humans meant. It was the signal of their attack, and the werewolf would not sit idly by. Oh whoa! The deafening roar of the beast resounded once again, and the werewolf rushed forward fiercely, but this time, its target was not the soldiers carrying rocket launchers around, but the several huge steel beasts. After the recent artillery attack, the danger level of the weapons on the scene had been reprioritized in the werewolf's mind. These dark steel beasts were too dangerous, posing a threat to the werewolf's life. It had to destroy all these dark steel beasts first. Roar! However, the tanks on the scene would not just stand there and let the werewolf attack. The sturdy barrel slowly adjusted its direction, and as the soldiers inside controlled the crosshairs on the screen to aim at the werewolf's body, they shouted loudly, fire! Boom! Another loud blast of artillery shook the ground, raising a layer of dust. A tungsten alloy armor-piercing shell flew out again, directly hitting the werewolf's head at a speed of nearly 200 meters per second. This time, the werewolf did not underestimate the situation. Its red pupils were full of dread for the approaching shell, showing no hint of carelessness. Its strong lower limbs suddenly bounced up, changing the trajectory of its body that was moving forward, leaping directly into the air more than 10 meters high. Boom boom boom! The terrifying shell hit the ground directly behind, flipping up another layer of the already charred earth, filling the sky with flying soil debris, like a rain of mud falling from the sky. However, this artillery strike did not hit the werewolf. It was not until the explosion ended that the werewolf fell from the air. The terrifying lower body strength and airborne speed are unmatched by the world's top football players. The werewolf's physique has unparalleled advantages. And it's not just one tank on the scene. As soon as the werewolf lands, 2 more tanks aim their barrels at it, and the operators inside shout at the same time, fire! Fire! Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive blasts, 2 tungsten alloy armor-piercing shells fly straight towards the werewolf. This coordination is indeed perfect. If it were any other enemy, they would surely taste defeat again. However, the werewolf is not an ordinary enemy. Its endurance and muscle control have reached a perfect level, and it has already made contact with the ground. As long as there is a solid landing point, it can dodge in an instant. Whoosh! Just before the 2 shells are about to hit it, the strong lower body exerts force again. Terrifying muscles erupt beneath the gray fur. Even through a thick layer of fur, you can still see the clearly defined leg muscles underneath, with sinuous veins bulging, transporting a terrifying amount of blood. Boom! The ground beneath its feet is instantly crushed by a terrifying depression. Small stones are directly shaken up, and the werewolf flies out like an arrow. Just a second before the 2 tungsten alloy armor-piercing shells hit it, it leaves the spot, almost becoming a blur, rushing straight towards the tanks ahead. Boom! 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 The 2 shells explode simultaneously. The rising light seems like a new sun, but it becomes the werewolf's rapidly receding figure, its red eyes almost like a streak of light, resembling the red taillights of a speeding car, rapidly approaching the tank ahead. Fast! Too fast! The people in the command post behind are almost jumping out of their chairs. The werewolf's speed is too fast. The tank's targeting system can't lock onto it at all. Even the unmanned drones hovering high above the scene cannot detect the werewolf's figure through satellite positioning. Each observation only captures a residual blur. The people in the command post quickly shout into the intercom, "Quick! All tanks disperse! That monster's speed has increased to 100 meters per second. If that monster gets close to the tanks, all advantages will be reduced to 0. Retreat quickly! Keep a distance from that monster. The tanks on the scene naturally receive the command and quickly reverse, expanding in a semicircle towards the rear, so no matter how far back they retreat, they can keep the werewolf within the encirclement. At the same time, continuous bombardment with powerful shells continues, shooting numerous shells towards the werewolf. Boom! Boom! The ground keeps trembling, countless rising lights and deafening explosions appear on this land, and the werewolf keeps dodging in this destructive barrage, maintaining its direction forward, rushing towards the tank closest to it. The werewolf's target is clear: to break them down one by one. It sees the long barrels of those cannons, which can extend the range of the shells, but as long as it gets beside the tank, behind the barrel, the entire tank becomes a lamb to be slaughtered. And just as it broke the heavy machine gunner on the abandoned building, the werewolf also noticed. These people may look cold, only following orders, but when it approaches one of the machine gunners, the remaining humans will stop attacking. They still won't harm their comrades, and this is where the werewolf can take advantage. Bang! 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 Countless shells are fired again, bombing this piece of ground into a barren land, pitch black, with black smoke filling the air. However, the werewolf had already adapted. As long as it remained vigilant and maintained its fastest speed, no shells could lock onto it. It was now less than 50 meters away from the nearest tank. Bang! Another sprinting posture, and in the next second, the werewolf's entire body was already close to the nearest tank. Just as the dark barrel urgently adjusted its direction to aim at the werewolf's body, the werewolf fiercely swiped down with its claw. Crack! The sturdy steel barrel was instantly torn apart by the werewolf, the entire barrel shortened by half, unable to fire new shells. Howl! The werewolf roared, lifting its huge claws and wildly scratching at the tank's body, leaving countless huge claw marks on the tank's surface, almost tearing apart the thick tank armor. Large chunks of iron broke off. As the werewolf had anticipated, as it approached one of the tanks, the other tanks ceased firing. Everything was as it had guessed. It was almost facing the scenario of destroying these tanks alone. Crack! Crack! However, just as the werewolf swiped down with all its might, digging into the tank's body, tearing open the thick iron wall in an attempt to eliminate the humans inside, the three operators inside the tank simultaneously pulled out their grenades. Sizzle! Boom! In an instant, a dazzling white light engulfed the werewolf's figure, an unprecedented explosion unleashed on the land. The werewolf had misjudged. It had not expected the humans inside to choose to perish with it rather than scream in their final moments. The werewolf thought that these humans in green attire might have different beliefs and wills from other humans. But now, there was no time to think about that. A medium tank in a fully loaded state could carry 40 to 50 shells. Even though dozens of shells had been fired at the werewolf just now, there were still at least 30 more shells left on the tank at this moment. All these shells were detonated simultaneously, a blinding light illuminating the night. The tremendous impact shattered glass even several kilometers away, waking up many residents from their sleep, looking at the distant fireball with shock in their eyes. In the crimson light, all the soldiers on the scene had solemn expressions on their faces. 3 more honorable warriors had sacrificed in this war. The price was too high. As they watched the burning wreckage of the tank, the distant military leaders silently took off their hats. However, just as everyone was immersed in sorrow, a majestic figure slowly walked out of the flames. The familiar figure made everyone on the scene look at it with incredulous expressions. In the terrifying explosion just now, that monster was still alive. Yes, the werewolf was still alive, but its condition was not very good. Thick black smoke billowed from its half shoulder, its entire arm continuously being repaired by the black smoke. The explosion just now was too sudden. Even though the werewolf dodged in time, half of its shoulder was affected, its entire arm was blown off, needing to be repaired by the black smoke from other parts of its body. The werewolf had a premonition that it might not hold on much longer. The black smoke inside its body was being consumed continuously. The energy it had gained from feeding on humans earlier had been exhausted in the recent repairs, its strength dissipating. Continuing to endure might not be wise. After walking out of the blazing fire, the werewolf made a decision. It abruptly turned around, bypassed the exploded tank, and ran towards the temporarily vacant rear. At this moment, the commanding military leader also reacted. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and shouted inside, "Soldiers at 6 o'clock. Fire the rocket launcher. The monster is trying to escape." Swish! Swish! And just as the general shouted out his command, the soldiers outside the encirclement had already launched the rocket launcher directly. Boom! 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 Several explosions rang out suddenly, forcing the werewolf back into the circle of tanks. Soon, weakened and slowed down, the werewolf was targeted by the remaining 5 tanks on the scene. With all the soldiers shouting in unison, dozens of armor-piercing shells hit the werewolf's body. The The werewolf was forced to retreat step by step, unable to even stand this time, with black smoke billowing from its entire body. The previous tank explosions had consumed a lot of its strength, and now it could no longer dodge as easily as before. The blood and flesh it had consumed in the past few days were now being depleted, unable to restore its peak strength. If it couldn't escape from here, everything would be meaningless. The werewolf knew it was in a desperate situation. The soldiers on the scene would not miss the opportunity to completely eliminate the werewolf. Their artillery continued to fire, hitting the werewolf's body repeatedly. Finally, the werewolf was directly knocked into the smoky tank wreckage. Meanwhile, in the distance, Liu had already understood the werewolf's full strength and said, "All right, Dracula, go and retrieve the werewolf, we should leave." "Yes, my esteemed creator." The continuous bombardment was like a string of firecrackers burning on New Year's Eve, continuously exploding until the 5 tanks had fired all their tungsten armor-piercing shells, then they stopped. The bombardment created a 30-meter diameter, more than 10 meters deep, pitch-black crater. Even the soil was ignited, with sparks of fire constantly emerging from the cracks. This was all the firepower that had been poured into the scene, enough to turn even a bronze statue into rubble. The general on the scene, after confirming through the unmanned aerial drone camera that there was no movement, sent several soldiers armed with submachine guns to slowly approach the explosion crater together. The soldiers were all on edge. Although the firepower just now was fierce, everyone knew that the monster could not be measured by common sense. If it was not dead yet, there really would be no firepower on the scene that could contain it. So, this moment was crucial. Everyone held their breath, wanting to understand the situation inside the crater, yet fearing that the news they received might not be good, feeling tense. And it wasn't until the first soldier looked into the crater that a relieved smile appeared on his face, and he excitedly shouted to the rear, "Commander! The monster has been destroyed. Not even a speck of debris left. We won. Did we really win? Was that monster really killed?" At this moment, all the soldiers on the scene showed their relief at surviving the ordeal, and the general in the rear also smiled, quickly approaching to personally take a look inside the crater. When he confirmed that it was truly pitch black inside, with not a trace of debris left, his tense nerves finally relaxed. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted into it, "Report to headquarters, the monster has been eliminated. We will temporarily seal off the scene for further investigation by relevant agencies." And as the soldiers on the scene, with excited hearts, sealed off the area, no one noticed that in the dark night, a bat was slowly flying overhead. The bat's blood-red pupils looked down at the people below, a humanoid smile appearing on its face, causing an inexplicable chill in the hearts of those who saw it, a feeling of eerie strangeness. The bat flew to a distant hill and landed, accompanied by dark smoke. Dracula walked out elegantly, with the almost dying werewolf lying behind him. Dracula did not pay much attention to the werewolf, but came directly in front of Liu Yu. He slightly bowed his head and respectfully reported, "My esteemed creator, I have brought Mr. Beast back. He is indeed a qualified warrior, but his condition is not too good right now." Liu Yu nodded, "Well done, Dracula. The military has not detected your actions. For the werewolf, this is the best way to fake death. As long as the military does not find any clues, we can hide our extraordinary existence directly." Dracula replied with a smile, "You have thought it through." Liu Yu did not say much more and went straight to the werewolf. At this moment, the werewolf was indeed much weaker, with its fur somewhat grayish and emitting black smoke from its body. Even its originally fierce eyes became erratic, like red candles in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Liu Yu bent down, touched the werewolf's large furry head, and said with concern, "Oh, my poor werewolf, you are quite injured. Don't worry, I will soon provide you with fresh blood and flesh as compensation." The werewolf seemed to understand Liu Yu's words and let out a weak and muffled howl. Liu Yu smiled, stood up directly, and instructed Dracula, "Let's go, Dracula, take me and the werewolf to the other side of the city. Government officials will soon gather here, and we need to avoid them." Dracula bowed slightly, "Yes, my esteemed creator." On the other side of Jiangnan City, as personnel from various units quickly headed to the factory in the suburbs for investigation, none of them imagined that in another small town several kilometers away, the werewolf fragments they wanted to study were intact and lying in a house. Liu Yu sat on the sofa, surveying the room's layout, and asked, "Dracula, are you sure this place is far enough from the abandoned factory? The werewolf has just faked its death and fooled the military. We need to be cautious in our actions now and avoid attracting the attention of other humans." Dracula walked in from outside, carrying a man in his 50s, and explained to Liu Yu, "My esteemed creator, rest assured. I have surveyed this area from above. It is a remote town far from the city center, with only about 30 households in the entire town. Even if we eliminate them all, it won't attract attention quickly. Lu Yu nodded and walked to the window, looking at a large barrel outside marked with yellow skull symbols, and inside, there were unidentified meat soaking in pungent liquid. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite a coincidence. I read in the news before that in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, some unscrupulous individuals used oil barrels containing toxic heavy metals to produce poisonous fake beef. It seems we have found a good place. Dracula looked puzzled as he asked while holding the man, "Great creator, do you mean these humans are the villains in your world?" Lu Yu nodded. That's right. They are rotten to the core. In the past 2 years, many people have died of cancer after consuming this toxic meat, and these guys are indifferent, continuing to produce these harmful things. They are guilty and deserve to die. Dracula, you have indeed chosen a good place. Now, quickly feed this man to the werewolf. If it doesn't eat soon, it might really die. Dracula replied with a smile, "Yes, my esteemed creator." With that, Dracula approached the werewolf with the man in hand, his sharp nails protruding from his fingertips, and his skin turning a dark bluish color, resembling that of a dead person's hand. Swish! Dracula used his palm as a blade, cut the man, and fed him to the werewolf. The werewolf continued to chew in its mouth, the black aura dissipating from its body gradually decreasing until its eyes reignited with a deep red color. The black aura ceased to dissipate, and it sat up directly, preparing to howl at the sky again, but was immediately caught by Dracula's hand over its mouth. Their red eyes met, and Dracula smiled as he reminded, "Don't make a sound, Mr. Beast. The Creator has spoken. We have worked hard to create the illusion of your death. If your howl exposes your existence, all the Creator's efforts will be in vain." The werewolf glared at Dracula with hostility, refraining from howling but also not intending to obey Dracula's words. Instead, it shifted its gaze slowly towards Lu Yu, who was sitting beside them. Lu Yu understood that the werewolf was waiting for him to speak and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "All right, werewolf, Dracula is right. Endure for now. Once these days pass, I will provide you with an opportunity to vent." Only when Lu Yu spoke did the werewolf nod. It raised its massive claw to open Dracula's hand, stood up, and walked behind Lu Yu. Its message was clear: it would only listen to the commands of Lu Yu, its creator. Dracula could only smile helplessly. "It's truly heartbreaking. I painstakingly fed you with flesh and blood, and yet you still harbor dissatisfaction towards me." The werewolf snorted through its nostrils, expressing its pride with its head held high. Born from Lu Yu's hands, it was on the same level as Dracula and would only obey the commands of this sole creator. Lu Yu sat on the sofa, chuckled, and said, "All right, you two, don't argue over trivial matters. You are both extraordinary beings and should not waste time on such things." As Lu Yu spoke, both Dracula and the werewolf knelt down simultaneously to show their obedience. Dracula spoke, "I will follow your lead, my esteemed creator." The werewolf couldn't speak but let out a soft growl in agreement. Lu Yu found them quite adorable and didn't waste time on this matter, saying directly, "All right, both of you can stand up now." The werewolf has just regained its strength, but judging from its exhaustion, it must have depleted all the flesh and blood it hunted these days. It still needs more flesh and blood. "Both of you, go out and eat all the villagers in this village." The werewolf didn't have many thoughts. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, its ears perked up instantly. Its wolf mouth opened wide, thick saliva dripping from its sharp teeth, showing its excitement. Dracula looked at the werewolf beside him, his brows slightly furrowed with some disdain. However, with Lu Yu present, he didn't say much and asked with a hint of confusion, "My esteemed creator, I don't understand. Weren't you just cautioning us to be careful, hide our tracks, and avoid being discovered by other human soldiers? Why are you now asking us to eat the humans in this village? I am not questioning you, and I do wish to taste more fresh blood. However, this command seems to contradict what you previously instructed." Lu Yu nodded with a smile, "I meant that hiding our tracks is the primary goal now. But fundamentally, it's because I'm concerned that your feeding might be discovered by other humans. Strength is everything, and constantly hiding is not a solution. Feeding must continue, just be more cautious. Moreover, Dracula, you have already killed one person in this village. No matter how well you hide, being discovered is only a matter of time. It's better to be direct and eat all the people in the village. Besides, they are all guilty individuals. Killing them will actually save many others. Although I'm not particularly interested in saving society, these individuals are rare sources of flesh and blood. I have also found a way to cover up the disappearance of the villagers." Dracula raised his head strangely and asked, "May I ask, noble creator, what method do you use to conceal the disappearance of these mortals?" Lu Yu took out his phone, shook it in front of Dracula, and said with a smile, "I checked the weather forecast. It's going to rain, and thanks to the village you found, I found out that it happens to be near the mountain area where a landslide occurred last year. As long as we let the werewolves remove all the steel nails fixing the soil on the hillside and the fixed steel mesh, we can cause an accidental landslide. Although Dracula did not understand what a landslide and weather forecast were, he roughly understood that Liu wanted to create a natural disaster using the soil on the mountain to bury the entire village. He showed a highly admiring expression and complimented, "Indeed, you are our noble creator. Such a plan is truly ingenious, something those mortals would never think of." Liu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, but knowing that Dracula was very clever, he knew it was to please him. He didn't modestly decline the compliment and instead said, "Alright, you two go hunting. I'll wait for you at the village's entrance. Remember, act quickly and don't give them a chance to seek help." Dracula and the werewolf both bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, my noble creator." Howl. Liu smiled, said no more, and left the room. The werewolf and Dracula followed him, one beast and one ghost, like guardian spirits, walking out of the room with Liu. However, they were not gods but genuine monsters. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with a fierce light in the dark night, their sharp fangs and claws shining with a cold luster. It was a nightmare night for the residents of the village. Ah! A piercing scream rang out in the quiet night, spreading infinite terror among the residents. As more and more residents woke up from their sleep after the first scream, they turned on the lights in their homes, put on their nightclothes, and hurriedly ran out of their houses, looking towards the direction of the screams. Many villagers gathered together, discussing and speculating on where the screams were coming from and why. "Hey, did you hear that? Who's making such a fuss? I think it's Jinjuan's family. They live at the end of the village, always up to no good, messing around and live streaming all day. Shall we go and take a look? We're all from the same village, after all, and he might be in trouble. If we don't help, his girlfriend from out of town might blame us. Alright, let's go and have a look. There are many of us, we're not afraid of anything." After some discussion, the group prepared to gather and head towards the end of the village. However, before they could take a few steps, the gate of a courtyard in front of them was suddenly kicked open. The huge iron gate flew more than 20 meters away and crashed into the wall of the opposite courtyard. Boom! This sudden scene startled all the villagers. Before they could react, a dark figure suddenly walked out from the courtyard that had been kicked open. With a towering height of 3 meters, a strong body like a bull, and a terrifying wolf head, the appearance of this figure scared all 5 or 6 villagers present. They were almost paralyzed with fear, screaming, "Monster! The monster has become a demon! Oh no! Oh no! Run! Run fast!" After the group screamed, they quickly fled in fear. However, how could the werewolf let them go so easily? Just now, it had already eaten 2 people, and its strength had fully recovered. Its long, slender mouth curled slightly upwards, saliva flowing between sharp teeth in its gaping maw. Whoosh! The werewolf moved, leaping fiercely and directly covering over 50 meters in one bound, its massive body crashing down from above. The villagers running out below suddenly found their shadows disappearing under the streetlights, enveloped by an even larger dark shadow. A strong sense of fear surged through their hearts, and in their panic, one villager turned around, only to be crushed into a pulp by the werewolf before he could even see what was behind him. Splat! Crushed flesh and blood splattered out, causing the villagers running towards to collapse in fear, their faces filled with anxiety. One person tremblingly pulled out a phone from his pocket, intending to dial for help, but the next second, a clawed hand pierced through his chest. Squish! Blood sprayed out onto the ground several meters away, the man's face twisted in pain and fear. Blood overflowed from his mouth, the phone slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground, where it was crushed by the boot that came down, the crackling sound of electricity echoing beneath the boot. The man, not giving up, reached out to grab the arm piercing his chest, hoping to break free from the grasp and perhaps save himself. However, the next second, his head was cleanly severed, rolling on the ground and covered in mud. Dracula casually retracted his hand, tasting the blood on it, which, unsurprisingly, was mixed with various impurities. Frowning slightly, he wiped his hand clean of the blood and turned to the werewolf feasting on meat and chewing bones in front of him, saying, "Mr. Beast, let me remind you that our esteemed creator has clearly instructed us to swiftly eliminate the humans in this village, to prevent them from escaping or spreading any messages. If I hadn't intervened just now, our presence and slaughter might have been exposed. You should be more cautious." The werewolf chewed on the meat in its mouth, its red eyes coldly staring at Dracula in front of it. Though reluctant to admit it, the werewolf knew the other was right. However, it still didn't want to heed Dracula's advice. Silently rising, it grabbed a nearby planted tree, using its massive claws to strip the branches clean, forming a sharp wooden stake. This action caused Dracula, not far away, to narrow his eyes, a cold light emanating from them. Maintaining his elegant smile, he asked, "My dear Mr. Beast, are you threatening me? Do you want to fight me to see who is stronger and whose words carry more weight?" The werewolf's pupils locked onto Dracula, the two monsters silently facing off on a dark street, as if the next moment would herald an epic battle. Dracula remained smiling, unafraid and prepared for battle, sharp nails slowly emerging from the palm behind his back, ready to compete with the werewolf at any moment. Unexpectedly, the werewolf did not charge at Dracula or thrust the wooden stake it had carved towards him. Instead, it turned slowly, wielding its strong arms and forcefully hurling the stake it held. Swish! The sharp, sturdy stake cut a perfect arc in the air, then descended sharply, piercing through two villagers running out. Squish! The bull-sized stake directly impaled the chests of the two villagers, pinning them alive, blood flowing from their chests down the stake. After a few convulsions, they tragically passed away. The werewolf turned around and growled at the two villagers, "Awo!" It seemed to prove that it could also fulfill Liu Yu's instructions very well, which truly surprised Dracula. He hid his sharp nails in his hands, slowly retracted them, and wore a gentle smile on his face. He said to the werewolf, "Ah, I am truly surprised. It seems that our beastly friend can indeed carry out the Creator's orders alone. In that case, I am relieved. Your methods truly impress me. Perhaps you are more suitable for the title of Impaler than I am. Since becoming a vampire, I rarely touch wooden stakes." The werewolf never treated Dracula kindly, nor did it need the title of Impaler. It ignored Dracula and turned directly to move towards the next villager. Dracula did not care about the werewolf's indifference and smiled as he prepared to find new blood to feed on. At that moment, in a courtyard not far away, two burly men heard the commotion outside and ran out of their house. They saw the villager whose head had been chopped off on the ground not far away, as well as Dracula in Western noble attire with blood on his hands, instantly furious and understanding what was happening. Dracula greeted the two men with a smile. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am feeling very hungry now. Can I borrow some of your blood? You are in your prime, your blood should be better than that old man's just now." Upon hearing this astonishing statement, the two brothers became furious and cursed, "Damn it! This foreigner must die. I knew these foreigners coming to Xia country had no good intentions. Second brother, let's go. Let's kill him. Let's go, big brother. The two of us brothers are not afraid of foreigners." After speaking, the two brothers went straight home. One picked up a hoe, the other a shovel, and rushed towards Dracula, shouting, "Watch me take you down with a slide tackle, you foreigner." This time, Dracula did not act directly. Instead, he smiled and suddenly widened his eyes, looking at one of the brothers. Whoosh! Red pupils emitted a strange light, and the man, in the instant he locked eyes with Dracula, froze, slowly lowering the hoe in his hand. His eyes also flickered with red light, as if being controlled. Dracula was very satisfied with this hypnotism and issued his first command to him, "My loyal servant, obey my command, kill your brother." The man with red eyes spoke expressionlessly, "Yes, my master, I will kill my brother now." The man who was about to slide tackled Dracula with the shovel, upon hearing his brother's response, instantly stopped, looking astonished at his brother behind him, asking, "Second brother, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Learning from that foreigner? Wake up quickly, we still need to kill him." However, the man's second brother did not answer him but slowly raised the hoe in his hand and fiercely smashed it down on his big brother's head. Bang! Out of trust in his brother, the man did not dodge. However, he had trusted his brother too much, to the extent that he lost his life directly. His head was smashed open, and he fell to the ground, blood flowing. Dracula grabbed the man's body and bit directly into his neck. Poochie! The bright red blood flowed from Dracula's mouth, the exceptionally pure blood making Dracula's eyes light up with red. He was very satisfied and exerted more force with his mouth, grabbing the man's body with both hands and lifting his feet off the ground. Dracula's body was nourished by this fresh blood, experiencing an unprecedented sense of pleasure. The suction on his sharp fangs kept increasing, while the man in his hands continued to shrivel, his hair becoming dry, skin wrinkling, and body shrinking. Until finally, the man turned into a dried-up corpse. After draining the entire man dry, not leaving a drop of blood, Dracula reluctantly tossed the man's body on the ground, elegantly wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and said satisfactorily, "Indeed, a man in his prime, although not as sweet as a virgin's blood, but rich and clean, making me feel full of strength throughout my body." Then, Dracula looked somewhat wistfully at the man who was also his brother and said, "My loyal servant, do you have any other relatives who can provide me with their blood for consumption?" The man's eyes flashed red, like a mentally ill patient missing the frontal lobe, and replied expressionlessly, "My dear master, I have parents, my elder brother's wife, 2 daughters, a son, my wife, and my son." Dracula's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he rarely smiled with delight, saying, "That's wonderful. You are indeed part of a large family. Take me to meet them quickly, I can't wait to drain them all dry." The The man bent over expressionlessly and said, "Please follow me. It would be their honor to become your blood meal, master." With that, the man stiffly led the way for Dracula, leading the vampire progenitor into his home. In the dark courtyard, numerous horrifying screams echoed. "Tai Zhu! Who is this person you brought back, a foreigner? Is that blood flowing from his mouth? Tai Zhu, didn't you go out with your elder brother? Where is your elder brother, Jin Zhu? Zhuer, what are you doing holding that hoe? I am your father. Have you gone mad? Mad. Tai Zhu has gone mad. He's killed someone. Tai Zhu has gone crazy and killed his own father. Dad, please say something. You're covered in blood. I'm so scared. Half an hour later, Dracula walked out of the courtyard alone, elegantly wiping the blood from his mouth, and said with little regret, "It's a pity. Humans with such clean blood are rare to come by. If possible, I would have liked to keep one for the lineage, to continue for generations as a food source for me. But alas, my esteemed creator has decreed that all the people in this village must die, and even I cannot defy his command." Shaking his head with regret, Dracula strolled leisurely towards the next villager. Although he felt sorry for Tai Zhu's family, there were too many humans in the world for him to give up everything for one regret. Besides, werewolves were also rampaging and feasting in the village, and since they both did not have clearly defined hunting territories, it all came down to who was faster. Dracula would not slow down, he had to seize the time to feed. This remote village had become a hunting ground for two legendary monsters, where one could either be elegantly drained of blood and turned into a dried-up corpse or brutally torn to pieces by sharp claws and devoured by the fanged mouths. Neither option seemed favorable, but unfortunately, the villagers did not have a third choice. However, perhaps there was one: to end their own lives before the monsters arrived, to avoid experiencing that fear and pain. But who would so easily choose to end their own existence? Most people, upon hearing the screams, realized something was wrong and prepared to run out of the village. However, these two monsters immersed in slaughter did not lose themselves in the pleasure of feasting. Their ears were sharp, and once someone was ready to drive away from the village, they would be pierced through the body by large bricks or wooden stakes falling from the sky, smashing them to death. The bloody massacre continued until after 3 in the morning. Luyu leaned against the street lamp at the village exit, scrolling on his phone, looking for the next carved monster to strengthen his ghostly power. The abilities of werewolves and vampires were indeed outstanding, but relying solely on them was not enough to ensure Luyu's safety, because Luyu was not only facing the police and military forces, but all of humanity. In order to avoid being hunted down by all of humanity after his identity was exposed, he had to make the necessary preparations to have the strength to go to war with humanity after his identity was revealed. As Luyu thought about this, his scrolling on the phone slowed down involuntarily, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he muttered to himself, "So, does that mean the Third World War was caused by me? It really gets the blood pumping." Luyu shook his head with a silly smile, thinking about this now is too silly. Let's focus on the present first, and manage these two legendary beings before anything else. Click. As Luyu was speaking, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his face. He raised his head in surprise, looked at the dark sky, and saw that a fine rain had begun to fall. Finally, it's raining. Luyu smiled, and the nervousness in his heart eased a bit. He had been worried about how to cover up the fact that the villagers had been eaten if it didn't rain. Now that it was raining, he didn't have to worry about anything. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Luyu shouted towards the village, "Dracula! Werewolf! Are you both ready? It's raining already, hurry up and clean up. We should bury the village soon." His words had barely faded when a loud beastly roar sounded from the village, the werewolf's response. It was quite miraculous that Luyu seemed to understand the werewolf's howl, probably meaning that it would be ready soon. Dracula also responded, "Noble master, I will be ready soon." And indeed, they were both very quick. In less than 2 minutes, several miserable screams could be heard from the village. Soon, the werewolf leaped up from the ground with a heavy thud, and Dracula swiftly flew over as a bat. After transforming from a bat back into human form, Dracula took out a black umbrella from under his cloak and came up behind Luyu to shield him, elegantly saying, "Noble creator, let me hold the umbrella for you so you won't get wet in the rain." Luyu smiled and said, "Dracula, you are considerate." The werewolf stood alone in the rain, with a slight anger in its wolf eyes as it looked at Dracula, as if saying, "You think you're capable?" Dracula paid no attention to the werewolf's hostility, but smiled at it, as if saying, "I am capable. It's your fault for not being able to transform into human form, always looking like a big silly beast." "Humph." The werewolf snorted out 2 columns of air from its nose to express its dissatisfaction, but Luyu chose to ignore it. He couldn't intervene too much in the fate of these legendary beings, it was best to let them handle it themselves. saying too much would damage his image, and he needed to maintain the demeanor of a perfect creator. Luyu said to the two monsters, "Alright, let's go to the mountain. Dracula, you are responsible for taking me to a safe area. Werewolf, you are responsible for removing the steel nails securing the mountain and destroying all the steel nets, ensuring that the soil halfway down the mountain slides completely, burying the village completely. This is a very important task that requires your strength. Take it seriously, do you hear me, werewolf?" "Oh, whoa!" The werewolf roared, nodded towards Luyu, and quickly ran towards the hill ahead, breaking many trees planted on the hill along the way with great vigor. Dracula opened his cloak, enveloping Luyu's figure, and whispered, "Then we're leaving, esteemed creator." With that, Dracula completely enveloped Luyu's body in the cloak, transforming himself into a dark bat and flew towards the mountaintop. In less than 3 minutes, Dracula arrived at the mountaintop, holding a pure black umbrella, standing behind Luyu like an elegant butler. Meanwhile, the werewolf reached the halfway point of the mountain. The loose soil here made every step of the werewolf's massive body leave a deep claw mark. It reached the top of the landslide protection net, grabbed the steel nails embedded in the mountain, and pulled them out with a strong force. Crack! Despite the sturdy steel nails being deeply embedded in the rock over 3 meters, they were no match for the werewolf's terrifying strength. With a slight effort, it shattered the entire rock below, pulling out the thick steel nails. It then proceeded to pull out over 300 thick steel nails on the mountainside and then grabbed the steel net below with both arms and pulled it forcefully. Crack, snap, pop. As the steel ropes below kept breaking, the werewolf tore apart the over 600 meters long steel net, and the rain in the sky gradually intensified. Large raindrops fell on the werewolf's body, soaking its fluffy fur, revealing explosive muscles underneath, making its body appear even more robust. Oh whoa! Having successfully completed Luyu's task, the werewolf felt jubilant. After a loud roar, it quickly ran towards the mountaintop. The loose soil at the werewolf's footprints left behind had been soaked by the heavy rain, and clear marks began to appear as the mountainside slowly slid downwards. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The previous night's heavy rain had washed away the floating dust in the air, making the air much fresher, and the sky exceptionally blue. Luyu lay in bed, turned over contentedly, slowly sat up, and stretched lazily. Although he didn't return home until nearly dawn yesterday, he had accomplished many tasks, tested Dracula's abilities, witnessed the werewolf's strength, successfully faked the werewolf's death, deceived the soldiers, and replenished Dracula and the werewolf with blood and flesh. Then the heavy rain covered the scene, everything was considered perfect. Luyu felt very comfortable. He picked up his phone to check the time, which showed 11:52. He had slept for about 6 hours, almost sleeping until noon, but he didn't have to go to school today, so it didn't matter how long he slept. After lying in bed for a while, Luyu took out 100 yuan from his bag and decided to go downstairs to the restaurant for a good meal. He hadn't spent the 270,000 cash brought back by the werewolf yet, and now he considered himself a rich man, no longer needing to live the miserable life he had before. The shops outside were still the same as usual, with only a few open. It seemed that everyone was still in fear from the monster videos and dared not go out. But none of this mattered to Luyu. Even if society collapsed directly, it had nothing to do with him. As long as he could continuously resurrect monsters, conquering the world was not a problem. However, Luyu didn't have such great ambitions at the moment. He would take it step by step. Creating too many monsters that he couldn't manage was not an option. He would familiarize himself slowly, and everything would be his as long as he prepared patiently. As usual, after ordering 2 dishes in the restaurant, Luyu began his breakfast. In the past, he only had the chance to enjoy meat dishes during the Chinese New Year. Now, he can have them anytime. The improvement in quality of life has made Luyu very satisfied. In the restaurant, the old TV set is still on as usual, broadcasting news. Luyu used to have no interest in news, but now it's different. He is eager to see reports about werewolves. When the video showcasing high-end liquor finished playing, it was time for him to see the familiar broadcaster. The broadcaster in a suit had a smile on his face as he read from the script, "Good news for the citizens of Jiangnan City. We have just received information that the relevant personnel have successfully eliminated all large wild beasts lurking in the city area. This information has been confirmed by the relevant departments. You can now safely go out on the streets without fear or panic. Government departments, schools, hospitals, and other important facilities will gradually resume operations. Please pay attention to the specific restoration times provided by the relevant departments." Initially, the news was good, but when he heard that schools were going to resume classes, Luyu's expression changed. He didn't want to go back to school. If he didn't have to attend, he could spend a day at home carving a monster. However, if he had to go to school, it would waste 3 to 4 days of his time, which wasn't ideal for him. Although he thought this way, Lu Yu knew he couldn't resist. This was one of the impacts brought about by the werewolf's fake death. He couldn't reveal too much at the moment. Suddenly skipping school would almost be like proving his connection to the werewolf. Everything had to be taken slowly. He needed to gradually develop his influence while maintaining his social identity. The news from another broadcaster that followed brought some relief to Lu Yu. It was a female broadcaster with a neat short haircut. She looked serious as she reported, in a brief update, a serious mountain landslide incident occurred in Majiatan, Lingshan district of Jiangnan City in the early hours of today. The entire Majiatan was engulfed by the mudslide from the hillside, causing severe damage. Currently, a large number of rescue personnel are rushing to the scene. However, due to the excessive amount of mud from the landslide and its massive volume, the rescue operation is extremely difficult. Some villagers are buried underneath, and large machinery cannot be used for excavation. Therefore, experts are currently discussing rescue measures. Small-scale rescue activities have begun. Let's hope for more good news to come. As Lu Yu had anticipated, because there were people buried underneath, the rescue team wouldn't use large machinery for excavation to avoid harming those trapped below. Just like excavating artifacts, it required delicate and careful work. If a shovel went down and directly hit the head of a trapped person, the public opinion would turn against the rescue team. To save or not to save, sometimes reality was like that. Just like the collapse of a building on Eagle Sauce's side, after several days, only a cat was rescued, and the rescuers faced heavy criticism. This situation provided an opportunity for Lu Yu to hide the werewolf and Dracula for feeding. Continuing to feed for these few days should make them both much stronger. The werewolf was the best evidence. Normally, a werewolf couldn't withstand bullets. A few shots to the head would likely be fatal. However, a werewolf that had consumed many people could now withstand bullets. This was a qualitative leap. Lu Yu dared not imagine how powerful it would become after consuming thousands or tens of thousands of people. After a simple meal, Lu Yu left. He didn't have much to do now, but there was one thing he needed to confirm. He took the bus directly to the city hospital, bought a fruit basket at the nearby supermarket, and went straight into the hospital. Yes, Lu Yu was going to see Officer Lu, the policeman who had always suspected him and was the first to conduct an experiment on him. He needed to confirm whether Officer Lu had truly given up investigating him. Just like last time, Lu Yu went straight to the inpatient department, asked at the front desk, and sure enough, Officer Lu was staying here. And just like before, he was in a room on the top floor. Lu Yu went all the way up to the top floor and knocked on the door outside the ward. Knock, knock, knock. A voice of confusion came from Officer Lu inside the ward. Who is it? Hearing that he was still in the room, Lu Yu felt relieved and replied, Officer Lu, it's me, Lu Yu. Do you remember when you talked to me privately before? Lu Yu. Officer Lu's voice sounded surprised, and he quickly said, Come in, Lu Yu. Lu Yu responded and walked into the room. To his surprise, there was not only Officer Lu in the room, but also a tall, fair-skinned girl. When the girl saw Lu Yu, she was also curious. Although Lu Yu didn't know what was going on, he still smiled and put the fruit basket on the table beside him, then sat down by the bed. Officer Lu was now wearing a patient gown, with a bandage wrapped around his arm. He looked fine, not like he had suffered serious injuries. He looked at Lu Yu with little surprise and said, I didn't expect you to come see me. How did you know I was hospitalized? And you, a student, even bought a fruit basket. It's good enough that you came to see me. Don't spend money, take it back later. Lu Yu shook his head and calmly replied, There's no need for that, Officer Lu. You've always been kind to me. I was a bit out of control emotionally before, said some unpleasant things. Please forgive me. I saw the news report and knew you were injured while on a mission and hospitalized at the city hospital, so I came to check on you. Please accept the fruit basket. It's not worth much. The living expenses my family gives me are enough for me. After the two exchanged pleasantries, the girl sitting across from them curiously asked, Uncle Lu, who is this? Officer Lu then realized and smiled somewhat embarrassedly, pointing to Lu Yu and introducing him to her. Yusen, this is a classmate I met when I was working at Ijong before. He is a senior 3 student at Ijong, named Lu Yu. You two should be close in age. After that, Officer Lu turned to Lu Yu and introduced, Lu Yu, this is my niece, Moyuxin. She just started her freshman year this year, should be a year older than you, if I remember correctly. Lu Yu smiled at Moyuxin and greeted her, hello. Moyuxin also smiled slightly and replied, so you're also from Ijong in Jiangnan City. In that case, you're my junior. She appeared very friendly, and just sitting there, one could tell she was tall, probably around 1.7 meters, and had a gentle smile. Lu Yu was not captivated by her appearance but could tell at first sight that she was from a wealthy family, always calm and humorous, like the children of other families as described by parents, similar to the upper-class students in the class with Lee Joshua. Lu Yu responded to her banter with a smile and nodded, "Hello, senior." Haha, the three in the room laughed, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. After they all finished laughing, Lu Yu asked, "Officer Lu, there's actually something I wanted to ask you about this time." Officer Lu stopped laughing and turned to Lu Yu, asking, "What is it?" "It's okay, Yusin is here, too." Lu Yu nodded and then asked, "So, I just wanted to ask, earlier you mentioned that you wanted me to cooperate with your investigation?" Later, I slept until morning, and when I woke up and left my room, I didn't see any other police officers, so I left directly. I came this time just to ask, is the investigation over? Or do I still need to continue cooperating in some way? Because no one has contacted me, and I am a bit worried. Officer Lu sighed helplessly upon hearing this and said apologetically, "Regarding this matter, it was indeed our negligence. Because there was a sudden emergency case that night, all the officers on duty rushed over to help, so we forgot to inform you. As for cooperating with the investigation, you can just forget about it, don't worry about it. It's all over now. You can continue with your studies, you don't need to worry about this, and we won't come looking for you in the future." Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Officer Lu's response. When he returned home earlier, he had Dracula investigate the surroundings of the house, and indeed there were no police officers monitoring him in secret or any cameras pointed directly at him. Officer Lu's response was like a final reassurance, allowing Lu Yu to completely let go of his worries. At least he received a positive response that the police would not continue investigating him. If anyone continued to track and investigate him, he could easily handle it. After all, the police had promised not to continue the investigation. Even if something really happened, no one could question Lu Yu. They were the ones who decided to track and investigate him, so any consequences would be their responsibility, not Lu Yu's. He was just an innocent high school student. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Officer Lu, Lu Yu made up an excuse and bid farewell to the two of them, leaving the hospital room. As Lu Yu's footsteps gradually faded away, Officer Lu, who had always been kind, suddenly turned serious. He turned to look at Mo Yusin and warned, "Yusin, listen carefully. If you see Lu Yu on the street and he hasn't noticed you, just hide, don't greet him, and avoid too much contact. Do you understand?" Mo Yusin blinked, feeling puzzled, and asked, "Why? Uncle Lu, why are you suddenly so serious and your expression has changed so drastically? Please don't scare me." Officer Lu shook his head and asked very seriously, "Have you seen that wildly circulating video online before?" Mo Yusin nodded, "Of course, I've seen it. It's been trending. In our QQ group, we share those clips of strange monster videos all day, but it's just a well-made video with realistic special effects. Not many people take it seriously. In my opinion, because of that video, many people in the city were scared to go out. It's a bit of a joke. How could such a thing be real?" Officer Lu explained very seriously, "I'm telling you now as a police officer, that monster is real, a truly real monster, existing in reality. I know you probably won't believe me saying this, but that monster is real. And that monster has eaten many people, several of our officers have unfortunately sacrificed, even the injuries on my body were caused by that monster. I swear to you, you must take this seriously, do not have too much contact with Lu Yu." Mo Yusin looked at Officer Lu's serious expression and knew he wasn't joking. She cleared her throat and asked with some difficulty to imagine, "Is there really a monster? And the people the monster ate in the video, were they all alive?" Officer Lu nodded with a look of regret. "Because of that monster, the number of people directly or indirectly killed or injured in Jiangnan City has reached nearly 300. This matter is too significant, especially after the video of the monster eating people was exposed. The military was directly alerted, and even I no longer have the authority to continue investigating this matter." Mo Yusin knew that this matter was far from trivial. Even her uncle, the police chief, did not have the authority to intervene, which directly indicated the seriousness with which this matter was being treated. It was likely escalating to a national level. Moreover, this was not just an ordinary case of malicious injury. The legendary monster had appeared in reality, and if taken to a larger scale, it could even directly impact the entire world. However, after understanding the severity of the situation, Mo Yusin asked with some confusion, "Uncle Lu, the monster is real, and I understand how serious it is. But what does this have to do with Lu Yu? Are you trying to tell me that Lu Yu is the monster? Like a werewolf transforming on a full moon night?" Officer Lu sighed, feeling dejected as he lay on the bed, and said, "This is a long story. Initially, no one in our department ever thought that monsters truly existed in this world. It started when several students' parents reported to the police station that their children had gone missing. We initially thought it was just ordinary runaway cases. You know how children nowadays have their ID cards, mobile payment apps, and WeChat with money. They watch a few videos online, get impulsive, buy a train ticket, and leave. It's that simple. Every day, many rebellious children leave home without a word, and we didn't take it seriously. However, later, several parents came to the station, and upon questioning, we found out that all the missing students were from Class 4 of Grade 3 at No. 1 High School. By this point, Mo Yusin had already guessed the general idea and asked, "So they were all in the same class as Lu Yu?" Officer Lu nodded, looking at Mo Yusin with satisfaction, and said, "Indeed, you are a university student who passed the police academy entrance exam. You figured it out so quickly." Mo Yusin was now very nervous, not feeling particularly happy about the praise, and hurriedly asked, "Uncle Lu, don't digress. How did you find out that those missing students were related to Lu Yu? Normally, you would check surveillance footage and chat messages on their phones for evidence, right?" Officer Lu continued, "The surveillance footage was all fine. The students were seen in the videos, and then in the next video, they disappeared. There was nothing noteworthy in their chat messages. Moreover, after their disappearance, there were no new messages sent. We began to suspect kidnapping, but none of the parents received ransom calls. So we went to the school and questioned several students from Class 4, and to our surprise, we found that all the missing students, without exception, had conflicts with Lu Yu. More precisely, they had mostly bullied Lu Yu, involving incidents of campus bullying. It was not something the police could easily intervene in. When we arrived at the school, we found that the class teacher of Class 4 was also absent, and even the principal couldn't reach her by phone. All the clues pointed to Lu Yu, but when we checked the surveillance, Lu Yu went straight home after school. None of the nearby cameras captured him leaving at night. Moreover, Lu Yu, a slender student, didn't seem capable of single-handedly killing 6 or 7 stronger students, plus a female teacher in her 40s, overnight. Not to mention the issue of disposing of the bodies. Everything became mysterious and confusing. The investigation reached a deadlock. However, everything changed the next day. That night, we received a distress call from a student. When our colleagues arrived at the scene, they finally saw the monster. It was covered in fur, towering over 3 meters tall. If we hadn't arrived in time, the girl held in the monster's hand would have been lost. Mo Yusin immediately grasped the key point and asked, "So the students harmed by the monster were also people who had conflicts and impulsiveness towards Lu Yu?" Officer Lu nodded. To be precise, it wasn't just one student, but several students gathered together. We checked the chat records of those students and found out that they had made an appointment to go find Lu Yu together, intending to teach him a lesson. However, it was on their way to him that they encountered that monster. We claimed it was a car accident to the public, but in reality, it was just to cover up the existence of the monster. Mo Yusin, puzzled, asked, "Why couldn't we inform the public that the monster hadn't been captured yet, and mobilize the masses for a large-scale search? It should have been the fastest way." I watched the video and saw that the monster was afraid of bullets. It should have just been stronger. Even if we couldn't capture it, warning students and citizens to be more vigilant and stay at home would have been more effective, wouldn't it? Officer Lu shook his head. "This matter is too bizarre. We simply cannot disclose it to the public, or else society could descend into chaos. Especially for the citizens living in Jiangnan City, it could lead to a mass exodus, disrupting social order. If a large number of people leave Jiangnan City, the entire economy of Jiangnan City will collapse. The chaos and panic caused by such an event would be far more serious than the monster. Moreover, this matter is too strange. As government officials, if we were to announce it to the public, we would only be seen as a joke, and it would diminish the trust of the citizens in us." Mo Yusin nodded and asked again, "So, because the injured individuals were all related to Lu Yu, do you feel that the monster is connected to Lu Yu? Did the military not continue the investigation after taking over?" Officer Lu replied, "The military emphasizes efficiency and results. Also, due to my previous misjudgment, which resulted in a large number of casualties, my investigation was terminated." At this point, Mo Yusin suddenly remembered the news she had seen in the morning and asked, "I saw the news this morning saying that a large wild beast in the city area had been eliminated. Could it be referring to that monster? Has the military already eliminated the monster?" Officer Lu's expression darkened as he mentioned this. "The military claimed to have used tanks to eliminate the monster, but I don't believe the monster is truly dead because there was no trace left at the scene. And until now, we still don't know whether the monster is a living creature with flesh and blood or some kind of energy entity like a ghost. Moreover, as you just saw Lu Yu, his demeanor was good and relaxed. It's a stark contrast to the introverted and reclusive teenager I saw before." Mo Yusin realized that Lu Yu didn't fit the typical profile of a bullied teenager who would be more withdrawn. She lowered her voice and asked, Officer Liu, are you suggesting that Liu is connected to that monster? The monster didn't die but is just hiding? Officer Liu rubbed his forehead and said, I'm not sure, and I won't speculate. I just know that Liu is indeed problematic. Just remember not to have too much contact with him. Mo Yusin nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Officer Liu, once you recover from your injuries, will you continue to investigate Liu? Officer Liu was a bit confused about this. He sighed and said, let's talk about it after I'm discharged from the hospital. The casualties caused by my previous decisions were too great. It's uncertain whether I can return to work. But if there are still mysterious casualties happening in Jiangnan City, whether I'm a police officer or not, I will continue to investigate. On the other side, Liu was unaware of their discussion. By this time, he had already boarded the bus and headed straight home. After learning about the news reports, he knew that the school would soon resume classes, leaving him little time to carve monsters all day. He needed to make good use of his time. Back in his room, Liu took out another piece of wood from his backpack. This time, he wanted to create a monster that would be helpful to him, capable of producing results for him to experiment with on himself. Although werewolves and Dracula were both good choices, they only appeared at night to protect themselves. Liu, on the other hand, was a fragile human being who didn't even meet the standards of a normal high school student. His weak body was too fragile for him, and he needed to become stronger. As for monsters related to scientists, the most famous one would naturally be Frankenstein, a scientific monster created from numerous body parts. Although the novel itself did not mention Frankenstein having scientific talents, he was one of the few monsters Liu could think of that had a connection to science. Without further ado, Liu took out his knife and began his third monster carving. After finding a picture of Frankenstein on his phone, Liu directly drew a frontal outline on the wooden block and began to remove the excess parts. Countless wood shavings were carved away with his knife, quickly revealing the outline of a muscular giant. With the experience from the previous two carvings, Liu's carving skills had become more proficient. As the knife fell, the wooden block soon took the shape of a muscular giant. Next, he carved the specific details, with Frankenstein's skin being the most troublesome. Although he was a humanoid monster, his body was made up of different body parts from various corpses, requiring many fine lines. A complete monster image would likely have a significant impact on the monster's strength, just like the difference between deformity and normalcy. Liu dared not be careless. He didn't know how long his ability to carve monsters with a knife would last, so he wouldn't waste it. Each carving and choice of monster had to be taken seriously, as they were his guarantee of future safety. However, since he woke up at noon today and later went to the city hospital to see Officer Liu, it was already past 1 in the afternoon by the time he returned home, leaving him with little time to carve monsters. Night fell quickly, and Liu had not finished carving Frankenstein. He sighed with little regret, but it was nighttime now, and he had other things to do. The carving of Frankenstein would have to wait until tomorrow. He needed to set off now. A cold wind blew outside the window. The cramped room suddenly felt crowded again, with the large body of the werewolf and the elegant figure of Dracula appearing in the room at the same time. Liu had anticipated this scene in advance, so he sat on the bed, leaving space for the two of them to arrive. After Dracula's figure solidified, he slightly bowed and respectfully greeted Liu. Good evening, my esteemed creator. May I ask what orders you have for us tonight? Howl. The werewolf also lowered its head and let out a low growl, but the room was too small for its strong body to bend down. Liu looked at the two monsters in front of him and said, I told you yesterday that after the werewolf's fake death, you two need to be extra careful when feeding. You can't be as reckless as before, but feeding must continue. We need a new feeding ground to shelter those missing humans, so today we need to go out and occupy a new stronghold. The werewolf blinked and roughly understood the meaning, but it couldn't express any opinions. Dracula looked up, smiling, my esteemed creator, your idea is excellent. The room we are currently in is indeed a bit crowded, so finding a new hiding place is undoubtedly the right choice. I don't know what kind of location you need. You describe the place you want, and Mr. Beast and I can take over the location you need based on your description, whether it's a castle or a dungeon. With our strength, even if we encounter the army with the dark metal giant beasts we faced before, we can still win. As long as you give us orders, there is no place in the city that we cannot conquer. Liu knew that the metal giant beasts Dracula mentioned were tanks. It seemed that he was very confident in his own strength, which was a good thing. However, he didn't need to use force today. He waved his hand and explained, you don't need to find a place for me. I have already found a new stronghold, and there is no need to conquer it. What we need this time is your ability, Dracula. My ability? Dracula was somewhat puzzled. Liu nodded and explained, as I said before, What we need is a place where we can hide and feed in peace. So attacking buildings or killing all the humans inside is not an option, as it will quickly expose us. What we need is a group of humans who can protect us, so we need your ability to completely hypnotize them and make them our protectors. Dracula instantly understood Lu Yu's meaning and smiled, lowering his head. Indeed, our noble creator, you have considered it so thoughtfully. Please tell me where the place I need to occupy is, and I can complete your task quickly. Lu Yu took out his phone and pointed to the distant dark building outside the window, saying, "It's there, the Vic Pharmaceutical Company. Their corporate building in the city center is perfect. It's a foreign-owned company. They have a laboratory in the corporate building in Jiangnan City, and they recruit a batch of people to test drugs every month, which is very suitable for our needs." Dracula looked at the distant dark skyscraper and was also satisfied. He said, "Let's go, esteemed creator." With that, Dracula opened his cloak, the dark red fabric fluttering, enveloping Lu Yu and the werewolf. Then he transformed into a bat and flew towards the Vic Pharmaceutical Company. The Vic Pharmaceutical Building, which was over 500 meters tall, was already one of the tallest buildings in Jiangnan City. It was entirely black, like a black giant tree rooted there, standing out from the surrounding environment. Because it was newly built in the past 2 years, it still looked relatively new. Many men and women in professional attire entered through the lobby on the first floor. After swiping their work cards, they could pass through the turnstile and enter. With a puff of black mist, Dracula transformed back into human form in a shadowy area, releasing Lu Yu and the werewolf. As Lu Yu and Dracula prepared to enter, the werewolf following behind also took steps with them. This change made Lu Yu immediately stop, smiling as he patted the werewolf's sturdy body, saying, "Werewolf, you stay here for now. What we need to do is not about killing. We don't need you yet. When Dracula and I call for you, then you can come." The werewolf's ears drooped slightly, seeming disappointed. Dracula added fuel to the fire. "That's right, with your huge body, you'll scare the welcoming maids at the entrance. Let me and the creator, in human form, handle this. You just stay here obediently." The werewolf growled lowly, glaring at Dracula in anger. Lu Yu calmed it down before it could lose its temper, and the werewolf silently crouched in the corner, waiting for both to call. Before Lu Yu and Dracula entered the Vic Corporation building, Dracula stopped and said, "My great creator, if you wish to act discreetly, I can do something for you. My cloak, once draped over your body, can grant you similar abilities to mine, leaving no shadow in the mirror. Although still visible to humans, it will enhance some extraordinary features without leaving a trace. Do you think you need it?" Lu Yu's face lit up, saying, "Of course, Dracula." With a ding, as the lobby sensor door opened, Dracula curiously looked at the glass sides, amazed. "It's magical. There are no attendants on either side, yet the door opens automatically, as if by magic." Lu Yu smiled and explained, "It's just a sensor, nothing to do with magic." Their appearance attracted attention in the lobby. Lu Yu, just an ordinary student, didn't seem remarkable. But Dracula, standing behind him, was different. Not only did he have the handsome appearance of a standard European prince, but he also wore vintage noble attire, with a wine-red standing collar cloak, resembling a nobleman from an English drama. Many women admired him, some even discreetly taking out their phones to record videos for TikTok, hoping to gain followers. However, when they turned the camera towards Dracula, they were surprised to find nothing in the frame. Even though the camera was aimed at Dracula, the surroundings were clear, and they could see him with their eyes, but his figure was absent on the screen. This is strange. Is my camera broken? Could he be performing magic? Impossible. Our boss is so stingy, he only gives out tissue boxes at the annual meeting. Would he spend money to hire a foreigner for magic tricks? Despite the discussions, it didn't cause much panic. After all, who would have expected the vampire progenitor Dracula, who appeared in countless movies, to be standing in front of them at that moment? As Lu Yu prepared to take Dracula directly to the CEO's office on the top floor, a security guard in a suit rushed over in the lobby. He stood in front of them, looking unfriendly, and asked, "Who are you two? Which department are you from? I've never seen you before, and you don't even have access cards. Do you think you can just enter our company without checking in? Do you think I'm a decoration? Don't you know to ask first?" Before Lu Yu could respond, Dracula stepped forward abruptly. His deep eyes flashed with red light as he stared at the guard, coldly saying, "Now you are my slave, swish." The security guard's body trembled violently, even the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. His eyes also flickered with red light, but his expression was dull, like a plastic dummy. He slowly lowered his head and replied in a stiff tone, "Yes, my noble master." Dracula coldly looked down at the security guard and continued, "As punishment for your disrespect to the creator, I command you to go to the nearest riverbank, pick up the sharp-edged stones on the ground, swallow them all. Keep eating until your stomach bursts, your body filled with heavy stones, then walk into the river and drown yourself. Do you understand my instructions clearly? The security guard lowered his head and replied stiffly, yes, my noble master. After saying that, the security guard walked out of the hall with stiff steps and an expressionless face, heading towards the nearest river channel. After all this was done, Dracula turned around and respectfully asked, my esteemed creator, are you satisfied with punishing that rude and ugly human in this way? I followed your instructions and did not directly kill the person. But for such a disrespectful person, letting him continue to live in this world is an insult to you. Please forgive my presumption. Luyu smiled and replied, no need to apologize, Dracula, you did well. Now let us continue with the mission and not let this little incident delay our progress. Dracula looked up at the sound and nodded with a smile, yes, my noble creator. After that, Dracula turned to look at a woman who was secretly taking pictures in the hall and smiled, saying, could you please help me open this magic gate? Me? The woman who was taking pictures was still doubting whether her phone was broken, unable to capture any images. Upon hearing Dracula's greeting, she became flustered, almost dropping her phone. She withdrew her phone, preparing to respond and maybe add him on WeChat, but when she saw Dracula's red eyes, she instantly became stunned, responding expressionlessly, yes, my esteemed master. Her companions nearby, upon hearing her response, were not surprised but rather sarcastically commented, such a flirt, can't even walk straight when she sees a handsome foreigner, calling him master, how embarrassing. Exactly, what a loser, does that handsome guy really find you with that catfish face? He definitely just wants to borrow your access card. The group of women behind them were sarcastic, completely unaware of the woman's strange behavior. They were not surprised by the idea of borrowing access cards, as in the company, delivery personnel and maintenance workers without access cards would just ask someone for help. They also didn't care about outsiders entering the company, as they were already tired from work and had no energy to deal with such matters. The other people in the hall were puzzled as to why the security guard who should have been on duty suddenly walked out. But it had nothing to do with them, and no one was interested in knowing the reason. They would rather sit there and scroll through their phones. Ding! Identity recognized, please enter. With the crisp mechanical sound from the gate, the hypnotized woman led Luyu and Dracula directly into the interior of the Vic company. Dracula smiled and said, this infiltration turned out to be surprisingly easy. Luyu replied, it's normal. People have been too comfortable for too long and have forgotten how sudden danger can be, which works in our favor. Dracula nodded, the creator is right. 3 people went directly to the elevator entrance, and the hypnotized woman led the other 2 directly inside. After swiping the access card, she pressed the button for the top floor, heading straight to the CEO office of Vic Pharmaceuticals. Buzz! As the high-speed elevator continued to ascend, Dracula reached out to feel the interior wall of the elevator, marveling, it's truly amazing, we are constantly climbing upwards at such a fast speed. Luyu smiled without saying much. Dracula had only been born into the world for 2 nights, and many things would become clear to him naturally after waiting for a while, without the need for him to explain too much. Ding! At this moment, the changing numbers on the elevator slowly turned into 100, and the elevator doors opened. The hypnotized woman slowly raised her hand, pointing to the luxurious office across the hall, saying, my noble master, that is the CEO office of Vic Pharmaceuticals. Dracula did not reply to her, but instead slightly bowed and made a gesture to Luyu, saying, please, esteemed creator, go ahead. Luyu nodded, without any modesty, and walked directly out of the elevator towards the CEO office ahead. Outside the CEO office, there was a woman in professional attire with a beautiful appearance sitting there, presumably the CEO's secretary. She saw Luyu and Dracula walking straight towards her, and quickly stood up to ask, do you have an appointment? Meeting the CEO requires prior arrangement. I didn't see any scheduled meeting with the CEO for you today. Luyu did not stop, while Dracula behind him stared directly into her eyes, with red light flashing, and said, now you are my slave. Open the door for the esteemed creator, we are here to see your CEO. Swish! In an instant, the female secretary also stiffened, with red light flashing in her eyes. She immediately bowed and opened the door, saying, esteemed creator, please come in. Luyu said nothing and walked directly into the CEO's office. The decoration here was indeed luxurious, with thick carpets covering the floor, totaling over 100 square meters, comparable to some houses where families lived. It was spacious, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window on the outermost side of the office, offering a view of the entire city of Jiangnan. Western-style abstract paintings hung on the walls of the office, with several brown leather sofas in the middle. At the innermost part was a black desk, and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair sat on the office chair, looking puzzled as he got up from the CEO chair to face Luyu and Dracula who had come uninvited, angrily asking, "Who are you two? Did I allow you to enter my office? Get out of here now." Li Hua! Li Hua! Are these two people in my scheduled meetings? Let them in! Get them out of here! However, the middle-aged man's secretary was no longer his at this moment, but Dracula's loyal servant. And when Dracula looked at the middle-aged man again, his red pupils flashed, causing the man to tremble suddenly, his face blank, then stiffly turning around from the dark desk and bowing to Liu and Dracula, saying, "My esteemed master, please forgive my rudeness just now." Dracula ignored him and looked at Liu, asking, "Esteemed creator, do you wish to kill this rude and ugly human?" Liu shook his head, saying, "He is the CEO of Vic Pharmaceuticals, and the company still needs him alive for its connection with society. Spare his life." Dracula nodded, "As you command, my noble master." After that, Liu looked at the CEO of Vic Pharmaceuticals and asked, "Do you have the authority to convene a meeting of all Vic company employees?" Dracula walked behind Liu and repeated, "Answer the words of the creator, treat the creator as you treat me, obey the creator's words, and do not go against them." The president of Vic Corporation bent down and nodded, "To you, noble creator, I do have the authority to convene a meeting of all employees." "Do you need me to call a meeting?" Liu nodded, "Of course. How many employees are currently working at Vic Corporation?" The president of Vic Corporation replied, "Noble creator, there are a total of over 320 employees, including over 30 third-party contracted outsourcing employees. With all these people counted, there are over 350 people in total." Liu nodded, "Does the company building have a spacious meeting room?" The president of Vic Corporation nodded, "Noble creator, yes, on the 50th floor of the building, there is a meeting room specifically for meetings, which can accommodate around 100 people at a time." Liu nodded, "Very well, then send a notice directly in the workgroup. All employees are to come to the meeting room on the 50th floor, divided into 4 batches. Whether they are outsourcing personnel or regular employees, even the aunties cleaning the toilets, all must come to the meeting, not a single one can be exempt. Do you understand?" The president of Vic Corporation nodded respectfully, "Yes, noble creator, I will notify all employees to come to the 50th floor for the meeting." Soon, all employees in the offices of Vic Pharmaceutical Company on all floors received a WeChat notification from their superiors. In order of their employee ID cards, employees from number 1 to 100 were immediately summoned to the meeting room on the 50th floor for an emergency meeting. Those who could not arrive within half an hour were directly dismissed. At that moment, these employees were all complaining, but in order not to lose money, they all rushed to the elevator and went directly to the meeting hall on the 50th floor. In the crowded elevator, everyone was complaining, "Is that idiot leader acting up again? It's almost time to get off work, and he's calling for an emergency meeting, he must be crazy. What is this meeting for? Are we going to develop a new drug? Didn't we just release a new cold medicine last month? It's strange that the company is holding a meeting this time. Why would they directly send employees from 1 to 100 to the meeting hall? You know, employee number 1 is the president himself, and from 1 to 9 are the 10 founders of Vic Corporation. Yeah, these people are all executives in the company now, with a monthly salary of millions, and they have shares in the company, worth billions. Even these people have to come to the meeting. It seems like it's definitely not a small matter. Could it be that our company is being acquired? Impossible. Vic Corporation is now a unicorn company, with dozens of best-selling drugs in the country, with a market value of several hundred billion. Which company in the country can acquire us? Amidst the discussions of the company's employees, the elevator arrived at the 50th floor. Ding! The 50th floor has arrived. With a crisp sound of the notification, the elevator doors opened, and the crowded employees inside all walked out. They walked all the way to the door of the meeting room, and when they saw the middle-aged man in a suit standing at the door, they were all startled. Each of them nervously walked into the meeting room, and as they entered the interior of the meeting room, they whispered, "Isn't that our company's president? He really came. Didn't this guy used to stay in the top floor office all the time, chatting and drinking tea with his female secretary all day, and now he's really here for a meeting? Don't you think the president seems a bit strange today? He looks like he's lost in thought. When we passed by him, he didn't even react. Who cares, as long as he pays our salaries, his poker face doesn't concern me." A group of people were discussing animatedly, while the sound of the elevator doors opening continued to ring out, and a large number of employees kept pouring into the conference room. They were all surprised to see the CEO standing at the entrance of the conference room, but none of them dared to speak to him, afraid that the CEO might suddenly go crazy and fire them on the spot. It wasn't until most of the ordinary employees had entered the conference room that a few middle-aged men in casual clothes leisurely walked out of the elevator. They didn't even have their employee badges on, and unlike the regular employees who feared the CEO of Vic Corporation, they greeted him with smiles. "Hey, Lao Xiang, what's gotten into you today? You called for a company-wide meeting without saying a word. We tried calling you but you didn't pick up." "Exactly, Lao Xiang. We are all co-founders of Vic Corporation. We all have shares. You just have a larger share. That's why we let you be the CEO. Don't show off your leadership in front of us." Ha ha. The middle-aged men all burst into laughter, teasing the CEO of Vic Corporation not to be too arrogant in front of them, as the group of co-founders could still vote to remove him from his position and kick him out of the company. The CEO of Vic Corporation just replied expressionlessly, "Just go in and take a seat. Someone will explain the details to you. I am just conveying his wishes." This stiff tone, coupled with an unwavering expression, made the middle-aged men suspicious for a moment, but they didn't dwell on it and walked in slowly. After the middle-aged men entered, the CEO of Vic Corporation, who had been expressionless all along, finally uttered a sentence. 99 people, including myself as the first employee, the first batch of 100 people has officially gathered. The creator can come now." Inside the conference room, the spacious room was over 200 square meters. This floor was specifically used for large meetings. Apart from this largest conference room, there were no other departments established. 100 chairs were neatly arranged below, each occupied by an employee of Vic Corporation. They were all sitting under dim lights, either scrolling on their phones or whispering, waiting for the meeting to begin. "Hey, let's start the meeting. Why aren't the lights on? Is our company so poor that we can't even afford to turn on the lights? Didn't you see the lights on the stage in front? It's probably our middle-aged CEO, wanting to give a speech with some ceremonial feel. Only the podium where he speaks is lit up, fulfilling his fantasy." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the CEO and having your performance bonus deducted this month?" The circle below whispered, and soon, the CEO of Vic Corporation, dressed in a suit, slowly walked up to the stage. His pace was slow, even somewhat stiff, like some kind of low-quality humanoid machine developed, causing the employees below to discuss but not dare to speak too loudly, lest it be too obvious and attract penalties. Clap, clap, clap. The CEO of Vic Corporation standing on the stage raised both hands high, clapped 3 times forcefully, and then coldly shouted, "Everyone, be quiet. If anyone dares to speak again or make any moves, I will fire them on the spot." The cold, stern voice, through the microphone, echoed throughout the conference room. Even in the spacious and dim room, there was an echo. After the CEO of Vic Corporation finished speaking, all the employees in the conference room directly quieted down. Everyone was here to work and earn money. No one would joke around with their job, and the person sitting above was the company's CEO, who definitely had the power to send them packing to HR. The only ones who dared to show displeasure on the scene were the founders of the first few Vic companies, but they didn't dare to come out directly and criticize the Vic company president. If this kind of thing were captured by someone with malicious intent, exposing internal conflicts within the Vic board of directors, the company's stock price could plummet. They all hold shares and no one dares to joke about it. After the scene quieted down, the Vic company president looked expressionless at the silent crowd below, nodded in satisfaction, and then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he made a shocking move. The Vic company president slowly stepped back, all the way back into the shadows of the platform, bent over, looking humble, and shouted, "Now, please welcome my esteemed master to deliver his speech." Master. This sentence shattered people's 3 views. With the always aloof and arrogant president bowing and scraping to greet someone, all the Vic company employees in the audience were in an uproar. They all had incredulous expressions, commenting, "Am I dreaming? Is that grumpy old boss actually calling someone master? Damn, is it still the 21st century? Has that guy gone crazy? It feels weird. Is the boss hiding some kind of shameful hobby and planning to bring us up on stage as part of their party today? This is disgusting. I demand emotional compensation." The employees below were discussing animatedly, and the most agitated were the founders of the Vic companies in the front row. A slightly chubby middle-aged man stood up angrily, pointing at the Vic company president and rebuking, "Zhang Hai, don't be so ridiculous. Do you know what you're doing as the president of Vic company? How absurd is it?" A thin-faced founder stood up and echoed, "We think you've gone mad. You can't even figure out who you are. I propose to directly remove Zhang Hai from the position of Vic company president. Do you all agree?" "Agree. Agree." The other Vic company founders also stood up one after another, echoing. Originally, as former high-ranking executives of financially independent companies, they were all living carefree lives, but suddenly Zhang Hai called them back. They didn't get a response when they asked what was going on, feeling ignored. They all agreed that Zhang Hai had lost his mind and didn't know who he was. In order to maintain their superior status at Vic company, they decided to directly remove Zhang Hai from the position of president. Just as the founders were preparing to go on stage to grab Zhang Hai, a magnetic voice suddenly rang out in the council chamber from the shadows of the platform, causing the previously noisy crowd to quiet down. Please calm down, my servant has done nothing wrong. Although he is ugly and rude, you cannot arbitrarily strip him of his position. The voice with a hint of European accent had a different kind of charm, causing everyone to shut their mouths and look towards the source of the voice. People were even more curious about who this person was, who could make Vic Company President Zhang Hai call him master. Under the gaze of the crowd, a tall and elegant figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the platform. He had long, jet-black hair, finely sculpted features like David's, pale skin, and was draped in a wine-red cloak, looking like a character from a Greek myth come to life from a painting. Seeing Dracula below, the crowd looked surprised, commenting, "Who is this guy? Is he a foreigner wearing a cloak, like a Disneyland employee? Damn, are we really part of the party? He is still a foreigner, quite handsome. Was our CEO originally from Nantong? Impossible, I see him leaving work together with Zhang Lihua at the office door every day." The employees of Vic Company are more interested in gossip about this matter. In fact, they don't care what kind of person their CEO is, as long as they don't delay their salary. However, the first group of Vic Company founders are different. They will not allow the company's president to expose such a scandal, which would affect the company's stock price. One of the middle-aged fat men sternly questioned, "Who are you?" "Among the shareholders of Vic Company. There has never been a foreigner like you." One of the founders angrily shouted, "Exactly. Zhang Hai, what is your relationship with this foreigner? What are you two up to? Come down here now." Dracula stood under the spotlight, smiled gently at the crowd below, and said, "I have said, he is my servant, and you are the same." Dracula has made his intentions very clear, but the people below did not take it seriously. They felt that Dracula was either having a fit or trying to scare them for some peculiar satisfaction, or filming some spoof program. No one believed Dracula's words and mocked, "Is that foreigner crazy? Saying we are all his servants. Probably too immersed in the role, addicted to COS, really thinks of himself as a noble." The first group of Vic Company founders completely ignored Dracula's words. Several of them stood up, ready to walk towards the stage to pull Zhang Hai and Dracula down. They said as they walked, "Zhang Hai is beyond help. We will call the police later and arrest him and the foreigner. Just send Zhang Hai to a mental hospital, then his shares will be divided among us." They discussed, completely disregarding Dracula. Dracula looked at the indifferent group and shook his head helplessly, smiling, "Since you all don't believe me, then I have no choice. Please all become my slaves." Swish! In an instant, the red light in Dracula's eyes shone brightly. The entire conference room shimmered with a crimson light, like a terrifying underworld. In the dimly lit environment, the hypnotic power of Dracula's eyes was even stronger. Under this blood-red gaze, the noisy and laughing crowd below suddenly quieted down. They all looked blank, their bodies stiff, with a red light in their pupils. Even the company founders who wanted to step onto the stage all stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at Dracula on the stage. And just a few seconds later, after ensuring that everyone was hypnotized by his eyes, Dracula blinked and greeted the crowd. "Now, do you understand your identity?" Swish! In an instant, the previously blank crowd below all stood up neatly. They all had expressionless faces, like machines, bending down in unison towards Dracula, shouting in unison, "Yes, my esteemed master. We are all your loyal servants." Dracula looked at the neatly lined up servants below, very satisfied, and said, "Very good, only when you understand your identity can you be my servant. Can you meet the esteemed creator?" After that, Dracula turned around, slightly bowed towards the shadows, and asked, "Esteemed creator, are you satisfied with this result?" Lu Yu walked out slowly from the shadows, smiling with satisfaction. "Very good, continue to gather the next group of people for hypnosis. When everyone in the company has been hypnotized, this place will become completely our stronghold." Dracula smiled and nodded, "Yes, my great creator." Soon, another wave of employees from the Vic Company all arrived in the conference room, completely unaware of what was about to happen, immersed in the joy of slacking off. But soon, a red light flashed in the conference room, and everyone on the scene turned into hypnotized servants. After repeating this 3 times, the last group of Vic Company employees were successfully hypnotized by Dracula. Now the entire Vic Company has completely become Lu Yu's stronghold. Even if he and Dracula walk openly in the building, no one dares to question them. Even the employees here will respectfully kneel when they encounter Lu Yu and Dracula while walking, and only stand up again after they have passed, continuing to work. Because Vic Company is to be used as a long-term base, Lu Yu and Dracula implanted a deep subconscious hypnosis in the minds of everyone in the building, treating Lu Yu and the monsters as nobles. This deep-seated subconscious hypnosis is imprinted in everyone's minds, and it will not expire even during the day. It is permanent. In addition, it does not affect their other thoughts, and the entire company operates as usual, except that Luyu and his monsters are walking around. After hypnotizing all the people here, Luyu and Dracula brought the werewolves inside the Vic Company building. The tall and terrifying werewolves walked in the corridors, while the Vic Company employees in the surrounding offices turned a blind eye, as if it were a normal occurrence, indeed a strange sight. The werewolves stared at the numerous humans around them, saliva dripping from their long mouths, their breathing rapid and panting, tongues licking their teeth, full of desire for flesh and blood. Luyu then turned and pointed at the werewolf, reminding, "Werewolf, you cannot eat them. These employees are the protective layer of our stronghold. Without them, this stronghold loses its meaning. You must restrain your appetite for human flesh. Do you understand?" The werewolf, upon hearing this, immediately drooped its two erect wolf ears, let out a low howl, seemingly expressing its disappointment. Luyu stepped forward and patted its furry back, reassuring, "Don't be sad, I will feed you." Now that we have the entire pharmaceutical company as our power background, eating will definitely not be like before, randomly killing on the streets. There is a safer way. Dracula, who was standing aside, asked somewhat puzzled, "Creator, since we cannot eat the employees in this company and do not need to go to the streets to eat those wandering humans, then who should we eat?" Luyu smiled, "With Vic Company as our protective umbrella, naturally we will have them find fresh humans for us." After speaking, Luyu turned to the Vic Company president who had been following them and asked, "Your company should have regular recruitment of test subjects, right? Are there healthy humans who have not taken experimental drugs waiting?" The Vic Company president respectfully bowed and replied, "Noble Creator, there are indeed these test subjects. We have signed contracts with them, and next month we will experiment with some new drugs. They are still waiting at their respective homes. We have conducted physical examinations on them, they have no diseases, and have not taken any experimental drugs. They are very healthy." Luyu nodded, smiling satisfactorily, "Very good. Now bring them all here. You continue to recruit new test subjects, and this group belongs to us. Oh, and remember to check their backgrounds, try to pick those with bad behavior, preferably with criminal records. There's no need to call those ordinary lazy fellows." The Vic Company president nodded and replied, "Yes, Noble Creator, I will arrange it now. Please wait." When the president of Vic Company made arrangements, Dracula on the side asked curiously, "Noble Creator, what is special about these so-called test subjects? Since they are going to be eaten by us, they will surely disappear completely. Their families and friends should soon realize that something is wrong and start an investigation, right?" Luyu shook his head with a smile and explained, "Dracula, you don't understand. These test subjects are all desperate people. They are either destitute fellows, who, as long as they have a choice, would not choose to be guinea pigs and poison their own bodies. They have long been abandoned by their loved ones and friends, considered a forgotten existence in society. Disappearing will not be of concern to anyone." Less than half an hour later, outside the Vic Company building, a large bus stopped in front. As the bus doors opened, many scruffy, haggard-looking men with beards got off. Most of them were in their 30s or 40s, of average height and appearance, nothing remarkable. As soon as they got off the bus, they started complaining, "Damn, in the middle of the night, suddenly calling us to come over for drug testing, it's really infuriating. We agreed to start next month, why the sudden rush this time? Brother, don't think too much. Vic Pharmaceuticals pays well for drug testing in the whole Jiangnan city. It's better to be a bit tired than to have no money. A little more money is still money, it's only a little over 3,000 yuan. If this job wasn't tiring, and we didn't have to do anything, I wouldn't bother with drug testing." "What? 3,000? Hey, brother, I want to ask, who introduced you to this black intermediary? We are getting 9,000 yuan for this drug trial. You've been swindled out of 6,000 directly, you've been ripped off like a pig." "What? 9,000? The man exploded in anger upon hearing this, cursing furiously, 9,000? That dog intermediary swindled me out of 6,000 directly. I'm risking my life for this drug trial. That guy is just lying there counting money. Damn it! Bastard! I'll chop that dog intermediary to death." The man cursed and angrily called the intermediary who arranged the job for him, while the people around him looked on with excitement, cheering him on. "Great! Brother! We all support you, clean up the market, chop that black intermediary to death." They just wanted to watch the excitement, to see blood flow to feel satisfied. At this time, the staff of Vic Company also arrived, 2 lab technicians in white coats holding notebooks, shouting to the crowd in front of them, "Are all the test subjects here? I will call the names, those called should line up here. Everyone should be quiet when entering the company, cooperate with our work, otherwise we will not pay you according to the contract. Is that clear to everyone? With this statement, the previously noisy crowd quieted down. For these old hands in society, nothing worked except money, which was the only deterrent. The Vic company staff saw that everyone had quieted down, nodded, and called out from the list, Zhang Jindong, here. Wang Qiuyu, here. As the names were called out one by one, the man who had been on the phone planning to chop the black intermediary also hung up and returned to the line. Seeing this, someone next to him asked, how's it going, brother? What did the black intermediary say? 3,000 yuan for drug testing doesn't seem worth it, you're practically selling your life to that intermediary. The man sighed, I cursed that bastard a bit, and he offered me 6,000, took 3,000. Damn it, he really treated me like a pig. Another person shook his head and said, brother, are you really going to do it for 6,000? That's too cheap. Even though we are testing drugs, we should at least ask for 7 to 8,000. Isn't it much easier to deliver takeout for a month with 6,000? Why give money to those black intermediaries and sell your life? The man scratched his neck, I'm really short of money. If I had a choice, who would do this job? 6,000 is not bad, and once we leave, we won't have a single penny. The people around looked at the man with a sense of disappointment. Doing this job for 6,000 was truly a scoundrel in the drug testing industry. It's these idiots that make more and more intermediaries appear, and the money from drug testing is getting less and less. Everyone looked down on the man in their hearts, but in reality, they were not much different from him. Shen Bin, here. With the response of the last man, all the drug testers on site were assembled. The staff of Vic Company nodded and led everyone into the Vic Company building. Ding! Please enter with identity recognition. With the crisp sound coming from the gate, a group of drug testers filed in, rushing into the building. However, just as everyone was about to head to the elevator, the staff member leading them suddenly stopped them. The staff member smiled at the drug testers and explained, everyone, the location for this round of drug testing is different from last time. Last time, the physical examination was upstairs, but this time the drug testing is in another place. Please follow me, and do not move around on your own. Otherwise, I will also be punished by my superiors. Please cooperate with my work. Okay, sorry, we thought it was the same as before. The group of people laughed and didn't take it seriously. They naturally had no objections to this matter, as they were here to make money. Who would want to conflict with these staff members and risk affecting their wages in the end? However, what puzzled these people was that the smile of the staff member seemed somewhat stiff, like the smile in a commercial, showing 8 teeth and giving a forced feeling, making people feel strange. Nevertheless, the crowd didn't pay much attention and continued to follow the staff member. Following the staff member, they arrived at a staircase leading to the deepest part of the building. Pushing open the heavy door of the secure passage, a cold air rushed out. The chilling wind blew out from the door, causing several people in front to shiver uncontrollably. The wind was so chilling, as if it was blowing from a graveyard, making people feel the cold deep in their bones. One person couldn't help but frown and ask, isn't this drug testing place too remote? Why do we have to go underground? I remember seeing drug testing rooms upstairs during the physical examination. The staff member explained, because a new drug is being launched early, we need to accelerate the experiments. The drug testing rooms upstairs are all occupied now, so this underground room is a temporary addition. It's normal for it to be colder on the negative first floor. If you don't want to participate in the experiment, you can leave. We won't stop you. That's what they said, but which one of the drug testers wasn't in a hurry for money? The drug testers sighed and entered the basement. After all the drug testers entered the basement, the staff member expressionlessly took out a walkie-talkie from behind and shouted inside, 30 live subjects have entered the negative first floor. You can prepare the sedatives. After walking more than 50 meters in the cold underground floor, the drug testers were led by the Vic Company staff into a so-called drug testing room. However, this so-called drug testing room was only labeled as such because there was a freshly printed A4 paper on the door with the words drug testing room written on it. It doesn't look very formal no matter how you look at it, but everyone is not concerned about whether the work is formal or not. As long as they can make money, they don't care about anything else. Squeak as the door of the test drug house was pushed open, everyone walked in. After entering, they found that the test drug house was not only simple on the outside, but also inside. Except for the large space, which could be more than 60 square meters, the floor and walls were directly made of cement walls, without any decoration. Under the dim light, there were 40 steel beds placed, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Seeing this scene, everyone involuntarily had the same thought in their minds. Damn! It's like a morgue. Someone couldn't help but curse softly, and everyone had the same thought. The only good thing here is probably the thick iron door, which is almost 10 centimeters thick. It's really hard to understand why a test drug room needs such a thick iron door, with no windows inside, only a central air conditioning vent blowing cold air into the room. At this time, 2 employees from Vic Company also walked in from outside, with one pushing a small cart filled with disposable cups filled with water, each cup accompanied by a white pill. The staff placed the cart in front of everyone and said, "There are a total of 40 pills here. After taking them, lie down on the bed and rest for an hour. We will check on you, and then you can leave. We will arrange for a bus to take you back home. Please make sure to take the medicine. If we find that you are holding it in your mouth or under your tongue, you will not receive the test fee. Do you all understand?" Everyone didn't say much, nodding silently. They all knew that the medicine was probably not something good, but for the 9,000 yuan test fee, they still chose to take the money. After seeing no objections from the crowd, the staff shouted, "All right, now I will call out the names of the people. The first one, Chen Bin." As the staff shouted, a man in his 40s among the test subjects squeezed forward and came to the front of the cart. He looked at the pill on top his side, and then put the pill in his mouth, drinking all the water in the cup. The Vic Company staff held a small flashlight and said to the man, "Open your mouth and lift your tongue." The man reluctantly opened his mouth, and his throat twitched before opening, and after the staff checked with the flashlight to confirm that there were no hidden pills in his mouth, he nodded to signal the man to leave. Then he shouted, "Next, Li Fu." 2 staff members conducted the checks simultaneously. 10 minutes later, all 40 test subjects in the room had finished taking the medicine. When everyone was lying on the bed, the 2 staff members took out a stopwatch and started timing, shouting to the crowd, "Please don't be nervous, relax your mind and body. This medicine won't cause any harm. Just lie here for an hour, and then you can leave." The people on the beds grumbled but didn't dare to show it. As they continued to curse the staff in their minds, their heads all became dizzy, and within a few seconds, they fell into a deep sleep. For a moment, the entire test drug room fell into silence, with only the even breathing of the people. After the 2 staff members exchanged a glance, they each picked 2 people, opened their eyelids to check their eyeballs, confirmed that they were asleep, and then pushed the cart out of the test drug house. And when the 2 staff members left, in a corner of the room, a 25 or 26-year-old man quietly opened one eye on the bed. He glanced at the door, confirmed that the 2 staff members had left, then squirmed his throat, inserted his fingers into his throat, and pinched out a small pill coated with saliva. The man retched for a while, sneering, "A bunch of idiots, they really ate it. There must be something wrong with this medicine. If there's nothing wrong, would they let us be guinea pigs? Fortunately, I have a trick, didn't swallow it." The man sneered as he scanned the surroundings, looking at the people sleeping deeply around him. Soon, he frowned in a strange way and muttered, "Strange, does this medicine have a sedative effect? Why are these guys all sleeping like dead pigs? Damn it, is the Vic Company trying to deceive us and control us?" The man had a very bad feeling, wondering whether he should run away. Just then, outside the door of the test room, there was suddenly a conversation. "Mr. Beast, I've told you, be more elegant. Always being impatient won't please the creator." "Ah!" The commotion outside startled the man, who quickly lay back on the bed. In a critical situation, he didn't hear clearly what was being said outside, fearing that he would be discovered for not taking the medicine and be killed in the basement. Squeak! At that moment, the door of the test room was opened. A strange chill almost made the man shiver. He tensed his body to avoid exposure. The 2 people who entered the room then spoke. "Well, it's indeed the creator's arrangement, occupying a stronghold and having those humans from that company fetch fresh blood for us, it's just too convenient." "Ah, crunch, crunch, crunch." The man was puzzled by the conversation of the 2 people who entered. What creator, fresh blood? Their tone was so juvenile, were they crazy? And the other person, like a dog, couldn't even speak, barking randomly before starting to bite something directly, like eating crispy bones, crunching away. The man was very confused, and soon the other person spoke again. "Hey, Mr. Beast, you should be more refined. Why start eating directly? No patience at all, the creator won't like this." "What eating or not eating?" The man couldn't bear it anymore and quietly opened one eye to see what was happening now. When he saw clearly outside, the man was dumbfounded. It was an extremely bloody and terrifying scene. A monster over 3 meters tall covered in gray fur was ferociously tearing apart a man in its hands, splattering bright red blood on the wall, a scene resembling hell. The man was almost scared silly, never expecting to see a living monster eating people inside the room. At that moment, the foreigner who had entered with the monster had just closed the door of the test room. After Dracula closed the door, he suddenly sniffed upwards and said, "I seem to smell the scent of fear. Is there still someone awake in this room?" Hearing this, the man's heart skipped a beat. He quickly closed his eyes, preparing to pretend to be asleep, but the next moment he suddenly felt the light in front of him dimming, accompanied by an extremely cold gaze staring at him. The man felt like his blood was about to stop flowing, his heart pounding violently, but he still endured it, not letting his expression change, trying to escape this disaster. However, the person standing beside him spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. "I know you're awake, stop pretending." The cold words sounded like a death sentence to the man, but he refused to accept it. He opened his eyes, abruptly flipped off the bed, wanting to fight for his life. However, a dark blue palm swiftly struck down, directly slicing off the man's head. Crack! A furious head with wide eyes rolled to the ground, the headless body collapsed and fell to the ground, dead. Dracula licked the fresh blood on his palm, sneering, thinking of resisting, truly overestimating yourself. Howl! A werewolf nearby, who was eating meat voraciously, turned his head in confusion, growling softly, as if asking Dracula what he was doing. Dracula chuckled, turned around, and shook his head. "Ah, it's nothing, just dealt with a clever human," you continue eating. In the pitch-black night, in the busiest economic district of the city, surrounded by bustling crowds shopping and taking photos, no one would have imagined that beneath their feet, two legendary monsters were feasting on fresh food in the basement. The next morning, another beautiful morning, waking up in the cramped and crowded rental room, Liu lazily stretched, looking at the shabby room without a hint of regret, but rather full of energy. Last night was truly a wonderful night. Not only did he take care of a new stronghold, but he also successfully found a way for Dracula's werewolves to feed without going out. Everything was progressing in the right direction, as long as he continued to carve monsters and enhance his extraordinary strength. In a few years, conquering the world would be a piece of cake. The only downside was that his biological clock had been disrupted these days, staying up until the early hours every day, waking up at past noon when he got home. Maybe I should sleep earlier next time. School is about to start, I should adjust my state. Glancing at the time on his phone, Liu, as usual, took out a 100 yuan bill from his backpack, went downstairs to order a few dishes, and checked what was on the news today. Ding 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 ding. Accompanied by the familiar opening melody, a TV host in a suit appeared on the screen, one of them organizing the script in his hand, and began to speak. "Good afternoon to all the viewers in front of the TV. Today, I bring you some good news. Chief Liu Xiangbua, who was unfortunately injured during a mission, has been discharged from the hospital." Our reporters went to the scene for an interview, and Chief Liu Xiangbua stated that he will continue to devote himself to maintaining social order and ensuring the safety of the citizens in the future. Liu, who was eating, paused and muttered, "Chief Liu has been discharged? That was fast. It seems his injuries weren't serious. Come to think of it, he was able to sit up and chat normally yesterday. If it doesn't affect his actions, it's normal for him to be discharged early." What Liu was more worried about was whether Chief Liu would continue to investigate him. After all his monsters could only be active at night. If he was really discovered, he would have no strength to resist being arrested during the day. After a moment of anxiety, Liu's eyes became more determined. "I should really hurry up and revive Frankenstein, it's more reliable for research." After saying that, Liu quickly ate a few mouthfuls of rice, ready to eat quickly and go back to carve Frankenstein. At this moment, after the good news was broadcast, the news with less positive impact began to be reported. At this time, another short-haired female broadcaster took over, looking serious as she reported in front of the camera. "This morning, in the downstream river near the moat of Jiangnan City, a male body was found. The police arrived at the scene immediately after receiving the report and are currently investigating the case. According to inquiries with the on-site police by reporters, we learned that the deceased male was 36 years old and worked as a security guard for Vic International Pharmaceuticals before his sudden disappearance from duty last night. There were no other suspicious activities captured on the surveillance footage. The case is still under investigation. The body was discovered so quickly, which was somewhat surprising, but it didn't matter much. Dracula's figure and appearance couldn't be captured by the camera, as his talent was like that of a vampire who couldn't be reflected in a mirror, making it impossible for the light-sensitive components to capture him. Dracula could also apply this ability to his creator, allowing them to be invisible as long as they stayed within 5 meters of him. The surveillance video would definitely not reveal anything because the two of them simply did not exist. Liu didn't pay much attention to this matter either. After dinner, he went back to his room to continue carving Frankenstein. He planned to finish the sculpture of Frankenstein tonight to proceed with his scientific research as soon as possible. While Liu was carving the monster at home, on the other side of the city, the atmosphere in the police station was serious. In front of them lay the security guard's body, soaked and swollen from being immersed in the river. Officer Liu, who had just been discharged from the hospital today with bandages on his hands, indicating a need for rest, still insisted on coming to investigate this latest case. Officer Liu looked at the security guard's body and asked the nearby police officers, "What did the forensic examiner say? Are there any signs of external injuries on the body?" The police officer shook his head and handed over the forensic examination results, saying, "There are no wounds on the surface of the body, no signs of being beaten or bruised. It looks like he jumped into the river himself." Officer Liu nodded and continued, "Was it suicide? Was it due to gambling or a breakup? In the past 2 years, there have been many cases of bankruptcy and jumping off buildings due to virtual currency speculation. Emotional distress from a breakup has also led to impulsive actions." The police officer shook his head and said solemnly, "This case is very bizarre. The deceased was definitely not someone who would take such extreme measures. The deceased's stomach was filled with stones, as if he had swallowed them alive, causing his esophagus to burst." "What?" Officer Liu took 2 steps forward in disbelief. As he approached the security guard's body, he could indeed see a long suture line on the guard's chest. The stomach, which should have been filled with internal organs, was now shriveled, indicating that the stones inside had been removed. In a transparent evidence bag nearby, there were a pile of blood-stained stones, mostly the size of fists. Officer Liu instinctively covered his throat. He couldn't imagine how the man in front of him managed to swallow so many huge stones, bursting his esophagus and still persisting in such a state. It was simply insane. Officer Liu turned around with a furrowed brow and asked the police officer, "Did the deceased have a history of mental illness or any family medical records that could explain this unusual cause of death? It doesn't seem like something a normal person would do. It seems more like a form of punishment." Another female police officer shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, Officer Liu, we checked the records. The deceased had not received any mental health treatment before his death, and we have also communicated with his family from out of town, who confirmed that there is no family history of mental health issues on either side of his parents' families." Captain Liu shook his head, feeling that the situation was unexpectedly difficult. This was not just an accident, but something eerie was going on. It was almost like the students at Ijong High School. Could it be related to monsters again? But no, that hairy monster shouldn't have that kind of ability. Captain Liu's face turned serious as he felt he had encountered another tricky case. He asked, "What does the Vic Pharmaceutical Company say about this? Have they provided any explanation?" The investigating officer stepped forward and shook his head, saying, "Vic Company has been cooperative. They showed us the surveillance footage directly. Around 8 o'clock at night, the victim suddenly left his post without any extra movements. We don't know why he left suddenly because there is usually only one security guard on duty. The other guards were in the rest area. We have also questioned the other guards, and they all say they don't know why the victim would suddenly do this." Captain Liu furrowed his brow at the words, finding it all inexplicable. He sighed and said, "Continue with the investigation. If you find any new leads, remember to inform me promptly. I will grant you the necessary authority." "Yes, Captain Liu." After several police officers responded, they continued their investigation into the deceased. However, Captain Liu did not hold much hope for it. Some clues could not be confirmed immediately, and there would likely be no progress in the future. He had been handling cases for many years and was clear about these things. Captain Liu did not stay in the police station but got into a car and had another police officer drive him to a location in the suburbs. After driving for over half an hour, they arrived at the site. Captain Liu got out of the car and looked at the abandoned factory surrounded by police tape and blue steel plates. He knew that the sign outside claiming it was a construction site was just a cover-up. This was the site where the military had killed the monster, and he wanted to go in and take a look. By now, there were already many vehicles parked around the site, and researchers in white coats were moving around. As the chief of police of Jiangnan City, when Captain Liu stepped out of the car, 2 security personnel approached him and said, "Are you Chief Liu? Our leader asked us to pick you up. It's right ahead. Please follow us." Captain Liu nodded, "Thank you. I was informed by your leader that I would be coming here." The 2 security personnel led Captain Liu directly to the temporary command center. Once inside, Captain Liu saw an elderly man holding a teacup with bright eyes. "Chief Chen, long time no see." Chief Chen stood up with a smile and pointed to a chair in front. "Captain Liu, please have a seat." No need to be polite. Captain Liu sat down without hesitation and asked, "Chief Chen, as I mentioned to you on the phone yesterday, I would like to see the scene where the monster was eliminated. I know this matter is no longer under our jurisdiction, but personally, I would like to understand it. I hope you can grant me this request." Chief Chen took a sip of tea and didn't rush to answer. Instead, he said, "Captain Liu, you know that the issue of the monster has already caused a huge stir. It's not something that anyone can easily decide on. You know that it's not just us paying attention to this matter now. There are many other malicious forces in the world watching the sudden appearance of the monster. Once I give in, it will take advantage and cause trouble for us. By then, we might not be able to control the situation. Officer Liu could sense the meaning behind his words, but still couldn't help but ask somewhat unwillingly, I understand your predicament, but I just want to confirm one last time, are you sure that monster has truly been destroyed? Chief Chen nodded and replied, I am very certain that monster is completely dead, not a single trace left behind, all burned to ashes by the scorching explosion. Our on-site researchers are still testing for any residual energy in the surrounding soil. If there is any news, I will inform you. On the other side, after a busy afternoon, Liu finally completed the carving of Frankenstein's wooden sculpture. He glanced at the still bright sky outside, a slight smile forming on his lips as he said, finally caught up. Following the previous procedure, Liu used a small knife to cut his finger, letting the blood drip onto Frankenstein. He silently began to pray. Everything was already familiar, all that was left was to wait. As the sky gradually darkened and a gust of cold wind blew, a tall humanoid figure appeared in front of Liu. He was about 2.78 meters, slightly shorter than a werewolf, but definitely stood out in the crowd. His robust physique resembled that of a bear, with a noticeable seam on his forehead. The exposed arm outside his sleeve also showed clear differences, obviously pieced together from different bodies. In the instant he opened his eyes, Frankenstein looked around the room in surprise. But it was when he lowered his gaze and saw Liu that Frankenstein made a gesture that Liu never expected. He directly reached out with his huge arm and embraced Liu entirely. His deep voice echoed in the room, tinged with a hint of pleading, my master, thank you for reviving me. Please believe that I am not a cold-blooded monster. I have my own emotions to communicate, longing for connection. Please don't treat me as a terrifying creature. Frankenstein's strong arms tightly held Liu, though not exerting much force. Liu's already frail body found it somewhat difficult to bear. It felt like a large stone pressing against his chest and back, making it almost hard to breathe. Liu struggled to free one arm from Frankenstein's embrace, patting his thick shoulder and saying, all right, Frankenstein, I won't see you as a monster. You can let go now. Remember, I don't have your strong physique. Being hugged like this by you almost leaves me breathless. The rugged and even terrifying Frankenstein, upon hearing Liu's words, was suddenly taken aback. He quickly released his strong arm, took 2 steps back, and bent apologetically, I am deeply sorry, my dear master. Please forgive my rudeness. I was just too excited and worried that you would treat me like my previous master, driving me away as a monster. I had no intention of harming you. Please forgive me. Liu regained his freedom and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the tense Frankenstein in front of him, forced a smile, and reassured, it's okay, Frankenstein. I have not been harmed, nor do I consider you a monster. I awakened you because I need your abilities, so you don't need to be afraid or worried. Indeed, Frankenstein's character surprised Liu, as he recalled that Frankenstein's experiences were quite tumultuous. Revived by his master as a scientist, he was treated as a terrifying monster, feared by people, and eventually killed for various reasons. It was normal for him to fear being seen as an outcast. Frankenstein, who was originally hunched over, lifted his head in surprise upon hearing Liu's words. With his eerie and terrifying face, he slowly squeezed out a stiff smile that he considered friendly, saying, that's great, my dear master. I promise not to harm you. Please forgive my huge and strange body, which was pieced together by my master. I didn't have the ability to choose. If I could, I would prefer to have a normal human body to integrate into human society. Liu nodded in understanding and replied, don't worry, Frankenstein. I believe you won't harm me. In fact, I have many extraordinary creations like you. When you meet them, you will realize that your body is not that unusual. Upon hearing that there were many others like him, Frankenstein was surprised and was about to ask, but then seemed to remember something. He hesitantly asked in his deep voice, my dear master, since you already have many special beings like me, why resurrect me? You might be disappointed again. I don't like killing, nor do I want violence. I am not the terrifying monster that people talk about in legends. May I ask why you resurrected me? Liu smiled and replied, Frankenstein, you can rest assured. I don't need you to do those unpleasant things. I want to know if you, like your original creator, have studied extraordinary science and experiments. Proudly, Frankenstein explained, my dear master, if you want me to conduct those unreal studies, I will not disappoint you. I have conducted experiments with my first creator. I wanted him to create a companion for me to meet my emotional needs. Although we parted ways in the end, I have essentially mastered all the knowledge of my first creator. As long as I have enough space and research materials, although I can't guarantee the results you want, I will definitely make progress. Lu Yu was very satisfied with this news and said with a smile, "That's good. The experimental site and materials are not a problem. Let's go to the laboratory I prepared for you, Frankenstein. You can rest assured that this world is prosperous enough, and human knowledge and achievements far exceed those of your time. You will not be alone, and I believe you will be satisfied with this world." Frankenstein respectfully bowed his huge body and replied, "I believe you, dear master." Lu Yu nodded and shouted outside, "All right, Dracula, come in. We are going to bring our new companion to our stronghold." With a swoosh, a pitch-black bat flew in through the window and transformed into the vampire ancestor Dracula, cloaked in front of Lu Yu. He bowed like Frankenstein towards Lu Yu and said, "At your command, my great creator." Seeing a pitch-black bat transformed directly into a human form in front of him, Frankenstein was very surprised. He clearly noticed that the other party was not human because of the pale skin, pointed ears, deep red pupils, and the two sharp teeth faintly visible in his mouth. All these signs indicated that the other party only had a similar appearance to humans but belonged to a completely different species. He asked in surprise, "Is this handsome gentleman also an extraordinary being like me?" Lu Yu nodded and smiled, "That's right, he is also your senior, the second legend I revived, Dracula. Let me introduce you to Frankenstein, who is a Swiss, a few hundred years later than the century you are in, but fundamentally both of you are European beings, considered fellow countrymen on the same land." Although Dracula didn't quite understand the meaning of fellow countrymen, he probably understood Lu Yu's intention. He nodded and turned around, looking at the terrifying yet smiling Frankenstein in front of him, and replied with a smile, "That's right, Mr. Frankenstein, I can sense the kindness in your tone. It seems that our friend here, within his strong physique, harbors a gentle soul. It's surprising. I feel we will be friends, compared to the other friend who acts rudely." Lu Yu knew Dracula was referring to the werewolf, smiled without saying much, while Frankenstein scratched his head in a slightly simple manner and asked with a low, worried voice, "The other friend who acts rudely? What kind of person is he? Is he difficult to get along with?" With such a terrifying and strong appearance, worrying about getting along with others, Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast of Frankenstein, which was astonishing. He shook his head and said, "You'll understand when you meet him. Let's go to the new base together now, this place is too cramped." "Yes, great creator." Dracula nodded, opened his cloak, enveloping Lu Yu and Frankenstein, and flew towards the Vic pharmaceutical building. The night was deep, a happy day for Lu Yu, but not so favorable for Officer Lu. He understood the difficulties of Commander Chen, but he couldn't rest assured whether the monster had been killed, as many young police officers and innocent citizens had sacrificed in the police station. However, he had no way to intervene too much, and now he could only focus on other cases and quickly find out why the security guard in the river died. It was also a tricky case, and Officer Lu felt a headache just thinking about it. Pang! Closing the car door, just as Officer Lu was about to go back to the police station for overtime, he suddenly noticed the familiar figure of a girl outside the police station. He exclaimed in surprise, "Yusen, is that you? What are you doing at my workplace?" Seeing Officer Lu, Mo Yusen smiled and greeted him. She said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, I missed you, who knew you were so dedicated? You were lying in the hospital yesterday, and today you're already out and working, even going to the police station for overtime at night." Officer Lu helplessly said, "The police station is already short-staffed, and with a major case on hand, I'm not busy, so I must help. And you, didn't I tell you not to wander the streets at night? The people received at the police station are a mixed bag. If someone targets you, how can I explain to your parents?" Mo Yusen playfully said, "I am a student at the police university after all, am I so easily caught? And this time I'm not alone, someone is accompanying me, and he also wants to meet you." Hearing this, Officer Lu asked strangely, "Who?" "Me, Officer Lu, long time no see." With the sound, a man in his 30s got out of the car parked nearby. He was dressed casually, exuding a unique aura that made him seem different from others. When Officer Lu saw the man, he was surprised and said, "Zhang Yi, you're back." Mo Yusen knew Zhang Yi wanted to talk to her uncle, so she didn't continue following and instead ran into the police station to play with her phone, leaving the two men chatting in place. Zhang Yi smiled and patted Officer Lu on the shoulder, saying, "I am Rain's teacher, so I won't be abroad for too long. It's normal to come back. Why are you so surprised?" Officer Lu shook his head and said, "If I had known in advance that such a situation would happen, I would have called you to come back 2 days earlier. With your abilities, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many injuries in the city." Zhang Yi comforted him, "Don't always blame yourself for everything, and you also know that superhumans cannot easily interfere with police investigations. Although we are fortunate to have powers far beyond ordinary people, but our actions are restricted. There are always people following us in secret when we go out, and we need to report and get approval before taking action. Even if I was in the city at that time, I might not have been able to do much. Don't blame yourself too much. Officer Lu sighed and asked, so, are you planning to take Rain abroad with you this time? I know the child also has extraordinary talents, and perhaps going to the headquarters of superhumans abroad could help her abilities develop the best. Zhang Yi shook his head and explained, no, this time I am coming back to stay in Jiangnan City. The video of that monster has caused quite a stir at the headquarters of superhumans, and they suspect it was caused by a superhuman. So they had me end my training early to investigate and also take on the role of a superhuman mentor at Jiangnan University, teaching the talented children there. Officer Lu frowned upon hearing this and said, are you planning to investigate too? However, superhumans cannot interfere with important domestic matters, and the monster has already been killed by the military. It is now completely under military control. Even I cannot get close to observe, so even if you come, there may not be any progress. Zhang Yi nodded with a wry smile, that's true. In fact, before I met you, I had already met with Commander Chen, and like you, I was also rejected. Officer Lu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, so you also went to see Commander Chen. Could it be that after being denied permission, you came to me as a last resort? Zhang Yi chuckled and hugged Officer Lu's shoulder, old buddy, don't worry about so many details. I know you are also facing a tough case right now. Although neither of us can get close to the site where the monster died, we can still investigate other cases. Let's join forces, and solving cases together is the best, right? Officer Lu sighed and said, alright, then consider yourself a special investigator in our bureau. You'll have to pay for your meals, though, no salary. Great! The two of us working together will definitely uncover the truth. On the other side, inside the Vic Corporation building, on the top floor in the office, Dracula entered the room through the window and brought out Luyu and Frankenstein. Frankenstein looked at the luxurious office in front of him and was quite surprised. Our new base is indeed spacious, much better than the previous one. Luyu's expression was a bit strange upon hearing this, but he didn't show much and instead led Frankenstein out of the room, saying, come out, Frankenstein, I have prepared a laboratory specifically for you. You should like it. Making Vic Pharmaceuticals the base has partly been to provide you with a suitable laboratory. Frankenstein was very surprised to hear this and quickly moved his huge body, slowly following Luyu out of the CEO's office door. However, as he bent down to walk out of the room, the Vic CEO and secretary waiting outside bowed to the three people and respectfully exclaimed, welcome, esteemed creator, to our presence. The sudden shout startled Frankenstein, causing him to retreat back into the room with his hands covering his face, exclaiming, oh my goodness, please don't look at my face, I am not the monster you believe me to be. Seeing this, Luyu and Dracula were both surprised. Dracula was unsure why the giant man was so afraid, while Luyu knew of Frankenstein's concerns about his appearance and reassured him, Frankenstein, don't be afraid, they have all been hypnotized by Dracula and won't harm you. Despite this, Frankenstein still appeared nervous as he slowly moved his hands, revealing his numerous stitched scars, and cautiously asked, my dear master, is what you said true? Dracula nodded in confirmation, indeed, my giant friend, these people have all been hypnotized by me and are our loyal servants. They have encountered beings far more terrifying than you without screaming or going mad. So you have nothing to fear, and you should be confident. The strong do not need to feel guilty or worried because of the fears of the weak. After hearing Dracula's words, Frankenstein slowly moved his hands and cautiously approached the door, observing President Vic and his female secretary. He was shocked to see them motionless, showing no change in expression because of his presence. He extended his giant hand in front of them, but there was no reaction. This stark contrast left Luyu and Dracula feeling intrigued, and finally, Frankenstein believed, looking at Dracula with admiration, my friend, your abilities are truly amazing, to be able to control other humans directly. Dracula humbly shook his head, all thanks to our great creator, who gave me life and devised this method for us, the misfits, to find a place to belong. Luyu nodded with a smile, saying, alright, Frankenstein, let's go. In this building, you can move freely and have the freedom you never had before. Follow me, we have important matters to attend to. Frankenstein, upon hearing Dracula's words, looked at Luyu with increasing respect. He felt that this new master of his was far stronger than his previous fearful one, strengthening his resolve to serve Luyu. The three individuals took the elevator down to the 30th floor, where Vic Company's laboratory was located. Many researchers in white coats, masks, and medical face shields were busy developing various drugs in these floors. When these people saw Luyu and the others, they respectfully bowed, a sight that Luyu and Dracula were accustomed to. However, Frankenstein was still not used to it and politely nodded back when someone bowed to him. The giant, terrifying monster displaying such courtesy left Dracula marveling at the wonders of the world. Amidst Frankenstein's polite responses, the three individuals finally arrived at the laboratory located at the back. Unlike the other transparent labs, this one was sealed off. Even the lab door was made of alloy and could only be opened with a special card. Luyu swiped his black card on the door and handed it to Frankenstein, saying, "This laboratory is now yours. Just tell the people around you what you need, and Vic Company will provide it for you." Frankenstein extended his huge palm, holding it respectfully, admiring Luyu more and more, as he had never been trusted like this before. Upon entering the laboratory, the experimental facilities here were also very complete, with various rare chemical substances and experimental equipment readily available. Frankenstein looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar experimental apparatuses, feeling somewhat overwhelmed for a moment. He hesitated and said, "Forgive my ignorance, my dear master. I do possess the same knowledge as my previous master, but many of the tools here are unfamiliar to me. I don't even know how they are used or what they are for." Luyu had already considered this point. He smiled and pointed to the computer on the table, saying, "It's okay, I have also taken this into consideration. So I had the people from Vic Company specially prepare a computer for you. You don't need to rush into experiments these 2 days. First, understand the theoretical knowledge of this world and the latest successful discoveries, then you can start the experiments, no need to rush." Frankenstein looked puzzled at the blackboard on the table and asked, "My dear master, what is a computer?" This time, not only Frankenstein was puzzled, even Dracula was curious and approached, asking, "I also want to know, great creator, what is a computer? I have seen many humans holding a glowing mirror and looking at it, even emitting white light towards us. It looks very magical. I once thought it was magic of the new era, but I still don't understand why ordinary humans have no magic power, yet they can activate such magical tools." Luyu calmly pressed the power button of the computer. After turning on the computer, the changing patterns of light on it still surprised Frankenstein. Dracula, having seen a mobile phone before, was not so surprised, but curiously looked at Luyu, wanting to know how he operated it. Luyu casually opened a web page and said, "The computer is actually just a common tool. What is truly valuable is the network that the computer can connect to. The network records all the civilization and knowledge of today's humans, which is the best way to understand the world today. Dracula, the mobile phones that humans you saw before were holding are actually similar to computers, just more convenient. If they can connect to the network, it is an infinitely colorful virtual world. If they cannot connect, their uses are not as many, nor as interesting." Frankenstein and Dracula listened attentively on the side, looking very serious, like two students with strong thirst for knowledge. At this time, Luyu opened a video introducing modern physics, with the teacher pointing at a celestial model in the screen, giving a serious lecture. Frankenstein was shocked looking at the person on the screen. He stretched his head behind the computer screen, as if trying to find the man lecturing inside, while Dracula reminded him, "My huge friend, don't look anymore. There is no human hidden behind this glass. I don't smell any scent in the air. They just left a part of their soul on the glass for the dissemination of knowledge, the continuation of civilization. This is a great dedication." Frankenstein listened and nodded admiringly, saying, "This is truly great, they are all respectable figures." Luyu looked at Dracula's serious explanation and just smiled bitterly, without directly refuting, saying, "It's probably as Dracula said. Just type on the keyboard to easily browse and acquire knowledge. You can keep watching videos here these 2 days. Once you understand it clearly, then start the experiments, don't rush, take it slowly." Frankenstein nodded seriously, bowed and said, "Yes, my dear master, I will not disappoint your expectations." Luyu nodded and continued, "All right, let's go underground now. That's where the experimental materials are stored, as well as another extraordinary being like you." Frankenstein, feeling nervous, asked, "Is that friend the one Mr. Dracula mentioned, the one who is rather rude?" Dracula nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. That guy can't communicate, and he's very greedy, spending his days underground eating wildly. It's better to keep him in the basement." Luyu waved his hand, telling Dracula not to speak ill of the werewolf, saying, "Don't worry, Frankenstein. Although the werewolf can't speak, it can understand us. As friends in the same camp, it won't be difficult to get along with." With that, Luyu led them to take the elevator directly to the basement. The slightly cold underground space made Luyu feel a bit chilly. But for Frankenstein and Dracula, it had little impact. On the contrary, they enjoyed this dark space, finding it safe. Leading them into the testing room, Luyu opened the door, and a strong smell of blood wafted out. The werewolf was gnawing on an arm in the room. Upon seeing Luyu, it quickly swallowed the arm and ran over, slightly bowing its head towards Luyu and growling, as if expressing respect. Lu Yu smiled and said, "Alright, werewolf, lift your head. Come and meet our new friend, Frankenstein. He's about the same size as you but very gentle. Remember to be friendly." Howl. The werewolf howled, then walked towards Frankenstein. It looked at the tall Frankenstein in front of it, its wolf ears perked up in surprise. To show goodwill, it deliberately reached into its throat and handed the arm it had just swallowed to Frankenstein, as if saying, "Enjoy, don't be polite." Pat, pat. Seeing the half-arm in front of him, covered in sticky saliva and dripping blood, Frankenstein panicked. He took a step back, holding up his huge palm in front of him, shaking, and apologized, "My dear friend, you don't need to offer me this food. Although my appearance is indeed terrifying, in fact, I am a vegetarian." "You're a vegetarian?" At this moment, not only the werewolf but also Dracula and Lu Yu were somewhat surprised. It turned out that this big guy not only looked like a monster but also had nothing to do with monsters in terms of personality or diet. Dracula, rarely surprised, asked, "You're a vegetarian? So, you really don't eat any meat at all?" Frankenstein shook his head and said, "I don't eat any at all. Elegant Mr. Dracula, I hate eating meat. It feels too cruel. In comparison, green vegetables suit my taste better." Lu Yu also remembered at this moment that the Frankenstein in the novel was indeed a vegetarian. He didn't eat meat or people. Instead, the eating habits of the werewolf and Dracula had led Lu Yu to mistakenly believe that all monsters needed to feed on blood and flesh to grow. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu shook his head and said, "If you're a vegetarian, then be a vegetarian. I'll have the people from Vic Company bring you some fresh vegetables later to see if you still stick to your old eating habits." Frankenstein, upon hearing this, nodded his thanks, albeit rarely, saying, "Thank you, my dear master, for your trouble." After being rejected by Frankenstein, the werewolf didn't pay much attention and simply threw the half-arm back into its mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Dracula, on the side, looked very disgusted and said, "Ah, it's truly a regression of the times. Don't you feel any shame for your rude and barbaric behavior?" Howl. The werewolf roared at Dracula, then walked friendly to Frankenstein, hooking Frankenstein's shoulder with its hairy and strong arm, making friendly noises. While making incomprehensible howls, it pointed at Dracula with its claws, shook its head at Frankenstein, indicating that they didn't need to care about Dracula's appearance. Frankenstein felt awkward sandwiched between the two, unsure of what to do, and could only let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha." Lu Yu was also troubled by the interaction of these three monsters and said, "Alright, werewolf, let go of Frankenstein. We need to take it to explore the basement's experimental materials. Don't delay too long." The werewolf quickly pushed Frankenstein out and let it enter the laboratory. When Frankenstein entered the laboratory, Lu Yu turned on the lights in the room. With a click, rows of lights on the ceiling lit up, making the entire laboratory bright. The furnishings were clear, and Frankenstein finally realized that the room was labeled as an experimental material room, while Lu Yu referred to it as such. The room was filled with steel shelves, similar to indoor vegetable racks, but instead of vegetables, there were humans in a coma, with 4 tubes on their wrists maintaining their vital signs. Frankenstein was shocked to see this and asked with a trembling voice, "Are these all experimental materials?" Lu Yu nodded, "Yes, they are all available for your use, Frankenstein. I want you to research a potion that can evolve ordinary humans, making them stronger, faster, and more enduring. This is the primary project. If possible, also help me create some monsters like you. If you want to create a companion like yourself, that's fine too. Everything is up to you." Frankenstein looked at the almost 100 people on the shelves in front of him, and despite the horror on his face, there was a hint of pity. He tentatively said, "My dear master, they are all living people. In fact, if you want me to create something like myself, the bodies of the deceased can also be used as materials. Wouldn't it be too cruel to use these living people?" Dracula's deep eyes narrowed slightly as he stepped forward and said, "Let me remind you, my giant friend, our existence is given by the Creator. He has given us everything, and you should not question or challenge him. He is our great Creator." The werewolf, rarely seen, stood with Dracula this time and echoed with a low growl, "Oh whoa." Frankenstein shook his head in confusion, placed his broad hand on his chest, and explained in a low voice, "My dear friends, you have misunderstood me. I absolutely did not mean to question the master. I just wanted to tell him that corpses can be used to create more monsters. There is no need to use these living people." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense and anxious, as if chaos would erupt in the next second. At this moment, Lu Yu spoke calmly, "Alright, Dracula, werewolf, do not cause internal strife. Frankenstein did not intend to offend me. It's good that it can have its own thoughts. What I need is indeed a scientist who can conduct extraordinary experiments." Frankenstein saw that Lu Yu did not despise him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. quickly knelt down respectfully and said, "My esteemed master, thank you for your trust. I absolutely did not deny your intentions today, nor will I in the future." Dracula and the werewolf on the side, seeing Liu speaking, also restrained their hostility. Liu spoke, "All right, Frankenstein, get up. I want to tell you that kindness is indeed correct, but all kindness and love must be based on ensuring our own safety before we can have such thoughts. You should know that although we have freedom in this building and can move around freely, every human being shows respect to us, but this is all achieved through Dracula's hypnosis. Once outside this building, when people see you, they will still feel fear and worry. Even if you do not show malice, the extraordinary itself is an existence that is alienated by society. In the Middle Ages, witches were burned at the stake, and in the 21st century, werewolves, vampires, and scientific monsters are the same. People fear things they cannot control and fear beings that can easily take their lives. So we must become stronger, strong enough that nothing can imprison us, study us, burn us, or shoot us. Do you understand?" Frankenstein slowly stood up, his huge head hanging low, and replied in a deep voice, "I understand, my dear master. I promise I will never do this again." Liu nodded and then smiled, "Rest assured, you are one of the few creations I have, and I will not blame you." Frankenstein kept his head down and did not raise it, just nodded silently. At this moment, he felt heavy-hearted, knowing that his words were disrespectful to Liu. It should not question its master for these unfamiliar humans. Liu, seeing its low spirits, stepped forward and patted its arm, saying, "All right, don't be too disheartened. I know you are kind, but we also do not harm the innocent at will. Let me show you." Frankenstein was a little puzzled. Although he did not understand what Liu meant, he followed him to the row of shelves. There, Liu took out a tablet from the shelf, then pointed to the number plate on the shelf next to it and asked, "Frankenstein, can you see clearly what number is written on this sign?" Frankenstein looked at the number plate pointed out by Liu and replied, "It's 12, my dear master." Liu nodded, entered the number into the computer, then handed the tablet to Frankenstein, saying, "Tell me, Frankenstein, what do you see?" Frankenstein carefully took the tablet, looked at the picture and the blank space on the tablet, and found that the man in the picture was exactly the same as the man lying on the bed. Surprised, he asked, "My dear master, what is this?" Liu nodded and explained, "As you can see, what you see is the background check information of this man. Frankenstein, read what is written on it." Frankenstein nodded and then read out the information of the man on it. Chin Bin, male, 34 years old, unemployed, hit and run in a car accident 2 years ago, causing the death of a mother and child, now wanted with a reward of 20,000 yuan. After finishing, Frankenstein widened his eyes and asked, "My dear master, are you saying that all the humans lying here are guilty?" Liu nodded and said, "Yes, Frankenstein, I am not as cold-blooded as you imagine. As long as there is a choice, I will definitely not harm these innocent people. These people who can use their bodies to test drugs for money are basically forced and desperate individuals. Either they are heavily in debt or they have committed crimes. None of them are innocent. In the past, it would have been impossible to gather so many guilty individuals. But now, the world is different. It is vast and prosperous, with nearly 10 billion humans. There are as many sinners as you can imagine. You don't need to show them any mercy, do you understand?" Frankenstein nodded solemnly and respectfully replied, "My dear master, thank you for enlightening me. I know you didn't need to waste time telling me these trivial matters, but you still took care of me and answered my questions. I will not disappoint your expectations and will ensure that the results you desire are achieved as soon as possible." Liu nodded and said, "Good, you can conduct your experiments without any worries. But there's no rush now. After all, you haven't yet familiarized yourself with the knowledge and equipment of this world. Let's go out for a meal today." Frankenstein was surprised, "A meal? So soon?" Liu nodded and smiled, "Yes, since you can't start your research now, why don't we see if you can still enjoy the vegetarian food you used to like? It can be considered part of the experiment." Dracula then approached and pushed Frankenstein, saying, "The great creator has spoken. Don't hesitate. Do you remember the location of the elevator just now? Take the werewolf back to the top floor office first. Its brain isn't functioning well. You take it first, and I and the creator have some matters to attend to." The werewolf snarled at Dracula, knowing that he wasn't speaking kindly of it. Frankenstein, with a stiff smile, led the werewolf away, fearing that it might start a fight with Dracula at any moment. After the werewolf and Frankenstein left, Dracula approached Liu, asking with a hint of seriousness, "Great creator, Frankenstein has doubted you. I feel that it may not have the same absolute loyalty to you as I or the werewolf. Do you need me too?" Liu understood Dracula's intention, smiled, and said, "Dracula, I understand your concern for my safety. However, it's okay. Frankenstein is kind. According to its biography, it is inherently a kind monster. It is not like the legends of you and the werewolf, it is very young, even childish. In the records, from its birth to death, there are only a few years, like a young child. We just need to guide it more. Understood, my great creator. In the CEO's office on the top floor, Liu, Dracula, the werewolf, and Frankenstein gathered here. Although it was a meal, the werewolf and Dracula had already eaten, and Liu was not hungry. They gathered here to witness Frankenstein's meal. Knock knock knock. Soon, the door of the office was knocked, and the voice of the female secretary outside sounded, "Respected creator, we have prepared the vegetables you need. Should we bring them in now?" Liu nodded and shouted, "Yes, bring them in." Okay. After the female secretary finished speaking, she opened the door and pushed in a silver dining cart filled with fresh vegetables, including lettuce, olives, tomatoes, broccoli, and various brightly colored fruits. Dracula sat on the sofa, looking at the colorful vegetables, shaking his head in disbelief. He rarely looked at Frankenstein with confusion and said, "I still find it hard to imagine how a person of your immense size can be a vegetarian." The werewolf nodded in agreement, preferring fresh meat and having no interest in these cold vegetables. Frankenstein ignored the surprised looks of the two people, took all the vegetables off the cart, placed them on the coffee table in front of them, and said, "It's not right to judge people by appearance. We all have our own souls and thoughts, not just monsters who only know how to fight. We have the right to choose our own food. We should respect different cultures and habits." Liu also nodded and said, "That's right, Dracula. We should respect Frankenstein's dietary habits. Besides, being large in size doesn't necessarily mean you have to eat meat. Even the largest land animals like elephants and moose are herbivores." Frankenstein also nodded in gratitude for Liu's explanation, while Dracula was somewhat puzzled and asked, "My great creator, what are elephants and rhinoceroses?" "Ha!" The werewolf next to Dracula also howled in confusion, not knowing what these two creatures were. Liu smiled helplessly and said, "I forgot that you may not have seen these creatures before. Perhaps one day we can go out together and take a night tour of the zoo to broaden your knowledge of the world." By this time, Frankenstein had already started eating his salad, the crisp sound echoing in the room. Frankenstein continued to use his fork to chew the salad in the bowl, looking satisfied. He praised, "This fresh salad is really delicious. When I was in the village before, I only ate potatoes and wild fruits. Sometimes when there wasn't much food in the villagers' homes, I had to go to the forest to collect roots for food. It was indeed very hard at that time. Fresh and rich vegetables like this are truly a rare delicacy." Dracula shook his head and sighed, "My huge and gentle friend, as legendary monsters, your situation is really too pitiful. With your strength, you should be respected more. Being too weak will only lead to more bullying. You should be firmer and show your strength to those villagers." Frankenstein shook his head and said, "Those villagers are not wrong. They are kind and will share the little food left in their homes with the elderly. I shouldn't take their food by force. Besides, I can find food in the forest by myself to sustain myself." Liu interjected, "All right, Frankenstein, those days are already in the past. The food in this world is unprecedentedly abundant, and you will never encounter such a situation again. There's no need to dwell on those tragic pasts. Thank you for your reminder, my great master. I will remember." With that, he pushed the lettuce in the bowl towards Dracula and the werewolf, saying, "My dear friends, you should really try it. Always sticking to your own habits will make you miss out on many delicious and wonderful foods. There will come a day when you get tired of blood and meat." Dracula shook his head, "Forget it, I still prefer fresh blood." The werewolf also shook his head and howled, indicating that he also didn't want to eat. Frankenstein did not force them, but continued to eat his fresh salad. At this point, Liu asked, "Frankenstein, it's a good thing that you can eat the food you used to like. But I want to ask, do you feel stronger after eating these foods? Has your strength and physique improved?" Frankenstein shook his head and replied in his deep voice, "No, my noble master, I do not feel stronger after eating, and just eating simply, how could I become stronger directly? Normally, shouldn't training and fighting be the way to become stronger?" Liu remembered his notes, not surprised by the result. He said, "Normally, it should be like this, but your existence itself is abnormal. Besides you, Dracula and the werewolf can also become stronger by consuming flesh and blood. It seems that flesh and blood are the materials that can help you advance, and vegetarianism won't do." Frankenstein, upon hearing this, had a stunned expression on his face. He rarely looked surprised as he gazed at Dracula and the werewolf, asking, "Really? Continuously gaining strength by consuming flesh and blood goes against the rules of the world?" Dracula nodded calmly, "You speak as if our existence as legendary monsters is quite reasonable in the world. Think about it, Frankenstein, our existence itself does not conform to the rules of the world. It is normal to become stronger by consuming flesh and blood. Although not as articulate as Dracula, the werewolf also mimicked a nonchalant appearance, crossing its claws in front of its chest and nodding with its large head. Frankenstein nodded, dipped a piece of lettuce in salad dressing, and ate it, saying, "In that case, it does make sense." At this moment, Dracula revealed a meaningful smile, looking at Frankenstein and saying, "It's good that you understand. So, do you want to give it a try?" Frankenstein looked puzzled and asked, "Try what?" Dracula squinted his eyes, with a hint of red light flickering in his eyes. "Try consuming flesh and blood like us to gain more power." Upon hearing this, Frankenstein paused with the fork in his hand, showing a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, the werewolf reached into its gaping mouth and pulled out a half of a thigh, offering it to Frankenstein, indicating that he could eat it without hesitation. After some internal struggle, Frankenstein turned his head and said, "Sorry, I still cannot accept consuming the bodies of other creatures, especially when they resemble my own kind." The werewolf, upon hearing this, did not insist further and returned the half-thigh to its mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. Dracula, witnessing this scene, shook his head with some regret. "You could be much stronger. Are you content with maintaining your current strength?" Frankenstein lowered his head and responded heavily, "I also wish to become stronger, to offer more power to my master, but I do not wish to do it in this way." Dracula wanted to persuade Frankenstein further, but at this moment, Liu spoke up, saying, "Dracula, it's enough. If Frankenstein doesn't want to eat, there's no need to force it. Besides, from the beginning, when I revived it, I never intended for it to become a force like you and the werewolf. Its greatest advantage lies in the knowledge gained from the experiments conducted with its creator, able to create more undead monsters and conduct more enhancement experiments. That's enough." Upon hearing this, both Dracula and Frankenstein stood up and bowed respectfully to Liu, saying, "Yes, my great creator. Yes, my dear master." Just as they were about to sit back down, the werewolf and Dracula suddenly raised their heads, looking alertly towards the glass window. Liu, noticing their reaction, also became cautious and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Dracula instantly appeared at the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the distant street with a serious expression. "I sense an unusual power approaching this place." The werewolf growled lowly, pressing against the glass, its gaze fixed on the distance with hostility. Liu followed them to the window, whispering softly, "An unusual power? Who could it be? Have they found us?" Only Frankenstein looked puzzled and asked, "What happened? Why didn't I notice anything?" "Just focus on your meal, don't worry about this." Liu temporarily ignored Frankenstein, pondering various possible scenarios. To be sensed by both the werewolf and Dracula at the same time, it must be a presence threatening enough to them. Could it be a superhuman in this world who could reach such a level? Meanwhile, as Liu was contemplating, the office door was suddenly knocked on. The voice of the president of Vic Company came from outside. "Respected creator, sorry to disturb you, but we have received notice from the police. They want to come to our company lobby to investigate the cause of the drowning in the river last night." Upon hearing this, Liu was not surprised and replied, "Understood, send someone to deal with it, cooperate with them as much as possible, and do not expose any suspicious areas." "Yes, great creator." At this moment, Dracula, who heard the president of Vic Company, bowed apologetically to Liu. "I'm sorry, noble creator, it was my negligence and recklessness that led to all this. Do we need to leave here?" Liu just smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, Dracula. With your protection, we haven't exposed any problems. It's normal for the police to investigate. After all, someone died, and they will definitely dig to the bottom of it. But we don't need to worry." Just now, the president of Vic Company also said that the police requested an investigation in the lobby. "We can stay here. Even if we are exposed, it's just losing an ordinary base. Don't apologize, it's just a small matter. You, the werewolf, and Frankenstein are what I care about the most." Dracula nodded solemnly, "Thank you for your forgiveness. I will be more cautious in the future to ensure your safety." Liu nodded with a smile. "All right, Dracula, now you need to go to the underground alchemy room and collect all the materials placed inside your cloak. That is the most sensitive thing in the entire Vic Company." "Yes, great creator." With that, Dracula turned into a bat and swiftly flew down to the first floor through the window, entered the alchemy room, collected all the materials placed inside his cloak, and quickly flew back to the top floor office. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Dracula took a deep breath and reported to Liu, "My noble creator, I have collected all the suspicious items and materials, ensuring they will not be exposed." Liu nodded with a smile, "Very good. Now let's check the surveillance. The threat you sensed should be the one coming with the police. Let's see what's special about this new friend." Outside the Vic Company building, as the red and blue police lights alternated, Officer Liu and civilian Zhang Yi got out of the police car. Zhang Yi looked at the dark building in front of him and sighed, truly a domestic pharmaceutical giant, being able to directly buy a whole building in the prime location of Jiangnan City as the company headquarters. Their strength is indeed extraordinary. Officer Lu closed the car door and casually said, "No matter how strong they are, what's the use? Such a big company, such a big building, and there's only one security guard at the lobby. Now that something has happened, there isn't even anyone to ask questions." Zhang Yi shook his head with a smile. "The security guard is just for show now, to save costs for sure. Besides, who knew such a bizarre thing would happen? Alright, stop complaining. I'm here with you on this call, let's go in and check the surveillance." Officer Lu didn't hold much hope for this, but still entered the Vic Company building with Zhang Yi. On the top floor of the Vic Company, Lu Yu sat in the president's chair watching the surveillance video. When he saw Officer Lu and the man in plain clothes next to him, he instantly understood everything and said, "It is indeed Zhang Yi, the only extraordinary individual in Jiangnan City with true power." Behind Lu Yu, Dracula, the werewolf, and Frankenstein stood there watching the surveillance, all looking somewhat puzzled. Dracula asked, "My esteemed creator, what is an extraordinary individual? Are there not only ordinary humans in this world, but also other powerful races?" Frankenstein looked at the two people in the surveillance and said, "I don't see anything special about them. Which one is the extraordinary individual?" The werewolf followed with a howl, expressing confusion. Lu Yu explained to them, "An extraordinary individual, as the name suggests, is a human with extraordinary powers. Since the first extraordinary individual appeared in the world, for every few thousand humans born afterwards, there will be a few individuals with extraordinary powers, collectively known as extraordinary individuals." Dracula was slightly surprised upon hearing this and asked with some confusion, "My dear master, if that's the case, why didn't we see these extraordinary individuals intervene when we were attacking the werewolf earlier?" Lu Yu explained, "Because the vast majority of extraordinary individuals do not have enough military strength to contend with. Out of 1,000 ordinary people, only one will possess extraordinary powers. And among these individuals who have obtained extraordinary powers, there is basically none who can match your strength. Most extraordinary individuals will show differences around the age of 16 or 17, with heightened senses compared to ordinary humans, as well as increased strength and speed to a certain extent. But these enhancements are very limited, neither allowing them to match the military strength of modern times nor granting them a far superior status to ordinary people. There are no specific positions in society designated for extraordinary individuals. Most of these individuals will gradually blend in with the crowd. When faced with extraordinary individuals far stronger than themselves, humans tend to distance themselves more. Moreover, running faster and being stronger, these talents can basically be replaced by technology and cannot help extraordinary individuals seek higher social status. Even sports competitions prohibit these non-human extraordinary individuals from participating, which is not fair to other normal humans. Among these extraordinary individuals, some have become mercenaries abroad, but in the current peaceful world, there is no need for too many super soldiers. And currently, there are only a few hundred extraordinary individuals in the entire world who are truly similar to superhumans and pose a threat to us. However, these extraordinary individuals cannot act without permission." Frankenstein nodded beside him and said, "So you mean these extraordinary individuals are also feared by the public, feared by the government, and have not received any official recognition, right?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "That's right. They have never received official recognition or acknowledgement from any government in the world, just like the superheroes in the gray area. When humans face an extraordinary individual who can easily break through a cement wall, their first reaction is not to take a photo together but to fear that one day he might suddenly get angry and crush his own head in a fit of rage. That's the principle. The military also will not easily accept a super soldier who can easily slaughter an entire camp, as no one can guarantee that he possesses absolute justice and a sense of mission. So currently, extraordinary individuals are like caged beasts, constantly monitored to prevent them from suddenly erupting and harming others." Lu Yu then pointed to the man next to Officer Lu on the screen and introduced him to Dracula and the others, saying, "The human you see here is Zhang Yi. He is probably the only human in Jiangnan City who possesses true superhuman abilities, likely not weaker than the werewolf who can withstand tank shells. So you encountered him, don't try to resist, retreat first, you have unlimited potential, don't confront him in anger." The three monsters nodded together. At the lobby of the Vic building, Officer Lu and Zhang Yi had finished watching the surveillance footage of the incident scene. The expressions on their faces were not good. Officer Lu muttered, "It's indeed strange, that security guard seemed to have seen something, trying to stop it, but the next second he seemed to be possessed, walking out of the lobby stiffly." Zhang Yi asked on the side, "Is there a possibility of post-processing? Like erasing the figures in the surveillance footage?" Officer Lu shook his head. Our technical staff in the bureau confirmed that the video is original, without any special effects. If someone really walked past there, unless the camera couldn't capture him at all, but that's simply impossible. And we also questioned the people who were in the lobby at that time before. Each of them had consistent statements. No one saw anyone strange, and their answers were calm, without any sign of nervousness. Zhang Yi sighed and said, "It seems there are no clues here. Let's move forward directly." Following the security guard's footsteps, we should be able to reach the riverbank where he jumped, to see if there are any clues there. Officer Lu stopped in his tracks, looking at Zhang Yi and asked, "Aren't you a superhuman? Can't you use your abilities to sense if there's any unusual presence here, or any distinctive smell or something? What's the use of bringing you along otherwise?" Zhang Yi turned his head and glanced at him, saying, "I am a superhuman, but not a detective. My nose is not that sensitive. If you want to smell something, shouldn't you bring a police dog? I'm just stronger and good at fighting. Solving cases is your job, right? I'm with you to prevent any monsters from suddenly appearing and injuring you again." Officer Lu rubbed his forehead, looking speechless, waved his hand and said, "All right, forget it, come with me, let's go see if there are any other clues on the riverbank ahead." With that, the two of them left directly, searching all the way outside following the security guard's departure route. At the top floor of the Vic building, Dracula watched the surveillance footage of Officer Lu and Zhang Yi walking outside, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Noble creator, are we safe now?" The police and the superhuman didn't notice anything unusual. Lu Yu nodded. "For now, it seems so, but it's only temporary. The involvement of superhumans in the police investigation is indeed beyond my expectations. Our plan to fake the werewolf's death may not work." The werewolf was startled and let out a low growl to express its surprise. Dracula was also surprised and asked, "Great creator, why do you say that? They didn't notice anything suspicious about our base, and the werewolf hasn't gone out hunting these past 2 days." Frankenstein couldn't understand anything and stood aside, eating the salad in its hand. Lu Yu explained, "It's not about what we did these past 2 days, it's about before that. The village we buried before, according to normal rescue operations, would take about a week to completely clear it. But with the superhumans involved, it's different. Their perception is more acute, they can clearly sense the heartbeat and breathing of survivors buried under the soil. They should soon discover that the villagers below have all been eaten. This is not something any random beast can do, it's a planned and buried scheme. They will soon link this matter to the werewolf." Dracula nodded, also understanding Lu Yu's concerns. His eyes flashed with crimson light as he asked, "Since this extraordinary individual may expose our existence, do we need to kill him? You mentioned earlier that this person's strength is comparable to that of a werewolf, but if I and the werewolf ambush him together, there is still a high chance of success." The werewolf nodded, revealing its claws which gleamed with a cold light. This gesture expressed its agreement. Similar to Wolverine, Lu Yu did not know when it acquired this skill. On the other hand, Frankenstein, although reluctant to engage in violence, felt that this was a good opportunity to make a statement and quickly said, "My dear master, although I am not as powerful as the werewolf and Mr. Dracula, I believe I can still be of assistance." Lu Yu looked at them, shook his head with a smile, and said, "Don't be too hasty. Zhang Yi is after all the strongest extraordinary individual in the entire Jiangnan city. The news media is paying attention to him. If we directly kill him, it will make headlines and attract even more attention. I have a plan to dispel their suspicions about the werewolf without us having to intervene. We can just watch from the sidelines." Dracula was puzzled and asked, "Great creator, forgive my ignorance, but I fail to understand your meaning. How can we eliminate their suspicions about the werewolf without taking action? Is there any other force besides us that can help?" Lu Yu smiled meaningfully and said, "Dracula, it's normal that you don't understand because when that incident happened before, I hadn't revived you yet. This matter will still rely on the werewolf." "Oh whoa!" The werewolf standing beside suddenly perked up its ears, let out a howl, looking somewhat incredulous. Dracula and Frankenstein both looked at the werewolf, finding it hard to believe that this silent individual could be the key to resolving the current situation. Lu Yu, on the other hand, looked at the werewolf and asked, "Werewolf, do you remember those classmates who came to me in the middle of the night before? A girl with 4 or 5 boys, they were attacked that night." "Oh whoa, oh whoa." The werewolf howled twice, nodding its huge wolf head up and down, indicating that it remembered. That night was the first time it had consumed so much flesh and blood in one go. The memory was still fresh. Seeing that it remembered, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "I know my classmates are still alive. The police came to the school and told me that they are still in the hospital, not yet awake." "Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa." Upon hearing this, the werewolf's ears, which were initially perked up, slowly drooped down. It avoided eye contact with Lu Yu, continuously howling many times. Ordinary people might not understand, but Luyu, Dracula, and Frankenstein could grasp the meaning behind it. The werewolf was explaining that there were many people that night, and it couldn't resist and ended up eating more than it should have. Unintentionally, those individuals it should have killed ran onto the main road and boarded a long metal monster. It tried to chase after them, but for some reason, the metal monster suddenly lost control, spinning several times and throwing out the humans inside. Eventually, it caught up and grabbed one student, intending to eat him, but many police officers arrived and fired many shots at it. It initially wanted to resist, but felt that continuing to do so might lead to its disappearance, so it retreated first. It also expressed regret for not completing the task and promised that if given another chance, it would ensure to complete the mission by devouring those humans. Dracula glanced at it with a look of anticipation, saying, "It's all because of your greed. If it were me, I would definitely be able to perfectly complete the creator's task without any oversight." Oh whoa! The werewolf, upon hearing this, instantly became angry, baring its teeth at Dracula, indicating that it could show its strength right now. Meanwhile, Frankenstein stood by, wearing a kind smile, advising, "Friends, let's not be too impulsive. We are all on the same side and should get along peacefully." Luyu also smiled and said, "That's right, Dracula, don't tease the werewolf. Although it failed to kill those people, it's just right for my purposes." The three monsters looked at Luyu with some disbelief. Dracula asked in surprise, "My esteemed creator, how can an uncompleted task help us conceal our identities?" Luyu didn't explain further but turned to the werewolf and asked, "Werewolf, I want to ask you, did you bite someone on a previous night?" The next morning, inside the Jiangnan City Hospital, Lu Yanyan, with a breathing tube in her mouth, lay on the hospital bed. Her closed eyes were moving violently, as if she was about to wake up. She had been in a coma for nearly 6 days, having already passed the most dangerous period. However, she had not woken up yet due to the severe mental trauma caused by the terrifying werewolf. She was currently having an extremely frightening nightmare. In the nightmare, she was wandering alone in a forest full of dead trees. The air was filled with thick fog, making it impossible for her to see the direction or know where she was. She could only hear the constant roar of wild beasts echoing in the forest. Oh whoa! The terrifying roar awakened the deepest fear in Lu Yanyan's heart. She couldn't forget the horrifying monster that had devoured several people in front of her, nor could she forget the monster that had bitten off her entire arm with its gaping mouth. "Ah! Why won't you stop chasing me?" Panicked, Lu Yanyan screamed and ran forward as if she had gone mad. Oh whoa! However fast she ran, the chilling beastly roar continued to surround her, getting closer and closer. Just as Lu Yanyan turned her head back to see if the monster was catching up, in that instant, her head was bitten off by a mouth full of sharp teeth. Ah! In an instant, the tragic ending of the nightmare stimulated Lu Yanyan, causing her to abruptly open her eyes, scream, pull out the breathing tube from her face, and wildly swing her arms around, screaming non-stop, "Go away! Oh whoa!" The sharp screams immediately alarmed the nurses on duty outside the ward. Several nurses rushed in and struggled to restrain Lu Yanyan. However, Lu Yanyan was almost in a frenzy. Even when her body was restrained, she didn't stop screaming, eventually biting the wrist of a nearby nurse. Snap! The female nurse screamed, shouting, "Ah! Head nurse! This girl is crazy! She bit my wrist and drew blood." A female head nurse in her 40s quickly ran over, took out a syringe from the medical kit, filled it with a sedative, and shouted, "Everyone, step back! I'll give her a sedative." As the sedative was slowly injected into Lu Yanyan's bloodstream, she, who had been continuously screaming and going crazy, fell back into a deep sleep. A nurse who was bitten on the wrist covered the 4 blood holes on her wrist, walked away with a gloomy face, and cursed, "Crazy! Is he a dog? He bites so hard." The head nurse patted the bitten nurse and comforted her, "It's common, go disinfect with alcohol, bandage it, come back and I'll report it for you. You should be able to get reimbursed a few $100s. "Really? Thank you, Sister Chen." The nurse's face lit up at the news. She forgot about the pain and ran off with a smile. The head nurse looked at the smiling nurse helplessly, shook her head, but at that moment, on the other side, another nurse was tying up Lu Yanyan's arm to prevent any disturbance, but she screamed again. "Ah! Ghost!" The nurse looked terrified, scared to the wall, her face pale. The head nurse sighed repeatedly, saying, "You young people, why do you scream and jump around so easily? What's wrong now? How can there be ghosts in broad daylight, scaring people? Can it be as painful as being bitten?" Not only was the nurse scared, but the other 2 nurses who were tying Lu Yanyan's legs also took 2 steps back in fear. One of the nurses pointed at Lu Yanyan on the bed, trembling, "Nurse, nurse, this patient has grown a hand." The head nurse, not believing a word, walked up quickly and said angrily, "You young people, always scared by this and that, I remember this patient very clearly. She lost an arm in a car accident. She was brought in by the police. How could a hand grow out of nowhere in broad daylight? You must have mistaken the left and right hands. Look carefully. With that, the head nurse lifted the white thin blanket on the bed, but as she was about to scold the young people for their confusion, she froze. Because in the loose patient gown, Lu Yenyen had a perfectly intact arm in the empty sleeve on the left side, clean and flawless, as white and tender as a baby. At that moment, even the experienced head nurse was pale with fear. She took a few steps back, trembling. No, this can't be. Quick, call the police. On the other side, as expected by Lu Yu, after the extraordinary Zhang Yi returned to Jiangnan City, he was quickly taken by Officer Lu to the village buried by mudslides. Officer Lu stood in front of the thick soil slope tens of meters high, sighed, feeling the impermanence of life. An entire village was buried underneath, with so many people living in it. It had been 2 days already, hoping they were all safe. Officer Lu shook his head helplessly, then shouted behind him, Zhang Yi. All right, time is life, get to work quickly. Zhang Yi stretched his body, picked up a shovel, and shouted, all right, all the rescue personnel on site are fine, I can clear the soil covering the village in 5 minutes. Be prepared to rescue the villagers trapped underneath. Are you all ready? Yes. Hundreds of rescue personnel in bright yellow rescue suits shouted in unison, but there were still a few who didn't quite believe it, whispering and laughing. This guy looks ordinary. Is he really the strongest extraordinary person in Jiangnan City? Yeah, before, there were 5 small excavators on site. Although they were digging carefully, they were machines. He's just one person. Can he be that powerful? Oh, don't underestimate extraordinary people. Their perception and physical strength are tens of times ours. They can easily detect the trapped people under the soil layer. They will be much more efficient. We just have to wait to rescue people. Amidst the laughter and chatter of the crowd, Zhang Yi also began to act. Swish! In an instant, he was like a machine, vigorously shoveling the soil with the iron shovel in his hand, without any pause. He almost turned into a phantom, like a video on fast forward, and in a brief moment, the entrance to the village had been cleared. As the onlookers watched in astonishment, the buried village was unearthed by Zhang Yi in just 5 minutes. Before the crowd could react, Zhang Yi had returned to his original position, wiping the sweat off his forehead and saying, "It's been a long time since I've done this kind of exercise. I should work out more." The iron shovel in his hand turned red from the rapid swinging, as if it was about to ignite, and a drop of sweat from Zhang Yi evaporated upon contact with it. Sizzle! The drop of sweat evaporated, emitting a wisp of steam, while Officer Lu shouted, "Everyone! Stop daydreaming! Hurry and check the survivors inside those courtyards." Yes! At that moment, everyone snapped out of their daze and rushed into the village with stretchers and medical supplies for rescue. After most of the rescue personnel had begun their operations, Zhang Yi, who had finished clearing the soil, walked solemnly to Officer Lu and whispered, "Lao Lu, I have a bad feeling. When I first arrived at the scene, I didn't hear any faint breathing or heartbeat inside the village. At first, I thought it was because of the soil covering them, but when I cleared it just now, there was still no heartbeat in every household in the village. I feel like they might." Officer Lu, taken aback, asked in disbelief, "What? This can't be. It's just a normal landslide, how could there be no one?" Before he could ask further, the medical personnel who had entered each household in the village ran out in horror, shouting, "Officer Lu! Officer Lu! There's no one in these households. There are large amounts of bloodstains in the rooms. They must have encountered something terrible." "What?" Officer Lu's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly entered one of the households, where the damp and dark room was splattered with fresh blood on the tables and chairs, indicating their fate. But what shocked Officer Lu the most was not the bloodstains inside the house, but a huge claw mark on the wall in front of him. He touched the claw mark with anger in his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn it! I knew that monster wasn't dead. I shouldn't have given up on investigating that kid, Lu Yu." After saying that, Officer Lu stormed out, ready to go directly to Lu Yu's house for further questioning. However, his phone suddenly rang. La 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 on. The cheerful ringtone did not calm Officer Lu's anger. He quickly took out his phone, answered the call, and asked impatiently, "Who is this? I'm in a hurry right now. If it's not urgent, please call me later. I don't have time now." As he spoke, he walked outside, got into the police car, and prepared to leave with Zhang Yi to find Lu Yu and thoroughly investigate him. However, the message from the other end of the phone left Officer Lu stunned in place. At that moment, all the anger on his face disappeared, replaced by sheer horror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked the person on the phone, What did you say? She has grown another new arm. This is impossible. She's not a lizard." However, Officer Lu was stunned after saying this sentence, as a terrifying possibility crossed his mind, almost like the worst-case scenario. At this moment, Zhang Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed Officer Lu's bad expression and asked with concern, Lao Lu, are you okay? You suddenly pulled me into the car in a hurry. Do you have any guesses about the situation here? Are we going to the police station? Officer Lu, feeling a bit flustered, responded, we're not going to the police station. I will arrange for my colleagues to seal off this place. We have more urgent matters to attend to now. Zhang Yi asked, what's going on? Do you also feel that there might be a connection to monsters here? Are we going to see Chief Chen? Officer Lu shook his head, his face serious, stepped on the gas pedal, and accelerated the car to the maximum speed, saying, no, we're going to the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Lu Yanyan, who had been injected with a sedative, felt a severe headache, feeling groggy as if she had a high fever. Her closed eyes were still moving, furrowing her brows tightly, as if she had just had a terrifying nightmare of being chased by a monstrous and terrifying creature. After a loud roar, Lu Yanyan was startled awake again. She looked around nervously, making sure there were no monsters around. Only then did she relax, covering herself with a blanket and surveying the room. It was a small room with only her hospital bed, no one else present. Lu Yanyan murmured with a vague memory, where am I? Click. At this moment, the door of the room opened, and a man in a white coat, a doctor, entered. Seeing Lu Yanyan awake, the doctor smiled and said, Lu Yanyan, you're finally awake. Lu Yanyan looked at him warily and asked, are you a doctor? Am I in the hospital? The doctor nodded, smiling kindly, and said, you were in a car accident before. The police brought you here. Do you remember? Car accident? Lu Yanyan's eyes glazed over, quickly recalling the bus she was on suddenly flipping over. But what stood out in her memory was not the accident but the monster. The terrifying monster with a bloodthirsty mouth full of fangs. The moment she thought of the monster, Lu Yanyan panicked, grabbing the doctor's white coat, shouting frantically, no, it's not an accident. It's a monster. A monster. A tall monster covered in long hair. Doctor, call the police quickly, or the monster will come to get me again. It bit off one of my arms directly. My arm is gone. I'm disabled. I'm useless now. Lu Yanyan broke down in tears. The doctor in the white coat felt like his coat was about to be torn apart, a look of horror briefly crossing his face before he quickly composed himself, smiling and comforting, Lu Yanyan, don't let your imagination run wild. Your hand is fine, isn't it? What? Hearing this, Lu Yanyan, who had been crying, suddenly stopped, looking surprised, then lowered her head to look at her left hand. In that moment, Lu Yanyan was stunned to find her left hand intact, tightly gripping the doctor's coat. Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe it. She let go of the doctor and looked at her intact left hand, turning it over and over again. She exclaimed, no. This can't be. I clearly remember that my arm was bitten off by that monster. How is this possible? As she spoke, Lu Yanyan raised her head and asked with some doubt, Doctor, did you help me reattach my arm? I saw in the news that someone had their hand blown off, but it was successfully reattached at the hospital. Did you perform the surgery to reattach my arm? The doctor smiled and shook his head, saying, Lu Yanyan, don't jump to conclusions. Even the world's top medical team cannot reconnect the nerves of a severed arm so perfectly. You're overthinking it. There was no monster at all. It was just a result of the car accident that caused you to be mentally confused, unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare. Relax, there was no monster at all. Your body has not fully recovered yet, you need to rest. Just stay here for now, and when your body is better in a few days, you can go home. Lu Yanyan was puzzled by the doctor's words. She had been convinced of the existence of the monster, witnessing so many people being eaten in front of her and feeling the excruciating pain of her arm being torn apart, a pain she had not forgotten until now. But her arm was now intact on her body, and Lu Yanyan began to truly doubt, could it all have been just a nightmare? Was it just a result of her confused memory from the car accident that led to her current state? After the doctor finished speaking, he prepared to leave, but Lu Yanyan suddenly stopped him and asked, Doctor, can you let my parents come to see me? I should be fine now. They can come visit me, right? The doctor smiled and shook his head, saying, Lu Yanyan, you still need to rest. We will inform your parents to come see you. With that, the doctor walked out of the ward. Outside the ward was not a hospital corridor, but a vast wilderness, with a large temporary wall surrounding it. Many armed soldiers stood guard outside, ready and alert, not making a sound to avoid disturbing the uncertain factor inside the room. The doctor nodded to the guards, and 2 soldiers opened the temporary iron gate. After the doctor walked out, he headed straight to the command tent farthest away. Inside sat not only Officer Lu but also Zhang Yi and Chief Chen, among other important figures. Officer Lu asked anxiously, how is she? Is there anything unusual? The doctor replied solemnly, Lu Yanyan is very strong, almost equivalent to an adult man. She tore my lab coat apart, and her mental state is also unstable. We can only temporarily stabilize her and prevent her from discovering that her bitten arm has grown back. The fact that we are keeping her captive, if revealed, could trigger her transformation into a monster. Chief Chen asked, can't we continue to administer sedatives to her? Until we come up with a solution, isn't it safest to keep her asleep? The doctor shook his head, we have already administered it twice, both at double the dosage, but the sedative loses its effect in about 10 minutes. It's no longer effective. Officer Lu sighed, it seems that the monster is indeed a werewolf, and humans bitten by the monster will also become the same kind of monster. Lu Yanyan is definitely no longer considered a normal human now. The other surviving students are fine, as there are no traces of being bitten on them. The only thing we can do now is to double our deployment in the area. Chief Chen nodded, the tanks and helicopters that were used to deal with the monster are also nearby, ready for action. I didn't let them get too close, fearing that the sound of the engines would startle the students inside the house. The hypnotic gas has also been delivered, in a sufficient dosage that should have a certain impact on the monsters. Officer Lu turned to look at Zhang Yi and said, everything is prepared. Normally, there shouldn't be any issues, but just in case, Zhang Yi, when the critical moment comes, we need you to act. We have already submitted the operational request for approval, which will take some time to come through. But when the crisis hits, you must act promptly. The responsibility lies with us, do you understand? Zhang Yi patted Officer Lu's shoulder and replied with a smile, don't worry, I'm not a heartless bastard. I was born in Jiangnan City, how could I stand by and watch my compatriots get hurt? I will take action, regardless of the cost, to prevent disaster on this land. Time passed quickly and it was already evening. There was no movement in the ward, and the soldiers guarding it, who were initially highly tense, had become somewhat calmer. However, they still kept a close watch on the central ward, alert for any potential developments. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the dark night sky, a black bat slowly flew in from a distance. Being in a remote wilderness area, it was normal to have more bats and other wildlife, so no one paid much attention to the flying mammal. Inside the outermost command tent, the few individuals who were originally stationed there couldn't keep their eyes glued to the screens all the time, so they took turns monitoring. They were relieved that Lu Yanyan in the ward did not exhibit sudden violent behavior, but remained lying in bed, appearing somewhat calmed by the sedative. Although the sedative couldn't make Lu Yanyan fall back asleep, it could stabilize her emotions to some extent, preventing her from having the strength to get out of bed, which boosted their confidence in guarding her. Once the long-distance flight arrived, they would transport Lu Yanyan to a remote deserted island far from the mainland, surrounded by the vast sea. Even if it was a monster, it would not be able to cross thousands of miles of ocean to harm people inland. The research on Lu Yanyan was not yet complete, and it was impossible to fully stabilize her. All plans were just wishful thinking. Just when everyone thought they could safely conclude the matter, a dark bat silently infiltrated the tent and flew slowly to the top of the monitoring screen. The doctor who had been watching the screen was also slightly surprised to see the bat on the screen. Encountering a bat in the wilderness was not uncommon, so he didn't pay much attention and was about to shoo it away. Swish! A red light flashed, and when the doctor met the bat's crimson eyes, his whole body trembled, then he stood there dumbfounded, staring motionless at the monitor. The bat flew away, directly entering the heavily guarded central ward. Crawling through the narrow ventilation duct from the top, it entered the ward and transformed directly into a human form. Lu Yanyan, lying on the sickbed, had been in a daze due to the sedative, but suddenly felt a chill all over her body. She shivered instinctively and was about to turn over to sleep when she caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the door in the corner of her eye. This startled her, and she sat up, shrinking into the wall corner, thinking the monster had returned. However, when she saw that the person standing at the door was not a monster but a handsome foreigner in a cloak, she felt relieved but mostly puzzled. Lu Yanyan looked at Dracula with suspicion and asked, "Are you a doctor? What are you doing in my room?" Dracula smiled gently with narrowed eyes and replied, "Miss, my great creator needs your help with something." Inside the command tent, Officer Lu, who was drinking tea in his spare time, still did not dare to let his guard down. He glanced at the surveillance video before coming, and this time Lu Yanyan in the video was not lying on the bed, but sitting up, looking at the door of the ward, not knowing what she was looking at. Other than that, everything was normal. There was nothing particularly special in the footage. Officer Lu finally relaxed, and to his surprise, the doctor in charge of monitoring was very upright, not moving at all, which made him very surprised, feeling that this doctor might be more suited for the military. However, just as Officer Lu turned away, Lu Yanyan in the surveillance video disappeared into thin air with a burst of black mist. In the dark night, a bat flew slowly over the heads of the crowd, blending into the night, and for the time being, no one noticed that the dangerous person they were guarding had silently left. Phew! Lu Yanyan suddenly felt dizzy again. She only remembered locking eyes with a very handsome man, and then she lost consciousness, feeling like the whole world was spinning. When she woke up, she suddenly realized that she was no longer in the ward, but on a dark street. Lu Yanyan looked at the road sign next to her and exclaimed, "Second alley. Isn't this near my home? Why did I end up here with that man after just one glance?" Without thinking too much, Lu Yanyan was now most afraid of the pitch-black night, as if terrifying monsters could emerge from the darkness at any moment. She dared not stop and quickly ran towards her home. Thud! 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 Who's there? The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s looked at her daughter in hospital clothes outside, suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Yanyan, how come you're discharged?" Lu Yanyan ran into the house in a panic, closed the door, and hugged her mother, crying, "Mom, I don't know either. I feel like there's something wrong with my head. I was in the ward just now, and then suddenly I was on the street. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like the whole world has changed." The middle-aged woman comforted her gently, "It's okay, as long as you're fine. You came just in time, your dad and I were just preparing dinner, let's improve your diet." In the kitchen, the middle-aged man who was chopping vegetables poked his head out, saw his daughter coming back, and laughed out loud, "Oh, Yanyan is back. This is great. We wanted to go to the hospital to see you before, but the hospital and the police wouldn't let us, saying it's not good for your recovery. Today you finally came back, sit in the living room and wait. Your mom and I will finish chopping the vegetables and cook you 2 delicious dishes to taste." The middle-aged woman helped Lu Yanyan to sit on the sofa and continued to comfort her, "Forget about it, as long as you're fine. You sit first, your dad and I will finish up, and we'll have a reunion dinner at home." Lu Yanyan was still mentally unstable and just responded with a vague sound. The middle-aged woman then went to the kitchen to cook, but not long after, the sound of chopping vegetables suddenly stopped in the kitchen, followed by a cry of pain. "Oh, my hand." The middle-aged man sighed helplessly and asked, "Why are you so careless, cutting your own hand?" The middle-aged woman pressed the wound and said, "I was just excited to see Yanyan back. It's nothing serious, just rinse it with water." However, at this moment, sitting in the living room, Lu Yanyan trembled violently when she smelled the blood in the air. Swish! In an instant, an unprecedented desire surged from the depths of Lu Yanyan's throat. She had never felt so thirsty, so hungry before. Her breathing became rapid, her nails kept growing, her bones were changing, and there were crackling sounds coming from inside her body. Her whole body was expanding at an extremely fast pace, her hind feet lifted off the ground directly, turning into beast-like claws. The mouth she kept exhaling from became longer and longer, countless sharp teeth grew out of her mouth, and sticky saliva dripped from her mouth. Her vision began to blur, her mind scattered, and Lu Yanyan could no longer see clearly what was in front of her, just instinctively running towards that sweet taste. Bang! The sliding door of the kitchen was suddenly pushed open, startling the middle-aged woman and man who were cooking, but they didn't take it seriously, knowing it was Lu Yanyan. The man stirred the pot while shouting outside, "Yanyan, don't rush, the dishes will be ready soon, you sit outside and wait, they are all your favorite." However, Lu Yanyan's taste had changed at this moment. She did not answer, but started eating directly. Crack! What are you? Help! Help! Crack, crack! In the distant suburbs, inside the tightly guarded command tent, it was time to change shifts for monitoring the video. Officer Lu patted the doctor on the shoulder and said, "All right, Dr. Lee, go outside for some fresh air, I'll watch here." However, Dr. Lee did not respond, which made Officer Lu feel uneasy. He turned his head abruptly to look at the monitoring screen, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. At this moment, he no longer cared about what might have happened to Dr. Lee, and shouted loudly outside, "Everyone! Lu Yanyan has escaped. Quickly check the surrounding forest. Don't let her escape to the city." "What?" Outside the tent, Director Chen and Zhang Yi, who were on the phone, exclaimed instantly. The entire temporary camp was put on high alert, numerous searchlights were turned on, illuminating the pitch-black wilderness as bright as day. Dozens of soldiers carrying submachine guns began searching the surrounding wilderness. Several helicopters were all launched into the sky to search for any suspicious signs nearby. Officer Lu grabbed Dr. Lee by the collar, lifting him up and scolded angrily, "What are you doing? Do you know how careless you've been this time? How many innocent civilians and soldiers will die because of your negligence? What am I doing here?" Hearing Officer Lu's furious roar, Dr. Lee, who had been in a daze, suddenly trembled. He woke up from the drowsy state he was in, looking around blankly, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing Dr. Lee's bewildered look, Officer Lu instantly realized that something was wrong. He no longer cared about what had happened, grabbed the microphone from the table, and shouted to everyone outside the position, "Attention all personnel. Someone is up to mischief. Search every inch of the surrounding land carefully. Don't let anyone suspicious pass besides Lu Yanyan." Officer Lu then hurried to Zhang Yi's side and instructed, "Zhang Yi, hurry to the city. If Lu Yanyan has already reached the city, only you can stop her in time. The responsibility lies with me and Director Chen, you just need to act. Do you hear me?" Director Chen also arrived and said to Zhang Yi, "The helicopter is ready, you can reach the city within 15 minutes, go quickly, we'll take care of things here. We have tanks in the suburbs to contain the monster, but only you can handle the city." Zhang Yi nodded without hesitation, saying, "Alright, leave it to me." City area in a dim room and the residential area, crackle. The broken wires kept sparking, occasionally lighting up the dim room, revealing a scene of chaos. Lu Yanyan came to her senses again in a daze, finding herself sitting alone on the floor of the living room surrounded by broken furniture and scratched walls. She didn't know what she had done, but she no longer felt hungry and felt something stuck in her throat, causing her to cough violently. Snap! In the intermittent flashes of light from the fractured circuits above, Lu Yanyan saw clearly what she had coughed up, a half-dried finger with a silver ring on it. She recognized the ring as the one her father had given her mother on their wedding anniversary. In an instant, Lu Yanyan completely broke down, covering her face and screaming frantically, "Ah, it's impossible. I'm not crazy. I couldn't have done this. I couldn't have eaten my mother. Ah!" Lu Yanyan screamed in despair, recalling the horrifying scenes in her mind amidst her continuous screams. Her mother screaming in terror, wielding a kitchen knife wildly towards her, only to lose her head the next second. Like a blurry freeze-frame animation, those gruesome scenes played out in her mind. At that moment, Lu Yanyan saw everything clearly in her despair. The ground was stained red with copious amounts of blood, and there was a bloody handprint on the kitchen door. Blood dripped down in streaks from above. Everything was revealed in its entirety at that moment. Lu Yanyan had eaten her mother and father. Lu Yanyan on the verge of collapse, while on a distant high-rise rooftop, Lu Yu observed her quietly with a night vision telescope. After watching Lu Yanyan's despairing cries, Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he handed the telescope to Frankenstein beside him, allowing the only monster without superhuman vision to take a look. The grotesque Frankenstein, seeing the scene inside the room, shook his head with great sadness. The loss of humanity, the decline of morality, to directly eat one's own parents, and to realize it at this moment, is more painful than death. That girl must be on the brink of madness. Lu Yu's expression remained unchanged as he took notes, saying, "Indeed, it's quite interesting. After being bitten by a werewolf, one does indeed turn into a werewolf, but loses rationality due to the dominance of appetite, being able to eat even one's own parents. It's truly a complete monster, devoid of reason, unable to communicate normally, definitely unfit as a soldier." The werewolf standing nearby, upon hearing this, lowered its head in disappointment, feeling crestfallen that its creation did not receive Lu Yu's approval. Dracula, on the other hand, smiled smugly, "Noble creator, there's no need to continue creating these madmen driven solely by animal instincts. Let me hypnotize humans, who can communicate normally and be commanded to do anything, even to die. If you need stronger servants, I can create some exclusive blood companions for you. Not only are they more powerful, but they can also maintain their sanity, making them suitable as fighting forces." Oh. The werewolf, upon hearing this, instantly bared its teeth, showing a threatening glare, growling lowly as if challenging to a monster-to-monster battle. The werewolf's anger was justified, as what Dracula said was indeed true. These days, its presence seemed to have been overshadowed by Dracula's abilities, and Dracula deliberately mentioning its name every time felt like a provocation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu calmly advised from the side, "Alright, werewolf, Dracula, now is not the time for internal strife. We need to be careful to avoid exposing our observation mission this time. And werewolf, don't be too disappointed, although your kin cannot communicate, they can freely transform between human and monster forms, with excellent strength and speed, so there's no need to feel down. Moreover, Dracula's blood can also have weaknesses. Once transformed, they are doomed to be unable to withstand sunlight, unable to act during the day, which is a fatal flaw, but this is completely absent in your kin." Howl. Upon hearing this, the werewolf's expression instantly became somewhat smug, looking at Dracula with a disdainful gaze, as if mocking this guy who can never see the light. Dracula didn't care much about this. After all, everyone can only appear at night, so whether they see the sunlight or not doesn't really matter. Frankenstein then added, "My dear master, creatures like me, artificial monsters, can compensate for these two flaws, as they have a certain level of intelligence and can walk under the sun. They are most suitable for protecting you, but the only drawback is that their strength is not particularly powerful, only able to serve as ordinary warriors, not as capable as Mr. Werewolf and Mr. Dracula. Luyu nodded. I have also considered this, so I plan to let you study hybrids, combining the strengths of your kin to create the best warriors. Hybrids. Howl. Dracula, Frankenstein, and the werewolf all looked surprised, with Dracula asking, my great creator, when you mention hybrids, are you referring to mixed blood creatures? Luyu nodded. That's right, Dracula, werewolf, both of your kin are ancient legends in our world, repeatedly discussed by people. My compatriots are not foolish, many of them are intelligent. With the videos of the werewolf being exposed before, they should have already realized the werewolf's identity and will come up with many ways to deal with you in the future, such as holy water or silver bullets. Combined with modern military firepower, it will be difficult for you to win. Creating too many ordinary kin is also meaningless. We need our own warriors, perfect beings without flaws. Dracula and the werewolf Frankenstein were both shocked after hearing this. They had never thought that Luyu's thoughts would be so profound, and their admiration for Luyu was indescribable. At this moment, Dracula suddenly looked towards a distance and respectfully reminded, Great Creator, there are humans outside that girl's house. Luyu was slightly surprised and turned to look in that direction. Frankenstein quickly handed the binoculars to Luyu, saying, My dear master, please use this. Luyu smiled and nodded, taking the binoculars to look towards Lu Yinyan's direction. Clang clang clang. Just as Lu Yinyan was clutching her head in pain and screaming, the security door of the house was suddenly knocked on, and a middle-aged man's voice came from outside, asking, Hello, property management of the community. The people upstairs just said someone in your house was shouting for help. What's the situation? Please open the door and let us see if there's anything wrong inside the house. By this time, Lu Yinyan was almost going crazy, scratching blood marks on her face with her nails, and screaming madly at the outside, Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out and die! The property management outside, upon hearing the woman's screams inside, knew that things were not going well. He looked at the locksmith beside him and nodded, saying, Unlock it, unlock it! Hurry! We can't afford any casualties. I've already called the police. Clang clang. With the locksmith's fiddling, the security door was directly opened. As a precaution, the property management had already turned on the phone camera to film inside, proving that they did not tamper with anything. However, when the anti-theft door was opened, a strong smell of blood rushed out, making everyone present shudder. As they saw the scene inside the room clearly, they were all stunned in place by the incredibly bloody sight. Everywhere was red blood, with many body parts and flesh scattered on the ground, and Lu Yinyan, dressed in tattered patient clothing, crouched in the pool of blood. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Yinyan, who had been screaming all along, suddenly turned her head. This moment of her turning around was captured by the property manager's phone, her face pale, with wet blood and flesh residue on her mouth and hands, making her look like a fierce ghost. Ah, a ghost! This scene truly frightened the group of property managers, almost causing them to fall to the ground. When Lu Yinyan saw the property manager holding up the phone with its flashlight on, she instantly realized that the property manager was recording her. In an instant, infinite fear and anger erupted in her heart. Who allowed you to film me? Give me the phone. In that moment, Lu Yinyan's whole body was suddenly covered in gray fur, sharp fangs and claws, transforming her into a wild beast, and she pounced towards the property manager outside the door. This terrifying scene immediately scared all the property managers outside half to death, and they all ran downstairs as fast as they could, with one of them managing to close the anti-theft door on the way. However, this only bought them a brief respite from the monster, as at the moment the anti-theft door was closed. Bang! A dull impact resounded in the corridor, and the sturdy anti-theft door was directly hit with a huge bulge. Roar! Accompanied by the beast-like roar, a huge claw mark suddenly appeared on the anti-theft door, and the terrifying claws struck down again. Crack! The heavy anti-theft door developed a long crack, and in the next moment, the werewolf Lu Yinyan burst out from it, still wearing the tattered patient clothing, but her eyes were now bloodshot. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty monster rushed towards the nearby fire escape, hearing the urgent footsteps coming from below. Those were the things to be killed, the delicious blood feast. Roar! The monster, like a spider, leaped back and forth in the winding fire escape, and in an instant caught up with the property managers running below. It bit off the head of one property manager, chewed twice, and swallowed it directly. It's eating people. The monster is eating people. Run, run, run. Run fast. The remaining property managers running downstairs, upon seeing their colleague being devoured, turned pale with fear, screaming and rushing down. The monster in the tattered patient clothing, with blood-red eyes, kept scanning among the fleeing humans, still retaining memories of its previous madness, and the first thing it wanted to do was to kill a human holding a phone. After a brief observation, the monster quickly locked onto the human holding the phone, sharp claws stretched out, hind legs pushed hard, and straight towards the man it went to bite, intending to kill the human directly. Swish! However, just as the monster was about to bite the man, a lightning-fast figure jumped up from below and suddenly appeared beside the monster. The monster's eyes were filled with disbelief that a human could match its speed, but it didn't pay much attention and thought about how strong a human could be, planning to bite the human to death with each punch. However, its idea was wrong, as in the next second, a fist as heavy as a sledgehammer slammed into the monster's head. Bang! The terrifying force directly deformed the monster's face, as if it had been hit by a train, and the whole body, including the head, flew out directly. Boom! The monster was directly smashed through the wall, flying straight outside, hitting a tree below, breaking the entire tree, and large chunks of soil scattered everywhere, with dust below, making it impossible to see what was happening. The person who came was Zhang Yi. He received a notification from the police station that there were screams coming from Lu Yanyan's house, confirming that Lu Yanyan had returned home. He rushed to the scene for the first time, but looking at the blood on the monster's mouth, he was still a step too late. On the distant rooftop of a high-rise building, Liu held a telescope, watching Zhang Yi, who had just punched Lu Yanyan, fly out, grinning. As expected, Zhang Yi, the top extraordinary person in Jiangnan City, his strength is truly terrifying. Humanoids have no power to fight back in his hands. Dracula and the werewolf also had crimson eyes, staring at Zhang Yi in the distance, their expressions serious. At this moment, they felt threatened for the first time. The extraordinary person named Zhang Yi was definitely very strong, and neither of them had full confidence in defeating each other. Frankenstein asked with a hint of worry, "My dear master, are we in danger like this? Since the extraordinary person from the human side has arrived, should we retreat first and hide for a while?" Liu smiled and said, "It's okay, we are far enough away, and Zhang Yi is not interested in checking all the buildings around. With nearly 80 million people in Jiangnan City, he won't notice us." Dracula, werewolf, take this opportunity to observe the strength of the extraordinary person. We don't need to confront them now, but it is inevitable in the future. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi stood at the gap, observing below. He confirmed that all the property personnel in the safe passage had run to the safe area before leaping down from dozens of floors high to the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact directly raised a gust of wind on the ground. Zhang Yi's face was serious as he walked step by step towards the monster that used to be Lu Yanyan, shouting inside, "Lu Yanyan, wake up a bit, turn back into a human now. We can still provide treatment for you. There is still a chance to redeem everything." However, in the smoke ahead, Lu Yanyan did not respond to his words. Just as Zhang Yi was about to continue walking forward, the dust suddenly stirred up in front, and a thick tree branch shot out from it, heading straight for Zhang Yi's chest. Zhang Yi was startled, dodging the flying tree with a swift move, but the tree pierced straight into the gas tank behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted instantly. Zhang Yi quickly crossed his arms in front of him, while the monster took the opportunity to approach him, its terrifying claws reaching for Zhang Yi's head, trying to grab and explode it directly. However, ordinary monsters were no match for top-tier extraordinary individuals. Clang! The monster's claws hit Zhang Yi's head, but failed to shake him at all. In the astonished eyes of the monster, Zhang Yi coldly struck, a punch from bottom to top, fiercely hitting the werewolf's abdomen. Boom! The force of that punch was terrifying, causing the monster to open its mouth in shock, spitting out the undigested flesh and blood from its stomach, and its whole body flew back again, smashing a van parked on the roadside behind. On the distant rooftop, a person and 3 monsters were still observing the battle in the distance. Dracula shook his head somewhat regretfully. "It's really brutal. It seems that the creator was right. Top extraordinary individuals are undoubtedly overwhelming for our kind. Direct attacks cannot even break through their defense." Howl! The werewolf nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Liu observed the battlefield and said with a smile, "It's normal. That's the strongest extraordinary individual in the entire Jiangnan City. Any of your relatives can become one, which is already powerful enough. Don't lose heart. And as I suspected, those humans who have acquired your traits and turned into monsters will truly be injured. They will cough up blood. Having a physical form results in these reactions, real injuries. I wonder if they can maintain their monster form after death. This is crucial. Let's continue watching." Yes, great creator. In the distance, Zhang Yi walked step by step towards the monster that Lu Yanyan had turned into, continuing to shout at her, "Lu Yanyan, wake up! You are human, not a monster. Turning into a beast and hurting people was not your intention. Everything can be redeemed. Turn back into a human now. Don't make me use force against you. However, the monster with blood dripping from its mouth had no trace of human rationality in its blood-red eyes, only cunning and ferocity of a beast. The monster stared coldly at Zhang Yi, and the next moment, it fiercely grabbed the van behind it and threw it towards Zhang Yi. Bang! The van, weighing over a ton, was lifted and heavily smashed onto Zhang Yi. Crack! However, the van was not sent flying but was folded in half as if it were made of paper. Zhang Yi stood straight there without taking a step back. His face was extremely serious and solemn. He forcefully swung his arm, throwing the van that Lu Yanyan had thrown at him onto the nearby greenbelt. He stood there like a war god and shouted sternly, "Lu Yanyan, this is my final warning. Stop your destruction. You are human, not a monster." Whoa! However, the monster that Lu Yanyan had turned into responded to Zhang Yi with only beastly roars. When Zhang Yi threw the van aside, Lu Yanyan, now a large monster, charged directly towards him and ran to the ground floor of the adjacent residential building. It crashed through the glass and security bars, grabbing a boy who was hiding inside. "Ah! Help! Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" The cries of the young child instantly shocked Zhang Yi. He hurried forward, wanting to rescue the child. However, the monster that Lu Yanyan had turned into did not choose to eat the child but instead picked him up and threw him forcefully towards a distance. Swish! Watching the child flying out behind him, Zhang Yi understood Lu Yanyan's intentions at that moment. He cursed inwardly but could not leave the child to be harmed. In a breath, Zhang Yi swiftly changed direction and ran towards the flying child. The monster that Lu Yanyan had turned into did not show any satisfaction or joy on its face. It was severely injured, feeling the pain in its abdomen, and had no strength to fight anymore. Seizing the opportunity, the monster quickly ran towards the outskirts of the residential area, trying to evade Zhang Yi's pursuit. After picking up the child, Zhang Yi quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie in his arms and shouted inside, "This is the extraordinary individual Zhang Yi. I'm sorry for letting Lu Yanyan escape, but I have injured her severely. She won't get far. She's near the Lidawuan residential area, requesting police support." On a distant rooftop, Dracula watched the end of the battle and asked, "Honorable Creator, the girl has escaped. Should we go after her and deal with her?" Lu Yu put down his binoculars, smiled, and said, "No need. Lu Yanyan won't get far, and I have other plans for her." Other plans? Dracula, Frankenstein, and the werewolf were all a bit confused, but Lu Yu didn't say much. Instead, he took out an old-fashioned flip phone from his pocket, made a hushing gesture to the three monsters next to him, and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Clear Sky TV station? I have an exclusive piece of news to give you." Click, click. In the dark alley, a tall figure was leaning against the wall and slowly walking forward. The huge body gradually dissipated, finally returning to the size of an ordinary human, revealing Lu Yanyan. She was clutching her abdomen, taking difficult steps forward, her hospital gown stained red with blood, small drops of fresh blood constantly falling from her body. Lu Yanyan was in an imbalanced state at the moment. Although she had regained her human form, she couldn't maintain her werewolf state due to excessive blood loss. Silver fur still covered her face, and sharp claws grew on her hands. She didn't understand why she had become like this. She only remembered fighting a very powerful man and turning into this, killing people, eating her parents, and being chased by the police. Looking at her hand with claws, Lu Yanyan was on the verge of collapse, wailing, "Why? Why did I become this ghostly appearance? I still have a wonderful life ahead of me. I want to study abroad. Why? Lu Yanyan wailed and screamed, accusing her tragic fate to the heavens. However, she dared not scream too loudly because every movement caused a tearing pain in her abdomen. Just as Lu Yanyan was considering whether to find a veterinarian to bandage her wound, a sudden rush of footsteps came from the alley behind her. Someone shouted, "There's blood on the ground. Quickly, chase her. Don't let her reach the crowded commercial area." The sudden shout from behind startled her. With a frightened expression, she hurried forward, with a few drops of blood falling with each step. She endured the intense pain and finally reached the intersection ahead. Whoosh! In an instant, the bustling street was brightly lit, and Lu Yanyan realized she had arrived at the busiest commercial street in Jiangnan City. People were strolling around, colorful advertisements were playing on giant screens, completely different from the dark alley just now. Lu Yanyan finally realized she was in the center of the commercial district, a business pedestrian street she used to frequent. But there was no time for nostalgia now, as the special police officers with guns had caught up from behind. "Chase, chase, chase. Where is she? Don't let her harm the pedestrians." This sentence instantly awakened Lu Yanyan. With a fierce look in her eyes, she grabbed a little girl eating a lollipop, using her sharp claws to threaten the police chasing behind her. "Don't move. If anyone takes another step, I'll kill this child. Accompanied by Lu Yanyan's sharp screams, the once lively pedestrian street fell silent. People initially thought the girl in tattered hospital gown with fur on her face was just a cosplay influencer shooting a video and didn't take it seriously. But when they saw the child in Lu Yanyan's grasp and the neatly running special police officers with guns in the alley behind her, everyone realized this was not a joke but a real kidnapping threat. In an instant, everyone showed shock on their faces and quickly stepped back. The girl's parents also ran over, both of them young, not even in their 30s. The parents, seeing their daughter being bloodied and held by the frantic Lu Yanyan, pointed at her angrily and worriedly. "What are you doing? Why are you holding my daughter? Let her go. Are you crazy?" The kidnapped girl, with a distressed expression, cried out, "Mom, it hurts. It hurts so much." And a special police officer nearby stepped forward, stopping the parents, and solemnly advised, "Both of you, calm down. Leave this to us to confront the suspect. Don't provoke her, as it could easily lead to the suspect acting impulsively and harming the child. Let us negotiate with the suspect." The young mother, filled with anxiety, said, "But that's my daughter. How can I just let go like this?" Just as the special police officer faced off with the girl's parents, Zhang Yi also arrived, descending from above and landing heavily about 30 meters in front of Lu Yanyan, like a superhero. Lu Yanyan knew that the man in front of her was extraordinary, the strongest presence on the scene. She stared intently at Zhang Yi, clutching the child tightly, her sharp claws almost piercing the girl's neck. She watched as the special police officers approached, along with the dark barrels pointed at her, a look of despair and anger on her face as she shouted at Zhang Yi and the surrounding special police, "Stop right there. Whoever takes another step forward, I will kill this child. I mean it. Why are you pushing me like this? What have I done wrong? To be treated like a criminal? What else have I done wrong? To be hunted down like this by you?" Zhang Yi approached slowly and negotiated with Lu Yanyan. "Lu Yanyan, don't be nervous. We are considering the safety of other citizens. You should understand that you could unconsciously turn into a monster, and many people have already been hurt by you. We don't need to be so tense. Put the child down first, and I promise that none of the special police here will harm you." However, Lu Yanyan did not believe him. She remained vigilant, constantly scanning the surrounding special police, breathing heavily as she questioned, "You said it yourself. I killed unintentionally. I didn't mean to. When mentally ill people kill, it's not a crime. Why should I be treated differently? I am innocent. You can't treat me like this." As she spoke, she held the girl in her arms tighter, causing the girl to cry out in pain, "Mom, it hurts so much. This sister holding me is so uncomfortable." This scene broke the hearts of the parents in the distance. The father pointed at Lu Yanyan and angrily scolded, "What kind of person are you? You dare to harm a child? Come at me if you have the guts. Let go of my daughter." A father's strength is limitless, and it took two special police officers to barely hold him back. Lu Yanyan, holding the girl hostage, screamed, "The child is innocent. Does that mean I am not innocent? Why am I being treated like this? What's wrong with wanting to live?" Not only were the parents affected, but there were also many passers-by on the commercial street standing not far away, watching and discussing what was happening. If this continued, more and more people would gather, making the situation even more dangerous. Zhang Yi knew he couldn't delay any longer and tentatively began to negotiate. "Lu Yanyan, don't get agitated. I can ensure your safety. What you said is indeed correct. You are also a victim, innocent. We can discuss this later. I can also have the special police retract their firearms now, but the condition is that you cooperate with me. Put the child down. Lu Yanyan, you are injured. You should know that escaping further will not lead to a good outcome. If you want to live, cooperate with me. Your resistance will only make things worse." Lu Yanyan, pale-faced, looked at Zhang Yi. Her body was trembling, and she could barely hold on to the child. Leaning against the wall behind her, she could barely stand. Zhang Yi spoke the truth, and she had no way out. After a struggle, Lu Yanyan, with a grim expression, asked, "Are you serious? Protect me and don't shoot me." Zhang Yi solemnly replied, "I guarantee with my life that I will ensure your safety." The special police officer on the side hesitated and asked, "Mr. Zhang, is this appropriate?" Zhang Yi nodded expressionlessly and replied, "I will take responsibility, you just need to put away your guns." Following Zhang Yi's orders, all the special police officers slowly retracted their firearms, but Lu Yanyan was still worried. She continued to shout, "Make them all turn around. Leave this place." A special police officer angrily said, "You are going too far." However, Zhang Yi intervened and quietly said, "Leave everything to me. You all step back one by one, keep a distance and surround Lu Yanyan." With Zhang Yi's instructions, all the special police officers turned around and retreated more than 10 meters, standing on the periphery watching Lu Yanyan. At this moment, Lu Yanyan was struggling to hold on. The blood flowing from her lower abdomen gathered into a small puddle on the ground. She remained vigilant, looking around, but her grip on the child in her arms loosened. She took small steps, preparing to hand over the child. Zhang Yi, with a tense expression, opened his arms to show he meant no harm. As the child was about to be handed over successfully, everyone held their breath and watched nervously. However, at that moment, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sky, startling Lu Yanyan. She was about to pull the girl back, but it was too late. Zhang Yi grabbed the girl's arm first and pulled her back. Taking advantage of Lu Yanyan's lack of response, he grabbed her neck with one hand, not harming her but pinning her against the wall. With one arm around the girl and the other hand holding Lu Yanyan's neck, he shouted to the special police behind him, "Now! Quickly take the child away!" Clang! In an instant, the situation reversed. Dozens of special police officers rushed forward. Some took the child away, while others put silver handcuffs on Lu Yanyan's limbs. "Ah! It hurts! It's burning! Let me go!" The moment the silver handcuffs were put on, a searing pain pierced through Lu Yanyan's limbs. Despair and resentment filled her face, her eyes seemed to shoot fire as she angrily cursed at Zhang Yi. "You damn liar! You deceitful scum! What kind of police are you? Go to hell! Go to hell! You should be skinned alive and sent to hell! I'll kill you, you beast!" Zhang Yi, with an expressionless face, replied, "I promise not to kill you, and I have indeed kept my word." However, Lu Yanyan ignored him, shaking her head wildly, her hair disheveled, hysterically cursing like a madwoman. "Beast! Beast! You damn well deserve to die! You all deserve to die and go to hell!" At the same time, the news reporters on the helicopter stood reporting to the cameraman inside the cabin, "Dear citizens, hello, we have received information from the public that the monster who previously harmed pedestrians at Qingguang Mall has been officially arrested. Although this seems unreal, it did happen in our city of Jiangnan. Please watch the live scene below." After speaking, the camera abruptly turned downwards, focusing on Lu Yanyan pinned against the wall by the police officers. She appeared wild and disheveled, with thick fur on her face and two sharp canine teeth in her mouth, resembling a creature evolved into a monster. Meanwhile, the citizens watching the news at home in Jiangnan City were all stunned, staring at the TV screen showing Lu Yanyan covered in fur and sharp teeth. If this news were seen elsewhere, it would surely be considered a spoof or a cheap special effects production. But this is a TV station, the person in uniform with long hair and sharp claws, or the gun-wielding special police, and most importantly, the person holding Lu Yanyan below, everyone knows. Many viewers exclaimed when they saw Zhang Yi, "It's Zhang Yi, the strongest superhuman in Jiangnan City. It's actually Zhang Yi. When did he come back? Even Zhang Yi is here. Does that mean that girl is really a monster? The monster that eats people in the video that went viral online before? Is it also the girl who turned into it?" At this moment, not only many citizens, but also many students from class 1 to 4 of No. 1 middle school were stunned after seeing the scene on TV. They were all dumbfounded, staring at the TV in place. Is that Lu Yanyan? How is that possible? Has Lu Yanyan been pretending all along? Is Lu Yanyan the monster? Did she kill Zhang Zihan and other students? Has Lu Yu been innocent all along? Is Lu Yanyan, who has always been causing trouble, trying to frame him? At the scene of arresting Lu Yanyan, although several special police officers shouted not to film towards the helicopter, how could they miss such explosive news? Even though the special police below kept waving their hands, the reporters and filming team pretended to be dead and continued to focus on Lu Yanyan's face for high-definition filming. At this moment, in the computer room responsible for playing videos on the big screens at the street corner in the surrounding shopping mall, the internal operators had become like idiots, stupidly staring at the screen in front of them. And the person in the shadows, moving the mouse, switched all the advertisements playing on the screen to the live channel of the TV station. Swish! In an instant, the people walking on the street all looked up in surprise. On the screens above their heads, all they saw was the crazed half-beast face of Lu Yanyan. It's live! That woman is really a monster. Right behind us. She's being restrained by Zhang Yi and the special police. Let's go take a look. This is a real monster. At this moment, not only the pedestrians on the street felt shocked, even Lu Yanyan, who had been struggling and shouting, noticed that the big screens at the street corner had changed. With a glance, she saw that shocking scene. All the big screens were showing her half-beast face, that ugly and savage face. And the surrounding passers-by all fearlessly gathered around, holding up their phones, frantically filming Lu Yanyan's half-beast body. It's live! It's live! She's really a monster! The video of the monster killing people in the mall before was real. This woman is so ugly. Did she really kill so many people? Film more, this is a real monster. It will definitely go viral online. Even though there were special police officers trying to stop them, they couldn't stop all the passers-by filming with their phones at once. In this frenzy of flashing lights and people looking at her like a monster, Lu Yanyan completely lost it. She shook her head and screamed at the crowd, "Ah! Stop it! Stop it! You can't film my face! I'm a human! I'm a human being! I'm not a monster! I'm not a monster! Why are you all treating me like this? Why? I'm just like you! I'm also a human being!" The desperate and despairing screams echoed in the street, but for the onlookers, it was just a brief pause, followed by even more intense flashes lighting up, and in the countless shudder sounds, Lu Yanyan despaired. Her monstrous face forever remained in the hearts of all, for people to watch. And in the escort of the special police, Lu Yanyan was taken away from here, surrounded by everyone's cameras and filming, escorted to the special police escort vehicle that had arrived. However, just as Lu Yanyan was almost prepared to accept it all in despair, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the passing crowd. That figure was so profound to Lu Yanyan that she would never forget it even if she died. Lu Yanyan's eyes widened in an instant as she turned her head to look. Sure enough, among the crowd of people taking pictures of her, stood the person who had ruined everything for her. Lu Yu, dressed in black, stood there slowly, smiling faintly at her. Under Lu Yanyan's almost manic glare, Lu Yu slowly raised his phone and pressed the shutter. Click! After the crisp sound of the shutter, Lu Yu still had his mouth open as he said the long-prepared words to her, "You are the monster." Just this simple sentence, like a spark, completely ignited Lu Yanyan, who was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, she was acutely aware that everything was done by Lu Yu. It was him who had turned her into this half-human, half-ghost appearance. It was him who had exposed her ugliness to everyone and now came specifically to mock her. Lu Yanyan went completely insane, her eyes almost dripping blood, her already half-destroyed body swelling up again, shouting at Lu Yu, "Beast! I will kill you! Awa! Awa! Awa!" Lu Yanyan transformed into a werewolf again, scaring off the onlookers who fled in panic. The soldiers escorting Lu Yanyan on both sides, with a look of panic, raised their rifles and pulled the trigger at Lu Yanyan. Tada tada! Amidst the countless flashes of gunfire, Lu Yanyan trembled all over, unable to withstand the firepower of modern military despite her monstrous form, as monsters also have flesh and blood. Countless bullets pierced through the monster's body, preventing it from taking a step forward, and the body collapsed like a bull. Blood flowed, staining the ground red, and the red pupils of the monster slowly dimmed. In the lightless wolf eyes, Lu Yu stood among the crowd, coldly smiling. "It's only fitting for a monster like you to die." It was another sunny day, and Lu Yu, as usual, woke up at 12 o'clock, went downstairs to the restaurant, ordered 2 dishes, ate while watching the news on TV. Last night should have been the most shocking day in Jiangnan City, with a real monster being directly broadcasted on TV. The semi-beastly monster was vividly displayed in front of everyone, and then, during the special police escort, it suddenly went mad and injured people, being shot dead by the special police in public. The monster's body lay on the road of the commercial street, captured in high-definition close-ups by the TV cameras. The program's effect was indeed full, and the news quickly spread throughout Jiangnan City. After a night of fermentation, now the whole world should be aware of the existence of monsters in Jiangnan City. Lu Yu was curious, how would humans perceive this event now? And how would those extraordinary individuals view these monsters that might confront them directly? On the old TV, the broadcaster in a suit reported solemnly, "Dear viewers in front of the TV, good afternoon. I believe you have all watched the live broadcast of Qingkong TV station yesterday. We have also received a response from the relevant departments. The monster does exist, and it is currently unknown where it came from. Please do not panic. The police station and military district in Jiangnan City have dispatched enough personnel to patrol and inspect the city area. Even if a monster appears, it can be discovered and eliminated at the first time. Please rest assured." Lu Yu took a bite of rice, thinking to himself, indeed, when it can no longer be concealed, just confess directly. Jiangnan City should attract global attention now, and the days ahead will not be peaceful. Let's see how people will face it. After finishing his meal, Lu Yu turned and went straight back to his room to continue his carving career. Werewolves belong to warriors, Dracula belongs to mages, and Frankenstein belongs to scientists. One is responsible for warriors, one is responsible for hypnotizing humans, and one is responsible for creating monsters. Now Lu Yu needs a monster that can be transmitted over long distances, always causing a sensation in Jiangnan City, almost telling everyone that the source of the birth of monsters is here. Lu Yu needs some monsters to appear in other places as well, so that everyone will shift their focus away from here. When monsters appear in other places, Jiangnan City will naturally not become the target of public criticism. The monster that best fits this description in Liu Yu's memory is Sadako. Without any hesitation, Liu Yu picked up a piece of wood and began his carving. Although he didn't know if the ghosts and monsters in movies and TV shows could be resurrected, he had to try to find out. Liu Yu picked up his old-fashioned small knife and began his carving. Countless wood chips fell, heralding the birth of a new ghost or monster in this world. On the other side, in the meeting room of the Jiangnan city government, dozens of men in suits gathered together. They were all around 40 or 50 years old. If you look closely, you will find Officer Lu in police uniform, Commander Chen in military uniform, and Zhang Yi among them. At the innermost end of the long conference table is the mayor of Jiangnan City. At this moment, the mayor of Jiangnan City looked solemnly at the people gathered in front of him and said, "The matter of the monsters can no longer be concealed. We can only be honest with all the citizens, but the problem is, you told me before that the monsters had been eliminated. Why has another one suddenly appeared now? Today was lucky, only one monster appeared, and it was killed in time. Will there be a second or third monster tomorrow? Who can explain this to me?" The people around looked at each other, unable to explain the principles of these monsters. They still hadn't figured out how these monsters appeared. At this moment, Officer Liu at the back spoke up, "Mayor, based on our investigation, we can roughly determine that the first monster that appeared was a werewolf. The female student who was live-streamed being attacked last night had previously been attacked by a werewolf and had her arm bitten off. We speculate that because of the werewolf's characteristics and legends, it will turn the bitten person into the same kind, which is why she turned into a monster." The mayor, with a serious expression, then said, "Can you confirm that there are no other citizens in the city who have been bitten by that monster?" Officer Liu shook his head and remained silent. Commander Chen, sitting on the side, said, "We have dispatched enough soldiers to patrol the city area 24 hours a day, ensuring that they can arrive at the scene within 10 minutes after a monster appears to kill it, effectively ensuring the safety of the citizens." However, someone quickly retorted, "Monsters may not be able to be eliminated by ordinary soldiers. We all saw the video of you eliminating the first monster before. Even tank shells couldn't kill the monster in one shot. This is completely different in strength from the monster that the girl turned into. If another powerful monster like the first one appears in the city area, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" Zhang Yi spoke up, "I will stay in Jiangnan City. If there is any discovery, I will inform you immediately and rush to the scene." Mayor Wang shook his head and said, "You are just one person. Even if you are extraordinary, you cannot be vigilant all the time. I have already made a suggestion to bring more extraordinary individuals here. If any of you have other ideas or opinions, come directly to my office and tell me. If not, you can all disperse." As the sound of chairs being pulled away echoed, the crowd dispersed, with Zhang Yi following Officer Liu and asking, "Lao Zhang, what are you planning to do next? Will you continue investigating that village?" Officer Liu shook his head, looking serious and determined, "I'm going in to question that student. This matter must be related to him. Why did the TV station receive an anonymous call? Why did the doctor suddenly become unresponsive? There's something fishy going on, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it." On the other side, Liu Yu's carving of Jinzi was nearing completion. Unlike werewolves or Frankenstein, or complex creatures like Dracula, Jinzi was just an ordinary human female with slightly longer hair and a colder complexion, making the carving quick. Just as the sun was about to set, Liu Yu had finished carving Jinzi. After carefully inspecting the wooden carving to ensure nothing was missed, Liu Yu cut his finger with a small knife and dripped blood onto the carving. He then silently prayed for Jinzi to appear before him. After dark, a familiar cold wind blew in, and in the corner of the room, a woman in white clothes with disheveled hair appeared. Her face was beautiful, but carried a chilling aura, causing Liu Yu's phone to glitch for a few seconds when she entered the room. When Jinzi opened her eyes, her hollow gaze slowly met Liu Yu's, and she respectfully bowed, saying, "Mountain Village Jinzi, greetings to the master." Relieved that Jinzi could communicate normally, Liu Yu was about to say something when suddenly a knocking sound came from outside. Knock knock knock. "Liu Yu, are you there? I'm Officer Liu, I have a few things to ask you." Officer Liu stood outside the room with a serious expression. After knocking twice and receiving no response, he frowned and was about to call for someone to break in when the door handle turned. With a click, the door opened, and Liu Yu looked surprised to see Officer Liu. "Officer Liu, you've been discharged from the hospital? Your recovery was really fast." Officer Liu smiled and casually put his phone back in his pocket. "It's nothing serious, getting discharged early is normal." Liu Yu politely scratched his head. I'm really sorry. You know my family doesn't have much money, so I can only afford the cheapest room. My room is at the back, and I didn't hear you knocking clearly earlier. I only realized it later. Officer Lu nodded. It's okay, I came to ask for your cooperation. I hope I didn't disturb you. Let's go to your room. These matters involve some of your privacy, so it's not good if others overhear. Lu Yu agreed with a smile. You're right, come in. But my room is quite small and a bit messy, I hope you don't mind. Officer Lu shook his head. It's fine. The two of them then went straight to Lu Yu's room. Upon entering, Officer Lu casually glanced around the room's layout before sitting on the bed and saying, Lu Yu, I believe you've seen the news on TV, right? About the live broadcast of the monster, you must have recognized that the girl is your classmate, Lu Yanyan. Lu Yu nodded slightly with a hint of regret. Yes, it's indeed hard to believe. When you told me earlier that Lu Yanyan and the others were in a car accident, I was also surprised. After all, no one expected such disasters to happen to them one after another. He behaved just right, not too happy, not too disappointed. Lu Yanyan could be considered someone who had a grudge against him. Even if she died, Lu Yu wouldn't be too disappointed. This expression was just right. Officer Lu nodded and continued to ask, did you go out to play somewhere like a mall or pedestrian street last night? Lu Yu shook his head, smiling helplessly, and replied, Officer Lu, you know my family doesn't have much money. I only have that much living expenses per month. How could I afford to hang out in those expensive places? Officer Lu continued to ask, do you know about the area in the south of the city? Places like Gujiazwang, Chinsuan, and Majayatan. These places. Lu Yu knew he was asking about the buried village. To dispel his concerns, Officer Lu deliberately mixed in the names of a few other villages to confuse him and lower his guard. Indeed, they had already discovered what happened in that village. Lu Yu was not too surprised, but pretended not to know and replied, I don't go out often, and the south of the city is a bit far. I haven't been there. Officer Lu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, but he didn't show it. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a new wound on Lu Yu's finger. He squinted his eyes and asked with concern, Lu Yu, how did you hurt your finger? Did you cut it at home? Lu Yu extended his hand, smiling lightly as he explained, oh, these days I haven't been going to school, can't go to the cafeteria either, so I tried cooking at home to save some money. I accidentally cut my hand. Officer Lu nodded, didn't stay long, and after asking, he stood up, patted Lu Yu's shoulder, and said, all right, be more careful in the future, go out less. I'll leave now. After that, Officer Lu left directly, quite straightforward. It wasn't until Officer Lu walked downstairs, left the residential area, turned into an alley on the side, that he knocked on the window of a black van and instructed, you guys stay here today, keep a close eye on him. If Lu Yu goes out, report to me immediately. Don't alert him, got it? Understood, Captain Lu. The voices of 5 people inside the car simultaneously responded. After arranging everything, Officer Lu slowly left. In Lu Yu's room, standing by the window to confirm that Officer Lu had left, Lu Yu slowly took out his phone from his pocket and said to the phone, okay, Sadako, come out. Yes, master. A cold voice came from the phone, accompanied by a flickering screen. A pale hand reached out from the screen, followed by Sadako's whole body squeezing out from the small screen, standing in front of Lu Yu. Sadako's lifeless eyes looked at Lu Yu from her messy black hair and respectfully asked, Great Creator, it seems that man just now harbored hostility towards you. Do you need me to kill him? Even if I stand here, I can kill him without leaving a trace. Lu Yu was surprised by this but quickly realized and said, oh, I almost forgot, your abilities include telekinesis, and you can create certain illusions that can cause human mental confusion. These skills are seamless for killing, but it's not necessary now. If too many people around me die, it will soon attract more attention. Let's keep him for now. Sadako nodded and replied in a faint, cold voice, everything will be as you say. Lu Yu nodded and smiled. After speaking, he pulled out a semi-old monitor from under the bed. After connecting the power, a blue screen appeared on it. Since there was no mainframe, it could only be used as a decoration. However, this decoration was very useful to Lu Yu now. He pointed to the dark Vic Pharmaceutical International building in the distance outside the window and said, Jinzi, take me inside that building. The building is called the Vic Pharmaceutical International Building, the tallest black building. Jinzi didn't say a word, she directly stepped onto the screen and instantly, the hard screen turned into liquid and rippled, turning black and white. Jinzi sank all the way until only her upper body remained, then she reached out her hand to Lu Yu and said, Dear Master, please give me your hand, I will take you into this black and white world. Lu Yu did not hesitate or fear anything. In this world, he trusted the monsters he created far more than his own kind. After handing his hand to Jinzi, she dragged him into the screen, as if entering a black and white world, which was quite magical. However, just a few seconds later, Jinzi took him into another computer screen and let him out into the outside world. The man who was typing on the computer originally, upon seeing Lu Yu and Jinzi emerge from the screen, showed no fear but instead bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, great creator." Lu Yu ignored the man and turned to the messy-haired Jinzi beside him, saying, "Alright, Jinzi, come with me. This is our base. Later, you will meet other legendary monsters, each with their own legends and powerful abilities. You will understand when you meet them." Jinzi's hollow eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. She just bowed respectfully and replied, "Everything is up to you, my dear master." Lu Yu nodded, said no more, and led the way, taking Jinzi to the elevator and going straight to the top floor. Lu Yu knew that Jinzi, being a vengeful spirit, probably did not have a rich personality like Frankenstein or Dracula, but being silent made communication easier. However, Lu Yu still cared about the mental and physical health of his monsters, so he asked in the elevator, "Jinzi, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? I didn't revive you just to sacrifice you in vain. If there is anything you want to do, feel free to speak up. As long as it can be achieved, I will let you do it." Jinzi, standing in the corner of the elevator, shook her head slowly and replied, "My dear master, I have no regrets. Although I was betrayed by my father and thrown into a well to die, he is already dead. I have no regrets about anything else. Thank you for your concern." Lu Yu nodded, "That's good." Ding! At this moment, the elevator door opened. The CEO and secretary of Vic Corporation, standing at the office door, bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, great creator." Lu Yu still ignored them and pushed open the office door with Jinzi. Buzz! As the office was pushed open, Dracula and the werewolf, who were sitting on the sofa, both stood up at the same time and bowed to Lu Yu, saying, "Respected creator, you have arrived." Lu Yu nodded, then introduced the two monsters, Dracula, werewolf. "Let's meet our new companion. This is Miss Jinzi. She is from the country of Sakura and, like you, belongs to the terrifying folklore." Dracula and the werewolf looked up in surprise, both curious as they looked at Jinzi, with her disheveled hair and eerie presence, standing behind Lu Yu. Dracula spoke first, "It seems that this is the first woman in our organization, and we naturally welcome this beautiful lady." The werewolf also nodded and howled, "Oh!" Although it didn't understand why Sadako always had long hair covering her head, which looked even messier than the fur on its body. Sadako, with the characteristics of the cherry blossom country, nodded gently and slightly bowed to the two monsters, saying, "Thank you for your welcome. My name is Yamamura Sadako. Please guide me in the future." Lu Yu nodded, scanned the room, and didn't see Frankenstein anywhere. He asked Dracula, "Dracula, why didn't I see Frankenstein? Where did it go?" Dracula explained, "Great creator, Frankenstein is in the laboratory downstairs, saying that it wants to quickly understand all the knowledge in the world to start its crazy experiments as soon as possible. But I feel that its urgency is more like hoping to quickly create a female monster like itself to satisfy its lonely and empty heart." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Well, no matter what it wants, as long as it can start the experiment quickly and produce a batch of monsters, it won't be a problem for it to have as many soulmates as it wants." Dracula nodded, "The great creator is indeed broad-minded, which I admire." It seemed that every time Lu Yu spoke, Dracula would admire him excessively, giving himself a lot of praise. Lu Yu was already used to it. He didn't show false modesty but turned and said, "Let's go. Let's go see how Frankenstein is progressing and let Frankenstein and Sadako meet." "Yes, great creator. Yes, dear master." "Oh whoa." After 3 different responses, Lu Yu took these monsters together in the elevator to the laboratory on the 30th floor. All the laboratory staff here, when they saw Lu Yu and Dracula, respectfully bowed and exclaimed, "Welcome, great creator." Although Lu Yu was used to it, he still felt as if he was a cult leader, but this was the most prudent way, and he had to get used to it. Arriving at the entrance of the deepest laboratory, after Lu Yu swiped his card, the laboratory's large door opened to the sides. Frankenstein, who was inside, was surprised to see Lu Yu and quickly stood up. When he saw that it was Lu Yu, he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bowed respectfully, and said, "My dear master, you have come." Lu Yu nodded, looking at the now Frankenstein in front of him, feeling surprised. Because the current Frankenstein not only put on an upgraded white coat but also wore a pair of black glasses on his face, as if the intersection of wildness and science gave a very strange feeling. Lu Yu asked strangely, "Frankenstein, why did you put on glasses for yourself? Did you just start using the computer for 2 days and make your eyes nearsighted?" Hearing Lu Yu's question, Frankenstein raised his head somewhat embarrassedly, scratched his head with his thick palm, and explained, "Forgive me, my dear master. Actually, my 2 eyeballs come from 2 different corpses, so the images I see are always one blurry and one clear. I noticed that every member of the staff on this floor wears glasses, so I borrowed a pair to try it out and found that it indeed had a magical effect. I asked the personnel from Vic Company to help me test it and got a brand new pair of glasses. They told me that the lenses of this pair of glasses have different degrees, exclusively for my eyes. The effect is very good, making me more interested in the science of this world. Luyu nodded, thinking that monsters like Frankenstein, whose body parts could be replaced, would simply swap out problematic body parts, but he didn't expect it to also accept external help. At this moment, Frankenstein also noticed Sadako standing next to Dracula and the werewolf, and asked in surprise, "My dear master, who is this?" Luyu smiled and pointed to Sadako, introducing her. "I almost forgot, Frankenstein, this is our new companion, Miss Sadako. Sadako, this is Frankenstein, a scientist." Both of them politely bowed to each other, saying, "Hello, beautiful lady. Nice to meet you, please guide me." After introducing the two to each other, Luyu didn't say much and instead patted Frankenstein's arm, asking, "How far have you progressed in your studies? Are you familiar with how to use the equipment in the laboratory now?" Upon hearing this, Frankenstein praised Luyu with great joy. "My dear master, in just 200 years, the world has truly undergone many astonishing changes. The progress of science and knowledge is amazing, and I have basically mastered all the basics of knowledge. As long as I study carefully tonight, I can start the creation experiment you want tomorrow. I will create a monster similar to myself." Luyu, very satisfied, nodded and said, "Very good. Whatever materials and equipment you need, just ask the employees of the Vic Company directly, and they will do everything possible to meet your requirements." Frankenstein respectfully nodded, then hesitated to speak, seeming to have something to say to Luyu but hesitated to speak. Luyu asked directly, "Frankenstein, if you have something to say to me, just say it directly, don't hesitate." Realizing that his intentions were exposed, Frankenstein smiled awkwardly, his deep voice sounding like a broken bellows when he laughed. He said, "To be honest with you, my dear master, I do have a somewhat difficult request. I hope that the first monster I create can be a beautiful woman, and I hope she can be my companion. I can assure you that after resurrecting her, I will provide you with a continuous supply of monsters for you to command." After speaking, Frankenstein looked expectantly and nervously at Luyu, wanting to know his response. Dracula, behind him, showed an unsurprised smile, saying, "Great creator, as I have told you, Frankenstein's desire for a similar monster companion is extremely strong." The werewolf also howled in agreement, feeling that Frankenstein was too sentimental. True monsters are lonely and powerful, needing companionship. They can't be considered monsters at all. Luyu shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Since you have said so, I naturally will not refuse. However, Frankenstein, I can agree to your request, but I also have a requirement for you." Frankenstein's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he eagerly asked, "My dear master, please go ahead. As long as you agree to let me create a companion, I can meet any other request you have." Luyu nodded and said, "My requirement is that after you create a companion, you must create a second monster that I can command on that same night. You can love your companion and keep her by your side, but you cannot let her delay the progress of the experiments because of her. This is the only bottom line you cannot touch, do you understand?" Frankenstein quickly lowered his head in fear and explained, "My dear master, please believe me, I will never let your mission be delayed because of my companion. If you think that my actions will inevitably affect my experiment, then I will not create a companion." "I have absolutely no intention of disobeying your orders," Frankenstein assured. After hearing this, Luyu patted his sturdy shoulder and said, "Don't panic, Frankenstein. I approve your request to create your companion, and I will not interfere too much with you and her. As long as you continue to make progress with the experiment, everything will be fine." Frankenstein nodded respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your trust, my dear master. I promise not to delay the experiment you need." Luyu nodded with a smile and said, "All right, don't be too nervous. You continue your research, and I won't disturb you." Frankenstein nodded vigorously and continued to escort Luyu and Dracula out of the laboratory. As they left the laboratory, the werewolf, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke, emitting a series of incomprehensible howls. Although it sounded like a wild beast howling, Luyu could understand its meaning and asked in surprise, "What? Have you discovered another human turned into a werewolf? What happened? Did you sneak out to bite and attack people again?" The werewolf shook its head vigorously and howled in a chaotic manner, seemingly desperately explaining and looking very innocent. From its howls, Luyu understood that it had been going to the basement to eat, obediently following Luyu's instructions, and definitely not randomly attacking people on the streets. Luyu then nodded and said, "I see. Since it wasn't you who bit the person, it must have been Lu Yin who bit the person while on the run. It seems like a secondary infection." After analyzing the situation, Luyu asked, "When did you discover it? Have you taken care of it?" Dracula, who was standing nearby, bowed and said, "Great creator, we just discovered the human tonight. Our beast sensed the presence of the human first and instructed me to capture the human. The human was found in a remote area. When we found it, it hadn't attacked anyone yet, just wandering the streets. However, our beast has absolute control over the infected human. It subdued the human with just a glance and brought it back. The human is now imprisoned in the basement, bound hand and foot. If you wish, we can accompany you to see it now. Luyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, as the person had been captured and the situation had not caused a major uproar, thus his plan remained intact. He patted the werewolf's furry arm and said, "Well done, werewolf. You sensed the human immediately and went with Dracula to capture it. You did a great job." The werewolf nodded proudly and its wolf ears perked up, no longer showing the previous hostility towards Dracula, feeling that this guy might still be useful. After comforting the werewolf, Luyu said, "Alright, let's go to the basement now and see that human. It might be helpful for my plan." "Yes, great creator." "Yes, dear master." With that, Luyu led the three monsters to take the elevator down to the basement of the Vic Company building. In a dark room at the deepest part, a creature with its limbs bound by iron chains lay there. Entering the dimly lit basement, Luyu looked at the monster on the ground still wearing tattered nurse uniform, nodded with a knowing look, and said, "I see, wearing a nurse uniform, this human should be the nurse taking care of Lu Yanyan in the hospital, probably got bitten while looking after Lu Yanyan." Although Dracula and the others did not understand what Luyu meant by nurse, they still stood in front of Luyu in case the monster in front suddenly attacked and harmed him. Dracula asked on the side, "Great creator, do you need us to awaken this monster for you? Earlier you mentioned that my kin cannot touch sunlight and can only act in the darkness. While Mr. Beast's kin do not have these shortcomings, they can appear in sunlight and possess strong combat abilities, making them excellent warriors." Luyu did not immediately respond this time. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered something and asked, "Dracula, you mentioned earlier that the werewolf has absolute dominance over its kin, just a glance can subdue them, is that right?" Dracula and the werewolf nodded simultaneously, the werewolf looking proud, while Dracula explained, "Yes, great creator, after Mr. Beast and I feasted these past few days, our strength has improved rapidly. Although we cannot compete with those top-tier supernaturals, we are already powerful enough." The werewolf also nodded in agreement. However, Liu shook his head and said, "Let's forget about it. From your descriptions, it seems that the werewolf's kin are not as obedient as Dracula's blood kin. In fact, we observed together yesterday that during the transformation into monsters, the werewolf's kin lose most of their rationality, leaving only a small part of instinct, and may even turn against the werewolf, the source of their supernatural power. Powers that we cannot control are beyond my plans, and may even expose the stronghold we have worked so hard to establish." Dracula nodded in agreement, as the great creator said, "We have overlooked some considerations." The werewolf also drooped its head, looking somewhat dejected. Sadako remained standing in the corner, silent and not saying anything. She temporarily could not understand what Luyu and the others were talking about. Seeing this, Luyu smiled helplessly and changed the subject. "However, the werewolf is still a formidable force. Although they cannot follow our commands, they can still cause significant destruction and should not be underestimated." Upon hearing this, the werewolf's expression instantly changed, while Dracula smiled and asked, "Great creator, you are right, but how do you plan to use this human?" Luyu smiled and pointed to Sadako standing in the corner, saying, "This will require Sadako's help." Both the werewolf and Dracula looked surprised and turned to look at Sadako in the corner. They were both surprised that Luyu would need this newcomer's assistance. However, they also did not know what Sadako's abilities were, as Luyu had never introduced her to them. Sadako, who had been silently standing in the corner, was also surprised to hear Luyu's words, but she quickly understood and respectfully bowed her head, saying, "If it is your wish, master, I will do my best to cooperate and complete your experiment." Luyu nodded with a smile, without further explanation, and looked at Dracula and the werewolf, asking, "Dracula, werewolf, do either of you miss home?" Dracula, home, werewolf, howl. Upon hearing Luyu's question, both monsters were surprised and even doubted if they had misheard or if Luyu misspoke. But they did not mishear, and Luyu would not make a mistake. Recalling the distant scene in their memories, the almost forgotten hometown, both monsters were filled with nostalgia. The werewolf shook its head first and howled, "Owo, owo, owo, owo." Although it was just a random howl, Luyu understood it. It was saying that it didn't miss that remote village at all. Not only were the local villagers always chasing it with pitchforks, even the sheep it ate were skinny and scarce in resources, far inferior to the fresh meat available at the Vic Company every day. Dracula, on the other hand, responded with complexity, "Hometown? Great creator, it's hard to express my feelings for the land where I live in just one sentence. The sweet red wine there is indeed nostalgic, but constantly being harassed by farmers with pitchforks and torches is quite annoying. If I have to say, I hope to visit there a few times a year, but I won't live there permanently, it's more comfortable here. Luyu nodded and said, that's perfect, let's go to Dracula's hometown, located in Transylvania in southeastern Europe, now probably called Romania. Now, both Dracula and the werewolf were surprised. Dracula was not particularly thrilled about Luyu's sudden arrangement. Instead, he asked with some concern, Great Creator, if you want to fulfill my wish, I am grateful, but my hometown is probably tens of thousands of miles away from here. Although I understand that human technology has advanced greatly, the fastest means of transportation still takes 5 or 6 hours, and you need to buy tickets in advance. We definitely won't make it in time now. Luyu was somewhat surprised and asked, Dracula, how do you know about taking a plane and buying tickets? Dracula took out a mobile phone from his pocket and said, actually, I asked for a phone from the hypnotized humans before you arrived. You also mentioned that the best way to understand the world is through the internet, and phones and computers are tools to access the internet, so I have learned a lot about this world. Luyu was truly surprised by Dracula's capabilities and took Dracula's phone to look at the contents on the browser, which were questions he used to search randomly when he was young. What is the fastest means of transportation in the world? What is the most powerful weapon in the world? Where do the healthiest and strongest humans live in the world? Is Dracula still feared by people now? The remaining questions were more about Dracula's privacy, so Luyu didn't continue reading and returned the phone to Dracula, saying, it's good that you have such a drive to learn, just don't slack off in the future. But today we don't need to take a plane, with Sadako's help, everything becomes much easier. Werewolf, carry this human, let's go to the largest meeting room in the company, where the screen is large enough to accommodate all of us. Dracula and the werewolf didn't understand exactly what Luyu meant by saying that, but they didn't doubt the creator's intentions. Snap. The werewolf broke the iron chain fixed to the wall, securely wrapped it around the humanoid monster, then hoisted it onto its shoulder, following Luyu out of the basement. Luyu led them to the meeting room of the Vic company, where the screen was made up of 8 100-inch TVs spliced together into a giant screen. This size, even the werewolf could walk in without lowering its head. At this moment, Dracula and the werewolf still didn't know what Luyu meant by relying on Sadako's ability, so they stood by and waited. Luyu directly turned on the TV, and with the appearance of the dynamic wallpaper, he marveled at how money was good. Just this wall of TV screens was almost larger than the house he was staying in. And he also smiled at Sadako standing next to him, saying, alright, Sadako, it's your turn now. The place we are going to is Dracula's homeland, formerly known as Transylvania, and now its name is Romania, located in southeastern Europe. This crossing is a bit larger this time, can you take us there? Sadako stepped forward, slightly bowing her head towards Luyu, replied, my dear master, as long as it is your request, I will do my best to fulfill it. But I cannot directly go to a completely unheard of country, I need some medium about that location, such as the blood of the deceased, broken limbs, or boundless hatred and resentment. Luyu interrupted her directly, asking, can you provide the coordinates? He took a globe from the nearby table, pointing to the coordinates of Romania on it, saying, longitude 51, 532, latitude 25, 286. Upon hearing this, Sadako was obviously stunned. She rotated the globe, looked at the location marked as Sakura country, closed her eyes slightly to calculate for a moment, and still said, this will do. Luyu nodded and said with a smile, then I'll leave it to you. Sadako shook her head slightly with a hint of fear, saying, I dare not, master's needs do not require such words of request. After that, under the puzzled gazes of Dracula and the werewolf, she slowly walked to the giant TV wall. When her fingers touched the screen, all the screens on the entire wall turned black and white. Then, to the shocked looks of Dracula and the werewolf, Sadako directly stepped half of her body into the screen. This scene truly shocked both Dracula and the werewolf, and they couldn't believe it as they came to the front of the screen, watching Sadako, who had indeed entered the screen, full of amazement. Dracula was shocked and asked, Miss Sadako, is your ability to shuttle between these screens? This is truly incredible. It's like a dreamlike ability. The werewolf, not very educated, also kept howling in amazement, "Awoo! Awoo!" Sadako nodded and said, I am originally a spirit of a wronged soul, able to shuttle through various electronic devices similar to screens. Because the legends about me are closer to modern times than you two, it is normal to have a connection with modern objects. Luyu was also slightly surprised. It turned out that Sadako had already recognized Dracula and the werewolf, but this was also normal. The most famous monsters in human history are vampires like Dracula, werewolves, and the scientific monster Frankenstein. The legends about these monsters have spread to every country in the world. In the era when Sadako was born, it was already modern, with televisions. Novels and movies about monsters like Dracula had also spread to Sakura country, so she knew it was normal. At this moment, Luyu spoke. Sadako, have you found a screen near Romania? We need a screen as large as possible because we also need to bring the werewolf over, and its size is quite large, so it's best not to get stuck. Sadako, with her head covered by long hair, leaned into the screen, and after a few moments, she pulled back and replied, My dear master, I found a screen in a place similar to a mall that is large enough, but it is at a certain height from the ground. It would be better for one of us to accompany you if you come. Upon hearing this, Dracula took the lead and said, Then it must be me who will accompany you, dear creator. The werewolf needs to carry the human companion, Miss Sadako needs to maintain the passage, so now it's only me left to accompany you. The werewolf glanced at Dracula with disdain for his methods, but since he really had to carry a human relative as big as himself, he didn't say much. Luyu had no objections and said, Well, let Dracula take me. Dracula nodded with a smile, but before setting off, he asked in advance, Great creator, do we need to bring Frankenstein with us? Luyu shook his head and said, Forget it, Frankenstein wouldn't want to see this scene, besides, it's eager to create a female companion, let it stay in the company for research, we can go. Dracula, upon hearing this, almost confirmed that Luyu's purpose for this trip was not an ordinary journey, and he nodded with a smile without asking further questions. He gently grabbed Luyu's arm and said, Let's go, noble creator. Thousands of miles away from Jiangnan City in remote Europe, outside a shopping mall in Romania, the screen on the exterior wall suddenly became blurry and turned into a black and white screen after a noisy electric sound. This attracted the attention of many passers-by, but they didn't think much of it, just considering it a screen malfunction, which was not uncommon. Many people just glanced at it briefly and then went about their business. However, at the next moment when everyone looked away, a giant black creature suddenly fell out of the screen on the wall. Thud! When the giant creature's body hit the ground, nearby pedestrians gasped in surprise. Oh my god! Wait, what's that again? For God's sake! As several pedestrians were startled and retreated, not knowing what to do, the giant creature lying on the ground suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Roar! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the bustling street, shrouding the peaceful kingdom once again in despair and fear. The piercing screams rang out on the busy street, as if a world long at peace had erupted into war again. The people who were strolling on the street were now filled with fear, running in all directions, while the bull-like monstrous creature ran rampant on the street. Its size far exceeded all large land carnivores in the world today, its sharp fangs constantly tearing and its powerful forelimbs allowing it to easily shred the flesh of humans. Blood splattered, countless humans screamed, car horns blared, and the sound of shattering glass continued. Those who were not killed directly by the creature, after convulsing a few times, their eyes turned blood red, their bodies twisted and deformed, crazily expanding. Claws burst out from their fingertips, their enlarged bodies bursting out of their clothes, thick fur growing continuously, and finally, after a terrifying roar, they all turned into a group of bloodthirsty monsters. Roar! Countless high-pitched beast roars echoed in the city, as the wild beasts searched for living creatures to kill and maim, carrying out bloody massacres. The city, which had been calm for a long time, was now shrouded in fear, with occasional screams heard. And just when there were no living people on the streets except for the corpses, the werewolf jumped down from the advertising screen. Then Dracula grabbed Luyu's arm, gently landed him on the ground, released his arm, and finally Sadako floated down from the screen. After they all came out, the advertising screen returned to normal. Dracula looked at the familiar Gothic buildings on the street, completely indifferent to the dead humans on the street, and sighed, I never expected that after more than 100 years, it's still the same here, not much has changed, except for those new shiny signs on the street. Luyu nodded and said, in Europe, the architectural style has actually remained unchanged, which is a good thing. The werewolf, attracted by the strong smell of blood on the street, couldn't help but bend down to pick up some fresh meat to eat, but Luyu noticed it in time and reminded, Werewolf, don't eat random things on the ground. There is fresh meat in the company, don't pick up those on the ground. Oh whoa! The werewolf reluctantly retracted its claws, while Sadako, who had been silent beside them, also looked curiously at this unfamiliar city and said, This is my first time in Europe. It's very different from my hometown, like a fairy tale town. Luyu nodded, indeed, after all, fairy tales originated from Europe. As long as you don't look at the bloodstains on the street, it still has a fairy tale style. At this moment, Dracula turned to Luyu and asked, Great creator, you have come to my hometown, what do you plan to do next? Luyu smiled and said, Actually, there's nothing urgent. Dracula, don't you want to drink the red wine from your hometown? Let me find a tavern on the street, and we can taste the wine from your homeland. Drink wine? Dracula was slightly surprised by Lu Yu's response, but still smiled and said, "As you wish, great creator." Meanwhile, as Lu Yu and the monsters leisurely searched for a tavern on the street, in other parts of Romania, the townspeople were experiencing the most terrifying night of their lives. Oh woo oh woo oh woo. The eerie howls of beasts continued to echo on the streets, and on every street that had been slaughtered by monsters, there were 2 or 3 injured survivors. After a brief convulsion, they directly turned into terrifying werewolves and joined the bloody carnage. In a residential building facing the street, a man in his 20s looked through the window and witnessed this incredibly horrifying scene. He could hardly believe it. If this continued at this pace, how could they stop the spread of these monsters? Just as he was about to quietly leave the room, a slight sound from his foot stepping on the floor made the 2 monsters on the street suddenly turn their heads and rush towards the room where the man was. The screams rang out again, adding another layer of horror to the city. Inside the Romanian police station, the phones that had been silent for days were now ringing off the hook. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Hello, this is the Soptown police station. Help! Help! Please come and save me. The streets are full of terrifying monsters. They are everywhere. They have eaten so many people. Please, please, send someone to save us. I'm at 217 West Street in Soptown. They are coming. They are coming. Countless distress calls flooded in, and the dispatcher didn't know which one to answer. She held one phone to her ear and shouted in panic to the police chief in the office, "Sir! Sir! Chief! Our distress calls are overwhelming. All of them are distress calls. All the citizens are saying they are being attacked by monsters, and not just one. Many people were cut off before they could finish their calls and have been killed." At the age of over 50, the tall and burly sheriff, wearing a hat and loading his waist-hung pistol with bullets, exclaimed anxiously, "Damn it! I hope this isn't another prank by those young people. Otherwise, I'll make sure to whip their butts." After loading the bullets into the magazine, the old sheriff shouted loudly to the 4 or 5 officers in the station, "All officers in Soptown, listen up. Get all the weapons you can and bring them with us. We are going to be superheroes, do you hear me? No one stays in the station. Everyone hit the streets." 5 or 6 young officers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." They were all relatively young, in their 20s or 30s, perhaps having watched too many cop and superhero movies. Encountering such a situation for the first time, they were nervous yet excited. Dozens of pistols and grenades were loaded onto the police car by them. Just as they were about to drive to the scene, several pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up in the previously dark street ahead. As the terrifying roars of beasts drew closer, the officers of Soptown no longer hesitated. They raised their firearms and unleashed a frenzy of gunfire at the approaching monsters. Rat-a-tat-tat. Roar, roar. It was a direct confrontation between modern firearms and legendary monsters, with countless bullets piercing through the bodies of the monsters ahead, creating a spray of crimson blood. The monsters may have had exceptional strength and speed, but they were ultimately flesh and blood. After taking dozens of bullets, even the most powerful ones would falter due to physical injuries, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Watching the monsters fall, the officers in the police car exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh, I can't believe my eyes. Did you see that? We really killed the monsters. The video from Xia country was real. There are really monsters in this world. And we killed them. Ha ha ha." However, before the officers in the police car could celebrate for a few seconds, a thunderous sound of running came from the dark street ahead, causing the officers to look ahead in alarm. On the pitch-black street, dozens of crimson eyes lit up again, not only on the ground but also crawling on the walls, filled with those horrifying monsters. "Fire! Fire! Keep firing!" The old sheriff shouted hoarsely, frantically pulling the trigger at the oncoming monsters, but bullets were limited. How many bullets could a small-town police station have in reserve? Soon, when the bullets were all spent, what awaited them was true terror. The dispatcher in the station also witnessed the horrifying scene on the street. She dialed the emergency number with trembling hands, seeking help. "This is the Soptown police station. We need the help of extraordinary individuals." On the other side, in another town more than 200 kilometers away from Soptown, in the luxurious VIP room at the center of the town's theater, 2 men in suits were sitting on chairs watching the stage play on the platform. Suddenly, one of them's phone rang. He looked slightly puzzled as he answered the call and listened for a while. After hearing the plea for help from the other end of the line, he nodded in agreement. However, after hanging up the phone, he showed no signs of urgency. The other man beside him was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Wasn't that call from the Romanian government? How come they have time to talk to us extraordinary individuals?" The man who answered the call appeared indifferent. "It's from a place called Soptown. It seems that monsters have appeared there, like the ones reported in the news before. The monsters that appeared in Xia country seem to have shown up in our country. The man next to him was very surprised, not afraid at all, and curiously asked, "Are there really monsters? I thought it was just special effects, like the Loch Ness monster trying to develop tourism. Let's go take a look. Monsters are much more interesting than these stage plays." The man on the phone shook his head and sneered, "Those fools are always thinking about how to deal with us coldly. Now that they encounter something they can't handle, they come to us for help. Don't worry, we'll finish watching this play first, and then go. It's not too late. Don't show up until the critical moment. Those guys won't know the importance of us extraordinary beings. Take it slow, don't panic." The man next to him not only did not get angry after listening, but also laughed out loud, jokingly scolding, "Your character is still as bad as before, so many people died and you don't care at all?" The man on the phone laughed, looking disdainfully at the people sitting in rows below, and coldly said, "We are extraordinary beings. How can we be compared to these ordinary people? They are not worthy of our salvation." In the center of the monster outbreak, after a massacre by the monsters, although the city area was already in ruins, littered with corpses, it was also unusually quiet. Luyu led a few monsters and successfully found a relatively intact street-side tavern. The broken tavern sign occasionally flashed, splattering sparks. The tavern owner here had already been bitten to death by the werewolf like humans, lying in his bartender uniform on the tavern counter. Without exception, the surrounding customers were all bitten into pieces. Few intact bodies remained. Jinzi used her telekinesis to remove most of the bodies from the tavern. Watching Jinzi move objects without touching them, both Dracula and the werewolf looked surprised and increasingly admired Jinzi's abilities. Just as Jinzi was about to move the last body out, Dracula spoke up to stop her, smiling and saying, "Miss Jinzi, leave this body to me, I have other uses for it." Jinzi nodded silently, and moved the body in front of Dracula. Dracula nodded in thanks, then picked up the young body and came to the back of the bar, asking, "My dear master, what would you like to drink? Beer or wine?" Luyu sat at the bar and said with a smile, "I'll have wine. I've never been able to get used to beer." Dracula smiled, picked up a white cloth, wiped the bloodstains off the bar, and replied, "The creator's taste is indeed excellent. Let me see if there is any good aged wine. I'll serve you right away." Jinzi and the werewolf also sat at the bar, but the werewolf was too heavy. Just as it sat on the chair couldn't bear its weight and was flattened. "Oh whoa!" The werewolf impatiently howled twice, then directly pulled a shorter table from inside the tavern and sat on it. This time it was stable, and the werewolf was satisfied. Dracula then selected a glass of red wine from the cabinet, effortlessly pulled out the cork, took out a few tall glasses from under the counter, poured the red wine into the glasses. After gently shaking the bottom of the glass, Dracula let the wine breathe a little, pushed it in front of Luyu, and said with a smile, "Please enjoy, great creator." Luyu took the glass, tasted it, although he couldn't tell if it was good or not, he still smiled and said, "This red wine is indeed good, sweet and mellow." Seeing Luyu satisfied, Dracula nodded with a smile, then poured a glass for the werewolf and Jinzi respectively, and placed them in front of the two. Sadako took the wine glass and nodded politely, saying, "Cheers." The werewolf looked at the red wine handed by Dracula, grabbed the glass with its huge claws, and drank it directly without caring, then shook its head slightly dissatisfied. Dracula, seeing the werewolf's clueless expression about tasting, shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Giving good wine to someone like you is such a waste. Can't you learn from the creator or Miss Sadako to savor the richness of fine wine?" The werewolf ignored him, stood up from the bar counter, walked into the wine cellar, and pulled out two large wooden beer barrels. It lifted its claws and swiftly removed the barrel lids, then lifted the barrels and chugged the beer. After drinking the cool beer, the werewolf burped contentedly, looking satisfied. It patted another beer barrel beside it, looking smugly at Dracula, as if saying that his taste was not good, and this was the real good wine. Dracula, disdainful, coldly said, "A tasteless fellow who doesn't understand the beauty of red wine." He didn't continue talking to the werewolf, feeling it was futile. He cut the wrist of the young man next to him, letting his blood flow into a cup. When it was nearly half full, he removed the man's wrist, added half a cup of red wine, gently shook it, and got a cup of vampire special red wine. He took a sip, nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Although the taste has changed somewhat from before, it still has a familiar flavor that lingers." In this rare moment of tranquility, they all sat at the cold bar counter, drinking their own drinks, feeling a sense of temporal disorientation. Vampires, werewolves, Sadako, monsters, beasts, spirits, it was truly rare for them to sit together. Luyu enjoyed these moments, not liking to be with his own kind but feeling strangely at ease with these creatures. He wished it could always be like this, like a surreal good dream where everything he desired could be by his side. After a few seconds of tranquility, Sadako, who had taken 2 sips of red wine, spoke up, looking at Dracula behind the bar counter, and asked curiously, "Mr. Dracula, may I ask you a question?" As she spoke, Lu Yu and the werewolf sitting at the table also looked over. Both were curious about what Sadako, who had always been silent, wanted to ask, whether it was directed at Dracula. Dracula, slightly surprised, smiled, put down his wineglass, and replied, "Of course, Miss Sadako, we are all created by the great creator, companions, so you can certainly ask me a question. What would you like to ask?" Sadako, with her messy hair covering her face, asked softly, "Wouldn't you feel sad seeing people from your hometown being killed? After all, this is your hometown." Dracula smiled lightly and replied, "Miss Sadako, you think too much. Firstly, this can only be considered a town relatively close to my hometown, with similar culture and architectural style, but not where I grew up. Secondly, I have not been human for a long time, and my relationship with them is not very friendly. As I mentioned before, even those humans from my hometown would come to my castle to harass me every now and then. So I have a very complicated feeling towards them, neither wishing to see them nor wishing for their demise. And the relatives of our Mr. Beast, in fact, are not as terrifying as they seem, far from being able to clean up all the humans around them. In fact, before you appeared, Mr. Beast himself was almost killed by the current humans." Upon hearing this, Jinzi was somewhat surprised and asked, "Really? Even Mr. Werewolf was almost killed? Gore!" The werewolf took another sip of wine and snarled at Dracula, expressing its dissatisfaction, threatening to kill him if he mentioned its not-so-glorious history again. Dracula was not afraid, but he was concerned about Lu Yu sitting next to him, knowing that Lu Yu did not like direct quarrels between him and the werewolf, so he did not continue. At this moment, Lu Yu spoke up, "Jinzi, it's nothing. You and the werewolf Dracula are the same to me, brought from fantasy legends into reality. This is an incredibly vivid reality, but it is also a world 100 years later, where humans have advanced rapidly, creating more powerful firearms and other weapons. Even you and the werewolf Dracula will find it difficult to continue the terrifying legends of the past. Now you all have physical bodies that can be harmed, and in the human camp, there are also extraordinary beings, similar to superhumans, much like you were in your previous life. However, these extraordinary beings are even more powerful, akin to earthly gods. When I inadvertently created the werewolf, it caused quite a bit of trouble, and now the whole world is focusing on our stronghold. If we don't do something, these extraordinary beings and humans will eventually discover our existence. Once truly exposed to their sight, we will have no way out. What we need to do now is divert their attention so that we can maintain our current peaceful life. Do you understand?" After listening, Jinzi quickly stood up and respectfully said, "My dear master, I am absolutely not questioning your decision, just wanting to understand Mr. Dracula's feelings. Like him, I have complex emotions towards my compatriots. My father was a bastard, my mother was exploited by my father for her abilities, used as a tool to make money. I also killed those journalists who slandered my mother by abusing my abilities, which made my father fear me. In the end, he pushed me into a well, where I died trapped. I deeply loved my mother, but at the same time, I harbored deep hatred towards my father and those journalists who only wanted to defame my mother. My abilities turned into a powerful resentment after my death, causing me to curse every human who watched the videotape, allowing them to feel my pleasure and resentment. I hate this world, I want to kill those bastards and shameless profiteers, but I am afraid of mistakenly killing someone as gentle and kind as my mother, so I am confused. I asked Mr. Dracula because he and I have similar experiences, so I wanted to understand his feelings. I absolutely did not mean to disobey you, please believe me." Lu Yu listened to Jinzi's words without getting angry as she had imagined. Instead, he stepped forward and patted Jinzi's shoulder, saying, "Jinzi, you don't need to apologize to me. I have never doubted you. I have seen your movie and understand your experiences, so I can also understand your emotions. We are both outcasts not accepted by society, that's why I carved you all and brought you to my side, because we are the same kind. We don't need to be understood by the world now, we have each other. So don't apologize, lift your head up, we don't need to be so tense between us." After Sadako finished listening, beneath her tangled long hair, her empty eyes seemed to flash a different light, but she did not reveal much, just nodded solemnly and stood up straight again. At this time, Dracula, somewhat surprised, asked at the bar, "Miss Sadako, are there any movies about you?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "Yes, although Sadako's prototype is from a novel, the influence of the movie is greater, with a wider range of dissemination. I carved Sadako based on the movie." Dracula asked with some anticipation, "I know that movies are a part of human reality recorded and edited, belonging to some of the greatest modern human cultures. Are there any movies about me?" The werewolf, upon hearing this, also became interested and howled, meaning something like whether there were any movies about it. Luyu nodded and said, "There are too many movies about you both, as you are the most classic horror images, so they have been remade many times. When we return to the company, I will find them for you to watch. Because there are too many movies and shows about you, it's hard for me to find one that you both like. When you return to the company, you can choose to watch them yourselves." Dracula and the werewolf, upon hearing this, both showed expressions of anticipation. They were indeed very curious to see how humans portrayed them. Before the two monsters could ask more questions, a violent tremor suddenly came from a distant street block. Buzz! The terrifying tremor caused the buildings in the block to tremble slightly, and the wine glasses in Luyu's hands created ripples. Buzz! At this moment, Sadako suddenly raised her hand, and an invisible wave slowly spread out, enveloping the entire tavern, stopping the vibration. The werewolf and Dracula both looked towards the southern street block. Their eyes were flashing with red light, their faces serious. Dracula spoke, "Great creator, something is falling down in our south. I can smell the scent of blood in the air, not human blood, but the bloody scent emitted by werewolf-transformed humans." The werewolf continued to growl lowly, showing strong hostility towards the new scent, feeling that the other party might pose a significant threat and not daring to underestimate it. Luyu, unsurprised, said, "It's time. The extraordinary beings from Romania are here, actually a bit later than I expected." Dracula, slightly surprised, said, "The extraordinary beings from Romania? Are they similar to Zhang Yi from Jiangnan City before? Romania unexpectedly has two extraordinary beings, truly unexpected." Luyu explained, "Actually, Romania only has two extraordinary beings in total, considered a weaker country in terms of extraordinary strength, because the awakening of extraordinary beings is random, and no one can guarantee which child will suddenly awaken. So, in general, countries with larger populations have the most people who truly become extraordinary beings. Just like Zhang Yi from Jiangnan City, although he is the strongest extraordinary being in the entire city, there are 7 or 8 cities within a province, and there are over 30 provinces in the entire Xia country, so the number of extraordinary beings can be said to be terrifying. Compared to that, Romania is considered a weaker country." After Dracula and the werewolf heard this, they were both surprised. Does that mean there are over 200 extraordinary beings like Zhang Yi in the entire Xia country? That is truly terrifying. Luyu looked at their astonished expressions and said with a smile, "That's right, so the fact that we can occupy a stronghold in Jiangnan City and have not been discovered until now is indeed a miracle. Fortunately, we now have Sadako, and we should engage in more activities overseas in the future." Sadako nodded, "As long as it is the master's need, I can serve you at any time." After Dracula understood the extraordinary strength of various countries, he nodded and asked, "Great creator, what should we do with these two extraordinary beings who have come? Do we need to confront them?" Luyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Our main task this time is actually to prove to the world that besides Jiangnan City, monsters will also appear in other continents and countries, diverting their attention away from Jiangnan City. Our goal has actually been achieved now. It doesn't matter whether those two Romanian extraordinaries have cleared all the werewolf-transformed humans or not. But let's go take a look anyway. It's a good opportunity for Jinzi to observe and gain a clear understanding of extraordinaries." Jinzi nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your trouble, master." Dracula and the werewolf also nodded. Dracula said, "Since the creator has spoken, let's go watch together. However, we will still ensure a safe distance to prevent you from being affected." With that, they set off. In a street less than a kilometer from the tavern, 2 blonde men in suits stood side by side, stepping on a werewolf's corpse, sneering at the surrounding werewolves who were eyeing them. "Ha ha, Daniel, are these wolf-like creatures the root cause of the entire district's collapse? They are really weak. With one punch, we can pierce through their bodies directly. Yes, Florin, these guys are at best just larger beasts, not much different from the largest brown bears in size. They do look similar to the werewolves in the movies. In the past, when we watched movies, we were always scared by those monsters with fangs, half human and half wolf, and dared not go to the toilet. Now thinking back, it's really ridiculous. These guys can't even withstand a single punch from us after we awakened. I wonder what we were afraid of before." Ha ha ha. The two laughed together, then suddenly moved and rushed towards the werewolves around them. One werewolf after another fell. Although they possessed extraordinary strength, they were still too weak for these extraordinaries. Just as Daniel and Florin were happily fighting, on the rooftop not far away, Luyu and Dracula arrived. Watching the two extraordinaries in the distance madly slaughtering the werewolves, Luyu took out his phone to compare their photos and nodded, saying, "Indeed, they are Daniel and Florin, just as the news said. These two extraordinaries are always inseparable, even their fighting styles are similar. Dracula also observed the movements of the two extraordinaries and seemed to notice something, saying, "Their movements seem to be slightly slower than Zhang Yi's. I wonder if it's just my illusion." The werewolf also howled twice in agreement, "A woo-woo." Lu Yu nodded, "That's true. Extraordinaries are classified into levels. Zhang Yi is a level 4, while Daniel and Florin are level 3. Dracula was somewhat surprised and asked, "Are there levels of extraordinaries?" Lu Yu explained, "There definitely are. This makes it easier to distinguish and manage. Among 1,000 normal humans, there might be one who can awaken as an extraordinary. And among 1,000 awakened extraordinaries, only one will possess true destructive power, which belongs to a level 2 extraordinary. Level 3 continues upward, decreasing like a pyramid. The difference between each level is more than tenfold, and the top-tier level 9 extraordinaries have never appeared in the news. Many people speculate that such extraordinaries do not exist. Otherwise, with that level of ranking and power, they would have long since ruled the world." After Dracula and Sadako heard this, they both felt a wave of shock. The two extraordinary individuals in front of them, who appeared to be quite powerful, turned out to be just the lower level of extraordinary individuals. If the gap between each level is as big as Lu Yu said, then the strong individuals in this world are truly terrifying. The werewolf, on the other hand, was indifferent, extending its muscular arms and sharp claws, indicating that no matter how powerful these extraordinary individuals were, it could deal with them directly. Lu Yu understood the relatively rational Dracula and Sadako, and reassured them, but rest assured, those kinds of powerful individuals are rare, usually hidden away or simply do not exist. Like human nuclear weapons, they are not easily used unless absolutely necessary. So, we still have a long way to go. It's best to keep a low profile for now. Try to operate in the shadows, because once exposed, the consequences could be severe. Dracula and Sadako both nodded seriously, understanding the importance of the matter. Only the werewolf still looked disdainful, ready to act if challenged. Dracula looked at its expression, shaking his head helplessly. "Don't you listen to the creator? Those extraordinary individuals are far more powerful than we imagine. Just a level 4 like Zhang Yi is enough to match the two of us, not to mention those above him." "Oh whoa!" The werewolf crossed its arms, tilting its head unconcerned. Dracula could only sigh helplessly, feeling like he had said too much. Sadako, on the other hand, watched the two extraordinary individuals in the distance slaughtering the werewolves and remarked, "These extraordinary individuals seem to have some differences in abilities compared to mine. It appears to be purely physical strength, without any other special abilities." Lu Yu explained, "Physical enhancement is the most common among extraordinary individuals, but there are others, although rare. Those extraordinary individuals are often hidden away and not publicly disclosed, making it difficult for ordinary people to know the specific special abilities they possess." Crack! At that moment, in the distant street, Florin, covered in blood, stomped on a werewolf's head, laughing heartily and saying, "Exhilarating. This is what we extraordinary individuals should be doing. I have imagined this kind of crazy slaughter many times. Today, it's finally happening. I want to thank you, you ugly monsters." Witnessing such a scene of brutal madness, both Dracula and Sadako shook their heads in disbelief. Dracula said, "It seems that extraordinary individuals are not quite normal either, having such extreme delusions of slaughter. He's probably a madman." Sadako nodded, not speaking but indicating agreement. Lu Yu explained, "Because the character of extraordinary individuals cannot be controlled, this ability is not acquired later in life, but innate. Whether it's a madman or a murderer, they may possess extraordinary powers." Dracula could understand, but he was still curious and asked, "What if there are extraordinary individuals who do not abide by society's laws, going around killing people? Will they be suppressed directly by the military like the werewolves before?" Lu Yu replied, "That depends on the strength of different countries. In principle, each country should be able to use its military force to suppress them as much as possible. However, in smaller countries like Romania, or countries with weaker military capabilities, they may rely on their own extraordinary individuals or those from neighboring countries to suppress them, paying a hefty sum. But there are also drawbacks to enlisting extraordinary individuals, as they are not soldiers and not directly under government control. They can choose to refuse to go or do nothing when they arrive. It's difficult to predict the character of each extraordinary individual. Desertion in the face of battle is also possible, so each country's priority is still to rely on its own military." Dracula nodded in understanding, while the werewolf continued to stare coldly at the two extraordinary beings in the distance, growling menacingly. This piqued Dracula's curiosity, and he asked the werewolf, "Are you angry because your kin were killed? I never thought you would have such deep emotions for your kin." However, the werewolf shook its head in response to Dracula's question and howled, indicating that it didn't care about those humans who had been transformed into werewolves. To the werewolf, those individuals were fundamentally different from itself, and their lives or deaths were of no consequence. It was more interested in confronting the two extraordinary beings to crush their arrogance. Dracula quite liked the werewolf's straightforward nature, never mincing words. He rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, then smiled at the werewolf, asking, "Werewolf, do you truly wish to challenge them?" Upon hearing this, the werewolf eagerly nodded, expressing its desire for a confrontation. Meanwhile, Dracula stood by, speechless, and remarked, "Can't you use your brain a bit? What did the creator just say? Before we have enough strength, we need to conceal ourselves. Otherwise, if discovered, we might face a large-scale siege by the extraordinary beings, putting even the creator in danger." However, at this moment, Liu shook his head in a rare display of disagreement, saying, "Under normal circumstances, that would be true. But tonight is different. Our goal is to prove to the world that monsters are everywhere. The werewolf's kin have already erupted, fully exposed to the public eye. Moreover, there is no significant difference in appearance between the werewolf and its kin, making it an excellent disguise and a rare opportunity." Dracula understood Liyu's implication and asked, "So, creator, are you suggesting that we let the werewolf confront those two extraordinary beings?" Jinzi also nodded and whispered, "This is indeed a great opportunity and can help us understand the opponent's strength." Liu nodded and said, "Dracula, Jinzi, you are both right. We will definitely confront the extraordinary beings in the future. Being prepared in advance and collecting information about the opponents is essential. Tonight presents a rare opportunity for this." Howl. The werewolf, upon hearing this, became excited, its blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, its breath quickening. Liu looked at the werewolf and said, "Werewolf, I can allow you to confront those two extraordinary beings, but remember to assess your capabilities. If you find that you are truly outmatched, remember to retreat promptly. Do you understand?" Howl, howl, howl. The werewolf nodded eagerly and, upon receiving Liyu's permission, leaped fiercely off the high building, rushing towards the two extraordinary beings. Dracula, observing this, shook his head with some concern and asked, "Great creator, this is not my bias, but our wild friend is not very bright. It's hard to feel at ease letting it face two extraordinary beings alone." Liu felt that Dracula had a point, nodded, and then looked at Jinzi beside him, saying, "Jinzi, you should go too. Watch over the werewolf from the shadows. If it is in danger, help it. Don't let those two extraordinary beings discover your presence." Upon hearing this, Jinzi simply nodded and whispered, "Understood, my dear master." With that, Jinzi's entire body disappeared into the building below, quietly following along. Liu watched Jinzi vanish and couldn't help but marvel, truly a spirit, infiltrating is so convenient for her. Dracula also nodded in praise, Miss Sadako's abilities are indeed much more outstanding than mine and the werewolf's. Meanwhile, far away, Florin and Daniel, still immersed in bloody slaughter, have not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. They were like playing a game, brutally killing one werewolf after another. Just after Daniel smashed another werewolf's head, he suddenly saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him from the shadows across the street. The werewolf emerged slowly from the shadows, its demeanor different from the other crazed werewolves, exuding a subtle ferocity. The moment it stepped out, the other werewolves around it trembled and backed away. However, Daniel, accustomed to slaughtering werewolves, remained unfazed. He sneered and beckoned to the werewolf in front of him, shouting, "Come on, beast. You seem stronger than the other monsters. Are you their leader or boss? Like a werewolf chieftain, but how much stronger can you be? I can kill other werewolves, and I can kill you too. But I'll go easy on you, try not to harm your limbs. I'll cut off your head and hang it as a specimen in my house, pull off your fur to make a carpet. A carpet made of monster fur should be quite rare, fitting my noble status." Faced with Daniel's mockery and declaration of victory, the werewolf said nothing, its mouth full of sharp teeth slowly curling into a cold smile. This slightly chilling smile made Daniel frown involuntarily, feeling something was amiss. The smile was too eerie, as if the monster in front of him could understand his words. However, it was too late to have doubts now. In the next moment, the werewolf was already close to Daniel, its huge claws grabbing his head and smashing towards the tall building ahead. Bang! In an instant, the werewolf threw Daniel out, slamming him heavily against the wall. The hard cement wall had a human-shaped dent, and the entire building shook. Cough, cough. Daniel, with disheveled hair and torn clothes from being thrown against the wall, coughed violently, looking at the werewolf in disbelief. Because this werewolf in front of him was truly too strong, on a completely different level from those he could have easily defeated before. Its speed and strength were unbelievably powerful, and Daniel didn't dare to boast. He raised his head and shouted towards another street, "Florin, come quickly." There's a different kind of monster here. There's a presence of strength completely different from the others. Come help me. However, the werewolf did not give Daniel a chance to call for help. In the next moment, it appeared in front of Daniel again, raising its fist and smashing down. In just a few seconds, Daniel took more than 30 punches. The cement wall behind him was shattered by the terrifying force of the punches, sending Daniel flying into the house. Bang! Daniel was thrown heavily against the wall inside the house, and only then did he have a chance to catch his breath. Daniel knelt on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes filled with horror. The force on those fists was terrifyingly heavy. If the wall behind him hadn't been broken, he might have been beaten to death just now. Roar! Just as Daniel was terrified, another terrifying roar echoed. In the hole where he was thrown in, the werewolf had already stepped half of its body inside. Its red pupils flickered with a murderous light, steadily approaching Daniel. This scene made Daniel's heart tighten suddenly. He dared not be as arrogant as before, but instead grabbed a round table beside him and threw it directly at the werewolf's head. Bang! The wooden table landed on the werewolf's head, shattering into several pieces, unable to stop its steps in the slightest. Daniel also knew that this would not harm the werewolf. Seizing the opportunity when the table blocked the werewolf's view, he jumped out of the window and escaped. He actually ran away. Watching Daniel directly break through the window and run away, the werewolf's eyes showed a hint of disdain. Without much expression, it directly stepped forward and chased after Daniel in the direction he fled. Bang bang! The werewolf, with bold steps, directly broke through the wall that Daniel had escaped through, large chunks of bricks and cement falling. It was like an indestructible idol. When the werewolf arrived on another street, it found that Daniel was no longer running but standing upright on the street facing it. The reason was that he was not alone now. Standing beside Daniel was another extraordinary person, Florin. Daniel stared cautiously at the werewolf, warning, "Florin, you need to be extra careful. This monster is on a completely different level from the ones before. I almost got into trouble myself." Florin, looking at Daniel with torn clothes and messy hair, somewhat disheveled, asked in disbelief, "Daniel, are you trying to scare me? This monster doesn't seem any different from the ones before, right?" Daniel shook his head vigorously and said seriously, "Damn it, Florin, I swear to God, I'm not deceiving you. The situation is really dangerous now. We both need to be alert. If we attack together, we might have a chance to kill this monster. Wait, I'll count to 3, and we'll attack together, do you understand?" Florin, looking at Daniel's serious intense expression, understood that he was not joking. He also became serious, adjusted his posture, and replied, "Okay, I understand." They both adjusted their postures, ready to face the werewolf together, and Daniel began his countdown. He took a deep breath, stared at the werewolf, and shouted, 1, 2, 3, bang! However, just as Daniel finished counting and was about to charge forward with Florin, he found that Florin was no longer by his side. In his place stood the massive body of the werewolf. On the wall nearby, there was a human-shaped gap, with occasional falling pieces of shattered stones. It was clear that Florin had been slapped away by the werewolf. Daniel was now filled with fear and anger. He trembled and roared, "You monster! Go to hell!" Tap tap tap. Daniel raised his fist and fiercely struck the werewolf. With rapid punches combined with the powerful body of an extraordinary person, even a concrete wall would be pierced directly. Unfortunately, he was facing a werewolf that had consumed a lot of flesh and blood, making it several times stronger. As Daniel threw punches, the werewolf also swung its fists, each punch meeting Daniel's. They were engaged in a battle of strength. The surging fist wind surrounded them, blowing dust everywhere, making it impossible to see clearly the group swinging their fists, only a blurry silhouette. Daniel clearly had boxing training, with good control over his punches, aiming for the werewolf's head and neck, hoping to knock it out with a single blow. Although the werewolf had never learned boxing, its speed was faster. It anticipated and countered Daniel's punches with heavy blows. At first, Daniel could barely defend himself, using boxing as his strongest attack. However, as the fists clashed over 200 times, Daniel was shocked to find the werewolf's punches getting heavier, almost overwhelming him. His fists were scratched, covered in red from the blood dripping onto the ground. This was the first time Daniel had been injured in a fight since becoming extraordinary. The pain was intense, but Daniel gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet, perseverance might not be enough, as the werewolf was no longer playing the game of exchanging blows. When Daniel tried to punch again, the werewolf's eyes flashed with a cold light, and instead of meeting Daniel's fist, it struck directly at his chest. The werewolf's fist hit Daniel's chest with terrifying force, sending him flying and leaving a blurry fist imprint on his shattered clothes. Daniel spat out blood and was thrown into the building, just like Florin. Amidst the crumbling debris, in the dark space, Daniel lay coughing up blood. Florin, who had been knocked out, also regained consciousness. Confused, he saw Daniel on the ground and rushed to his side, asking anxiously, "Daniel, are you okay?" Daniel wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, "I'm fine, just a little internal injury." "We don't have time for this now. That monster will come soon, and we must fight together this time. Otherwise, none of us will survive." The werewolf crashed through the wall and lunged at them, prompting Daniel and Florin to finally join forces. One attacked the werewolf's upper body, while the other aimed for its lower body. They believed the monster couldn't defend against both simultaneously. However, the werewolf was swift and vigilant, its red eyes shifting between Florin and Daniel. It finally decided on a course of action, extending its massive claws to strike at Florin. The impact shattered Florin's sleeve, while Daniel seized the opportunity to attack the werewolf's lower body, aiming to bring it down. But the werewolf, instead of engaging in a prolonged fistfight with Florin, opened its clenched fist and grabbed Florin's arm, hurling him towards Daniel. Both were left bloodied and pierced through the ground into the basement. As the werewolf leaped into the basement without hesitation, the room filled with an ominous silence. However, the pervasive smoke seemed to provide Flolin and Daniel with perfect cover, as they launched a frenzied attack on the werewolf in the mist that had not yet settled. Bang! 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 Countless punches and kicks landed on the werewolf, causing no substantial harm but starting to agitate it after a series of blows. Swinging its claws wildly, the sharp claws left huge marks on the walls they scratched, tearing off chunks of concrete and sparking little flames. Unfortunately, in the confined space, it couldn't catch the two extraordinary beings who moved like mice, as the smoke filled the space, disrupting its vision and dulling its sense of smell. Howl! 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 It couldn't sense the presence of its opponents at all. Roaring in frustration, it wildly clawed at the space, but each attempt was in vain. This was followed by more intense punches and harassment. Daniel and Flolin seemed to believe they could wear down the werewolf, laughing mockingly, "Monster, your strength and speed may surpass ours, but here you've lost your advantage. Even if you can overpower us, you can't kill us instantly. The bodies of the extraordinary are the strongest in the world. We can take a few punches without a problem. We are the strongest. You're doomed, monster. Individually, no one can beat you, but together, we can definitely take you down. I'll say it again. Take you down. Cut off your head and hang it on my wall. Rip off your fur. Use it as my carpet. Howl, howl, howl." The werewolf roared in anger, charging towards the sound of the voices, but still missed its targets. These two humans were too cunning. Not only were they dodging, but they were also constantly moving clockwise in the space, stirring up the dust on the ground. Unless they dealt with these two individuals, the smoke lingering in the space would never dissipate. The werewolf could escape outside to avoid the attacks, but it was unwilling to let these two guys leave so easily. At that moment, the werewolf found itself in a stalemate, while Flolin and Daniel, hidden in the smoke, seemed to have caught on to the werewolf's thoughts, laughing mockingly. "That's right. Monster! You have to kill us. Running away would be cowardly. Don't you dare run. Do even we weak humans need to hide from you? What a waste!" Bang! 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 Several more surprise attacks came, and the werewolf crossed its arms in front of its chest, pondering how to deal with these two humans. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A cold wind suddenly swept through the basement, where there were no windows. Whoosh! 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 Like a chilling wind from hell, it made everyone shiver, and in an instant, it swept away all the smoke that had filled the basement, blowing it outside. Daniel and Flolin, who were still hidden by the smoke, were stunned when they noticed this unusual situation, both looking incredulous as they exclaimed, "What's going on? This can't be happening. Where did this wind come from? This is a basement." But at this moment, no amount of confusion and questioning was of any use, as the fierce werewolf was already in front of them. Howl! 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 Boom! Boom! The werewolf gathered all its anger and frenzy into its fists, striking Daniel and Flolin hard across their faces. The force exerted by these two punches was too great, directly knocking out one of Daniel's teeth and dislocating Florin's nose. The two men flew out of the basement, through the ground, and smashed into the opposite block, causing an ancient clock tower to collapse. Roar! The werewolf roared, leaping out of the basement and charging towards the collapsed clock tower, intending to dig out the two guys and fight them until they were dead. However, before it reached the clock tower, the two guys were lucky enough to survive its punches and emerged from the rubble, not daring to confront the werewolf again, and ran wildly in the opposite direction, leaving the werewolf with two gradually fading silhouettes. Roar! The werewolf gnashed its teeth in anger, its eyes filled with fierce light. It was about to go up and grab the two guys back, but at that moment, it heard Lu Yu's voice behind it. "All right, werewolf, don't chase them anymore. You've hit them, vent your anger and that's enough. Although the killing intent in its heart was still difficult to suppress, with Luyu speaking, the werewolf slowly lowered its head, turned around, and came to Luyu's front, letting out a low growl. Roar! Dracula and Sadako followed behind Luyu. When the werewolf saw Sadako, it raised its head and nodded at her, letting out a soft growl. Roar! It was clear that the smoke that had just been blown away was Sadako's ability, so this was a thank you to Sadako. Sadako just shook her head and said, "Don't thank me, it was the master who asked me to follow you, to prevent you from any accidents." Upon hearing this, the werewolf felt even more guilty, and it explained its mistake in anger to Luyu, as it had the chance to kill those two extraordinary individuals. Luyu just smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need to apologize, werewolf. At first, I just wanted you to test the strength of those two extraordinary individuals, not to kill them. Although they are not as strong as Zhang Yi, they are the only two extraordinary individuals in Romania. If something happened to them, the whole world, including the top extraordinary individuals at the headquarters, would be attracted. That wouldn't be good for us, as it's not within the scope of our mission today. Although we are destined to confront them in the future, it's too early for that now." Dracula also commented, "Yes, the creator is right, and you did well today. After realizing that your claws couldn't cut through the flesh of those two extraordinary individuals, you switched to using your fists to attack, injuring their internal organs. That was smart, so I can praise you today." The werewolf showed no joy at Dracula's praise, but rather a look of disdain, as if to say, "Who needs your praise?" It didn't care at all. Based on the battle just now, Luyu concluded, it seems that the overall strength of third-level extraordinary individuals is not as good as that of the werewolf, and they can be easily overwhelmed. However, the werewolf cannot kill them immediately, which is not good for us. The vitality of those extraordinary individuals is incredibly strong. Even if the werewolf continues to output, it probably can't kill them in a short time. The current problem is how big the gap in strength is between each level of extraordinary individuals, whether the difference between fourth and third levels is greater than that between humans and extraordinary individuals. Dracula nodded after hearing this. This is indeed a problem. Both the werewolf and I rely on physical combat. Although consuming flesh and blood can enhance us, the more advanced we get, the more massive the amount of flesh and blood we need. Digestion and absorption both take time, and the increase in abilities will not be as rapid as in the beginning. The werewolf also nodded along. At first, 100 people could enhance its abilities, but to double that enhancement, 200 people would be needed, and so on. The further you go, the harder the enhancement becomes. Luyu nodded and said, "Indeed, this is a problem. I will think of a solution later, but for now, don't worry too much. Those higher-level supernaturals usually don't show up easily, and we will have more companions resurrected. You don't need to worry about these things. Just focus on improving your own strength." Hearing this, Dracula, Jinzi, and the werewolf all bowed their heads towards Luyu respectfully, saying, "Yes, great creator. Yes, dear master." "Oh whoa." Luyu watched them nod and smile, then said, "All right, today's task is over. We have completed what we wanted to do. It's time to go back." Morning another clear day. Luyu surprisingly went to bed early yesterday. Everything was finished before midnight. After Jinzi sent him back to his room, he went straight to bed. As for whether Jinzi wanted to return to her own country and kill a few more monsters, he didn't care. It didn't concern him anyway. Jinzi was a spirit, free to come and go, without much worry. In the morning, around 10 o'clock, Luyu got up. He first opened the window to look outside and saw that the black van that had been parked in the distant alley had already left. It seemed that after a fruitless night of waiting, it had sensibly left. This was for the best. With Jinzi's abilities now, he could travel anywhere in the world without restrictions, and no one would suspect him. But now Luyu was more interested in knowing the world's reaction after the monster attack last night. Without lingering, Luyu went downstairs to the restaurant as usual, eating while watching the news. He arrived very early today, and there weren't many people in the restaurant. In fact, it had been the same for the past 2 days because the news had confirmed the existence of monsters, and the widely circulated video had also confirmed the existence of werewolves. Now everyone was staying indoors as much as possible, which was convenient for Luyu. He didn't have to wait in line to go out for anything. The restaurant was also quiet in the morning, with only Luyu there. After serving the dishes, the boss turned on the TV as usual, showing the news that Luyu wanted to see. The news anchor in a suit solemnly said, "Good morning, citizens of Jiangnan City. We have received news that last night around 10 o'clock, Romania in Eastern Europe suddenly suffered a massive monster attack. Due to the sudden nature of the event, the Romanian government was unable to provide timely rescue, resulting in a large number of civilian casualties. Fortunately, after receiving the news, 2 local supernaturals rushed to the scene for rescue. The situation is now under control, with many monsters eliminated. Romania has dispatched relevant rescue personnel to support the area. Let's take a look at the specific report from the scene. The screen switched to Daniel and Florin, both in suits. These 2 guys were quite tough. After being beaten up by the werewolf yesterday, they still looked as if nothing had happened. Facing the on-site reporters, these 2 shameless guys said, "Yes, last night, after receiving the rescue call, the 2 of us left for the scene in Sopo town for rescue. It was a fierce battle. There are now many monsters similar to werewolves. They are not only powerful and destructive but also highly infectious. Every human scratched by them will turn into a monster. Watching the citizens who had just been companions turn into monsters is also extremely painful for us. But for the safety of more citizens, we had to make the difficult decision, even though it was heartbreaking for us, but we did it. We eliminated 90% of the citizens, persevering until the government rescue team arrived. Then we were exhausted and handed over the follow-up tasks to them." The interviewing journalist was very impressed. After interviewing Florin and Daniel, he turned to the camera and said, "It is all thanks to the efforts of Daniel and Florin, the 2 extraordinary individuals, that there were not more casualties in Sop Town. I have always believed that extraordinary individuals are who the government should truly hire. Their contribution to this monster attack incident is significant, and the government should praise and commend them, erect a statue of them in the city center." As for the remaining content, Luyu is too lazy to read. It must be said that Daniel and Florin are indeed shameless, clearly enjoying the slaughter of werewolves, yet claiming it was difficult for them. And they were clearly chased away by the werewolves. There was no perseverance until the government army arrived. However, this was somewhat enlightening for Lu Yu. It seems that because of the monsters he created, it might be a good thing for extraordinary individuals. Facing highly mobile monsters, only individuals with strong single combat capabilities like extraordinary individuals are more likely to cope, much faster than mobilizing the army. In the future, the status of extraordinary individuals may be further elevated, gaining recognition from the government, and the course of the world may change. He didn't know if this was a good thing, but he couldn't control much, so he continued to expand his influence. While Lu Yu was contemplating how to proceed next, at the police station, several officers responsible for monitoring him returned to their posts with dark circles under their eyes. Officer Lu looked at the exhausted young people inside, saying, "Don't young people always like staying up late? I specifically let you rest before monitoring. Why does everyone look so tired?" One of the officers responsible for monitoring shook his head and said, "Officer Lu, we do like staying up late, but that's not the same as staying up all night without sleep. There is a difference between the two. Who can stay up all night and still be energetic?" Officer Lu shook his head, sighed, and asked, "So, any results from the surveillance?" One of them shook their head and said, "No, we watched him all night, whether it was the exit of the residential area or the hallway of his building. There was no sign of him leaving all night. He definitely did not go out." A police officer also spoke up. "Yes, Officer Lu, you just watched the news, right? There was a monster attack in a country in Europe. What was it called? Romania. There was more than one, a large group. Even if that kid is powerful, can he fly directly over, crossing the entire continent, tens of thousands of miles away, to create monsters?" The others nodded, saying, "Officer Lu, are we heading in the wrong direction? If that kid really has nothing to do with the monsters, aren't we wasting our time?" Exactly, the city is now recruiting more extraordinary individuals to deal with monster attacks. We probably won't have to deal with monsters anymore in the future. Romania also proves that monsters are not limited to appearing in one place. I think we should focus back on the cases in our department, and besides, that mysterious death of the security guard hasn't made any progress so far. Everyone was advising Officer Lu to give up, and Officer Lu did hesitate. Monsters, by their nature, cannot be measured with common sense. He had put in so much effort, yet the results were still fruitless. Everything seemed to have reached a stalemate. However, when he thought of the victims and injured civilians, Officer Lu's eyes regained their determination. He said, "Hang in there a little longer. If there is no further progress in 2 days, you don't need to keep watching." Meanwhile, in Romania, Daniel and Florin stood on a terrace in Europe, watching the soldiers below armed and ready, as well as many rescue personnel continuously entering the core area of the monster, feeling somewhat worried. Daniel asked, "Is it appropriate for us to conceal the fact that there is an extremely powerful monster among them? If that monster causes trouble again, these soldiers with only submachine guns won't be able to withstand it, leading to another massacre." Florin shook his head and said, "It's best for us not to mention this matter. While the monster hasn't appeared yet, let's leave the country directly. If the monster does appear later, we can refuse by taking advantage of the distance. If we directly admit that we can't defeat that monster either, the government will definitely reduce the promised benefits for us. Without tens of millions of euros a year, how can we maintain our current high-class lifestyle? Even those few skilled football players earn higher salaries than us. Why? We are the true gods, we absolutely cannot reveal it now. Even if the monster kills all the soldiers, it doesn't matter. The government still has missiles. Even if they abandon this city, once they launch one, no monster can survive. Let's just leave and not bother with this place. After hearing this, Daniel didn't say much either. The two of them packed up directly and prepared to leave the country by plane. On the other side, after finishing his meal, Luyu was thinking about what kind of monster to carve to enrich his team when his phone suddenly rang. Ding! A crisp text message alert sounded, and Luyu was a bit puzzled, wondering who sent him a message. It couldn't be an official notification or some lone text message, right? As he was thinking, Luyu took out his phone, and when he saw the text message, he was somewhat stunned, feeling as if he had traveled through time. The text message was not from someone else but from the school's general notification. It read, "Notice to all students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, the school officially resumes classes at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please arrive at the school on time for teaching. The school has deployed 2 special police teams to ensure the safety of students. Parents, please do not worry. There are only 2 months left before the college entrance examination for this year's senior students. Students must be on time for class. They are actually resuming classes." Luyu looked at the text message on his phone, finding it somewhat difficult to accept for a moment. After experiencing so many things, he still needed to go back to school, feeling a bit of a gap. He said in disbelief, "Is this principal crazy? Hasn't he seen the news about the monster? Shouldn't students stay at home at a time like this to prevent accidents? This old man is really going all out for the enrollment rate." However, complaints aside, Liu still had to go to school. Normal life had to be maintained. As long as he got into university, he could choose any remote school or even go abroad. At that time, the world would be open for him to develop wherever he wanted, but that was for the future. For now, Liu had to go to school. He sighed, finished his meal, rested at home for a while, and when it was close to 1 o'clock, he carried his backpack and went to school. The streets were still relatively deserted, perhaps because the existence of the monster had been confirmed, making everyone anxious. As Liu walked, he could see military trucks passing by on the road, with a neatly arranged team of soldiers inside, looking very vigilant, but all their efforts were in vain. Now that Jinzi is here, Liu will no longer release monsters in Jiangnan City. Even if he really wants to test monsters, he will send them to other countries, slowly diverting people's attention away from Jiangnan City. Walking all the way to the school, there were 2 black SWAT cars parked at the school gate, and armed SWAT officers were guarding the entrance. As expected, the school gate was crowded, with many parents personally driving their children to the school gate, watching them enter the school building before feeling at ease. This also caused a major traffic jam. Perhaps the busiest place in Jiangnan City right now is the school gate of Ijon. Liu understood their behavior very well. After all, many students from class 4 had disappeared. Without much thought, Liu followed the crowd into the school and arrived at the classroom he hadn't visited for a long time. Inside the classroom, it was still the same as before, with many students present. It's not that they weren't afraid, but their parents wanted to send them to school early for safety, so most of the people were already in the classroom. When everyone saw Liu, they all turned their eyes to him, and the whole classroom quieted down. The reason for everyone's strong reaction to Liu was because of Liu Yanyan. Previously, Liu Yanyan had led the accusation against Liu, calling him a murderer, and everyone in the class believed her and stood on her side, questioning Liu together and even wanting the police to arrest him. However, all of this became a joke when the monster like Liu Yanyan appeared on live television and was thoroughly exposed. Actions speak louder than words, making it clear that the problem was always with Liu Yanyan, not Liu. They had been misled, and everyone's collective suspicion of Liu was a form of invisible violence. Most people probably felt guilty towards Liu, if they had any conscience left. However, Liu didn't pay much attention to them anymore. He no longer cared about what this group of classmates thought. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Liu went straight to his seat at the back and casually opened a textbook to study. After all, he still had to prepare for the college entrance examination, although the results no longer mattered to him. When Liu sat back in his seat, the previously quiet crowd began to whisper again. "Hey, did you all see the live broadcast on the TV station the night before last? Was that really Liu Yanyan? Her voice does sound very similar, probably her. She didn't come to school today. So, did Liu Yanyan kill Zihan and those boys along with the homeroom teacher? Who knows, probably trying to frame Liu." After saying this, everyone's gazes intentionally or unintentionally turned towards Luyu, but Luyu didn't care and kept his head down, focusing on his textbook. The discussion continued. Did you all watch the news this morning? Monsters have also appeared in Romania. Yes, I saw the video, it's really powerful, at least 20 of them, each resembling a cow. It turns out that there are monsters not only in Jiangnan City but also in other places. Will this become a norm, with outbreaks in different regions every once in a while? That would be too terrifying. We don't have any light giants here, and there's only one superhero in the city who can help. If we encounter them one day, we might all die. And just as everyone was discussing, the classroom door was pushed open again. This time, the unexpected person who walked in was Sunny, the boy who had been in a car accident with Lu Yanyan before. He had also been discharged from the hospital and returned to school at this time. It was unknown what had happened to the other boys, why only Sunny had returned. People were wary of Sunny because Lu Yanyan was a monster, and they had all been in a car accident with her at midnight, making it hard not to suspect their identities. However, they were classmates, and no one dared to speak out. They just cast furtive glances and then moved on. Soon, the substitute teacher arrived, and with a few class bells, everyone quieted down and listened attentively. Everything seemed normal, except for the vacant seats in the classroom and the 2 dark special police cars at the school gate. The class quickly ended without any incidents, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. During the break, students chatted and laughed as if nothing unusual had happened. However, this normalcy was soon shattered, not because of Luyu or the monster, but because of Sunny, who had returned from the accident. He didn't notice anything amiss and joined the group to chat. But as he approached the others, the previously laughing group fell silent, especially the 2 people next to Sunny, who instinctively took a step back. This sudden change confused Sunny. With a smile on his face, he joked, "What's wrong with you guys? Why is everyone silent when I come? Zhan Yan, Wu Xiaofeng, didn't we go to the billiards hall together before? What's with those looks? Are you afraid of me now?" Sunny laughed and reached out to pat his classmate's shoulders as before, but this time he was not able to. His once talkative friends suddenly stepped back, not just one person but everyone in the group. One person spoke up, "Sunny, it's not that we suspect you, but Lu Yanyan turned into a monster and was shot dead by the police. We can't act like before. We need to keep some distance until you can prove your innocence completely." However, this statement had no effect and only made the situation worse. Sunny clenched his fists, raised his head, and looked at the group with a mix of surprise and anger, demanding, "What do you mean by proving my innocence? Do you know how dangerous it was when I was being chased by the monster before? I lay in the hospital for almost a week. Not one of you came to see me. Did I say anything to any of you? Do you still suspect me now? How can you treat me like this? Isn't Luyu the one with the most issues? We were all on our way to find Luyu when we encountered that monster. And now you don't suspect him but suspect me instead." It was the first time the group had heard that Sunny and Lu Yanyan had gone out that night to find Luyu, but it didn't matter now because Lu Yanyan had turned into a monster in front of everyone and was shot dead, leaving no room for doubt. At this moment, Sunny was completely enraged. He turned to the people in the class and roared, "All of you, do you all suspect me? I was injured. I was in a car accident. And now you still want to treat me like a monster? Ah!" However, no matter how loudly he shouted, no one in the class responded to him. Everyone kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact with him. Sunny, who was furious and unable to vent his anger, turned his thoughts to Luyu, the coward he believed was responsible for everything. Sunny then walked heavily towards Luyu, kicked over his desk, and angrily shouted, "Speak up, Luyu! Did you turn Lu Yanyan into that appearance? Do you dare admit it?" Luyu, unlike before, remained calm and showed no intense emotions on his face. Luyu slowly stood up, looked at him, and said, "You are just frustrated and unable to find a way to vent, so you want to save face by targeting me. But no matter what you do, no one will accept you anymore. You will forever be treated as a freak, just like Lu Yanyan. Just like how you labeled me a monster before, now we are the same kind. Don't you find it ironic? Now you have to face the consequences. Who the hell do you think is the monster? You are the real monster." Sunny was so enraged by Luyu's words that his temples throbbed. He widened his eyes, cursed in anger, and then punched Luyu in the face. Bang! However, this time, his fist was caught, surprising all the students in the class. No one expected Luyu, who had always been timid and weak, to have the courage to resist now. Even Sunny was astonished. He never expected the bullied Luyu, who never fought back, to dare to take his punch today. Luyu chuckled excitedly and said, "Are you surprised? Even a coward like me dares to resist now, because I have nothing to worry about. Nothing matters to me anymore. Not family background, appearance, or school rules. They are all irrelevant now. With that, Liu fiercely punched Sunny in the face. Bang! The punch was strong, catching Sunny off guard. He covered his mouth, looking shocked. He never imagined the weak Liu would dare to fight back and even break his mouth. Sunny's mouth was bleeding, and the class was in shock. In just a few days, Liu had changed drastically, not only daring to resist but also taking the initiative to fight back. At this moment, Li Joshua, the class monitor, stood up and reprimanded loudly, Sunny. Liu, that's enough. No fighting in the class. Stop now, or both of you will be suspended when the teacher arrives. Do you still want to take the college entrance exam? However, Sunny, unable to tolerate the situation where his only chance to save face turned into a fight, ignored Li Joshua's words and roared, damn it. Liu, you're dead today. He then engaged in a fight with Liu, who was equally fearless. Even after being punched by Sunny, Liu laughed and said, good. I've been waiting for this day. You can hit me, but I can't hit you? The two wrestled and fought fiercely, knocking over several desks around them, creating chaos in the classroom. Liu doesn't have any special abilities, but now he is not afraid of anything. Everything that used to be rules for him has become completely meaningless. He is fearless, which is the essence of strength. Even if he is punched by the other party and his nose is bleeding, he feels extremely exhilarated. Both of them are covered in bruises, but Liu's face is still smiling excitedly, continuing to exchange punches with Sunny. The scene is chaotic, with blood drops from both of them on the ground. However, Li Joshua couldn't bear to watch anymore. She shouted at the other boys in the class, what are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and pull them apart. Do you want one of them to be beaten to death before it ends? However, the boys in the class hesitated and dared not step forward. Someone whispered, maybe Sunny is also a monster. If he gets injured by a monster, he will also become a monster. We don't want to become like them. Li Joshua was stunned by this and then glared at them angrily, saying, cowards. You just stay here and watch. I'll go call the teacher. She then looked at Liu and Sunny fighting on the floor at the back, and shouted, Liu, Sunny, listen to me. I'm going to call the teacher. If you don't want to be expelled, stop now. This is your last warning. Bang, bang, bang. Go to hell, you beast. You should be the one to die. However, Liu and Sunny at the back were already in a rage. Both of them were injured and neither was willing to stop easily. Li Joshua could only sigh helplessly and then ran directly from her seat towards the teacher downstairs. In just a few minutes, the tall and burly principal was called up by Li Joshua. He looked at Liu and Sunny fighting and his face turned red with anger. He shouted, you two, do you still want to go to school? Do you still want to take the college entrance exam? If you don't want to go to school, get out now. Stop immediately. Otherwise, I will expel both of you. With the arrival of the principal, Liu and Sunny, who had been fighting, finally stopped. As a result, both of them were punished to run laps around the playground and were not allowed to attend classes for a day. Now that the classes have just resumed, the principal decided not to let them back to class, especially since one of the students had just come out of the hospital and the other had been specifically sought by the police before. After running all afternoon, until the school bell rang for the end of the day, Liu could finally stop. He glanced at Sunny, who was ahead of him by a distance, and without saying a word, turned around and prepared to leave the school gate to go home. However, at this moment, Sunny in front spoke up. With a commanding tone, he roared, why are you running? Did I let you go? Upon hearing this, Liu's eyes gradually turned cold. He turned around without a word and walked quickly towards Sunny. Seeing the gloomy expression on Liu's face approaching him, Sunny inexplicably became nervous. He clenched his fists, ready to strike, but Liu had already stood in front of him, just a step away. Sunny looked at Liu in front of him and sneered mockingly, oh, you're so awesome now. What are you pretending for in front of me? Liu stared coldly at him and said, if you have the guts, just kill me directly. You are taller than me, stronger than me, and better at fighting than me. If you really start, you should be able to kill me. But do you dare to kill me? Do you dare to give up your whole life and spend it in prison? If you dare, then kill me. I'm standing right in front of you, do you dare? Sunny was intimidated by Liu's cold gaze and naturally did not dare to kill him. His grades are good, his family background is also good, how could he go and kill someone? He just wanted to save face in front of Liu, but at this moment, he didn't want to show weakness in front of Liu. He roared, what are you killing for, are you crazy? Liu didn't even blink, also roaring, if you dare not, then shut up. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Do you dare to kill me? Do you dare to be expelled? No, you don't dare. You just want to vent on me. You never thought I would resist you. You're afraid of being expelled. I'm not. I have nothing to lose. You don't dare to kill me. I dare. Because I have nothing. What do you want to do now? Still want to fight me? Ah. Sunny was a little scared by Lu Yu's roar. He didn't know what was wrong with Lu Yu, but just after a week, it was like he had changed. He felt like Lu Yu could go crazy at any moment now, so he didn't dare to say anything more, just muttered under his breath, crazy. After cursing, he left without looking back. Lu Yu kept staring coldly at Sun Yi's departing figure until he disappeared from view, then turned his head and walked towards the school gate. Today was a very satisfying day for Lu Yu. The grievances he had held for 3 years were finally released today. When he finally had the courage to act, Lu Yu understood that it was his own cowardice and fear that had caused everything. In fact, everything was not as scary as he had imagined. As long as he faced it, there was nothing to fear. The root of fear was his own cowardly heart, and once he had the courage to resist, even if he got beaten, it didn't matter. Fighting back would let them know that he wasn't someone to be bullied easily. Lu Yu now felt light and relaxed, finally leaving everything behind him. The future was a brand new one. He quickened his pace and ran all the way back home. Near his home, the black van was still parked there. It seemed that the police hadn't given up on monitoring him, but it was all in vain. After returning home, Lu Yu checked the room in advance for any changes. The cash brought by the werewolf had already been placed in the office of Vic Company. There was nothing in the room that could expose his presence. The only potential issue might be the old display screen. However, Lu Yu felt that an ordinary person wouldn't suspect the use of a display screen. After all, who could imagine that Sadako had been resurrected and was traveling between screens with him? Lu Yu intentionally or unintentionally scanned the room, confirmed that there were no signs of tampering, and then relaxed. In fact, he was cautious not only for himself, but also because the monsters only came out at night, so Lu Yu had the employees of Vic Company invade the cameras in the neighborhood. Once they found someone entering his room, they would send him a text message to alert him. At the moment, he hadn't received any messages, so it seemed safe. As night fell, the old display screen emitted a piercing noise again. Sadako slowly crawled out from it to face Lu Yu, respectfully saying, "Dear master, I'm here to take you." Lu Yu nodded. "Take me to my company, Sadako. Today we need to see how Frankenstein's experiment is progressing." "Yes, dear master." Sadako nodded, ready to reach out and bring Lu Yu into the screen. But when she looked up at Lu Yu, her whole body froze. With some confusion and surprise, she asked, "My dear master, you're injured. Who caused your injuries? Do you need me to clean them up for you?" Lu Yu shook his head, indifferent. "No need, it's just some minor things, not worth bothering about. We have more important things to do now." Since Lu Yu had spoken, Sadako didn't ask any more questions. She nodded, "Yes, my dear master." ZZZ. With a flash of black and white snowflakes on the screen, Lu Yu was led into the Vic Company by Sadako. This time, Sadako was familiar with the layout of the Vic Company and directly took Lu Yu to the president's office. Walking out from the huge screen hanging on the wall, the werewolf and Dracula in the office both stood up from the sofa at the same time, respectfully calling out, "Great creator, you have arrived." "Oh whoa." Lu Yu looked at them and nodded, saying, "I'm here, let's go downstairs together. We should check on the progress of Frankenstein's experiment." Dracula and the werewolf nodded simultaneously, saying, "Yes, great creator." "Oh whoa." However, when the two monsters looked up and saw the wounds on Lu Yu's face, their expressions turned shocked and angry. Dracula asked with concern, "My dear master, how did you get injured? Which human was rude enough to lay hands on you? Please tell me, I can go kill him right now." "Oh woo woo woo." The werewolf also showed anger, roaring fiercely and baring its teeth uncontrollably. Lu Yu, with a calm expression, waved his hand and said, "Don't get too excited, Dracula, werewolf. It's not just me who got hurt, but also the person who clashed with me. I feel fine, and this is a situation I need to handle on my own. Your interference will change the nature of things." Hearing Lu Yu's words, Dracula and the werewolf obediently lowered their heads and said, "Yes, great creator, we will follow your words." "Oh whoa." Lu Yu nodded and said, "Alright, let's go downstairs now. I hope Frankenstein will have some useful experimental results for me today." The three monsters stopped speaking and followed Lu Yu out of the president's office. Taking the elevator to the 30th floor, they arrived outside Frankenstein's laboratory and heard a rough and excited laughter from inside. "Ha ha, success! Success! I have my own companion now. My life is complete from today onwards." Listening to the laughter inside, Lu Yu roughly understood the outcome. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After swiping the card to open the door, a large amount of thick smoke rushed out from inside, with a slightly pungent smell. Cough cough cough. After a light cough, Lu Yu saw Sadako raise her hand and a gust of cold wind blew out, pushing all the white smoke out of the window at the end of the corridor. "Well done, Sadako," Lu Yu praised. Sadako lowered her head and softly replied, "It's my honor, dear master." Without saying much, Liu walked directly into the laboratory and shouted inside, "Frankenstein, how are your experimental results?" Inside the laboratory, upon hearing Liu's voice, Frankenstein hurried out. Still wearing a white coat and frameless glasses, Frankenstein explained excitedly, "My dear master, you've come at the perfect time. I have successfully revived the first monster. She was sewn by my own hands, my first companion in this world, named Janet. Please come and witness her birth together." Liu nodded and followed Frankenstein towards the center of the laboratory, where there was a large cylindrical glass chamber. As Frankenstein pressed a button on the nearby control panel, the door of the glass chamber slowly opened, and the monster inside walked out slowly. She was very tall, over 2 meters tall, slightly shorter than Frankenstein, and her body was covered with various sewing marks. Different colored bodies stitched together resulted in a perfectly proportioned figure. After the female scientific monster walked out of the glass chamber door, she looked around in confusion, asking, "Where am I? Who am I?" Frankenstein was very considerate, taking off his own white coat and putting it on the female scientific monster, comforting her warmly, "My friend, you are Janet, you are a life created by humans just like me. We are the only two scientific monsters in the world. We are companions, partners, beings that can lean on each other." Janet asked, somewhat puzzled, "Really? Are you my partner?" Frankenstein nodded seriously, "Of course, because we are the only companions in this world. We are fundamentally different from other species. But rest assured, you are safe here, you can take time to adapt to all of this. Now, come and meet our master, it was he who resurrected me and then I created you." Janet looked confused, but still followed Frankenstein to face Liu, bowing respectfully like him, saying, "Dear master, this is the result you wanted. She is the first scientific monster created by me in this world, Janet." Although Janet did not understand the situation, she still followed Frankenstein in bowing her head to Liu. Liu looked at this newly given life monster and felt relieved in his heart. He said, "All right, Janet, you just woke up, feeling confused about this world is normal, but you can rest assured, in this building, you are safe. Frankenstein will take care of your life. I won't say much more, just slowly adapt to life here." Janet nodded and replied, "Yes, my dear master." After Liu finished speaking, Frankenstein took Janet to a nearby room to rest, while he returned to Liu to report, "My dear master, I have successfully resurrected a monster like me. Now, according to your request, I can create another monster. Whether you have any special requirements, such as stronger muscles or a taller stature, you can tell me." Liu shook his head and explained, "I don't need ordinary monsters, Frankenstein. Even if there are more monsters like you, they are just slightly stronger and taller humans. I need something more powerful, a combination that is more unexpected. Follow me to the basement, where we have prepared materials for you." Liu then turned and led Frankenstein to the basement, but Frankenstein was puzzled and asked, "Are the bodies in the material room the same as before, or is there something different?" Liu didn't say much, smiling mysteriously, while Dracula spoke, "You will understand when you get there. This is an operation that only you did not participate in, so naturally you do not know." "An operation that only I did not participate in?" Frankenstein was even more surprised after hearing this. It looked at the werewolf and Sadako beside it and asked, "Did Miss Sadako and Mr. Werewolf participate, and I am the only one who doesn't know?" The werewolf howled twice, indicating yes. Sadako also nodded and said, "The master wanted you to focus on research, so he didn't call you. Besides, I feel that Mr. Frankenstein would prefer indoor experiments rather than going out for a walk." On the other side, in the town of Sop, Romania, the most severely damaged area by the monster, a large number of soldiers are stationed in this area, and the monsters have all been eliminated. Now it is the time for medical personnel to rescue. Many survivors and the bodies of monsters were carried out, taken to hospitals, or directly placed in the center of the square covered with white cloth. The officer in charge of this operation is a man in his 50s with a full beard. He looked solemnly at the blood-stained street and muttered, "Where did these damn beasts come from? How did they suddenly erupt in this small town?" As the officer pondered, a soldier responsible for counting the bodies suddenly ran over, looking anxious, and said, "Sir, we have found some unusual data here that needs to be reported to you." The officer turned somewhat puzzled and asked, "What strange data? Whatever you want to report better be as serious as you make it out to be." The soldier nodded seriously, saluted, and handed the data sheet to the officer, explaining, "We have rescued a total of 100 survivors from Sop Town, along with over 30 human bodies and over 20 monster bodies. However, the number of bodies does not match the total population of Sop Town. According to the surveillance footage, citizens who are not killed by monsters will turn into monsters. Therefore, the number of monster bodies is actually the bodies of citizens. But this data doesn't add up. We suspect that some of the bodies of the citizens of Sop Town who turned into monsters have been taken away. What? Meanwhile, in the basement of the Vic Corporation building in Jiangnan City, Liu led Frankenstein and Dracula to the material room. When the door to the material room was opened, a chill filled the air, and the temperature inside had dropped below zero. Frankenstein also saw the scene in the material room, and his whole body froze in place because it was filled with werewolf corpses. Beheaded, pierced through the chest, without exception, all the werewolves died tragically. Frankenstein stared blankly at the scene in the material room and asked the nearby werewolf, "My dear Mr. Werewolf, aren't these all your kin? How did they all die?" The werewolf shook its head and howled, meaning that these were not its kin but infected humans, not listening to it, let alone being considered part of the tribe. Dracula added, "Frankenstein, don't think too much. These beastified humans were killed by the local supernaturals, not by us. We wouldn't go that far." Frankenstein breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, patting his chest with a heavy hand, saying, "That's great. I thought our transformed brethren would also be killed. That would be too cruel." Liu found Frankenstein's kind nature somewhat troublesome, but fortunately, this time it wasn't their doing. He said, "All right, Frankenstein, these are the materials you need to resurrect today. Move quickly and try to complete the resurrection within an hour. I will take it to another city for an experiment to test the abilities of the resurrected werewolf kin." Frankenstein nodded, picked up a relatively intact werewolf corpse from the material room, and said, "All right, dear master, as long as the body is relatively intact, I only need to do a simple stitching to resurrect it. An hour should be no problem." In the laboratory, this time Liu also chose to observe in the laboratory. He wanted to understand the process of Frankenstein resurrecting monsters to facilitate more plans in the future. Liu chose to be in the laboratory, and Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako also followed. They all gathered around Frankenstein's operating table, watching as he patched up the werewolf corpse on the table with parts from other bodies, sewing them together with surgical thread. After injecting an unknown green liquid into the werewolf's body, the resurrection process was completed. Frankenstein then placed the werewolf's body into a glass chamber and pulled the switch. With a crackling sound and a flash of sparks, the werewolf's body inside the glass chamber convulsed with electricity. Its lifeless eyes were now filled with yellow electric light, and its fur stood on end as green smoke emanated from its body, causing its muscles to contract and expand. This somewhat terrifying scene made the werewolves watching outside shiver, feeling a sense of empathy for their similar-looking companion. The electric shock quickly ended, the electricity dissipated from the chamber, and the door opened, revealing a stitched werewolf claw emerging. The stitched werewolf slowly walked out, its gaze not filled with the bloodthirsty rage typical of infected werewolves, but rather with a human-like confusion. "Howl." The stitched werewolf looked around, puzzled and perplexed, then fixed its gaze on the werewolf among them. "Howl." It tilted its head and howled at the werewolf in front of it, as if asking, "Are you my companion?" Watching the somewhat rational stitched werewolf, Liu nodded and gestured towards the werewolf, saying, "Werewolf, communicate with it, let it know where it is and what its purpose is in being alive." The werewolf nodded, took a step forward, and extended its massive claws to pat the stitched werewolf's body, howling, "Howl, howl, howl, oh," essentially conveying the message that they have revived it, brought it back from death, and now it needs to carry out tasks for them. However, upon hearing this, the stitched werewolf's eyes became even more confused. It shook its massive head and howled, "Howl, howl, howl, howl." Turning its head, the werewolf howled in frustration, "Howl, howl, howl," meaning that the stitched werewolf did not want to comply, it wanted freedom, a pack, and meat. Liu sighed in exasperation, saying, "Indeed, with intelligence comes various desires, freedom, family, companionship, and so on, making it difficult to handle." He shook his head and turned to Dracula, saying, "It's your turn now, hypnotize it and make it obey commands." Dracula nodded slightly, saying, "As you command, great creator." With that, Dracula approached the stitched werewolf, and his eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Under Dracula's hypnotic gaze, the stitched werewolf's eyes also flashed red, and it immediately knelt down, displaying a loyal demeanor. Liu turned around, surveyed the kneeling stitched werewolf, and nodded, saying, "Not bad, the resurrected stitched werewolf is no different from its former self, although it may not obey commands. After being hypnotized, it can become a perfect warrior." Suddenly breaking her silence, Sadako asked, "My dear master, if the goal is to make the werewolves can obey commands, why not just have Mr. Dracula hypnotize them directly? Why go through the complex process of having Mr. Frankenstein resurrect them again?" Liu shook his head and said with a smile, "I have my reasons for doing this, but let Dracula and you explain why he can't directly hypnotize the werewolf's kin." Dracula nodded slightly and said, "Yes, my great creator." Then he turned to Jinzi and explained, "Miss Jinzi, you may be aware that I can easily hypnotize other individuals, but there is a fatal problem in this case. The creatures I can hypnotize must be individuals with a certain level of intelligence. Generally speaking, only creatures that can understand complex commands can be fully hypnotized by me to carry out my instructions. However, the werewolf kin have almost turned into beasts, only capable of killing and feeding. When I try to hypnotize them, they can't even understand my commands. At most, I can release a terrifying aura to scare them away." After listening, Jinzi nodded slowly and said, "I see. It seems that I didn't understand the master's intentions." Lu Yu nodded and said with a smile, "There are many rules involved in this. It's normal that you can't understand it all at once. And I'm not making it so complicated just to make the werewolves follow orders, but also to eliminate many of their flaws." Flaws? Jinzi was puzzled by this statement. Lu Yu then took a silver dagger from Frankenstein's hand and said, "Jinzi, take a good look. This dagger is made of silver and has been blessed with holy water by a church priest. For werewolves, it is undoubtedly their bane." Then, Lu Yu turned to the werewolf and said, "Werewolf, come and take this dagger. Let Jinzi see its power against you." The werewolf growled in dissatisfaction, but it reluctantly extended its huge claw as Lu Yu gently placed the silver dagger in its paw. As soon as the dagger touched the werewolf's claw, white smoke emerged, causing the werewolf to show a discomfort expression. Lu Yu didn't leave the dagger in the werewolf's paw for long. After it had the desired effect, he immediately took it out and said, "See, Jinzi, this is the damage that silver and holy water can cause to werewolves. All their weaknesses come from legends, so the items that are said to counter them in legends have the same effect." The same goes for Dracula. Although silver items cannot harm him, holy water has the same effect on him. Dracula nodded and said, "The creator is right. These things from the past that could harm us still work today, but they are not as deadly to us. For werewolves, silver is like a poisoned weapon. It won't cause fatal damage unless it's directly plunged into their hearts. Holy water has a similar effect on me. It's more like boiling hot water that makes me feel a sting, but it won't kill me, just make me feel very uncomfortable." Jinzi was slightly surprised after hearing this. She then looked at the stitched werewolf kneeling on the ground and asked, "My dear master, does this mean that the werewolf gentleman's kin, after being resurrected, no longer have these fatal flaws?" Lu Yu nodded and smiled. "That's right. The current stitched werewolves no longer have these significant flaws." With that, Lu Yu placed the silver dagger in the paw of the stitched werewolf. The shiny silver dagger was held quietly by the stitched werewolf's paw, showing no reaction at all, as if it had completely malfunctioned. Jinzi was very surprised and said, "So it's true that the items that can harm the werewolf gentleman are now ineffective against the resurrected kin." Beside, Frankenstein explained, "This is normal. After the resurrection of the werewolf's relatives, they become more similar to beings like me. The relatives can now only be considered as a living corpse, so holy water and silverware have lost their effect. Our dear master has indeed created the perfect warrior. Once Mr. Dracula hypnotizes them, these soldiers can be commanded at will. Whether it's night or day, holy water and silverware cannot harm them." Lu Yu nodded and said, "All right, Frankenstein, you go accompany Janet. Mr. Dracula and I will take the resurrected werewolves for testing and record more data." Upon hearing this, Frankenstein quickly nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much for your generosity, my dear master. I believe the resurrected werewolves will surely meet your needs. I have always been in the laboratory. If you have any new instructions, you can tell me anytime, and I promise to meet your needs." After speaking, Frankenstein hurriedly walked towards the room outside the laboratory, eager to share everything in this world with Janet and end its long-standing loneliness. Dracula watched Frankenstein run off and said, "My dear creator, Frankenstein's desire for companionship exceeds our imagination. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?" Lu Yu shook his head and said, "As long as it does not affect the progress of the experiment, it doesn't matter what it does. As for the rest, let it be." After that, Lu Yu turned to Jinzi and said, "Jinzi, it's time to go. We need to start the experiment quickly. I have to go to school tomorrow, so we need to start as soon as possible." Jinzi nodded slightly and said, "Yes, my dear master." The stitched werewolf behind also slowly got up in response to Lu Yu's words, following behind like a cold-blooded machine. Dracula then asked, "Great creator, where do you want to conduct the test this time?" Lu Yu smiled and said, "I feel like having pizza. Let's go to Italy." In Italy, in a bustling town, an ancient church stood in the center of the city. A priest holding a Bible slowly recited classic passages from the Bible on the pulpit. The heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech, night after night they reveal knowledge. They have no speech, they use no words, no sound is heard from them. After finishing the recitation, the priest slowly closed the Bible in his hands and looked kindly at the believers below, saying, I believe all of you have heard of the tragedy that occurred in Romania. An entire city's innocent citizens were attacked by terrifying monsters, and many lives were lost last night. But do not worry, as long as you have sincere faith in God, sing the true name of the Lord, and praise our Lord, you will be protected from the monsters' attacks. A believer who was quietly praying with folded hands opened his eyes upon hearing the priest's words and asked with some concern, Respected priest, if we really encounter such terrifying monsters, can we truly avoid their attacks by closing our eyes and praying quietly? The priest smiled and nodded, explaining, Of course, you must believe in the power of the Lord. The Lord created everything, and no matter what monsters or horrors there are, they cannot resist the holy light of our Lord. As long as your inner faith is sincere enough, no monster can harm you. However, before he could finish his words, a sharp scream suddenly came from outside the church. Ah! Monsters! It's monsters! Help! Awah! Awah! Crack! The terrifying roar of the beast came from outside, sounding like a devil from hell, full of violence and madness, even shattering the glass of the church. The believers inside the church, upon hearing this roar, no longer had the devout look on their faces. They all stood up abruptly from their seats, looking anxiously outside the church, shouting urgently, Let's run! The monster! The monster is really here! Yes! Let's run quickly, go find the police! They have guns to deal with the monster. However, at this moment, the priest at the back shouted sternly, What are you all panicking about? Have you forgotten what I said just now? Have faith devoutly. The believers below shouted in panic, But, Father, that is a real monster. Can our faith really work? The priest slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Faith is everything. If you have enough faith, there is no need to fear anything. You are now in the safest place in the whole world. This is the church. All impure and evil things cannot enter here. You are the safest. However, before he could finish speaking, the church door was kicked open with a bang. The solid wooden church door was directly smashed, and a tall and terrifying figure outside slowly walked in. It had a wolf's head, but its body was covered with various stitched lines, like a forcibly patched puppet, but the materials used were even more terrifying, made up of various different body parts. Awah! The stitched werewolf roared, frightening all the believers in the church, who screamed in terror and then fled towards the back, many of them hiding behind the priest, pleading, Father, Father, please use your power quickly. Drive away this terrible monster. Yes, Father, please invoke the power of God. Destroy this monster. Save us. Father, please help us. At this moment, the stitched werewolf had already started to walk towards the crowd, its huge feet stepping on the church floor, but it reacted just like ordinary ground, without any response. This made the priest, who had firm faith, unable to help but feel a hint of doubt in his heart. But he still suppressed his fear and panic, placing his hand on the Bible and praying silently. And when the footsteps of the monster came in front of him, the priest suddenly splashed the holy water from the basin onto the stitched werewolf. Splash! All the holy water in the copper basin was splashed onto the face of the stitched werewolf, but to everyone's surprise, the holy water seemed not to have the power they imagined. Apart from wetting the fur on the monster's head, it had no other effect. The priest looked at the scene in front of him in horror, exclaiming, No! This is impossible. Our Lord should have absolute control over such monsters. You should fear the glory of our Lord. The priest trembled, his eyes full of fear, and the believers behind him were even more desperate, scared to the point of collapsing on the ground, crying out in despair, Lord, our Lord whom we believe in, please come and save us. Father, please think of a solution quickly. At this moment, the priest was completely panicked, but just as he began to doubt whether his faith had any meaning, suddenly his eyes lit up. The priest grabbed the cross on his chest and held it in front of the stitched werewolf, roaring, Monster, have you seen this cross? This is the glory of the Lord. You should fear it. You should be afraid. You should. Put. However, before the priest could finish speaking, the stitched werewolf suddenly struck out, its massive claws swiping forward violently. The priest, who was still shouting, was instantly torn into pieces, leaving only 2 legs behind. With a loud smack, the priest was sent flying, crashing into the nearby wall and sliding down slowly, with only his arm still tightly gripping the cross, now devoid of meaning. In his final moment, he held on to his faith, proving himself a devout believer. Perhaps he could truly ascend to heaven. After all, holy water could indeed harm creatures like werewolves and Dracula, suggesting the existence of God. Unfortunately, this time he encountered not the legendary monsters, but a new, man-made monster. The stitched werewolf howled to the sky, causing the entire church to tremble, and the despair in the eyes of the onlookers grew as they witnessed the priest's demise. Their helpless screams were futile. The sounds of agony echoed continuously in the ancient church, blood staining the ground and flowing on the floor, even splattering onto the crucifix depicting the suffering Jesus. He gazed down upon the scene with a sorrowful expression, the crown of thorns on his head symbolizing the suffering he endured for humanity. However, he could not bear all the pain, for at this moment, something that should not exist had descended upon the world. On the other side, not far from the church, on 2 streets, due to the monster's roars and the screams of the surrounding pedestrians, everyone in the area fled, whether they were passers-by or shop owners. Outside a pizzeria on the street, a man with a standard Italian mustache rushed out of the shop in a panic. He was the owner of this pizzeria, trembling as he closed the shop door with shaking hands. He attempted to pull down the anti-theft shutter outside the shop, hoping to prevent the monsters from destroying the shop he had worked hard to run for years. Just as he was about to close the shutter, he heard footsteps behind him and someone calling out, "Boss, you're the owner of this pizzeria, right? We want to eat pizza, can you make us some?" The pizzeria owner, who was already in a hurry to close the shop, could barely hold the keys with his trembling hands, let alone serve customers at this moment. He replied in a fluster, "Ah, are you all crazy? Didn't you hear the monsters roar ahead? Hundreds of people have died in Romania before. I don't have time to make pizza for you. I can't even escape for my life." However, the person behind him remained calm and replied, "Don't worry, boss. If you make us pizza, we guarantee that no monster will harm you, and we will pay you a fair price." The pizzeria owner was almost driven to madness. He locked the door shakily and said in disbelief, "You are really crazy. Guarantee that the monster won't kill me. Are you the monster's father? What's the use of money when I'm about to die?" The person behind him calmly responded, "In a sense, we are indeed the fathers of monsters, but it's not entirely accurate to say so. Our role is more like creators." The pizzeria owner had already locked the shop door, and upon hearing the words of the person behind him, he burst out laughing, sarcastically saying, "I see you are really crazy, thinking you are the creators of monsters. Why don't you offer your head to the monster and see if it will bite it off?" Mocking, the pizzeria owner turned around, only to freeze in shock, as behind him stood 3 humans in strange attire and a monster over 3 meters tall. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The owner of the pizza shop was instantly scared silly, his face turned pale in an instant, and after a scream, he was ready to run back, but as soon as he turned around, he ran directly into the chest of a tall figure. Before the pizza shop owner could see clearly what the person in front of him looked like, Dracula's pupils flickered with a blood-red light. "Now, you are our servant, go open the shop, our great creator wants to eat pizza." The pizza shop owner, with a blank expression, bowed his head and said, "Yes, my esteemed master." With a clatter, the pizza shop's rolling shuttered door was pulled up again, the interior lights came on, the furnace was filled with new fuel, and with the sound of the blower, the flames blazed again. Luyu, Dracula, and the werewolf Shinzi all entered the shop. The decoration style here was also quaint, quite Italian in style, with old-fashioned chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and an overall warm yellow tone, giving a very cozy feeling. Luyu and Dracula Shinzi sat at one table, while the werewolf couldn't fit and found a table for himself, sitting next to Luyu and the others. At this time, the pizza shop owner came over, with a respectful expression, asking, "I wonder what flavors of pizza our esteemed creator and master, as well as the other gentlemen, would like to eat?" Luyu spoke up, "Just make it with more cheese, feel free to add other toppings." Dracula said, "I won't eat, for normal human food, I will only vomit it out." Shinzi said, "I want salmon pizza, if possible, please replace the crust with rice balls, don't need to bake the salmon, just serve it directly." The werewolf howled, meaning it wants raw meat, no crust, no baking. While the pizza shop owner went to bake the pizza, Dracula took out a bottle of red wine collected from the tavern last night from under his cloak. As usual, he poured a glass for Luyu and Shinzi, and then took out a blood bag, mixed the red wine with blood plasma, and tasted it with a satisfied expression. Luyu took the red wine, smiled and nodded. Shinzi also nodded in thanks and took the glass of wine. The werewolf looked at Dracula, turned his head disdainfully, showing that it didn't care. Dracula smiled, stood up again, and pulled out an oak beer barrel from under his cloak, and threw it directly to the werewolf, saying, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, no need to thank me." The werewolf reached out its claws to take the beer barrel, looking surprised, and its eyes towards Dracula showed a bit of approval. It howled at him twice, meaning "You're not bad, I'll remember that." Luyu looked at this harmonious group of monsters and felt quite emotional, thinking it would be great if things could always be like this. At this moment, Dracula took a sip of blood plasma red wine, licked the blood drops at the corner of his mouth, and asked, "Great creator, we didn't come here just for a freshly baked crust, do you have any other reasons? Luyu took a sip of red wine, nodded and smiled. Exactly, Dracula, we have 2 reasons for coming to Italy this time, one of which is to collect data on the stitched werewolves. This has basically been completed. The stitched werewolves broke into the church, even the devout priests and believers could not harm the stitched werewolves, proving that the defects have been completely eliminated, and production can begin. However, there are still some flaws. From the moment we released the stitched werewolves until now, about 5 minutes have passed, but we have not heard the second monster's roar. This proves that the werewolves can transform human characteristics, and after resurrection, they have completely disappeared. The current stitched werewolves are completely undead. Beside, Sadako, who was sipping red wine, nodded and said, indeed, as the master said, the relatives of the werewolf gentleman, after resurrection, become more like Frankenstein's existence, but still retain their habits from their previous life, such as consuming flesh and blood. Luyu nodded and continued, and according to my speculation, the resurrected stitched werewolves should not be able to grow like you all, as eating is just a way to maintain their physical strength. Perhaps the only ones with growth characteristics are the monsters directly resurrected by me. But as for your relatives, I am not sure yet. I assume they have some growth potential, but it should not be as good as yours. This needs further experimentation, but the werewolf's relatives cannot be controlled unless they are killed, resurrected by Frankenstein, possess a certain level of intelligence, and then hypnotized by Dracula. Although these stitched werewolves are currently the only warriors without weaknesses, the process is a bit cumbersome, and we will continue to produce this type of warrior in the future. However, we need warriors who are more intelligent and loyal. And this is where we need your help, Dracula. Dracula smiled slightly upon hearing this and understood Luyu's idea, saying, Great Creator, do you mean for me to start creating blood relatives? Luyu nodded, exactly, your relatives are loyal enough, and their intelligence is no different from ordinary humans, the only fatal flaw being their inability to withstand sunlight. I have not yet come up with a perfect solution for this, as the werewolf's relatives still fall under the category of living beings and can undergo a second transformation. As for you, Dracula, your relatives are akin to having died once, similar to ghosts, making it difficult for me to make further modifications and experiments on beings that have transcended the category of living beings. After all, once you die, not even a body remains, just a pile of ashes. Dracula nodded and said, Indeed, this is quite troublesome, but as long as there is enough blood supply, my blood relatives and I can briefly move under sunlight. As long as the rate of blood supply can keep up with the rate at which the body is destroyed by sunlight. Luyu nodded, however, this still poses some difficulties. Let's leave this for later. In my opinion, you should first create some suitable blood relatives to be in charge of daytime operations. As for outdoor activities, leave it to the stitched werewolves, which should be the best current solution. Ding. At this moment, the bell at the counter rang, and the freshly baked cheese pizza was served by the owner. He respectfully said, Great Creator, here is the pizza you requested. I have added minced beef, bacon, and chicken, each slice with a different flavor. I hope you enjoy it. Luyu accepted with a smile, while Sadako received her rice ball with salmon, and the werewolf was served 2 whole pieces of beef leg. The 3 of them began their meal. After Luyu took a bite of the pizza and watched Sadako place the rice ball and salmon into her hair, he curiously asked, Sadako, aren't you a spirit? Can you also eat normal food? Sadako brushed aside her hair and explained, My dear master, normally, I cannot eat food, but I can manipulate the spiritual particles of my body to temporarily form a part of the physical body, like the tongue, mouth, and teeth. I can also touch objects in the real world, gaining some sensory perception, so I can taste the food, but I do not digest it. Instead, I break down the food into tiny particles that disappear into the air. Luyu looked enlightened after hearing this. While the werewolf next to him was devouring meat, suddenly moved his nose, as if he smelled a strong scent of rice and salmon in the air. Dracula also felt that he had gained a lot of new knowledge, shaking the wine glass, taking a sip of wine, and then asked, Great Creator, didn't you say there were 2 reasons for us to come to this city earlier? One is to verify the strength of the resurrected werewolf relatives, away from the city we are in, Jiangnan City. What is the other reason? Luyu put down the pizza in his hand and said, The other reason is the extraordinary beings in Italy, the 4th level that we most want to understand. The news of the werewolf relatives rampaging here should have spread, and she will be here soon. Just as Luyu finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound came from the street in the distance, as if a giant creature was descending from the sky, the terrifying noise causing the chandeliers on the ceiling of the pizza shop several blocks away to shake uncontrollably. Sadako immediately acted, erecting a light screen above Luyu's head to prevent heavy objects from falling. Dracula and the werewolf both stood up at the same time, their faces solemn as they stared at the direction where the rumbling sound was coming from in the distance, not daring to underestimate the situation. Dracula spoke, "Great creator, it seems that the extraordinary beings in this area have arrived." After taking a sip of wine, Liu nodded and smiled. "She came really fast. Let's go out and meet this 4th-level extraordinary being. Werewolf, get ready, it's your turn." The werewolf let out a low growl, its eyes not as excited as before, but very alert. It clearly sensed that this extraordinary being was in a completely different league from the previous 2 3rd-level beings. On the ruins of the church, the stitched werewolf that had been crazily slaughtering was now beaten into several pieces scattered on the ground. The stitched werewolf's head was held in the hand of a woman wearing a leather jacket, named Haley, the strongest 4th-level extraordinary being in Italy. At this moment, she was holding the stitched werewolf's head in one hand and a phone in the other, casually sliding on the screen, preparing to make a call. Meanwhile, although the stitched werewolf's body had been beaten into several pieces, it was now in a state of a living corpse, not completely dead even when shattered. After a few brief seconds, it regained its senses, then opened its mouth wide, roaring and biting, trying to make the human holding its head let go. Haley, noticing the movement of the stitched werewolf, also extended her arm away in surprise, dialing the phone with a disgusted look on her face, shouting to the other side, "Hello, General Dutsao, I have arrived in the town of Searle. The monsters causing trouble here have been killed by me. But this thing seems to be indestructible. I have already smashed its body and torso, leaving only a head, but this monster can still move. I suspect this thing is not a werewolf, although it does have the head of a gray wolf. It is different from the monsters reported in the news before. This creature has many artificial stitches on its body. And unlike what was reported in the news, this thing does not infect or assimilate humans who are bitten or scratched. I haven't seen any other monsters at the scene, only this lone head. I suspect this is not the same species as the previous monsters." The remaining head of the stitched werewolf continued to roar wildly, biting towards Haley's body, almost reaching her. "Ah, so disgusting." Haley also felt a bit of trouble, raised her hand and threw the stitched werewolf's head onto the distant ruins. Bang! The stitched werewolf's head rolled around on the ruins, eventually falling to the ground, still stubbornly moving its body. Although it couldn't do much without its limbs, it still tried to move the scattered bodies around, trying to piece itself back together. Meanwhile, Haley, who was making a phone call in the distance, paid no attention to the stitched monster. Even if it could piece its body back together, it wouldn't withstand her punch, so there was no need to bother. She continued her phone call, listening to the orders of the Italian general on the other end and nodding. Okay, just let me continue guarding here, right? Don't let the monsters continue attacking civilians. Okay, no problem. I'll keep guarding here until the military arrives on the scene. But according to our agreement, I charge by the minute. I want 50 million euros to kill the monster, and I want 100,000 euros for each additional minute. So I advise your army to hurry up, or else this year's government budget won't be enough to pay salaries. After saying that, Haley hung up the phone. She was about to turn around to see what the stitched werewolf had become, but she saw a scene that surprised her. On the distant ruins, there was not only the stitched werewolf trying to piece its body together, but also a taller figure. This figure was much taller and stronger than the stitched werewolf. It was a brand new werewolf with red eyes shining. The more terrifying werewolf stared at Haley, its red pupils showing both ferocity and human-like caution. Haley saw the new werewolf, her face showing a surprised expression. She was not flustered at all, but smiled and said, "Indeed, more than one monster. This is great. 2 monsters mean 1 billion euros, enough for me to splurge for several years. Come on, monster, let me chop off your head too." After saying that, Haley's eyes gradually turned cold, she slowly clenched her fists, and stared at the werewolf in a defensive posture. Roar! After a roar, the werewolf moved. Swish! The concrete floor under its feet cracked as the werewolf turned into a gray shadow, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Haley. It raised one arm violently, the muscles under its thick fur swelled, and the blood vessels bulged like small snakes, smashing towards Haley's head. The werewolf exerted all its strength from the start, not daring to be careless, as it clearly sensed that the opponent in front of it was not on the same level as the previous superhumans. Swish! However, despite the werewolf's full-force punch, it still did not gain any advantage. Haley's eyes moved quickly, her reflexes were swift, and just before the werewolf's fist struck, she turned her steps directly, dodging the werewolf's fist narrowly. Then she grabbed the werewolf's arm that was coming at her, swung her arms forcefully, and with terrifying strength that even the werewolf couldn't resist, she flung its entire body out. Bang! The werewolf's whole body was thrown out, crashing into a small building opposite, shattering the cement blocks on the wall, and raising a cloud of dust. But it wasn't over yet. As the werewolf raised its claw to stand up, a piercing sound from afar rushed towards it. Whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Haley flew directly towards it, kicking the werewolf in the chest, causing its entire body to collapse 2 more floors. Bang bang! The werewolf's entire body was pressed down 2 floors, and Haley laughed and said, "Great, monster! You are much stronger than the previous one. You are the first one I have used all my strength on and not been killed with one blow." Roar! The werewolf roared in anger, grabbed Haley's thigh with one hand, then swung its arm in a full circle, throwing her out completely. Bang! The hard steel and concrete building, at this moment, was smashed to pieces by the 2 extraordinary beings. It was the first time Haley had been thrown out by brute force, and the feeling of imbalance made her unable to react for a moment. She was thrown more than 200 meters away and landed heavily on a road. Boom! The asphalt road was directly smashed into a 3-meter-deep pit, with large pieces of broken asphalt splashing out, shattering the glass of the surrounding streets, and the ground shook violently. However, despite the impact, Haley, with no expression of pain, excitedly jumped out of the deep pit. She shouted, "Great! Monster! You make me feel so excited! This is a rare battle! Come on! Let me see how much you've got left!" Boom! Just as Haley finished shouting, the huge body of the werewolf descended from the sky, its face fierce, and it raised its fists high, smashing down towards Haley. Bang! This punch, combined with the werewolf's momentum and its own weight, was several times more terrifying than the previous one, and it directly hit Haley. Haley did not dodge, but crossed her arms over her head, directly blocking the werewolf's punch. Rumble! At the moment of impact, a terrifying shockwave erupted where they clashed. The cars parked on the sides of the street were directly shaken, sirens blaring, dust rising, and even the ground under Haley's feet collapsed slightly. The asphalt ground showed a circle of cracks like a spider web. However, Haley showed no signs of exertion or panic. She was laughing wildly. "Haha, great! Monster! You are powerful! More powerful than I imagined. But that's not enough. I am the strongest extraordinary in all of Italy." Bang! Haley raised her arm again, and to the werewolf's astonishment, its entire body was directly lifted and thrown out. It crashed through a wall behind with a loud bang. Roar! The werewolf, holding its head, hands scraping the shattered wall, was about to stand up again, but in the next moment, Haley's figure appeared in front of it, and her fist, full of strength, hit the werewolf's chest. Rumble! This punch was extremely fierce. It sent the werewolf's entire body flying, smashing through several walls behind and landing on the street behind. The werewolf's eyes were full of astonishment. It knew this human was powerful, but did not expect her to be this strong, able to unleash several heavy punches in a row. It was almost unable to react. In the hollow space where the walls were shattered in front, Haley walked towards the werewolf at a steady pace, smiling and saying, "Monster, don't die, or I'll have to wait alone until the military arrives, and that would be too boring." Roar! The werewolf bared its teeth, eyes flashing with angry ferocity. It roared and pounced towards Haley once again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The streets were shattered, with debris flying everywhere. The terrifying monster and the equally formidable human moved through it, like models of hard walls, breaking through and shattering them, leaving chaos everywhere. And on the distant tall building, Luyu and Dracula Jinzi were standing there, quietly observing the intense battle between the werewolf and Haley. Dracula, watching Haley's movements and strength that were no less than the werewolf's, solemnly said, "Great creator, it seems our Mr. Beast is in a tough battle. The 4th-level transcendent is indeed powerful, and in a while, it may be defeated." Luyu nodded and said, "We have almost figured out the strength of the 4th-level transcendent. In terms of individual combat power, it far surpasses the werewolf, especially when she does not have the full intention to kill the werewolf. We still have a long way to go. Currently, it is not enough to let the werewolf test the full strength of the 4th-level transcendent. We don't need to put the werewolf in a dangerous situation. Let's stop here, Jinzi. It's your turn. Help the werewolf escape in secret. It's time for us to retreat." Jinzi nodded slightly and said, "Yes, my dear master." With that, she slowly turned into a shadow, almost invisible to the naked eye, and flew slowly towards the werewolf and Haley, who were fighting fiercely in the distance. On the battlefield, the werewolf and Haley were fighting fiercely. The werewolf punched Haley into the cement wall, causing a huge crack to spread from its fist, and the entire building collapsed. The next moment, its fist was directly knocked away, and Haley, aside from some torn clothes, was unharmed. She was in a high-spirited mood, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, monster! Come at me again. It's been a long time since I've used my power so freely. Unleashing my abilities without any restraint. Destroying everything is what I want to do, and you are the tool for me to fulfill this wish. Thanks to you, I can have so much fun. Acting recklessly like a superhero. Asterisk crack." Haley broke free from the cement wall, shattering large chunks of cement, and walked step by step towards the werewolf. The werewolf's gaze was cold, staring at Haley without any relaxation. Its claws couldn't cut through the human skin in front of it, and its teeth were ineffective in tearing and biting. In terms of strength and speed, the human in front of it was no less than the werewolf. At this moment, the werewolf was also in a stalemate, unsure of how to deal with this flawless human. But the werewolf wouldn't give up. It lunged forward with a punch, and Haley also struck back with a punch. The clash created a shockwave, forcing the werewolf to retreat several steps. Before the werewolf could react, Haley approached it again, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick to its abdomen, kicking it back into the building behind. Rumble. Watching the 8-story residential building slowly collapse, burying the werewolf inside, Haley's face showed a satisfied smile as she coldly said, "In the end, it's just a beast with no brains. But to let me have such a fulfilling fight, it's worth dying for." With that, Haley walked leisurely towards the ruins where the werewolf was buried, her fists clenched, eyes gleaming with cold light. This time, she was prepared to not engage in casual combat but to strike directly at the werewolf's heart. However, as she took a few steps, the phone that had been in her pocket suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. The crisp ringtone echoed in the deserted ruins, sounding out of place. Haley was a bit puzzled and muttered, "Who is calling me at this time? Is it General Dutsao again?" As she spoke, she reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. After a fierce battle with the werewolf, her phone screen was shattered like ice, barely displaying the image. The screen was also blurry. Haley impatiently cursed, "Damn it, what a crappy phone, always glitching." She shook the phone in frustration and was about to restart it when, out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to see a pair of pale female feet. That one glance left Haley completely stunned in place because she was a supernatural being with senses far beyond ordinary people, and she was absolutely certain that within 100 meters of her, there was no other human being. Not a man, woman, old person, or child. Absolutely no other human being. And she was a supernatural being, she wouldn't have made a mistake. But if she hadn't made a mistake, what was that pair of female feet she saw just now? A sense of foreboding surged in her heart, and Haley tensed up completely. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she abruptly turned her head to look where she had seen the woman's feet. "Who is it? Who's there?" she angrily and nervously shouted. "If you have the guts, come out and face me in a fair fight. Stop hiding like a pitiful mouse. Dare to come out and face me head-on." However, the surroundings were still empty, with no sign of anyone, no sound, as if in this ruins, only Haley existed. But Haley refused to believe she was mistaken. She held firm to her belief and continued to shout, "Come out! You coward! Only dare to hide! Don't dare to fight me! Crackle!" However, after Haley finished shouting, thinking there would be no response, a faint strange sound suddenly came from the dilapidated residential building behind her, which had already been riddled with holes. Although the sound was very faint, to Haley, a level 4 supernatural being, it was extremely clear. She widened her eyes, turned around in lightning speed, and rushed to the source of the sound. Whoosh! The concrete and steel in front of her were crushed as if they were foam. She went straight to the depths of the residential building without any detours. It was an old house that seemed to have no one hiding. The residents had long been evacuated, and it was empty. After scanning the room, Haley still didn't find any hidden figures. She was almost going crazy. She clenched her fist and punched the nearby wall, smashing the cement wall to pieces, cursing angrily, "Damn it! What the hell? Why is there no one? I definitely saw something just now. Why can't I find where that guy is hiding?" Just as Haley was about to give up and leave the room, a strange noise suddenly came from the empty room behind her. Crackle! This sudden movement made Haley freeze in place, her eyes full of shock. She repeatedly confirmed that there was absolutely no one else in the room, no mice or cockroaches. Any creature's scent and heartbeat couldn't escape her perception. But even after several confirmations, the sound still came from behind. What on earth was it? Haley couldn't help but think of the ghosts and monsters in stories. But how could such things exist in this world? However, Haley still clenched her fists, her face cold, and slowly turned around. She had prepared herself mentally, but when she actually turned around, there was no surprise on Haley's face because she saw what the strange noise was coming from: an old-fashioned television set. On the not-so-large screen, fuzzy black and white lines were flickering, jumping as if it could go out at any moment. Haley's mouth twitched, her complexion not looking too good. After understanding the truth, she felt like a fool, as the top extraordinary being in all of Italy, a level 4 pinnacle existence. She had actually been startled by a small, old-fashioned television set. Haley clenched her fists, although she didn't understand why the television in the empty room suddenly turned on. But she didn't care about these trivial matters. She just wanted to smash the screen of the television with her fist and quickly clear out the monster buried under the ruins outside. After making up her mind, Haley quickly walked up to the television set, raised her fist, ready to smash the television screen. However, at that moment, the television, which had been displaying static, suddenly showed a normal picture. This sudden change left Haley stunned. She stopped her raised fist and looked at the screen, wanting to see clearly what was being played on it. The picture on the screen slowly became clear. It was an ancient well, located in the wilderness, surrounded by pitch-black forests, looking eerie and terrifying, with no sound but giving off an inexplicable sense of unease. It seemed like something was about to come out. Despite repeatedly telling herself not to look at the ancient well, Haley couldn't resist her curiosity and kept her eyes fixed on it. And the next moment, a long, pale hand slowly crawled out of the well. The hand was slender, very pale, clearly a woman's hand, and most importantly, the nails on that hand were all missing, bloody. Haley's eyes twitched involuntarily, and she quipped, "This scene, an ancient well with a hand missing nails, could it be Sadako?" As Haley had expected, soon a woman with disheveled hair and an indiscernible face crawled out of the well. Just as Haley was about to mutter something boring and prepare to smash the television with a punch, the woman, who had been several meters away from the screen, suddenly approached the front of the television at the next moment, her pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at Haley's eyes. "Ah!" Crackle crackle. Haley screamed, swung a fierce punch, and punched through the entire television set, sparks flying. "Damn it! Who made this stupid video?" Haley cursed under her breath, pulled her arm back from the television screen, and grumbled as she prepared to leave this unlucky place quickly and kill the werewolf. However, as she turned around to leave, a cold hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. Haley's expression, which had been grumbling, instantly froze, her pupils trembling, and she turned around stiffly like a puppet. This time, she truly saw the woman standing behind her. The woman in white, with disheveled hair and hollow eyes, a female ghost. "Ah! Go to hell!" Haley roared, almost crazed, closed her eyes, and attacked wildly around her. Large sections of the walls were shattered, and the main part of the entire residential building was destroyed. In the frenzy of the level 4 extraordinary being's howls and roars, the entire residential building collapsed directly, and Sadako in white slowly descended onto the ruins where the werewolf was, lifting the stones off the werewolf's body and dragging its massive body towards the direction of Luyu, evacuating the area. Crash! When Haley finally broke free from the ruins, she looked at the empty pile of rubble in front of her and realized she had been tricked. She then roared in anger, cursing, "Damn bastard! Don't let me catch you!" Morning another clear day, Luyu sat up in bed, stretched, and yawned. He had indeed done a lot last night, although he returned home to sleep slightly later than he had anticipated, but it was not a big problem, just delayed by a few minutes. Most of the tests had gathered enough data, and the werewolf relatives who had been stitched up had gained some immortality traits. Even if their bodies were shattered, they could still maintain activity in various parts. They could survive with only a head left, maintaining a biting state. The only uncertainty was whether the stitched werewolf would die after its brain was crushed. Luyu planned to conduct specific experiments after more stitched werewolves were available. For now, Luyu had to go back to his high school life. Luyu checked his phone, looked at the time, 6:20, still a bit sleepy, but he didn't oversleep. He couldn't show too much abnormal behavior, or the police monitoring him would notice, intensifying their investigation. After a simple wash in the bathroom, Luyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to school. Outside the neighborhood, the police surveillance van was still parked in the alley. Luyu didn't pay much attention. As long as they weren't monitoring him around the clock, it wouldn't affect his plans. On his way to school, everything was the same as yesterday, heavily armed special police on guard, anxious parents dropping off and picking up their children. But all of this was unnecessary. There would be no more monsters in Jiangnan City, as Luyu claimed. Even if Luyu said this now and posted it online, probably no one would believe it. Fear had already taken root, and who would believe that a 17-year-old minor could control the peace of the entire city? Luyu arrived at the classroom, and after he pushed open the classroom door today, all the students looked up at him and quickly lowered their heads. The fight with Sun Yi yesterday was still very helpful. Now, no one would think of Luyu as an easy target for bullying. If someone bullied him, he would fight back, and many would back off. Moreover, those who had conflicts with Luyu before were all dead. Although Lu Yanyan had been confirmed as a monster and was publicly shot in front of everyone, people still felt ominous being associated with Luyu, so no one wanted to provoke him. Even Sun Yi, who had fought with Luyu yesterday, did the same. He coldly glared at Luyu, then lowered his head and continued to read his book, completely devoid of yesterday's arrogance. Luyu couldn't be bothered with him and went back to his seat. He had more important issues to think about now and didn't have time to deal with a cowardly fool. He had to go to school during the day and continue his experiments at night, so he had very little time for carving. He needed to carefully consider the monsters he would carve next to ensure they would be helpful to him. While Luyu was contemplating in the classroom, thousands of miles away in Europe, a secret meeting about monster attacks was being held. In a country in northern Europe, a man in a luxurious suit inside an ancient castle adjusted his tie on his neck, then pressed a button in his hand. Zzz, with the sound of electricity, the dim room was illuminated by 10 huge electronic screens, displaying European extraordinary individuals in exquisite attire. If Luyu were here, he would quickly recognize 3 familiar faces on these screens. 2 third-level extraordinaries from Romania, Daniel, Florin, and a 4th-level extraordinary from Italy, Haley. The man inside the room cleared his throat slowly and looked at the extraordinary individuals on the screen, saying, "I believe you all know why we are holding this meeting today. In just 2 days, Romania in southeastern Europe and Italy in the south have both been attacked by unidentified monsters. You should have seen these news reports, and some of us may have even experienced it firsthand. The rampage of these monsters in the cities may be a terrible thing for the local residents and governments. But for us extraordinaries, it is an unprecedented opportunity." As soon as the man finished speaking, a man with golden hair and deep features on the screen in front of him asked in confusion, "Wait a minute, Jonathan, did I hear you correctly earlier? Are you saying that the appearance of these monsters is advantageous for us extraordinaries?" Jonathan smiled and nodded, explaining, "Yes, Carol, you heard me right. The appearance of these monsters is indeed advantageous for us extraordinaries. You know, as powerful individuals, we have always been guarded by the government, monitored every time we appear, as they fear we might do something out of line and disrupt social order. But with these monsters, it's different. The military cannot deploy troops immediately against these randomly appearing monsters. Even the combat aircraft that can arrive at the disaster scene in a short time will be constrained by the monster's size, making it difficult to accurately kill them. In this situation, the only option the government can use is us extraordinaries. We can use this to demand more annual funding from the government or establish specialized agencies to serve us, all of which can be considered our benefits. An extraordinary on the screen raised a question: is it appropriate for us to do this? It sounds somewhat unethical, like profiting from disasters. Jonathan shook his head, smiling. Of course, it is appropriate. We have put in the corresponding effort, so we should naturally receive more respect and better treatment. As you all know, although we have strength far beyond ordinary people, we are not much smarter in terms of intelligence, finance, or politics. Investing is not suitable for us extraordinaries, and the only way for us to obtain money is through labor and work, or resorting to crime. But I believe none of you would stoop to do those lowly jobs, as it does not befit our noble status as extraordinaries. If the government wants us not to cause unrest in society, they need to provide us with sufficient money annually. Although we now have our own estates and private planes, we all know that these are just tools the government uses to appease us. Once we lose our extraordinary powers, they will take these things back. They are all a bunch of scoundrels, their words are not trustworthy, so I need to use these monsters to further elevate our status, in case something unexpected happens in a few years and they take back our assets. We need to directly enter the top levels of the government, to firmly bind ourselves with the entire country. This statement made the extraordinary individuals on the screen nod in agreement, indicating that they indeed needed to seize this opportunity to solidify their positions. Seeing that the other extraordinary individuals had no objections, Jonathan continued, "Alright, this is the theme of our meeting today. Now we should discuss the reasons and strengths of the birth of those monsters. Mr. Florin from Romania, Mr. Daniel, and Miss Haley from Italy, could you 3 share your views on those monsters with us?" Daniel and Florin were on the same screen, and Daniel spoke first. "Of course, Jonathan, Florin, and I went together to suppress that group of monsters. Those so-called monsters are not as powerful as they seem. We can easily punch through their bodies. However, the issue lies in the fact that those monsters have a certain infectivity. Humans bitten by the monsters, as long as their bodily functions do not disappear immediately, will turn into the same kind of monster. But the strength of the assimilated monsters is not that strong. Ordinary firearms can penetrate their heads. The government has not yet figured out where those monsters originated from." After Daniel finished speaking, Florin on the side continued, "Moreover, among that group of monsters, there is one leader or chief whose strength far exceeds the others. We suspect that fellow is the origin of all the monsters, but unfortunately, we were unable to capture it. That monster was too cunning. It escaped from underground while we were trying to trap it in a building. We feel regretful about it." Upon hearing Florin's words, the extraordinary individuals on the screen began to discuss. "That's really impressive, to escape from the hands of 2 third-level extraordinary individuals like Florin and Daniel. it proves that the monster's strength has reached the level of a second-level peak extraordinary individual. Ordinary firearms and bombs cannot harm it. The first time news about these monsters came out, wasn't it from the Xia country? I also watched that video on YouTube. The ability to transform from human form into a werewolf-like monster. Jiangnan City should be the origin, right? Zhang Yi from Jiangnan City is a fourth-level extraordinary individual, which makes people doubt if he is too weak. How could he let a monster escape to such a crowded commercial district? Yes, I also suspect that at that time, the infected humans took a plane to Romania, then were unable to suppress the virus infection in their bodies, directly turning into monsters, causing the monster outbreak in Romania. Although we don't have direct evidence, the European Union has decided to pressure the Xia country on this matter, demanding that they allow investigators from various countries to go to Jiangnan City for investigation. The conditions will be formally proposed tomorrow. The extraordinary individuals were discussing fervently through the screens, and Jonathan also obtained some useful information. He clapped his hands and said, "All right everyone, let's stop chatting now. Let's hear Miss Haley from Italy's views on the monsters. She was the one who suppressed the latest monster last night, so she should have a different perspective." The extraordinary individuals on the screen quieted down and looked at Haley's screen. Haley nodded and said, "I did go to suppress the monster yesterday. The monster I encountered had some differences from what Daniel and Florin described. It had many stitched marks on its body. Even when I reduced its body to just a head, I couldn't kill it. It's just like a zombie, it didn't assimilate with humans. There was only that monster on the scene, and the survivors didn't show any mutations. I suspect that this monster, like the ones in Romania and Xia country, belongs to a completely different species. And all of this is not the most important thing. That monster is not to be feared at all. What worries me the most is that during yesterday's suppression process, I encountered something very strange. I felt like I saw a ghost." A ghost? The extraordinary individuals on the scene were all speechless, never expecting such supernatural words like ghost to come from the mouths of fourth-level extraordinaries. Upon hearing Haley mention the word ghost, Daniel and Florin on the screen beside them burst into laughter, saying, "Miss Haley, what kind of joke are you making? Ghosts? We are not 12 or 13-year-old kids, how can you say such childish things?" "Exactly, Miss Haley, were you scared by the monster? How could there be ghosts in the real world?" Faced with the unrestrained laughter of the two, Haley's expression on the screen gradually darkened. She stared coldly at Florin and Daniel on the screen and said coldly, "What are you two idiots laughing at? Just two third-level lowly creatures, dare to mock me? We all know why you two always stick together, because you two are the weakest in terms of strength here. You two idiots dare to mock me just to huddle together for warmth? Believe me, I can fly over and crush both of your heads." The chilling words, coupled with the icy gaze, made everyone on the scene understand that Haley was not joking. Initially laughing uncontrollably, Florin and Daniel, upon hearing Haley's threat, both restrained their smiles, lowered their heads, and apologized to Haley, saying, Miss Haley, please forgive our rudeness, we absolutely did not mean to offend you." "That's right, Miss Haley, please forgive us, we know we were wrong, we will never laugh again." The reason the two were so fearful was because Haley truly possessed that strength. The gap between third-level extraordinaries and fourth-level extraordinaries was absolute. Moreover, extraordinaries could not be improved through later training. At birth, everyone's limit was already set. Florin and Daniel would always be third-level extraordinaries, and they would never surpass Haley. Haley could easily crush their heads, and Romania would definitely not offend Italy and fourth-level extraordinaries because of them. Haley stared coldly at the two and said, "You better watch your mouths, or one day if you really go missing, no one will be able to find your bodies." Everyone on the scene was stunned by Haley's words. The hierarchy among extraordinaries was absolute. The extraordinaries among them were the weakest in the European Union, and someone like Haley, who had reached the fourth level, was the strongest among them. Jonathan, as the organizer of the meeting, intervened at this moment, saying, "All right, they have both apologized. Miss Haley, let's not dwell on this with them. Let's get back to the main topic. Miss Haley, I believe in your strength as a fourth-level extraordinary, but just mentioning ghosts is still hard to believe. Can you please tell us more about your encounter with that ghost?" Haley gave a cold look at Florin and Daniel, then turned her head, resumed her normal tone, and said, "No problem, Jonathan, I'm not just talking nonsense. I did see the figure of a woman during the battle and encountered a malfunctioning screen on electronic devices. I saw a woman crawling out of a well on an old TV, and she grabbed my hand from behind. I suspect the woman interfering with me is the legendary Sadako, but whether it's true or not, I don't know." Jonathan nodded after hearing this and said, "Indeed, ghosts do sound bizarre, but the existence of monsters is equally unreasonable. We can speculate that maybe that ghost was born together with the monster. After all, we don't even know how monsters are born now. Perhaps that ghost, like the monster, was born in the world due to some unknown factors and formed a cooperative relationship. All of this is possible. But it seems that the legendary female ghost Sadako did not cause any substantial harm to Miss Haley, right? Haley nodded and said, indeed, that ghost did interfere with me in dealing with the monster, but did not harm me. I speculate that the ghost did not have enough power to hinder me, so it used this interference to help another monster escape. This is not good news, indicating that those monsters and ghosts have a certain level of intelligence and understand cooperation. After a moment of thought, Jonathan said, alright, we all understand the general situation now. Everyone has a rough idea of the monster's strength. I want to remind everyone that if you encounter monsters in your country, I hope you can leave a way out while suppressing and clearing the monsters. Don't kill the monsters completely. As long as monsters keep appearing, the government will continue to need our help. If possible, I hope you can capture the monsters with a certain level of intelligence. We can study them, find out the source of their birth, and turn the monsters into our tools. Next time if you receive a government order to suppress monsters in your country, I hope you can inform nearby supernaturals. With our cooperation, we can surely capture the monsters without harm. On the other side, Liu finished his day of classes and returned home without anyone bothering him, enjoying a rare moment of peace. As he walked back home, Liu checked his phone and felt relieved after confirming the reminder message from Vic Company. Passing by the alley, the black van was still parked there, and the police had not given up, but Liu didn't pay much attention to it. When they couldn't gather any intelligence after a few days of surveillance, they would leave on their own. Back at home, Liu glanced around the room, making sure nothing had changed, then waited until dark to summon Sadako. ZZZ. With Sadako's pale hand slowly crawling out of the screen, electronic devices throughout the entire residential building experienced a certain degree of malfunction, emitting a sizzling sound of electricity. Even the police van monitoring Liu from a distance experienced the same issue, and the officer on duty frowned subconsciously as he watched the suddenly blurry and flickering screens. He was about to look up to see if something was interfering with the equipment when the monitor suddenly returned to normal. The officer raised an eyebrow and muttered, strange. As they watched the house where Liu was, he had already been brought by Sadako to the Vic Company's building. In the office on the top floor, Liu slowly walked out from the screen hanging on the wall, while Dracula inside bowed respectfully and said, Great Creator, you have arrived. I have prepared the blood kin you asked me to assimilate before. Liu, slightly surprised, nodded and said, Dracula, you are really quick in your actions. I just mentioned it yesterday, didn't expect you to act on it today. Dracula smiled and nodded, replying, as the great creator's words, I naturally have to act first. This is what I should do as your creation. Liu nodded, then looked around the office and asked somewhat strangely, why didn't we see the werewolf today? It used to stay in the office all the time, right? Dracula smiled helplessly and explained, our Mr. Beast seems a bit disheartened after yesterday's battle with the level 4 superhuman. Now it stays in the underground storage room, crazily consuming flesh and blood, seemingly wanting to enhance its strength quickly. Liu sighed and said, the werewolf is too emotional. Besides, the amount of flesh and blood it can consume daily is constant. Even if it eats more, there won't be much growth, just a simple emotional release. Dracula nodded and said, that's true, but let the creator allow it to eat. After all, the werewolf also wants to prove its strength. Besides consuming flesh and blood, it can't find any other way to enhance its abilities. Liu shook his head and said, let's go. Let's see how far Frankenstein's experiment has progressed. We have nothing else to do now, just hoping for some breakthrough results. Dracula and Sadako nodded simultaneously, yes, great creator. Yes, dear master. The two ghosts followed Liu, one on each side, heading towards the laboratory on the 31st floor. Ding! With the opening of the laboratory door, Liu walked in, and Frankenstein, who was inside, turned around with a joyful face and ran towards Liu. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy footsteps echoed in the laboratory, making Liu worry if the floor could bear Frankenstein's weight. He now looked more like a scientist, with thick glasses, a white coat, and holding a blue folder in his hand. Frankenstein came to Liu, bowed, and said, my dear master, you have arrived. Liu nodded, and at that moment, he also saw Janet, who was also wearing a white coat, walking towards him. She bowed respectfully to Liu and said, welcome, dear master. Liu smiled and said, Janet, you seem to be adapting well here. Have you become Frankenstein's assistant? Janet smiled and nodded, yes, dear master. Thanks to Frankenstein's help, he is a gentle monster who has taught me a lot and allowed me to assist him in your experiments, providing some help. Frankenstein also smiled and said, dear master, it's all thanks to your generosity that I have enough time to accompany Janet. She has adapted here and is willing to assist me in my experiments, speeding up the progress. Luyu was curious and asked, really? Have you made any progress on the task I assigned you earlier? Excitedly, Frankenstein nodded, turned around, and pointed to the red test tube on the experiment table in front, saying, yes, my dear master, come and see. The results of this experiment have surprised me as well. It's something that would never have happened in the past world. Luyu was also very surprised. He was not sure what could make Frankenstein so excited, so he followed Frankenstein to the experimental platform. Luyu looked at the tube of deep red liquid and asked, is this your experimental result? What specific effects does it have? Frankenstein explained excitedly, my dear master, this liquid in the test tube is something I have never seen before. It has extremely strong activity and extraordinary properties, extracted from the human blood stored in the basement. But what puzzles me is that the factors in this blood are not possessed by all humans. I tested the blood of over 200 people in the basement, and only one person had these factors. I conducted experiments on mice, injecting them with this factor, and their physical functions increased tenfold. The mouse has been running on the wheel for an hour now, showing no signs of fatigue, even its heartbeat remains the same as when at rest. After Frankenstein finished speaking, he turned to look at the glass cover next to him, where the wheel was still spinning rapidly. Luyu nodded and approached the glass cover, watching the tireless and frantic running mouse inside, saying, I guess the factor you extracted should be the extraordinary factor unique to superhumans. We are quite lucky to have a human who has awakened the extraordinary among the social fringe people who came to test the medicine. Dracula, who was listening nearby, was somewhat surprised and asked, Great Creator, aren't the constitutions of superhumans far superior to normal humans? Can we use normal doses of drugs to sedate superhumans? Luyu shook his head and said, some superhumans have low levels of extraordinary factors in their bodies, making them no different from normal humans. Moreover, Vic Company's method of delivering sedatives is not standard. It is based on monitoring each person's pulse and heartbeat to deliver the appropriate sedative. Superhumans definitely need more sedatives injected than normal humans, which can also sedate superhumans normally. Dracula nodded after hearing this, while Frankenstein expressed some concern, my dear master, if this factor is truly unique to superhumans, our experiments may be delayed. Although Vic Company is recruiting test subjects every day, only one out of hundreds of people may have the extraordinary factor in their bodies. If we continue to expand the test subjects, I feel it may accelerate our exposure. Luyu nodded and said, this is indeed a problem. However, Frankenstein, can you use this extracted extraordinary factor on yourselves? Frankenstein and the others were visibly surprised by Luyu's suggestion. After regaining composure, Frankenstein shook his head and said, we have not tried that yet because we have only extracted this one tube of reagent, which is quite precious. I dare not use it on ourselves, and our existence is not considered biological, so we are not sure if this extraordinary factor would be effective for us. Luyu nodded and said, your judgment is correct, but being overly cautious will not lead to progress. We need experiments. Can you arrange the experiments now? Frankenstein was taken aback, then shook his head, explaining, not for the time being, my dear master. Firstly, the humans in the basement who were injected with sedatives may not show obvious reactions after being injected with the reagent. And as you mentioned before, we cannot simply kill the employees of Vic Company, so there are currently no relevant experiments. Luyu said, let Vic Corporation recruit more test subjects to come over, quickly, we don't have much time today, we need to make good use of our time. Screech! With a sudden urgent brake sound, a young man in his 20s got off a black sedan. He held onto his bag, wearing clothes that were just put on, a bit messy, but he didn't care about that. He hurriedly ran towards the direction of Vic Corporation, cursing as he ran, damn it, is a big company so great? Changing the time for the drug test casually, in the middle of the night, I was almost asleep, a phone call made me rush over, or else they would deduct money, shameless. Despite his complaints, the young man didn't dare to stop his steps. The opportunity to earn $9,000 per test was the fastest way for him to make money at the moment. He had a lot of debts and couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. After a sprint, the young man finally arrived at the building of Vic Corporation. At the entrance of the building, a tall, pale-faced man waved at him and said with a smile, you must be Li Ming, right? I am the person in charge of Vic Corporation, responsible for receiving you for this drug test. Upon hearing the man's words, Li Ming stopped in his tracks, bent over, panting heavily. He looked at the man in a trench coat with a very pale face in front of him, and asked with some confusion, are you really the person in charge of Vic Corporation? Why are you dressed so casually? But these are not important. I rushed over immediately after receiving the call, without any delay. You shouldn't deduct money from me, right? The man just smiled at Li Ming, his eyes flashing red, and said, "Don't worry, you are not late. Now you should sleep." Swish! In the moment when Li Ming locked eyes with the man, his whole body instantly softened, then his eyes closed heavily, and he collapsed backward, while the man quickly reached out to catch Li Ming's body. In the dim light, one could vaguely see sharp claws on the man's palm, extremely pale, completely unlike a human palm. The man also opened his mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, sniffed at Li Ming's neck, exhaled a white breath, and said, "If it weren't for the master's order to bring you over intact, I would have wanted to bite your neck and fill my throat with this boiling blood." However, the man restrained himself. He was a bloodkin of Dracula and would not disobey the master's orders. He grabbed Li Ming by the collar and took him directly to the 30-story laboratory. After placing Li Ming in the isolation room for experiments, he bowed to the noble ghosts and monsters in front of him, silently retreated. He was just a humble servant and couldn't directly face these great beings. Lu Yu glanced at the man lying on the bed, nodded, and instructed Frankenstein, "All right, Frankenstein, inject him with the extraordinary factor and see what changes he will undergo." "Yes, my dear master." Frankenstein respectfully bowed his head, then carefully sucked the red extraordinary factor from the test tube into the syringe, and slowly inserted the needle into the blood vessel on Li Ming's arm on the bed. Swish! Along with the slow injection of the red extraordinary factor into the needle, a dark red swelling appeared directly on the blood vessel on Li Ming's arm that was injected. It was as if a swollen dye was injected into the blood vessels and muscles throughout his body. Boom boom boom! With the injection of the extraordinary factor, Li Ming's entire body began to twitch noticeably, in waves, like a drumbeat accompanying his heartbeat. After Frankenstein finished injecting, he quickly left the room separated by tempered glass, excitedly observing the changes in Li Ming's body. Boom boom boom! Following a heartbeat resembling drumbeats, Li Ming's entire body expanded by a circle, his clothes on the surface bursting open, revealing explosive muscles. Even his legs were stretched longer, making him over 2 meters tall. Along with the intense muscle expansion, Li Ming's skin was directly torn open by the swelling muscles, exposing bloody muscle tissue. In the midst of excruciating growth, Li Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, bloodshot eyes filled with blood vessels, resembling a person being torn apart, letting out a sharp scream. "Ah ah ah!" Li Ming fell off the bed, eyes wide open, kneeling on the ground, looking at his extremely swollen hands and body, screaming in horror. What is this? Why have I become like this? Why? Ah ah ah! It hurts so much. Clutching his head, Li Ming continued to scream, finally raising his fist and punching the ground. Bang! However, this punch directly smashed the reinforced concrete floor. Seeing the huge pit created by the punch, Li Ming was dumbfounded. The painful and desperate expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by astonishment and a hint of joy. He looked at his hands filled with explosive power, excitedly shouting, "Do I have super strength now? Have I become a superhero? I can avoid repaying debts. I can smash the entire debt collection company." However, before Li Ming could celebrate for 2 seconds, a more powerful and larger figure suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing the sudden dimming of the light on the ground, Li Ming realized that something was blocking him from behind. Without much thought, he turned around. But before he could see what was behind him, a terrifying giant claw fiercely slapped towards his head. Bang! After a crisp sound, Li Ming's entire head was smashed by the werewolf's claw, and his brain splattered on the transparent glass like a watermelon. As Li Ming's head was shattered, Sadako, who was standing outside the room, gently raised her hand and flicked the brain splatter on the glass aside, allowing Lu Yu to see the situation inside clearly. Lu Yu nodded and said, "Frankenstein, collect a blood sample and see if there are any extraordinary factors present." "Yes, my dear master." Frankenstein nodded, put on gloves and a medical eye mask, and entered the room. It used tweezers to collect some flesh from the headless corpse, returned to the laboratory, observed it under a microscope, then immediately took off the mask, excitedly saying, "My dear master, as you said, although the extraordinary factor injected into the human body may cause some damage, it is still active and has even multiplied." Lu Yu also showed an excited smile on his face, turned to look at the glass room, and said, "Werewolf, did you hear that? The human flesh contains many active extraordinary factors. Try eating some and see if it helps you." The werewolf in the glass room nodded slowly, extending its claws and tearing off a muscle-swollen arm. However, it did not swallow the entire arm but raised it, letting the blood from the severed part slowly drip into its mouth. Drip drip drip. Accompanied by the dripping of fresh red blood into the werewolf's mouth, a new sensation instantly swept through the werewolf's entire body. Its vertical pupils suddenly contracted, feeling every inch of muscle in its body excited. The blood was boiling. "Oh whoa!" The werewolf let out a loud howl, feeling particularly excited. It directly swallowed the entire arm, chewed a few times, feeling rejuvenated. Watching the excited look of the werewolf, Lu Yu's mouth also slightly curved up. He now understood that the extraordinary factor was indeed useful for werewolves. He said, indeed, flesh and blood are the materials for werewolf advancement. If the extraordinary factor cannot be absorbed by werewolves alone, injecting it into the flesh and blood can achieve the goal of werewolf evolution. Fortunately, we did not waste this vial of extraordinary factor reagent. Watching the extremely excited werewolf, Dracula on the side also could not help but restrain himself a bit. He bowed respectfully to Lu Yu and said, "Great creator, can you allow us to also taste the flesh and blood with extraordinary factors? Our wild gentleman seems to have a great fondness for this new flesh and blood. I feel that if I drink this blood rich in extraordinary factors, I should also make some progress." Sadako also bowed and said, "Dear master, I also want to try it. To become stronger, I can also provide more help for you, better protect you." Lu Yu smiled and did not refuse, saying, "Alright, go ahead and eat, don't fight over it, we are not rude monsters, being elegant is the way to go." Dracula and Sadako nodded at the same time, then walked into the glass room and began to share this rare delicacy with the werewolf. Meanwhile, Frankenstein on the side looked at the body completely divided inside the glass room, feeling a bit sorry as he shouted, "Please, please, don't fight over it, leave me some too, at least give me a thigh." Lu Yu was surprised and asked, "Frankenstein, why do you also want to divide the body? Have you also broken your vow and want to eat meat?" Frankenstein shook his head repeatedly at the words, smiling as he explained, "No, my dear master, you misunderstood. I am still a firm vegetarian, I still won't eat meat. I want Dracula and the others to leave me a part of the body for corresponding research. Moreover, this extraordinary factor seems to have no effect on intelligence. I have checked the news in society now and found that there are no breakthrough research or awards for extraordinary individuals. So I speculate that even if I eat the flesh and blood containing the extraordinary factor, it will not bring any improvement. It is better to conduct more research, maybe we will achieve some more effective results." Lu Yu nodded at the words, not saying much. Frankenstein had his own thoughts, and he would not interfere as long as Frankenstein could complete the task assigned to him. Crunch, crunch. Another round of biting sounds came from the glass room, with a lot of fresh blood splattering, and Sadako came out first. There was some blood on her palm, but not much. She must have taken small bites and not eaten much. Next was Dracula, who took out a handkerchief from his pocket and elegantly wiped his mouth, leaving no traces of eating. Lastly, there was the werewolf, whose eating appearance was the most unsightly, with large bloodstains on its fur, some bits of flesh at the corners of its mouth, and a bloody thigh in its hand. "Oh whoa!" The werewolf handed the thigh directly to Frankenstein, making Frankenstein feel a little overwhelmed. After putting on medical rubber gloves, he took the thigh and said, "Mr. Werewolf, thank you for your help. Janet, come and help me quickly. Let's put this thigh in the cold storage first, and cut a little for research each time, otherwise it would be too wasteful." Janet quickly arrived with a large transparent vacuum bag in her hand, took the thigh, and the two tall monsters went to the freezer together for preservation. Meanwhile, Lu Yu ignored the two of them and looked at Dracula and said, "Alright, follow me back to the office. I have something to discuss with you next." In the office on the top floor, after a new round of feasting, the two monsters and the ghost were in a good mood. The werewolf also regained his normal mood and sat casually on the sofa. Dracula asked somewhat strangely, "Great creator, what do you need to discuss with us by inviting us over? Shouldn't Frankenstein also be present?" Lu Yu shook his head while sitting on the CEO chair and said, "Frankenstein is not needed. It just needs to focus on research. I want to ask you, after consuming flesh and blood containing extraordinary factors, how much did you feel your strength increase?" The werewolf immediately became interested and showed Lu Yu its more muscular body, roaring, "Oh," meaning that it probably increased by about 10% compared to before. Although this increase was not too much, it was significant compared to always consuming ordinary flesh and blood. Dracula also said, "Great creator, my power increase is probably similar to the werewolf's. This flesh and blood containing extraordinary factors has a certain enhancement for us monsters." Sadako also responded, "My increase is probably similar to Mr. Werewolf and Mr. Dracula, but I don't have such a strong feeling, maybe because my abilities are somewhat different from theirs, and the enhancement of telekinesis is not much. Perhaps the extraordinary factors have a greater impact on physically strong beings, while telekinesis belongs to a kind of supernatural ability, so the enhancement may not be as obvious." Lu Yu nodded and said, "That's true. Sadako is still a spiritual being, so if not relying on flesh and blood for enhancement, the increase from extraordinary factors may not be significant. I need to think carefully about Sadako's enhancement later. Sadako nodded and said, "Thank you, dear master." Dracula then said, "My dear master, I probably understand your thoughts. If human flesh and blood rich in extraordinary factors can give me, the werewolf, and Sadako a certain enhancement, then we will probably continue to target hunting extraordinary beings in the future. But this seems to be more dangerous. After all, extraordinary beings are different from ordinary humans. If ordinary humans on the fringes of society disappear, it may not attract much attention. But extraordinary beings are different. Not only are they more powerful than ordinary humans, but they also receive far more attention. If a large number of them disappear, not only will the government notice, even higher-level extraordinary beings will pay attention to us. This is very dangerous and makes us easily noticed, even leading to their siege and investigation." Lu Yu nodded and said, "I am naturally aware of this, but we still need more flesh and blood from extraordinary beings. There are not many ways to enhance your strength, and we have already caused a sensation. Sooner or later, we will attract even stronger extraordinary beings. We need to enhance our strength to the point where we can compete with them before hiding is meaningless. Strength is the only guarantee. The monsters I can carve cannot be too powerful. I almost exhausted my energy when carving the werewolf. I guess if I directly carve two powerful monsters, it will directly cause irreversible damage to me. So it is necessary for you to increase your strength. Do you understand?" Dracula and the werewolf Shinzi both bowed their heads and said, "Understood, great creator." "Yes, dear master." Howl. Lu Yu nodded and continued, "But you don't need to worry too much. I won't easily put you in danger. Regarding the hunting of supernaturals, it is not just about monitoring individuals with strong abilities by the government. There are many powerful individuals below the second level who are not under centralized management." Dracula was somewhat surprised and asked, "Great creator, are there supernaturals under centralized management? Won't this cause protests from other powerful supernaturals?" Lu Yu nodded and explained, "Of course, there are, but these supernaturals are not exactly model citizens. After gaining extraordinary abilities, their lives become unsatisfactory, and they turn to crime. These supernaturals, with insufficient abilities and no organization or planning, are easily arrested, not to mention that the government can hire even stronger supernaturals to capture these troublemakers who disrupt the order. Over time, there are some prisons specifically set up for supernaturals, which is where we need to obtain the supernormal factors." Supernatural prisons? Dracula and the werewolf Shinzi were also shocked to hear this term. Shinzi asked, "So, dear master, do you mean for us to go to those supernatural prisons to hunt those supernatural humans? I feel that if it is a prison specifically for detaining supernaturals, the defense should be tighter. According to what you said before, the number of supernaturals is enough to build a separate prison, which should be in a populous country. The larger the population, the more powerful supernaturals there will be, and the stronger the prison defense force will be. It will be more difficult for us to break through. After all, we are dealing with supernaturals far stronger than normal humans." Dracula and the werewolf nodded in agreement. Lu Yu continued to explain, "That is true, but there is one country that is an exception. Although it has the world's largest population, its economy is not developed, and its internal management is absurd. Countries like Xia and the United States, with the second and third largest populations, have mature systems for dealing with supernatural criminals. They can directly eliminate the supernormal factors in the bodies of supernatural criminals through specific drugs, turning them back into ordinary people. As for India, with the largest population, supernatural criminals are also the world's largest presence. However, they do not have the money to purchase expensive drugs to remove the supernormal factors. Instead, they choose to add a certain amount of poison to the food given to criminals every day to reduce their vitality and ability to commit crimes." Dracula was also surprised to hear this. This country doesn't sound very reliable. Lu Yu nodded, "This is a universally recognized fact, but it is also because of this that we have the opportunity to obtain a large number of supernormal factors. There is only one level 4 supernormal guarding that prison. We will set out tomorrow. Be prepared today. After 2 attacks in Europe, the local supernaturals should already be on alert. If we strike again, they will definitely gather more companions to act together. Next time, we will first cause chaos to divert the attention of these supernaturals, and then launch an attack on the prison." The time shifted to the next day, and all the extraordinary individuals in Europe had a nerve-wracking night. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no news of any monster attacks throughout the night. Haley, who had been sitting in a fighter plane all night, with her tired eyes wide open, took a gulp of vodka and cursed, "Damn it! Weren't those bastards having a good time before? Attacking different countries for 2 consecutive days, and I haven't slept all night today. just to be able to arrive at the scene at the first sign of a monster attack and drag out that ghost who teased me yesterday, but these damn guys disappeared without a trace today, making me wait all night in vain. Governments of various countries also began to wonder, could it be just a coincidence that monsters appeared for 2 consecutive nights? Meanwhile, Liu spent a peaceful and calm time during the day, but as night fell, the anticipated attacks in various European countries quietly arrived. In a coastal town in Norway, within some old red-roofed houses, the dimly lit interiors had no electric lights on, with only a television continuously playing a screen full of snowy static. Zila, a man in his 50s, slumped on the sofa, still holding half a bottle of leftover beer, but he would never have the chance to finish it, because his chest had been torn apart. His blood-red innards scattered on the floor, leaving behind a trail of huge blood-red footprints that could not have been made by a human, as if a wild wolf had been magnified several times, only its hind legs touching the ground. The blood-red footprints extended all the way outside the house, heading towards another resident not far away, and soon, another piercing scream rang out. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. The phone kept ringing incessantly, waking up the drowsy Haley next to the fighter helicopter. She sat up abruptly, smashed the bottle of vodka in her hand, answered the phone, and exclaimed excitedly, "Hello, Jonathan. Is there news about the monsters? Where are they? I'll go over there and kill those bastards right away." However, as Haley listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, her originally excited expression quickly turned into confusion and bewilderment. Frowning in suspicion, she asked, What do you mean? What do you mean by go anywhere? At least give me a location." Soon, Haley's eyes widened, her face full of shock, and she shouted, "What? You said those monsters have appeared all over Europe?" "Oh woo woo woo." The frenzied howls echoed in every country in Europe, as red-eyed werewolves climbed to the tops of buildings and roared skyward. In every corner behind them, loud howls continued to sound, blood-red eyes constantly glowing in the darkness, turning the entire city into a werewolf's den. Help! Where are the police? Where are the soldiers? Is no one coming to save us? Run! Run! There are monsters everywhere! Countless terrified citizens ran frantically on the streets, the terrifying beastly roars echoing overhead, like a death knell, closing in on them. However, as these people ran a few steps, they were pounced on by werewolves pouring out from surrounding buildings, claws tearing and blood splattering, endless despair spreading throughout the city. Thick black smoke billowed in the city, as citizens preparing to escape by car were opened like cans by werewolves, causing the vehicles to lose control and crash into the roadside, or werewolves crashed into houses, breaking the power lines and causing fires. The entire city was soon occupied by the rapidly spreading werewolves, with fear and despair spreading throughout the city. The same situation is playing out in various countries across Europe, with each country's military forces nearing their breaking point. They simply do not have enough soldiers and police to handle the disasters unfolding everywhere. Even for superhumans, it would take some time to arrive, not to mention the few monsters that each country could truly deploy. Standing on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Liu looked down at the city below, shrouded in black smoke and chaos, and emotionlessly said, "The relatives of werewolves are indeed the most adept at causing chaos. Although they lack reason, their aggression is the strongest, with power greater than zombies and faster speed, making them a group of frenzied killing machines. Coupled with their cheating-like assimilation method, without superhumans and the military, it is likely that the entire Europe would fall within 2 days." Howl. The werewolf, upon hearing this, proudly puffed out its chest, expressing its satisfaction. Ever since consuming a human with extraordinary factors, the werewolf had gained enough strength and improved its mood significantly. Dracula looked at the smug werewolf beside him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He felt that the werewolf's mind was truly lacking, and what the creator said was not a compliment to its relatives. Clearly stated in the first sentence, although they lack reason, aren't they just a group that mindlessly bites fools? His own relatives were excellent, not only able to understand speech but also elegant in their feeding, unlike wild beasts that crazily tear and bite, much more sophisticated than werewolves. Liu raised his wrist to check the time on his watch, then turned directly to the 3 monsters behind him and ordered, "Alright, the current situation should keep Europe's superhumans and military busy for a while. Let's head to the prison. Sadako, have you also released the werewolf's relatives in other regions of India?" Sadako nodded slowly and replied, "Dear master, everything has been done as you instructed. I have released the werewolf's relatives in every major city in India. The local superhumans and military are now busy eliminating the werewolf's relatives and won't interfere with us." Liu nodded slowly and said, "Let's go then, it's time to go to the prison." India's superhuman prison. Several armed guards patrolled the watchtowers surrounding the prison, on alert for any outsiders approaching. This prison, housing inmates with certain superhuman abilities, was extremely dangerous, located not near the city but directly in the wilderness. Surrounded by dense forests, hundreds of cameras were installed outside the prison, making its defense nearly impregnable. Unfortunately, faced with even more extraordinary powers, these modern facilities were rendered useless. Inside the prison control room, a duty officer was leisurely sipping a pale yellow drink, with his legs propped up on the desk, boredly watching the unchanging surveillance footage. He had been working here for 5 years and had never seen any abnormal situations, so he never thought that anything unexpected would happen today. However, at that moment, the surveillance footage that had remained unchanged for years suddenly turned into a black and white snowy screen. ZZZ. In just a few seconds, all 6 display screens in the control room switched to a black and white malfunction mode. This sudden change startled the relaxed duty officer, who forgot about his drink, quickly put his legs down, and anxiously stared at the screens that had all gone haywire. After tapping them a few times with no response, he hurriedly grabbed the intercom on the table, preparing to report the situation inside the prison. But in the next second, a pale, slender hand suddenly reached out from the snowy screen and grabbed the duty officer's neck. The on-duty personnel was full of horror and pain on his face. He could not believe what he saw. A palm actually came straight through the screen. But his pain did not last long, as the next moment his neck was twisted. Crack! Once the on-duty personnel was confirmed dead, Sadako crawled out of the black and white surveillance screen, reaching into the screen and pulling Dracula out with her. After Dracula crawled out of the screen, he smiled and said to Sadako, "Miss Sadako, thank you for your help. Now we should go kill that level 4 extraordinary being." With that, Dracula lifted his cloak and released the werewolf and several other blood followers hidden inside. As the blood followers emerged from Dracula's cloak, they respectfully knelt down, saying in unison, "Thank you, noble ancestor, for bringing us in. As your faithful servants, we will absolutely obey your orders and complete the tasks you have assigned." The werewolf, as soon as it emerged from Dracula's cloak, was eager to move its body, then raised its head and opened its mouth wide, ready to let out a loud roar to announce its arrival. Howl! But before its mouth could fully open, Dracula quickly flew over and shut the werewolf's mouth, somewhat speechless, saying, "Do you really understand the creator's instructions to infiltrate quietly and act swiftly? You want to roar as soon as you arrive. Aren't you afraid that the level 4 extraordinary being will launch a surprise attack on us, and in the end, none of us will be able to escape?" Howl! The werewolf let out a low growl, its crimson eyes staring at Dracula, but it did not make a move. It understood that Dracula was right, and its actions would indeed disrupt the creator's plan. Sizzle! At this moment, the monitor screen behind suddenly lit up. The image returned to normal, but what was displayed was not surveillance video, but the figure of Luyu. Seeing Luyu accessing this line, Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako were all surprised, then immediately restrained their previous postures, bowing respectfully to Luyu, saying, "Welcome, great creator." Howl! "Welcome, dear master." In the surveillance video, Luyu nodded, his face serious, saying, "Dracula, werewolf, Sadako, I have no combat power myself. I may drag you down, so I won't go to the prison." Dracula respectfully bowed, "Great creator, what are you saying? You will never drag us down. You have revived us, given us life, and we will spend our lives repaying you." The werewolf and Sadako nodded at the same time. Luyu did not show much modesty, nodded and continued, "Dracula, have your blood followers go to the prison's watchtower and take out the guards there. The level 4 extraordinary being guarding the prison is located in the core attic of the prison. You must deal with him quickly, or it will attract more extraordinary beings. Do you understand?" Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako all bowed together, saying in unison, "Yes, great creator." Howl! "Yes, dear master." Luyu nodded, "I look forward to your good news." With that, the monitor screen returned to a snowy screen, and Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako all got up together. Dracula turned to the blood followers behind him with a cold face and said, "Did you all hear that just now? The great creator said you must go to the prison's watchtower and kill all the sentries. Don't make any mistakes, do you hear me?" The blood followers all bowed respectfully, saying in unison, "Yes, noble ancestor. We will not disappoint you." Swish! Before the words fell, the blood followers, accompanied by a burst of black smoke, turned directly into bats and flew towards the watchtowers surrounding the prison. Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako all took a step forward at the same time and said, "Let's go and kill that 4th-level transcendent being." On the watchtower of the prison, several patrolling guards all fell at the same time. Their skin turned a dark blue color, making them look like mummies that had been exposed to the sun in the desert for years. Hovering around their bodies were black bats, emitting a red ominous light in the darkness of the night. In the prison corridors, lined with wire mesh, several prison guards with submachine guns were leisurely patrolling. There was a 4th-level transcendent being guarding here, so these ordinary prison guards with no special abilities were just doing their routine tasks to maintain order, without worrying about any prisoners daring to escape. So they never imagined that someone would walk straight towards them at this moment. It wasn't until both sides turned the corner and arrived in the same corridor, facing unfamiliar European men, women with long hair, and a huge monster. Several guards who were chatting casually were stunned at this moment, their faces instantly filled with horror as they raised their submachine guns, ready to shoot. However, the next moment, Sadako raised her palm and lightly clenched it towards them. Crack! Crack! The guards on the other side couldn't even aim their guns at Sadako before their necks were forcibly twisted, like crumpled old newspapers being twisted into a distorted and abrupt shape. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, their eyeballs burst out of their eye sockets, and they fell neatly to the ground. Sadako continued to walk expressionlessly, saying, "Mr. Dracula, Mr. Werewolf," the master said to quickly deal with that transcendent being. "In my spiritual form, walls are not obstacles for me, making it ideal for infiltration. Let me take the lead, and if I fail, I'll rely on both of you." Dracula and the werewolf did not object, as everything they did was to quickly accomplish the task assigned by the master. If Sadako could achieve the goal quickly, they naturally had no objections. In the attic of the Transcendent Prison Center, a 4th-level transcendent being dressed in white was holding a pancake, dipping it in the yellow sticky curry on the plate, enjoying it. His name was Amir Khan, the most powerful transcendent being in this area. Even the prison warden had to speak to him in a pleasing manner, afraid of angering this being who could easily control the entire prison. Amir Khan enjoyed unparalleled privileges in this prison, with artistic oil paintings, thick carpets, and a liquid crystal television in front of him, making it feel more like a 5-star hotel rather than a prison. This was the treatment befitting a 4th-level transcendent being like Amir Khan. At this moment, Amir Khan was watching an Indian mystical dance on the television with great interest. He particularly liked the beautiful Indian women with high caste status, large eyes, and huge nose rings. He was smiling, thinking about whether to have a romantic encounter with those girls from New Delhi at midnight when the large screen suddenly went blank. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sudden white screen made Amir Khan frown. He picked up the remote control next to him and pressed a few times, but when it didn't work, he stood up and leaped forward. This light jump allowed him to cover a distance of 10 meters and reach the television. Amir Khan raised his hand to pat the television, thinking about whether to call the guards to fix it when a pale and slender hand suddenly stretched out from the television and plunged into Amir Khan's chest. Sadako reached out her hand directly from the TV screen, piercing through Almahan's chest, taking advantage of her spiritual form to grab Almahan's heart directly. Bang! At the moment when her palm grasped the heart, Sadako's hand suddenly tightened, trying to crush Almahan's heart directly. Buzz! However, the reaction speed of a level 4 transcendent was far beyond that of ordinary people. Just as Sadako was about to crush the heart, he fiercely punched out, directly hitting the TV screen heavily. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying force directly pierced through the entire wall, shattering the TV screen into several uneven pieces. Amidst the crackling sound of electricity, the electronic screen completely lost its display effect, and Sadako's ability was forcibly interrupted. Her hand that was about to crush the heart was also retracted. At this moment, Almahan was in a state of shock. He quickly retreated tens of meters, angrily and panic-strickenly shouting to the surroundings, "Who is it? What are you? How dare you come here and play tricks? Do you think Shiva will forgive you? You will go to hell. I will personally cut off your head." However, Sadako was not in the least panicked at this moment, but as if she had anticipated it, she shouted towards the back, "I'm sorry for failing, you two can come up now." Upon hearing Sadako's voice, Almahan quickly turned around and rushed over, raising his fist and smashing the wall where Sadako had just been, causing the entire attic to tremble, with large pieces of bricks falling from the wall. However, after retracting his fist, Almahan found that there was not a trace of blood on his palm, and his angry expression turned into astonishment. He roared, "No! This is impossible. I clearly heard someone talking here just now. I should have been able to injure her. But why is there nothing?" Just as Almahan refused to believe it and wanted to check if there was anyone hiding on the outer wall, the next moment, the huge claws of a werewolf suddenly slapped from the outside. Boom! In an instant, the entire wall was shattered by the werewolf. Almahan could not have imagined that there would be such a terrifying monster, possessing strength comparable to that of a level 4 transcendent. The power of this claw was so outrageous that Almahan didn't even have time to react, and he was directly sent flying along with the shattered wall by the werewolf's claws. Clang clang! Almahan was like a baseball being hit, piercing through the wall behind him, crashing through 2 walls of the prison, and being directly smashed into the cement ground below. Crack! The physique of a transcendent combined with the tremendous force of the werewolf's claw caused the cement ground to crack open, forming a 2-meter-deep pit, with palm-wide cracks spreading across the ground, as if struck by a meteorite. Cough, cough. Almahan was completely stunned at this moment, his white clothes covered in dust, his head feeling dizzy. But he also realized that this was an attack on the prison, with several powerful supernatural beings joining forces to besiege him. He coughed twice, about to stand up from the pit and confront the enemy. However, as soon as Almahan jumped out of the pit, the light in front of him dimmed, and he saw a European man wearing a wine-red cloak standing in front of him. Dracula smiled at Almahan and said, "Hello, sir, I'm here to kill you." Bang! Before Almahan could react, he was kicked out by Dracula with a horizontal kick, his whole body bent like a cooked prawn, flying out again. Boom! This time, Almahan crashed directly into the prison wall before coming to a stop. Large chunks of dust shook off the wall, his eyes bulging as he clutched his stomach, cheeks puffed out, and he vomited all the curry he had just eaten. Wow! A yellow, sticky puddle on the ground, not much different from what he had just eaten. Dracula stood coldly in the distance, looking at Almahan, and said, "Truly worthy of a level 4 extraordinary, even after being repeatedly struck by me and the werewolf, his body showed no signs of injury, just vomiting the food from his stomach, the strength of his body is truly terrifying." Humph! The werewolf also jumped from behind, landing heavily on the ground next to Dracula. Its eyes also gleamed with cold light, staring straight at Almahan, not underestimating this human. This guy, like the woman named Haley before, is a level 4 extraordinary, capable of easily overpowering werewolves. 2 consecutive surprise attacks did not result in any effective damage, so the next step is a tough battle. A gust of cold wind blew, and Sadako slowly appeared in front of Dracula and the werewolf. She said, "Sorry, the extraordinary's reaction was too fast. I couldn't use the advantage of my spiritual body to destroy his internal organs. He would dodge before I could act." Dracula nodded. "Don't blame yourself, Miss Sadako. We all know that a level 4 extraordinary will not be easily killed. And we still don't know if extraordinaries belong to normal humans. After their internal organs are destroyed, will they die immediately? Or can they hold on for a while longer, which is crucial to our plan. The werewolf and I cannot break the skin of a level 4 extraordinary, we can only make his internal organs bleed and bones shatter through continuous strikes, which undoubtedly takes a lot of time. The extraordinary's recovery ability is also an unknown value. The 3 of us must cooperate as much as possible, not giving him a chance to catch his breath." At this moment, Almahan recovered from the violent vomiting. He wiped the yellow curry from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glaring fiercely at Dracula and the others, angrily shouting, "What kind of monsters are you? Do you know what attacking the extraordinary prison represents? You are declaring war on India. All extraordinaries will not let you off. When other extraordinaries arrive, you will undoubtedly die." Dracula sneered, "My followers have already destroyed all communication devices in this prison, and the nearest city is 300 kilometers away. This place is now an isolated island. Your death is inevitable. You might as well just behead yourself, so we don't have to beat you up and let you die in agony." Almahan snorted coldly, his eyes dark as he stared at Dracula and the others, retorting, "Do you think I'm a fool? Don't underestimate a level 4 extraordinary. You couldn't kill me the first time. Just wait for me to kill all of you." Humph! As Almahan spoke, he suddenly moved, rushing out, kicking down the rear wall, his figure turning into a stream of light, throwing a punch directly at Dracula to avenge the humiliation he had suffered earlier. However, just as Almahan's fist was about to reach Dracula, Dracula slowly raised his cloak, and his whole person turned into a black mist in front of Almahan's eyes. Before Almahan could react, the werewolf beside him had already clasped its claws together, raised them high, and fiercely smashed them down towards Almahan's body. Boom! The heavy blow fell fiercely, with a swift and violent momentum. As it landed, it directly stirred up a surging wave of air, blowing all the dust and debris on the ground around them. However, Almahan is also a level 4 extraordinary individual after all. He had been attacked before and was somewhat prepared. In the moment when the werewolf's fist came crashing down, he raised both arms directly to block it above his head, forcefully stopping the punch. Humph! The werewolf snarled, muscles bulging, veins popping, exerting all its strength, trying to smash Almahan directly into the ground. However, Almahan's level 4 extraordinary strength was not to be underestimated. Although he was also struggling to hold up the werewolf's fist, he had not reached a desperate situation yet. Instead, he sneered and taunted, "Just a brute force monster. Even if I can't kill all of you alone, what can you do to me? Even if I take hundreds or thousands of your punches, I still won't die. We level 4 extraordinaries can even walk in the depths of the ocean for 10,000 meters. My body is the strongest material in this world. I just need to hold you off." Do you really think destroying the prison's communication equipment can hide everything here? Every hour, the prison will send a message to the outside world. If the outside world doesn't receive it, they will immediately send other extraordinaries to support. Wait for over 50 minutes. You will all be waiting to die. Hearing this, Dracula and Sadako were also surprised, as they had not expected the prison to have this hidden safety measure. If they couldn't kill each other within 50 minutes, and the outside extraordinaries were alerted to the prison crisis and rushed over, their operation this time would be a complete failure. Oh whoa! However, the werewolf seemed indifferent to everything, roaring in anger, increasing the strength in its arms, preparing to embed Almahan directly into the ground below. It didn't care if other extraordinaries came. If they did, it would kill them all together. Asterisk crack. Asterisk as the strength in the werewolf's arms increased again, the pressure on Almahan also grew. Although his body did not shatter directly, the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and his feet almost sank into the hard cement ground. Sadako understood the urgency of the situation at this moment. She shouted towards the werewolf, "Hold on, Mr. Werewolf. I'll help you now." With that, Sadako quickly flew towards Almahan, extending her hand again, intending to tear his internal organs by passing directly through his body. However, although the werewolf could hold on, Almahan had already experienced Sadako's intangible intrusion before. He understood that this seemingly fragile woman was a more dangerous presence than the monster in front of him and did not underestimate her. He looked at Sadako, who was about to approach, and roared, "No way!" With that, Almahan suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk this kick directly shattered the cement ground under his and the werewolf's feet, causing him to lose balance. The werewolf's claws missed, and Almahan took the opportunity to climb to the ground, moving swiftly like a cockroach on all fours, and quickly crawled away. Sadako was also close, but her spiritual body, although able to pass through all matter and electronic devices, was not fast enough. Just before making contact with Almahan's body, she was evaded. Almahan crawled over 100 meters away, laughing and taunting the werewolf and others. "You are just a bunch of beasts. Monsters. Wanting to kill me, a Brahmin noble. Dream on. The great Shiva will protect me. You will all die." The werewolf and Sadako's faces were not looking good. After being evaded this time, it was not so simple to control Almahan again. Asterisk rat-a-tat-tat. Asterisk at this moment, the prison's large group of prison guards also heard the commotion coming from here and ran out of the building, each holding submachine guns. They looked at the dirty and messy Almahan, as well as the monsters and Countess Dracula they had never seen before, and instantly understood what was going on. They raised their rifles and aimed at Dracula. The captain raised his pistol and shouted, "Mr. Almahan, do you need us to shoot these prison robbers?" Almahan laughed and taunted Dracula, "Look, you monsters. The advantage is on our side. We outnumber you now. The outsiders will soon know that you foolish and lowly creatures are here in the prison. You will all die miserably." However, Dracula, with a cold smile, his eyes flashing red, said, "Are they really your companions? I doubt it. They are here to help us." After hearing this, Almahan laughed and mocked, "What nonsense are you talking about? You damn European. These people are my compatriots and will stand by my side without hesitation." Almahan then confidently turned to all the prison guards behind him and said, "All right, my dear compatriots. Now, shoot. Kill these foreigners. They are not even as good as those lowly people. Shoot now." With Almahan's confident shout, the prison guards behind him raised their guns without hesitation, but to Almahan's dismay, the guns were aimed at his head. This sudden turn of events froze Almahan's arrogant expression, as he looked in disbelief at the prison guards behind him. He waved his hand and said, "My dear compatriots, what's wrong with you? Don't joke at this time. I am one of your own. You should aim your guns at those monsters behind us." However, regardless of what Almahan said, the guards remained expressionless, as if they hadn't heard him at all. At this moment, Dracula spoke up with a smile on his face, "Now, shoot." Bang! In an instant, dozens of guards with stiff expressions pulled the triggers, and a barrage of bullets shot towards Almahan. The bullets hit Almahan's body, tearing his clothes to shreds. Although they couldn't penetrate his body, the rapid impact of so many bullets caused a slight sensation of pain. Almahan raised his hands in astonishment, shielding his face, and roared, "What are you all doing? Have you gone mad? I am one of your own. Why are you shooting at me?" The guards, still expressionless, finished firing the bullets in their pistols, quickly reloaded, and continued to shoot at Almahan. Almahan was on the verge of losing his mind. After his futile scolding, he walked towards the guards who were shooting at him step by step. He grabbed the collar of the captain and shouted angrily, "I am talking to you. Make these people stop. Have you all gone mad? You dare to shoot at me. Do you want to die? However, the captain remained expressionless, almost like a machine. After hearing Almahan's words, he raised his arm mechanically, aimed the gun at Almahan's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, Almahan's head tilted to the side. He turned his head, and one eye showed a red bruise, a wound caused by a bullet hitting his eye. Sadako from behind came to Dracula's side and asked, "Should we take this opportunity to attack him? There are other humans nearby. That level 4 extraordinary being should not be able to act recklessly." Dracula shook his head and said, "The creator has said that extraordinary beings are generally arrogant. They never consider themselves the same race as ordinary humans. India is also a country with the most severe caste divisions. That extraordinary being will not care about other humans. And the show is about to begin. Let's just watch here. When he is close to madness, we will make our move." After being shot, Almahan's expression was no longer as manic as before, but rather an abnormal indifference, with his bloodshot eyes showing a chilling coldness. He took a deep breath, ignoring the continuous gunfire from other prison guards towards his body. He bent the barrel of the gun in the captain's hand with one hand, then slowly placed both hands on the captain's head, and then forcefully clapped his palms together. Poochie! The captain of the prison guard's head was directly crushed by Almahan, splattering his face with bright red blood and brain matter, dyeing his clothes red. However, the surrounding prison guards, after seeing this scene, still showed no surprise or shock, but continued to reload their magazines and raised their submachine guns to continue shooting at Almahan. Da-da-da! Countless bullets hit Almahan, yellow shell casings falling to the ground like cheap toys, causing no harm, only tearing his clothes. Faced with the prison guards who kept shooting at him, Almahan's eyes showed a nearly crazy light. He suddenly turned around, twisting his neck, veins bulging on his face, and roared angrily at the surrounding prison guards. "Who do you think you are shooting at? Who do you think you are talking to? I am a noble Brahmin. You low-caste people should kneel down when you see me. Now we noble Brahmins have given you jobs, given you human rights. It is us who have bestowed upon you. And now you treat us, your benefactors, like this. Is this how you treat me, a nobleman? Don't you know how to be grateful? Are you all fools? Can't you see those 3 monsters over there who don't look like humans? Ah!" However, even though his voice was almost breaking, his sharp screams causing ringing in people's ears, the surrounding prison guards still pulled the trigger at him expressionlessly. Da-da-da! Countless bullets shot at Almahan like a storm, but Almahan showed no intention of dodging, laughing madly and helplessly, with a grim face muttering to himself, "Forget it, I'm also foolish, wasting time with these low-caste people. Indeed, even if they look similar, the lowly will always be lowly, no different from monkeys." After saying that, Almahan made his move, rushing into the midst of the shooting prison guards as if he were crazy, raising his hand and causing a spray of blood. Poochie! Poochie! Large amounts of blood splattered, several heads rolled to the ground expressionlessly, the sound of gunfire weakening, the smell of ammunition diminishing, replaced by a strong smell of blood. A large amount of blood stained the ground, all from the bodies of the prison guards that Almahan had beaten to a pulp. Da-da-da! Poochie! With the final gunshot, Almahan also crushed the last prison guard's head, retracting his fist and throwing the headless body of the guard to the ground. By now, a pile of mutilated prison guard bodies had accumulated around, with a large amount of blood pooling on the ground. When the last body fell to the ground, a faint spray of blood even rose up. Amir Khan's whole body was dyed red with blood, none of which was his own. The body of a level 4 superhuman, even if hit by bullets continuously for 24 hours, would not produce a single scratch. The blood splattered on Amir Khan was from the prison guards he had killed. At this moment, Amir Khan almost turned into a blood man after killing the last prison guard. The sound of gunfire disappeared, and Amir Khan listened to the quiet surroundings, feeling relieved as he looked up at the pitch-black night sky, a look of satisfaction on his face. Amir Khan's expression was somewhat stiff, his mental state seemed to have eased, but in reality, he was closer to collapsing. Previously, no matter how he discriminated against lower castes and ordinary humans, it was just disdain. But at this moment, he had undoubtedly killed dozens of humans. Amir Khan spat out the blood droplets that had slid down to the corner of his mouth, then turned around slowly and said, "All right, now all these low-caste scum have been killed by me. Now, it's your turn, you monsters." However, before Amir Khan could finish his sentence, as soon as he turned his head, he met the blood-red eyes of Dracula. In those red pupils, it seemed as if countless souls were wailing, countless bodies were falling, and a sea of blood was raging. Dracula smiled and said slowly, "Don't move, Amir Khan. Now you are my slave and must obey my commands." In that instant, Amir Khan felt like his whole body was constantly falling. Although his consciousness could perceive everything, his body was out of control, as if his soul had been separated from his body. At this moment, Amir Khan finally understood why the prison guards had kept shooting at him just now. It was because the man in front of him, who seemed handsome and elegant, directly controlled them mentally. For a moment, endless regret surged in Amir Khan's heart. He regretted killing those people, not out of remorse for the dead, but for the imminent loss of his status as an elite. He would not be killed because of his identity as a level 4 superhuman, but there was no doubt that he had committed murder and become a criminal. His noble status was now a thing of the past, and Amir Khan was unwilling to accept it. His face twisted in a grimace, trembling all over, veins bulging on his neck, bloodshot eyes filled with anger. He squeezed out a few words from his mouth. No, you, beast. Dracula looked surprised, saying, indeed, you are a level 4 superhuman. Your mental strength is indeed far superior to ordinary people. Even when I hypnotize you at close range, I cannot fully control you. If I had hypnotized you from the beginning, I am sure it would have been unsuccessful, just like with Miss Sadako. But now, it's just right. You killed your own kind. Even if you don't care about them, the guilt engraved in your soul will still make you hesitate and feel confused. Now you can't completely break free from my control. Choosing this moment was indeed the right choice, letting you kill each other and binding you at a critical moment. Even if this ability is exposed, it is worth it. Amir Khan could hear Dracula's words but could not control his own body. For him, this was undoubtedly the most humiliating thing. His eyes widened, muscles in his face strained, he intermittently shouted, you, bastard, beast, I will kill you. As Amir Khan spoke, the veins on his arms bulged like earthworms, his muscles trembled, and he even slightly moved his arm, trying to reach out and attack Dracula in front of him. Meanwhile, the werewolf behind him quickly arrived at this moment, not choosing to act recklessly, knowing the situation was critical and considering the bigger picture. The werewolf's huge claws suddenly reached out, completely immobilizing Almahan's body, making him unable to move at all. At this moment, Sadako also arrived next to Dracula and said, Mr. Dracula, Mr. Werewolf, please hold on a bit longer. This time, I will directly insert my palm into his brain. I believe that after the brain is destroyed, even if the body can survive, it will be a mindless lunatic, posing no threat to us. Upon hearing Sadako's words, Almahan's face was filled with anger and resentment, and he shouted word by word, no. You can't do this to me, despicable creatures. However, his words had no effect at this time. Sadako had already extended her pale slender hand, ready to crush Amir Khan's head into a pulp. But at this moment, Dracula, who was rarely speaking, intervened, saying, wait a moment, Miss Sadako. Both Sadako and the werewolf were surprised to hear Dracula's interruption, not understanding why he didn't allow Sadako to directly kill this troublesome superhuman. Sadako asked, why, Mr. Dracula, we can only barely suppress this superhuman by working together. If we don't kill him in time, once he breaks free, it won't be so simple to kill him again. Dracula, struggling to maintain eye contact with Almahan, explained, I'm not telling you not to kill him, but not to directly destroy his brain. We all know that if we destroy this guy's head, even if the body remains active, it poses no threat to us. But the creator said that we need to gather more information on superhumans, especially those of higher ranks. We don't know what part of their bodies being damaged would lead to their death. So, start with the less important internal organs and tissues, one by one, to see which ones, when damaged, cause the most severe harm, and finally destroy the brain and heart. After hearing Dracula's explanation, Sadako and the werewolf instantly understood his intentions. This was indeed a good opportunity to collect information on advanced superhumans. It was a rare chance for research. Meanwhile, the controlled Almahan was no longer calm. His face was full of horror and anger as he sobbed and shouted, no, these beasts can't treat me like this. Unfortunately, his words had no effect. After understanding Dracula's intentions, Sadako also nodded in agreement and said softly, Mr. Dracula is right. I won't waste any more words. Let's start directly, beginning with his large and small intestines. Under Almahan's terrified gaze, Sadako unhesitatingly reached her slender hand into his abdomen. As Sadako felt the long, soft, and slippery intestines, she quickly tightened her grip and pulled them out forcefully. Splat! In an instant, the long white intestines were pulled out of Amir Khan's belly by Sadako, with blood vessels extending over 6 meters. Sadako took several seconds to pull them all out and threw them on the ground. Almahan was in pain from the organ removal surgery without anesthesia, groaning and trembling all over, with a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. If not for Dracula controlling his mind and the werewolf holding his body, Almahan would have roared in agony and knelt on the ground. Watching the ferocious Almahan, Sadako showed no sympathy, only saying indifferently, the large and small intestines are indeed the most useless organs. No blood was even spilled after losing them. Next is the spleen. After hearing Sadako's words, Almahan was almost scared out of his wits. He shook his head vigorously, with a pleading expression on his face, and shouted, no, please. However, Sadako ignored him, her hand once again delving into Almahan's abdomen. With a sudden tug, a dark red spleen was pulled out, with several mismatched blood vessels still attached to it. Almahan groaned again, his eyes wide open, almost bulging out of their sockets. Sadako callously threw the spleen on the ground and continued coldly, it still didn't have a fatal effect. Next organ, pancreas. Squelch. A dark red elongated piece of flesh was pulled out, causing Almahan to groan in pain once more, almost fainting from the intense agony. The abilities of a transcendent being may far surpass those of ordinary humans, but their tolerance for pain has not reached a state of immunity. Under the instinctive response of the body, any creature would howl in pain, even a fourth-level transcendent being is no exception. Yet Sadako did not stop, she continued the dissection experiment expressionlessly. Next organ, stomach. Next organ, kidneys. Next organ, liver. Next organ, lungs. Next organ. Until the ground was littered with bloody viscera, Almahan was almost in a state of near collapse. His eyes had become unfocused, his whole body soaked in sweat, and at this moment, even if Dracula and the werewolf were not controlling him, he could not make any resistance. However, Dracula and the werewolf remained cautious, maintaining their initial suppression of Almahan. At this moment, Sadako had almost removed all the organs from Almahan's body. She reached into Almahan's body again and found that there was nothing left to remove. She then reached for the last organ, which was beating continuously in the right chest cavity. Sadako turned to Dracula and said, Mr. Dracula, this is his last organ, the heart, I'm going to remove it. Dracula smiled and nodded, while Almahan, still terrified and weak, shook his head weakly and uttered a powerless plea, no, please. Ignoring his plea, Sadako tightly grasped the still beating heart and forcefully pulled it out. Splat! At the moment the heart was removed, Almahan could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of bright red blood, his face visibly paling at a rapid pace, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sadako nodded and said, it seems that the most important organ is still the heart. As long as this vital organ is destroyed, even a fourth-level transcendent being will lose their combat effectiveness and die shortly thereafter. Even though they have the ability to self-heal, when faced with such an important organ as the heart, there is no way to repair it. Aoo! At this moment, the silent werewolf suddenly roared. Sadako and Dracula looked up to see the werewolf staring eagerly at the bright red heart in Sadako's hand. Sadako smiled and said, so Mr. Werewolf wants to eat this? It's okay, I'll feed it to you. With that, she tossed the fist-sized heart directly into the werewolf's mouth. Crunch! Aoo! After chewing a few times, the werewolf swallowed the heart, howling in excitement. Dracula and Sadako, seeing this scene, shook their heads with smiles, and their previously tense mood was finally relieved. And at this moment, the only unhappy one on the scene was Almahan, whose body had been emptied. Blood surged from his mouth, and his weak body trembled continuously. He could feel his life slipping away, knowing that he would soon die. Almahan's gaze was incredibly cold as he stared at Sadako and Dracula in front of him, cursing bitterly with his last strength. You animals, even in death, I will not let you go. However, upon hearing this, Sadako smiled slightly. She slowly reached out and pulled Almahan's brain out, saying, no, you can't do anything after you die. Your hatred is too shallow, just wanting to kill us, not profound at all. And you have no talent, death is just death. Almahan's expression became extremely twisted and fierce. Sadako's hand had already plunged into his brain, causing him immense pain, almost driving him insane. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, cursing with a face full of sorrow. You monsters! You should all become animals. You should all reincarnate as animals. Splat! Almahan's final vicious curse was cut short as Sadako directly pulled out his entire brain. Sadako held the white mushy substance with blood vessels in her hand, while Almahan's entire being was pulled out along with his brain, completely dead. His eyes turned white, his head drooped, becoming a complete empty shell, whether in a physical or spiritual sense. Sadako held the sticky, bloody mush in her hand and extended it towards the werewolf, asking, do you still want this? Mr. Werewolf, howl! The werewolf glanced at the white mush and shook its head in disgust, indicating that it was fine to eat a complete brain, but not a mashed one, as it might get stuck in its throat. Dracula also retracted the red light in his eyes, shaking his head. You are delighted to eat bodies on the ground, but now you start to dislike the brain that didn't fall on the ground. Howl. The werewolf tilted its head back, indicating that it also had principles and didn't particularly like this human, feeling that consuming his brain would also taint it with some unpleasant souls. Seeing that the werewolf didn't want it, Sadako didn't continue holding the brain but directly threw it onto the pile of internal organs on the ground, forming a small heap. She said, "Let's go, time is running out. Let's go get the creator and see how he arranges things." Dracula and the werewolf nodded together. The werewolf also released the body of Almahan from its hand, letting it fall to the ground. Dracula clapped his hands, and several bloodkin who had been waiting on the side appeared and knelt before him, respectfully asking, "Great ancestor, do you have any instructions for us?" These bloodkin had been waiting in the shadows because their strength was far inferior to Dracula and the werewolf, and joining the fight would mean certain death. Dracula had not let them join directly, hoping to find the right moment to let this group of kin launch a surprise attack on Almahan. But now that Almahan was dead, there was no need. Dracula said, "We are going to bring the creator here. The rest of you search this prison thoroughly. If you find any guards, kill them directly. And destroy all the surveillance and such. Don't leave any traces that could expose your identities, understood?" The bloodkin lowered their heads and replied in unison, "Yes, great ancestor." After speaking, the bloodkin transformed into bats and flew towards the buildings where there might be personnel in the prison. Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako went to the control room to welcome Liu. Sizzle accompanied by the continuous sound of electricity on the screen. Liu was also led into the prison by Sadako. Dracula and the werewolf bowed respectfully to him, and Dracula spoke, "Great creator, we have successfully killed the 4-level extraordinary beings, and eliminated all the prison guards and surveillance in the entire extraordinary prison. Now you can walk here safely without worry." Liu looked around at the environment, smelling a strong curry scent, confirming that he was undoubtedly in India. He nodded and said, "Sadako has told me everything, and I am aware of the alarm every hour. Now we have about 30 minutes left. Let's go and bring back all the extraordinary criminals in the prison." Dracula, the werewolf, and Sadako all nodded together, "Yes, great creator." "Oh, yes, dear master." The three monsters guarded Liu and followed him to the extraordinary prisoner area deep in the prison. Along the way, the cameras were all destroyed, sparking continuously. There were no bodies on the way. It seemed that Dracula's bloodkin had cleaned them up in advance, leaving only the lingering bloodstains on the ground. They arrived at a thick and massive giant door, over 10 meters high, resembling a castle of primitive giants, giving a feeling of extreme solidity. Such a huge door, even for a third-level extraordinary being, would take several hours of effort to break through, not to mention that the prisoners held inside were only first and second-level extraordinary beings. But for Liu and the others, this sturdy door was no different from paper. As Sadako placed her palm on the machine next to the door that required iris recognition, the scanning machine malfunctioned instantly with a crackling sound of electricity, and the huge alloy door slowly opened to the sides. Click, click, buzz, the two doors slowly stretched to the sides, revealing the scene inside. A cold wind blew out from inside the alloy door, but to Liu's surprise, there were no standardized areas or cells inside, but a large area of steel cages for imprisoning wild beasts. In each cage, there was an extraordinary being with a hunched figure, yellow complexion, and emaciated body. They all looked like lowly slaves, locked in these cages without even a bed, only a stained bowl and a plastic bucket for excrement. It was hard to imagine such a scene in a modern society, and Liu began to wonder if he had entered the wrong place, directly crossing back to an era where slavery still existed. Dracula behind him, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head and said, "I thought our way of imprisoning those criminals was extreme enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more ruthless than us. This is simply not human, but livestock." Sadako, looking at the emaciated and mentally confused prisoners in the cages, showed no change in expression on her face and said, "The prison looks quite orderly from the outside. Who would have thought that the confinement area inside would be so unbearable?" The werewolf, most sensitive to smells, took a few steps back after smelling the fermented odor of excrement in the air, roaring loudly in disgust. Liu didn't mind and walked into the relatively clean path, looking at the prisoners in the cages who seemed drugged, and said lightly, "Corruption in India is indeed serious, embezzling funds is nothing new." Dracula tried to bend down, staring at the eyes of one of the prisoners in the cage, trying to see if he could hypnotize the other party, but the result was as he expected, with no effect at all. All the prisoners here are almost on the verge of collapse mentally, unable to make normal reactions. Dracula asked in a strange tone, "Great creator, since it's so troublesome to imprison the extraordinary beings, poison their food every day, torment their bodies and minds, why not just kill them? Sadako also had the same question, then asked, "That's right, dear master, I'm also puzzled by this. Although third-level extraordinary beings have strong bodies, these second and first-level extraordinary beings should be easy to kill if humans want to. Killing them directly would save trouble, no need to constantly guard against these extraordinary beings escaping or breaking out, and it would also save money." Lu Yu smiled and explained, "Governments around the world actually want to eliminate those with extraordinary abilities directly, but they can't do it, not because they can't, but because they shouldn't. The reason is the establishment of the Extraordinary Beings Alliance in America, which is the alliance of the world's top extraordinary beings. The purpose of the Extraordinary Beings Alliance is to prevent extraordinary beings from being treated unfairly and discriminated against. It also stipulates a strict rule that all governments and countries in the world, no matter which one, cannot arbitrarily execute any extraordinary being. If any country violates this rule, it will be besieged by the entire Extraordinary Beings Alliance. Just a fourth-level extraordinary being is enough to match the strength of a modern army, not to mention the higher fifth and sixth-level extraordinary beings. These extraordinary beings united can completely overthrow the government of any country. Even extraordinary criminal offenders cannot be directly killed. They can be imprisoned if guilty, but absolutely cannot be killed. Even if they are truly heinous and commit acts that anger both humans and gods, the country needs to send a letter to the Extraordinary Beings Alliance, and there must be extraordinary beings involved in the trial to determine that the guilt is unforgivable before execution. It's almost like all the extraordinary beings in the world have extraterritorial rights." Dracula was surprised to hear this and said, "I didn't know about this situation before." Sadako then asked, "So dear master, how do we transport these extraordinary beings back? How to deal with them is also a problem." Lu Yu smiled and said, "Let Dracula's bloodkin handle this, Sadako, you are responsible for the transfer. But before that, let them take a bath first, wash away the filth on their bodies, and facilitate Frankenstein's experiments." Take a bath? Dracula and Sadako were both puzzled when they heard Lu Yu's words, not understanding how Lu Yu could still have the leisure to clean these prisoners, especially when time was limited. But Lu Yu did not answer. Instead, he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the pile of debris on the ground. Crackle! With the flames rising, thick smoke quickly filled the upper layer of the space. Soon, the fire extinguisher at the top sensed the raging fire inside the room. In an instant, dozens of fire nozzles at the top opened, showering the entire space like a downpour, covering the entire area. Large splashes of water fell, startling all the prisoners in the cages who were originally in a daze. The cool water droplets briefly restored some clarity to their dazed minds. But after the water was sprayed, the poisonous mist on the surrounding walls opened again, emitting a large amount of gas containing hypnotic substances, causing these prisoners who had just regained some clarity to fall back into a deep sleep. On the other side, a few Indian men in military uniforms were gathered at the monitoring station of the extraordinary prison located hundreds of miles away, drinking clean and hygienic tea. They were senior officials of this monitoring station, responsible for coordinating the communication between the prison and the government. As they joked and discussed whether to have a ninth child, a messenger rushed in with a panicked expression, shouting, "Something's wrong, sir. It's been over an hour since we received the regular report from the extraordinary prison. I suspect something has happened there." Despite the messenger's alarm, the officers did not seem concerned. One of them took a sip of tea and calmly said, "Don't panic, soldier. The extraordinary prison has Almahan, a level 4 extraordinary being. Do you know what it means to have a level 4 extraordinary being? Even if the number of prisoners in that prison triples and they all attack together, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Almahan. That man is like a god of war." The messenger still looked uneasy and asked uncertainly, "Sir, what if something really happened? Should we just continue waiting like this?" The officer looked at the nervous messenger, shook his head, set down his teacup, patted his shoulder, and said, "Come with me. I'll give you my personal number. Call directly to the warden's office at the extraordinary prison. If someone answers, everything is fine. Don't panic. We are the most populous country in the world. No one dares to touch us." With that, the officer accompanied the messenger back to the adjacent communication room, provided his personal number to the soldier, and waited for the connection to the extraordinary prison. Beep beep beep. However, after 2 minutes of continuous ringing, there was still no answer at the other end of the phone. This situation caused the officer's expression to quickly turn grim. He dashed out of the communication room and shouted, "There's a problem at the extraordinary prison. Everyone, grab your weapons. Follow me to the scene. There are 500 level 1 and level 2 extraordinary criminal prisoners detained there. If they all escape, the consequences will be extremely severe. Everyone, hurry up and follow me." Notify the residents of nearby towns. No one should go out without authorization. Inform level 3 and level 4 extraordinary beings nearby, and the military. Have them all come over to suppress this. This night was an extremely tense one for Europe and India. Whether it was the rapidly assimilating and devastating monsters or the 500 extraordinary criminal prisoners, it was a night of extreme fear. It was destined to be a sleepless night, with countless citizens spending it in terror. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Jiangnan, Liu slept soundly. The entire city was peaceful and tranquil, without a trace of disaster, except for the armed soldiers occasionally passing through the streets. In the morning, Liu stretched lazily, sat up from the bed, and found that the weather was not good today, gloomy as if it could rain at any moment. He had indeed done a lot yesterday, attacking all of Europe and capturing all the prisoners in the Indian extraordinary prison. Liu felt that he was getting closer to being able to challenge the world. However, there was no need to rush. There were still many powerful extraordinary beings in the world, and the government had heavyweight weapons like nuclear and hydrogen bombs. Although he couldn't directly confront the entire world, his monsters had great potential for growth, and he was still young. Everything was subject to change. Liu had also decided on the next monster to create. Let's resurrect the drought demon. Currently, the warrior with pure strength was the werewolf, the hypnotic controller was Dracula, the scientific researcher was Frankenstein, and the spiritual entity was Sadako. The next monster is also time to have some control over the elements. The drought demon is also a legend of the Xia kingdom, and indeed has some affinity. However, now Liu's carving is not as fast as before. Only during the lunch break can he have time to carve a bit. He estimates that it will take 2 or 3 days to complete the wooden carving of the drought demon thoroughly. But there is no way. Liu sighed, put on his backpack, and went straight to school, starting his classes for the day. On the other hand, inside the United Nations Hall, government spokespersons from various countries around the world gathered together today for a rare meeting that had not been held for many years. Standing on the platform with long golden hair, the Secretary General of the United Nations tapped the microphone, scanned the audience below, and then spoke. It seems that all our dear friends are here today, so I won't waste any more time. The meeting is officially beginning, and we all know why we are convening today. Monsters that have appeared in Xia Kingdom, Romania, and Italy before suddenly appeared in every city in Europe and India last night, which is an extremely catastrophic event. For example, it was not until the early hours of the morning in Turkey that all the monsters within its borders were eliminated. Today, we are here to discuss how to deal with these monsters that appear out of nowhere and why they are appearing. If any of you have clues and ideas to offer, please do not hide them. We are here for the common peace. The representative of Xia Kingdom was the first to speak. We have observed the monster assimilators up close and found that their characteristics are more similar to the werewolves in European legends. With wolf heads and sharp claws, they also have a strong reaction to silver objects. You can use this as a reference to deal with the monsters. However, at this moment, the representative of Italy suddenly stood up and said, "Representative of Xia Kingdom, please do not speak out of turn. The monsters that appeared in our country before directly attacked the local churches. Even when the priests prayed on the spot, it had no effect. Not to mention holy water and statues of Jesus, even silver crosses had no effect. In the end, it was only when our country's level 4 extraordinary, Haley, personally arrived at the scene that the monster was slain. Silver objects and the like were completely ineffective." With these words, the representatives of various countries on the scene were all astonished, whispering and discussing, while the representative of Xia Kingdom just calmly replied, "We are just stating the facts we have explored. Whether to believe it or not is up to you to decide." After the spokesperson for Xia Kingdom finished speaking, there was another round of discussions in the room. Several European countries that were ready to challenge this matter looked at each other and spoke up one after another. We all know that Xia Kingdom was the first country in the world to report the appearance of monsters. Does that mean Xia Kingdom is the source of the monster outbreak? Moreover, these consecutive monster attacks over the past 2 days have occurred in Europe and India. There has been no outbreak of monster attacks in Xia Kingdom recently. We strongly suspect that Xia Kingdom is the source of the monster birth. That's right, Xia Kingdom has an undeniable suspicion regarding the recent events. We seriously suspect that the recent monster attacks in Europe were premeditated attacks aimed at alleviating the suspicions of various countries towards Jiangnan City. Therefore, we collectively demand that Xia Kingdom lift the restrictions on Jiangnan City and allow us to send investigators to conduct investigations on site. The spokesperson for Xia Kingdom, upon hearing this, did not show anger, but simply replied calmly, "We all know that you were just trying to take advantage of recent events to make trouble for us, but do not forget, besides Xia Kingdom, there are many countries in the world where not even monsters have appeared. If you really want to cover something up and have the ability to make monsters appear in other countries, why not release the monsters in other countries from the beginning instead of exposing them in our territory first? The representatives of the countries that had thought they had the upper hand over Xia country were momentarily speechless. Just as they were trying to come up with some other excuses, the Secretary General of the United Nations on the stage spoke up, tapping the podium in front of him and said, "All right, everyone, now is not the time for internal strife. We have more important issues to discuss, and Xia country has also been attacked by monsters. It is a victim country, so let's not waste time on international issues." At this time, the spokesperson for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland raised his hand and said, "I think you all know in your hearts that the only way to quickly solve this problem is to employ more extraordinary individuals. As long as there are extraordinary individuals with a level of 3 or above, their efficiency in dealing with these monsters is higher than that of a whole modern army. It is currently the only effective solution." The spokesperson for the Republic of France then said, "We can no longer rely on these extraordinary individuals. Their social status has always been sensitive, and in recent years, we have been working to dissolve the alliance of extraordinary individuals. It was not easy to fade them out of the public eye. Continuing to employ them will undoubtedly lead to more news reports, allowing them to gain more attention and fame. The masses most easily influenced by the news media are easily misled by these individuals with extraordinary powers, who act like superheroes saving the city, and become their followers. You should know that a guy who can fly in the sky is much more popular than us politicians who wear suits and leather shoes all day, and will use this to make more demands on us. Even entering the government, interfering with economic decisions, and gaining more support than us normal humans, this is not good for any of us." The representative of the Republic of Cuba spoke up. "What do you mean by higher support rates than us normal humans? Extraordinary individuals are also humans. It is normal for them to enter the government. Your remarks are serious racial discrimination, and besides, extraordinary individuals have indeed saved you. They have contributed to the stability of social order. Shouldn't you be grateful to them? Now you want to kick them out of the category of humans. Isn't that too serious?" The spokesperson for the Republic of France continued with a cold face, "Now is not the time to talk about my racial discrimination or not, my friend from Cuba. You should also be aware that extraordinary individuals are too powerful. They are stronger, faster, and have slower metabolism than us. We don't even know if extraordinary individuals above level 4 will age, and every year there are a few gifted extraordinary individuals born. In terms of time, they may not have any impact on us at the moment. But in the future, in 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years later, who knows if extraordinary individuals will become the dominant race in the world? A race that has inherent advantages over us. Once in power, will they consider us normal humans as inferior races and discriminate against or even imprison our descendants, restricting their living areas to fixed areas, and eventually carrying out genocide? No one can say for sure. Would you be willing to expose your descendants to such an environment? This situation is undoubtedly possible." The spokesperson for the Republic of DEZ Federation raised his hand and said seriously, "I don't think so." "Ha ha ha." The spokesperson for America laughed out loud, fearless on the scene, and said, "It's ridiculous for you to say that. Movies on this subject have won several Oscars. Are you pretending to be ignorant?" The proud Federal Republic remained serious, looking at the spokesperson for America, and said, "We do not deny history, and we have memorials. But my dear America friend, please also remember your own history. The indigenous people on your land now mostly live in protected areas, and their numbers have decreased by 99%. According to the spokesperson for French Republic, your country is the most suitable for that idea, and it is still in that situation." The spokesperson for America, not angry, replied with a smile, "We have not confined them to any specific area. It is their choice to adhere to their so-called traditions and live as primitive pastoralists. And let me remind you, my dear friend, that now white people are not the majority in our country. Nearly half of the population in the United States of America now comes from our neighboring countries. The rest are refugees from many third world countries in Africa, although not as many as in Europe, but still a significant portion. White people are now a minority, and they are almost surrounded by others." The spokesperson for Mexique responded, "Our people have the right to choose to develop in any land they wish, and your president personally signed documents to accept them and grant them legal citizenship. After all, they are valuable voters who can cast a vote that determines the fate of your president. So they are also your citizens. Please do not say they have anything to do with my country. Besides, America is a country cobbled together from various parts. The largest immigrant country in the world is not just a joke. If you don't want to have children, be careful that you may end up like the Native Americans." The America spokesperson smiled meaningfully and said, "My dear neighbor, you don't have to worry about that. Our legislators are all educated elites. Regardless of race, as long as they have the ability, they can enter the Senate. As long as elites operate the machinery of this country, there is no problem. Everyone at this table should be clear about this because everyone at this table is elite. We have enough time and energy to cultivate our children into elites. No matter how many immigrants come, as long as they stay honestly in the lower class and do the time-consuming and laborious work, it doesn't matter how many children they have. After all, they won't receive education, nor do they have extra money to cultivate their children's interests and hobbies. They are just more labor and consumers, and they will never enter the heart of the country. Asterisk tap, tap, tap. Asterisk the Secretary General of the United Nations picked up his gavel and tapped the table, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that we are here today to discuss how to deal with those inexplicable monsters. Time is precious, please stay on topic." After hearing this, the spokesperson for America smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary General, I did digress a bit, but it doesn't matter what you discuss. The 5 main member countries all have enough strength to protect their own countries. What needs to be discussed are those small countries with limited population and territory. Please continue, don't mind us." There was no response from the audience, and at this time, the spokesperson for the Federation of Arrows spoke up, following the spokesperson for French Republic earlier. "Let's leave future matters for another time. If we don't employ extraordinary individuals now, those monsters that suddenly attack will bring our country to the brink of collapse. Let's stabilize society first before considering anything else." And I don't agree with the spokesperson from America. The 5 major member countries do have enough firepower to eliminate the monsters, but anyone who has seen the video should understand that the most dangerous aspect is not the destructive power of the monsters, but their infectiousness. The power of complete assimilation allows an ordinary human to instantly turn into a monster. The infectious ability is too powerful, and when it fully erupts, few can cope with it. Currently, none of our countries have sufficient military strength to cover all cities and towns. Employing more extraordinary individuals is the only correct solution at the moment. The spokesperson for Xiagua nodded. "We support the proposal of the spokesperson for the Russian Federation." The spokesperson for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland also spoke up. "We also support the proposal of the spokesperson for the Russian Federation. This is currently the only feasible solution." The Republic of Cuba also chimed in. "We also support the proposal of the spokesperson for the Russian Federation. Extraordinary individuals are also human beings and deserve fair treatment. We also support. We also support. We also support." Several important major countries in society have expressed their attitudes. The spokespersons of the remaining dozens of countries in the hall also echoed one after another. The smaller the country, the weaker its military strength, and the more it needs to follow the lead of the major countries. With the majority of countries in the room expressing their views, the Secretary General of the United Nations nodded. "It seems that most countries have found a solution. It may be more complicated to coordinate with the alliance of extraordinary individuals, given that monster attacks mainly occur in Europe. I will first discuss with the European branch of the alliance of extraordinary individuals. Let them distribute the extraordinary individuals within the alliance to various member countries in Europe to deal with the next monster attack. Then this session of the United Nations General Assembly will come to an end." Just as the Secretary General of the United Nations was about to bring down the gavel to end the meeting, the spokesperson for India, who was seated in the back row, suddenly stood up and shouted, "Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, please wait. India has also suffered numerous monster attacks. Can't you send some extraordinary individuals to support us?" "India?" The Secretary General of the United Nations did not speak, and the spokesperson for America directly retorted with a hint of mockery, "With your country's population and birth rate, even if casualties reach hundreds of thousands, can't you replenish them overnight? Moreover, you have the audacity to request support when you can't even keep an eye on the dozens of billions of dollars worth of extraordinary prisoner facilities received from the United Nations every year, and all the incarcerated extraordinary criminals have disappeared without a trace. Not a single one has been captured back until now. I really don't know where you've spent all that money, yet you still have the nerve to ask for support." The Indian spokesperson's face didn't look good, feeling angry inside, but facing the current world leader, he could only swallow his pride. At this moment, the Secretary General of the United Nations spoke up. "The spokesperson for America is being too harsh, but Mr. Spokesperson for India, you indeed need to strengthen the management of internal security. Several hundred dangerous extraordinary criminal offenders are far more dangerous than monsters. When you can apprehend all those criminals and bring them to justice, then we can discuss the matter of sending support." On the other side, Liu had just finished school at noon, walking back home at a leisurely pace. When he returned to the vicinity of his rented house, he noticed that the black van that had been parked in the alley was gone. He was surprised by this, not expecting the police who had been monitoring him to give up so quickly. But for Liu, this was a good thing. Without much thought, he smiled slightly and returned home. Upon entering the house, Liu began carving the drought demon, outline the shape, carve out the general form, and then polish the details according to the photo on the phone. While Liu was carving his new monster, inside the Jiangnan City police station, several police officers who had been monitoring Liu overnight had returned to the station. They were all exhausted, lying on chairs, complaining to Officer Liu in front of them, "Captain Liu, we can't do it anymore. We really can't do it. Continuing the investigation won't yield any results. That kid is just an ordinary high school student. After school, he goes straight home and never leaves the house. He has no nightlife at all." "That's right, Captain Liu. Things are chaotic in Europe now. We've seen the news. Every European country has monsters like ours. We might be on the wrong track." Officer Liu, who had been busy investigating the case for the past few days, was also in poor spirits. He had dark circles under his eyes. After listening to several officers, he sighed and asked unwillingly, "Have you really found nothing? Are you sure that kid didn't leave the house all night?" Several officers nodded and said, "Sure, we've saved the surveillance records to the flash drive. There is absolutely no sign of him leaving in the middle of the night. Unless Liu can use wall walking techniques, or dig a tunnel directly from the house below to run out, but that's not possible. Who could undertake such a large project without making any noise?" "That's right, Captain Liu. Monsters are attacking Europe all day long now, like a world war. Do we really need to keep an eye on a high school student all the time? Isn't that just a waste of energy?" Captain Liu on the side was obviously unwilling. He didn't want to give up like this, but it wasn't very wise to keep holding on to a suspect without any evidence, only based on speculation. The station was currently understaffed, and he couldn't continue like this. Captain Liu sighed and said, "All right, stop complaining. Go back and get some sleep. Come to work at the station as usual tomorrow. No need to monitor anymore." The officers in the room were overjoyed to hear this and exclaimed, "Really, Captain Liu? That's great. I haven't wanted to go to work at the station for a long time. Ha ha." A group of young people cheered and celebrated, but Captain Liu's expression was not as good. He shook his head helplessly, looked at the city outside the window, and murmured, "I hope I'm not wrong this time. If I am wrong again, I am really old and can't keep up with the times." Meanwhile, Liu had barely carved out the outline of the drought demon, which had already taken more than an hour. He picked up his phone, glanced at the time, and realized he had 20 minutes before class. Indeed, this time is too short, there's no time at all. Liu sighed, put the wood carving and the small knife into his pocket, picked up his backpack, and went to school. There were still many dark green military vehicles patrolling the streets to detect monsters promptly and suppress them. There were more pedestrians on the streets than the previous 2 days. After all, everyone had to work. Eating costs money, housing costs money. Lying still all day without moving, the expenses for a family would be considerable, and few people could afford it. Whether you have a life or not, money is necessary. When the monsters were reported in Jiangnan City before, many wealthy families rushed to buy tickets to Europe, thinking of hiding in developed Western countries. However, after several large-scale monster attacks in Europe far exceeding those here in the past 2 days, these people also calmed down and stayed at home obediently, not going anywhere. At least Jiangnan City was adjacent to a military base, with enough soldiers patrolling every day. There were few countries in the world safer than their own. Liu's school was the same as usual at the school gate, very crowded. Anxious parents always had to personally pick up and drop off their children, but all this worry was unnecessary, as there would be no monsters appearing in Jiangnan City. Inside the classroom, the students were still the same, fervently discussing the monster crisis that erupted in Europe yesterday. "Hey, did you see it? The whole of Europe exploded yesterday. Monsters appeared in every country. The city systems were paralyzed. What's going on these days? It started with monsters in our city. How did it spread to Europe so quickly, like wave after wave, as if it were an invasion from another world?" Liu ignored all this and went straight back to his seat to read his book. At that moment, the teacher also entered the classroom, but instead of starting the lesson, she pulled down the screen below the blackboard and said, "Students, there is an announcement from the school today. Stop reading and come watch the news together. This is a globally important news that is closely related to every country and will also affect your future." With these words, the students below were all discussing excitedly, "What news is this? Are we going into a state of war? Is it a globally important moment? What important moment could it be? Could it be a world war? As the group of students continued to discuss, Luyu was also somewhat surprised, not knowing what news was about to be broadcast. The werewolf crisis that erupted in Europe last night was indeed serious. Putting them all on high alert was normal, but the question was how the world governments were prepared to deal with the crisis that would inevitably arise at this moment. At that moment, the teacher at the podium slowly turned on the television, and after a flicker, a normal picture finally appeared on the screen. The person shown on the screen was not a representative of any country, but the current Secretary General of the United Nations, John Spencer. The Secretary General of the United Nations, who had been in office for 2 years, had a serious expression on his face as he held a script and began speaking to the screen. Fellow citizens of the world, hello, I am the Secretary General of the United Nations, John Spencer. You may have seen me on TV or in the newspapers, but today I am not here to announce any aid to Africa or to dig a few wells, but something more important, something that concerns the fate of all of us. I believe you have all seen the news about Europe early this morning, with a large number of monsters appearing inexplicably in every city. After a simple estimate, the number of casualties in the attack on the whole of Europe last night is close to about 100,000 people. 100,000 people. Oh my God, such a high casualty rate. The students below gasped in surprise, their faces full of astonishment. They knew the casualties in Europe last night were severe, but they never expected there to be so many casualties. Only Luyu below was not surprised by this, as this number was within his expectations, if not a bit lower. It could only be said that the response of various governments to the monster attacks was quite fast, greatly reducing this number. The Secretary General of the United Nations on the TV continued, "This is an extremely serious disaster, almost the most terrifying casualty in human history apart from the 2 world wars. We cannot just let it go like this. No one knows where these monsters came from, or when they will appear again. We need to take appropriate measures in response. Starting today, the 193 member countries of the United Nations will respond to this disaster that could erupt again at any time in a unified manner. From today onwards, we will officially cooperate with the Extraordinary League to jointly maintain world peace. A total of 5,000 extraordinary individuals will be on standby at all times. Upon receiving an alert from any member country, they will immediately go to the location to suppress the situation, cooperating with the local government forces to resolve the monster riots together." After the students in the classroom finished listening, each one of them was particularly surprised. It is worth noting that this is the first official recognition of the existence of the League of Extraordinary Beings internationally, and it is a direct collaboration with the United Nations. With 193 member countries in the United Nations representing essentially the entire human civilization, the significance is extraordinary. After the Secretary General of the United Nations finished speaking, a man in a suit with handsome features smiled beside him and slowly ascended the platform. He tapped the microphone and said, "Friends from civilizations around the world, hello everyone, I am Jonathan Eve, the spokesperson for the European League of Extraordinary Beings. I am honored to be standing on the United Nations podium today to speak with you. I am not the most powerful extraordinary being in the world today, not even the most powerful in all of Europe, but I prefer to communicate and interact with all of you more than those more powerful friends. I will be responsible for the negotiations between the League of Extraordinary Beings and the United Nations in the future. Please believe in us. We extraordinary beings are also part of humanity. Jointly safeguarding world peace and stability will be our common ideal. Let us work together towards that direction. I believe we can achieve it together." As for the subsequent content, Luyu was no longer interested in listening, as it was just some useless pleasantries. In fact, everyone basically knew about the cooperation between the United Nations and the League of Extraordinary Beings, but the public declaration might indeed represent some changes that could occur. For ordinary first and second tier extraordinary beings, their status might be further elevated, but the specific changes would depend on each country's policies. When the news on television finished broadcasting, the female teacher also turned off the TV. She cleared her throat and said, "All of you have watched the news. There will be more extraordinary beings settling in Jiangnan City in the future to be responsible for protecting everyone's safety. You don't need to worry about these things, but there is now a new policy that is very relevant to all of you. Apart from the normal college entrance examination, for those of you present here, if you have the talent to become an extraordinary being, regardless of your potential, you can take the test after the college entrance examination and go to the Extraordinary University in America. This university is newly established, but it has very rich teaching resources. The teachers invited are all from the world's top universities, and the qualifications are recognized domestically. As long as you pass the test and have the qualification, I suggest that you try to go. Currently, the city will directly exempt the 4-year tuition for those who can be admitted to this extraordinary university, and there will also be an annual scholarship of $50,000. The only requirement is that after you graduate, you must return to Jiangnan City to work for the government. Rest assured, the salary and benefits will definitely not be low. I am not convenient to disclose the specific amount, but it is definitely much better than that of ordinary civil servants. Please seriously consider it. The government should send people to conduct tests in a few days, so be prepared. The teacher's words caused a stir in the class, as there was actually a college specifically for extraordinary beings, which was unheard of. Oh my, there really is an extraordinary university. If you get admitted, tuition is covered, and after graduation, you can directly enter government work. Compared to other universities in the country, it's truly overwhelming. But this is purely based on talent. Out of 1,000 people, not necessarily one can be an extraordinary being. If our school can produce 2 extraordinary beings, that would be impressive, but it's not our turn. The students continued to discuss, but many of them showed excitement in their eyes. Even the usually calm Lee Joshua showed a hint of desire. You know, that's the extraordinary university in the United States, where extraordinary individuals are rare in reality. If all the extraordinary individuals from around the world were gathered there, it would be such a lively institution. Just the thought of it is exciting, like a hero academy where the elites gather. In the past, extraordinary individuals were not officially recognized, but now the government acknowledges them, so their treatment will definitely be different in the future, all first-class treatment. Lu Yu, who was in the corner, was also surprised by this announcement. He never expected the United Nations to directly establish an official academy for extraordinary individuals. This is to gather young extraordinary individuals from around the world for training to become a means of defense against monster attacks. However, thinking about it, it's normal. After all, to deal with the possible continuous outbreaks of monster attacks in the future, it is normal to have more prepared combat power. Lu Yu finds this feeling very strange. After all, he has promoted all this. The relationship between extraordinary individuals and humans has taken a crucial step forward, officially uniting in public, and in the future, there should be many extraordinary individuals involved officially. The world is about to change. Lu Yu also feels a sense of urgency. He needs to accelerate the expansion of the monsters under his command. On the other side, inside the United Nations headquarters, after shaking hands and talking with several UN staff members, Jonathan left the conference room and entered a separate meeting room. In the room, there were 2 other level 4 extraordinary individuals. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these people were among those who had attended the meeting in the conference room earlier. Seeing Jonathan return, one of the extraordinary individuals stood up and asked, "Jonathan, did you really reach an agreement with them? Let us enter the government directly and be able to influence their decisions." Jonathan nodded with a smile. "Don't be too hasty. Being able to make them admit to cooperating with us in one go is already a great progress. As long as we continue to expose the number of times we save citizens and increase the public's favor towards us, we will directly become a more credible presence than the government. By then, the government won't have much to say." Upon hearing this, the 2 extraordinary individuals laughed excitedly, feeling that they were one step closer to becoming true elites. But at this moment, Jonathan continued, "However, don't celebrate too early. If we want to continue to approach the centers of power, we need to pay the corresponding price. It is necessary to eradicate those monsters, and according to Haley's previous statement, there should be several monsters with strength close to level 3 extraordinary individuals, as well as entities similar to female ghosts. What is most worrying is the situation in India. It is said that all the prisoners in an entire extraordinary prison have disappeared out of thin air. The one responsible for suppressing them is a level 4 extraordinary individual. Although the body of that level 4 extraordinary individual has not been found yet, it could be a case of the level 4 extraordinary individual defecting, but I feel without a doubt that person is dead. Who knows what really happened there? This is definitely not good news for us. On the school side, right after class, many students ran out to ask teachers about the specific requirements of the Extraordinary Academy and the testing procedures. Even Lee Joshua, who usually doesn't care much about anything, was among them. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity to study abroad directly, be with elite extraordinary individuals from around the world, especially during a period when monster outbreaks could occur at any time. Becoming an extraordinary individual is undoubtedly the safest option. With top-notch training and education, one's future will definitely be smooth sailing. Even if monsters appear, one still has to take exams, go to college, get a degree, attend interviews, work, fall in love, get married, have children, and continue working. This is reality, and Luyu is starting to feel fortunate to be able to escape all of this. Luyu also had some interest in this extraordinary academy, although he was not interested in becoming a superior person or a hero idol. He wanted to learn more about advanced extraordinary individuals. Since the goal is to educate more outstanding extraordinary individuals, there must be higher-level extraordinary individuals providing on-site guidance, otherwise training warriors to deal with monsters would be just empty talk. However, these were just passing thoughts for him. To enter the Extraordinary Academy, one needs to have a physique with extraordinary factors. Luyu didn't feel like he belonged to that kind of extraordinary individuals, otherwise he wouldn't be so weak, and he had more important things to do now. As for the Extraordinary Academy and such, he would leave it for later. Ring with the melodious school bell signaling the end of the day, Luyu packed up and went straight home. The parents at the school gate were as crazy as ever, crowding around like welcoming a newborn baby, wanting to see if their children were safe. Luyu squeezed out from among the adults, walked back home, and there was no black van parked in the alley, which made Luyu feel a little relieved. Back in the room, it was not completely dark yet, so Luyu took out the wooden carving of the drought and continued carving. He didn't have much time to carve every day, so he needed to make good use of his time. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes of carving later that the sky slowly darkened, and the room's power light screen was already showing a chaotic image of snowflakes. Sadako crawled out of it slowly, stood in the room, and said, "Dear master, I'm here to take you to Vic Company." Luyu nodded, put away the wooden carving and the small knife in his hand, and said, "Let's go, there are still many things to deal with, and I need to leave myself enough time for sleep." In the top floor office of Vic Company, Sadako led Luyu out slowly. The room was still the same, Dracula and the werewolf were sitting inside. When they saw Luyu coming, they stood up and greeted respectfully, "Great creator, you're here." "Oh whoa." Luyu nodded and said, "Come downstairs with me and see how Frankenstein is progressing." The door of the 30-story laboratory was opened, and this time the laboratory was unusually crowded, with many lab technicians in white coats crowded inside, stitching together the bodies of werewolves. When they saw Luyu, they all raised their heads neatly, then lowered them in unison, shouting, "Welcome, great creator." As they bent down, they also revealed Frankenstein and Janet behind them. This pair of tall monster companions stood out in the crowd. Frankenstein hurried over with Janet, saying, "Dear master, you're here." Luyu nodded and said, "Continue stitching the bodies, don't delay." "Yes, great creator." The people, with uniform movements and expressions, continued their stitching work like machines. Luyu asked, "Frankenstein, how many bodies of werewolf relatives have we recovered from the European turmoil since yesterday?" Frankenstein raised his huge head, pushed his eyes, and said, "My dear master, a total of 1,000 bodies of werewolf relatives. Although Miss Sadako helped us quickly transfer the bodies, there were too many soldiers and extraordinary individuals on the scene. We were only able to transfer these bodies without exposing ourselves, which could have reached 2,000 to 3,000 bodies." Luyu nodded, "It's okay, 1,000 bodies are almost enough. 1,000 obediently stitched werewolves are also a considerable force." Frankenstein nodded and said, "Dear master, thank you for your understanding. We are now using all the experimental personnel of the Vic Company, and we can sew together about 500 werewolf corpses every day. In just 2 more days, we will be able to sew together all the werewolf corpses." Luyu then asked, "What about the extraordinary beings? Can you extract their extraordinary factors?" "Well, of course, that is possible. After all, I have shown you before, but..." Frankenstein's words were a bit hesitant, his expression not quite natural, as if there was something he dared not say. Luyu furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Frankenstein, whatever it is, just speak up. Don't hide anything from me." "I definitely dare not hide anything from you, dear master." Frankenstein hesitated and said, "My dear master, forgive my bluntness, perhaps the 3rd and 4th level extraordinary beings, like Mr. Werewolf and Mr. Dracula, may not be able to break through with their claws and teeth, but these 2nd and 1st level extraordinary beings are completely feasible. Even if I have mastered the method of extracting extraordinary factors, what can be successfully extracted is definitely not comparable to the original content in these extraordinary beings' bodies. Instead of extracting these extraordinary factors and injecting them into ordinary human bodies to have their blood and flesh contain the extraordinary factors, it would be better to let Mr. Werewolf and Mr. Dracula directly consume these extraordinary beings. Going through such a cumbersome process by my hands not only wastes time, but also affects the enhancement of Mr. Dracula and Mr. Werewolf." Upon hearing this, Luyu smiled slightly and said, "I understand this naturally, but I want you to extract more extraordinary factors for another purpose. The extraction of extraordinary factors is not only for the enhancement of Dracula and the werewolves, but also partly for my own use. You should also know that my body is still fragile and needs further strengthening. Allowing you to conduct more experiments is also for this reason. You need to conduct more experiments so that the extraordinary factors can perfectly adapt to the human body. Failed products can be given to the werewolf Dracula to consume. Continue experimenting until success. Frankenstein immediately understood everything upon hearing this, and humbly lowered his head, saying, "My dear master, please forgive my dullness and ignorance for questioning your decision." Liu shook his head and said, "It's good that you have your own thoughts, but remember to come to me directly with any questions next time. Indecisiveness is not a good trait." Frankenstein nodded heavily and said, "My dear master, I will always remember your words and will never forget them." Janet, who was beside them, also bowed and said, "Great creator, I will also help supervise Frankenstein to ensure that his experiments never fall behind." Liu did not say much more. He was starting to feel a bit troubled by Frankenstein's rich emotions, but for now, Frankenstein was the only one who could conduct these experiments. He would have to strengthen his guidance to Frankenstein in the future. Then, Liu asked, "How are those extraordinary beings doing? How many extraordinary factors have you extracted?" Frankenstein looked up and said, "My dear master, extracting extraordinary factors is even more difficult than I imagined. The one extraordinary factor we extracted earlier was from an extraordinary being who had not yet awakened, and their physical strength is far inferior to first and second level extraordinary beings. We need to shatter all their flesh and bones, then separate and extract them. The body of a first level extraordinary being can be completely crushed and extracted in 2 hours. But the second level will take a whole night. Currently, we have only extracted the extraordinary factors from 5 first-level extraordinaries, and there is not a single extraordinary factor from second-level extraordinaries." Liu nodded, which was actually within expectations. However, there was no suitable solution at the moment, so they could only leave it for now and let Frankenstein extract them slowly. At this moment, Janet also took out a silver refrigerated canister from behind, opened it, and white cold air emerged, revealing 5 tubes of deep red extraordinary factors inside. Frankenstein pointed to the 5 tubes of extraordinary factors and said, "Dear master, these are the 5 tubes of extraordinary factors we extracted last night. If you need them, I can arrange the experiment now, but it probably won't have much effect. You have seen the human injected with extraordinary factors before. His body simply cannot withstand the extraordinary factors. The expanding muscles will tear his skin apart. The changes in bones cannot keep up with the rapid growth of muscles, leading to becoming similar to a fitness fanatic injected with Sisyphus, and their hearts cannot withstand it either. I predict that after injection, they can only survive for a maximum of 24 hours. Not to mention the extraordinary factors extracted before, which are from extraordinary individuals who have not awakened. These are after the formal awakening, with higher levels of extraordinary factors and more intense reactions." Liu looked at the several tubes of extraordinary factors and said, "There is no need to rush at the moment. You can slowly conduct experiments. I understand that normal humans cannot withstand extraordinary factors, but what I want to know now is, what will happen if extraordinary individuals are injected with extraordinary factors?" The moment this sentence was spoken, not only Frankenstein but even the Dracula and Sadako in the room showed expressions of astonishment. Frankenstein was the first to ask in confusion, "My dear master, what do you mean by this? Extraordinaries are our enemies, the only individual organisms that can rival us. Why would we inject them with extraordinary factors?" Dracula also stepped forward and asked, "Great creator, Frankenstein is right. Why should we inject extraordinaries with extraordinary factors? Even if it can make them stronger, they are still our enemies. My hypnotic ability is almost ineffective against extraordinaries above level 4. Making them stronger will also make them beyond our control. There is no need to waste time on this." Sadako also spoke, "Dear master, I also think this is meaningless. It's better to inject more human bodies with extraordinary factors. Perhaps we can research a stable potion that you can use sooner." "Oh whoa!" The werewolf didn't understand anything but howled along. Liu waved his hand and said, "I understand your concerns, but this is also necessary. We need to conduct experiments on extraordinaries to give them more extraordinary factors, achieve a leap in abilities, and then use them as bait." Bait? Dracula, Sadako, Frankenstein, and the werewolf were all puzzled after hearing this, not quite understanding what Liu meant. Liu directly walked to the side, opened the television hanging on the wall in the laboratory, and randomly tuned to a channel broadcasting news about the cooperation between the Extraordinary Alliance and the United Nations. Liu explained to Dracula and the others, last night's attack on Europe directly led to formal cooperation between the United Nations and the Extraordinary Alliance. It is estimated that before long, there will be more extraordinaries settling in Jiangnan City, conducting a thorough investigation here. Our actions will become easily exposed. Even on other continents, as long as they are within member countries of the United Nations, there will be extraordinaries stationed. If they don't find out something, they won't just let it go. We need a sacrificial lamb, strong enough to bear all sins. Dracula understood Liu Yu's meaning and asked, "So, Creator, are you suggesting that we make humanity believe in a powerful entity, deceive them into thinking all disasters originate from it, let them defeat it, and lower their guard?" Liu Yu nodded and smiled. "Exactly, Dracula. The excitement of victory will make people subconsciously overlook some unreasonable things. We need to let them win once, create an illusion of peace after victory." After Liu Yu's explanation, Frankenstein, Sadako, and the werewolf all nodded in agreement, understanding Liu Yu's plan. They all bowed their heads towards Liu Yu. Liu Yu nodded and then looked at Frankenstein, asking, "Now that the situation is clear, Frankenstein, do you think that injecting extraordinary factors into superhumans will make them even more powerful?" Frankenstein replied, "Superhumans already possess extraordinary factors in their bodies, making them physically stronger and more resilient than ordinary humans. However, the issue lies in the fact that each superhuman's extraordinary factors are different, similar to genes. Forced injection may lead to some rejection reactions." Liu Yu nodded. "This is acceptable within limits. We have enough experimental materials that can withstand the consumption. Let's begin the experiment." On a remote island in the Pacific Ocean, which was acquired by the Vic Pharmaceutical Company, originally used as an exclusive private place for some wealthy individuals, it now served as a place to detain superhuman prisoners arranged by Liu Yu. The island was secluded enough that it could only be reached by private plane, with no other means of access. The island was too small to even provide a runway for large passenger planes. It effectively isolated most of the world's transportation routes, making it an ideal location for Liu Yu. Accompanied by a TV screen showing static in a hotel room on the island, Sadako led Liu Yu there, followed by Dracula, Frankenstein, and the werewolf. However, the TV was not very large, and the werewolf had to squeeze in. Dracula nodded as he smelled the air. "The taste of sea breeze is indeed refreshing, different from the city's inland. I felt the arrangement was good when I came here yesterday. It truly lives up to being the creator's chosen base. It's nice to come here occasionally." Liu Yu smiled. "If you want to come, just ask Sadako directly. It's just a step away. After I sleep, you can also go to less crowded areas as long as you don't attract too much attention." Dracula bowed slightly. "Thank you, great creator, for your generosity." The werewolf growled softly, expressing its speechless response to Dracula's flattery. Sadako remained silent, quietly watching the beach outside the window. Frankenstein added, "This is indeed a good place. The surrounding area is all dark sea, so even if there is an explosion or any mishap, it won't attract much attention." Liu Yu nodded without saying much and said, "Let's go. I also want to feel the sea breeze. Let's start the experiment quickly. If we finish early, we might even have a chance to play." Stepping out of the hotel room, the two waiters and Vic Company employees standing outside were all hypnotized. When they saw Liu Yu, Dracula, and the others coming out, they respectfully bowed and said in unison, "Welcome, great creator." Liu Yu ignored them, walked straight out of the hotel, and went to the back of the hotel where hundreds of superhuman prisoners had been transferred under temporary shelters. They were all lying in bed, wearing respirators that did not supply oxygen but instead contained hypnotic gas with neurotoxins. The extraordinary individuals' bodies far exceed the hardness of ordinary humans, even needles cannot penetrate their skin. By delivering the toxins that can cause nerve death through a respirator, they can remain stable forever. Liu Yu turned his head and said, "Werewolf, your nose is the most sensitive. Come and select which human here has the highest content of extraordinary factors in their body." Howl. The werewolf, upon hearing that it was its turn to shine, let out a proud howl, showing off its furry and muscular chest as it walked past Dracula. Dracula just smiled faintly without saying much. The werewolf also closed its red eyes and sniffed around the extraordinary individuals present. In just a few seconds, the werewolf locked onto one person, grabbed a well-built man from the bed, and tore off the respirator. It directly brought the man's head to Liu Yu, growling softly twice, indicating that this man was the most powerful extraordinary individual here. Liu Yu looked at the man held by the werewolf's claws, somewhat surprised because in the prison in India, the strongest extraordinary individual turned out to be a dark-skinned black man with curly hair. This skin color and features were obviously not of the Indian native race. Dracula also approached, looking at the man in the werewolf's hand, and said, "Our beastly sir indeed made a good choice. This human's aura is very strong, just slightly weaker than the two extraordinary individuals we encountered in Romania last time. But he seems to be from a different region than the other prisoners here. Luyu said, he should be similar to an internationally wanted criminal, wanted by Western countries, or expelled for bad behavior, came to India, and continued to commit crimes, leading to his arrest and placement in the extraordinary prison. Just as Dracula said, this man was indeed the strongest extraordinary individual on the scene, probably already at the peak of the second level. Just as he had removed the respirator from his face a moment ago, the man's eyelids began to twitch, his eyeballs kept rolling, and his throat was moving as if he was about to wake up. Where am I? The man opened his eyes drowsily, looking around in confusion. His face was full of puzzlement as he looked at the high school student in front of him, the man in the wine-red cloak, the woman in the long white dress, and the tall and strong man. He couldn't react for a moment. Long-term intake of poison and toxic hypnotic gas had left his mind close to chaos. He only remembered being arrested and thrown into prison, followed by a nightmare-like life. But at this moment, only one thing made the man suddenly shake, and the confusion on his face turned into ecstasy: the beach. The soft yellow sand beneath him, the sound of waves crashing on the shore in the distance, and the salty and humid sea breeze in the air. There was no doubt that this was the seaside. He was not in prison. He was free. I'm out. I'm out. Ha ha ha. The man laughed joyfully, reaching down to touch the sand under his feet, his eyes full of longing and excitement for freedom. Did you guys save me? Ha, forget it, I don't care. Being out in this world is mine. I am a second-level peak extraordinary individual. I finally came out from that damn place. Ha ha ha. The man laughed, ignoring Luyu in front of him. Just as he was about to get up and rush towards the beach symbolizing freedom, his just lifted knee was suddenly stopped, and he couldn't move no matter what. He suddenly realized that his head seemed to be stuck by something. He wanted to turn back, but couldn't move a muscle, nor could he see the werewolf behind him. In a fit of rage, he shouted at Luyu and Dracula in front of him, "You two, come and get rid of whatever is behind my head. I am a level 2 superhuman. I will definitely not treat you unfairly in the future." Luyu just glanced at him indifferently, as if looking at a bug, and said to the werewolf behind him, "Break his limbs, werewolf, you don't have to keep holding on to him." The man, after hearing Luyu's words, first froze, then burst out laughing, clearly not believing what Luyu said, disdainfully saying, "Kid, who do you think you are? Dare to break my limbs? I am a level 2 peak." Crack. Before the man could finish his confident introduction, the intense pain from his limbs made his expression change, his face twisted in agony, his body uncontrollably trembling. Looking down, his legs were completely broken, fresh red blood slowly oozing out, staining the yellow sand below into a dark red color, slowly spreading. Sour radish green pool. How dare you break my legs? The man's face full of anger, still wanting to shout a few more words, but the next moment, the werewolf's claws came down again. Crack. One of the man's arms was broken, the half arm bent in a strange direction. He was sweating profusely from the pain, his clothes soaked with sweat. At this moment, he no longer had the same temper as before, but begged in a low voice, "Please, don't break my limbs anymore. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. Please, don't break my limbs anymore. I am willing to do anything." However, no matter how he begged, the werewolf still had no intention of stopping. Because Luyu did not say to stop or anything else, the werewolf didn't care about anything else. Even if the man died in pain and became a corpse, as long as Luyu spoke, it would obey without error. Crack. As the werewolf's claws lifted again, then fiercely came down, the man's other arm was also directly broken. All his limbs were broken, he couldn't even crawl. The werewolf let go of its claws, letting the man fall to the ground. Now he definitely couldn't escape, unless he could fly or dig a hole. The man at this moment was like a human-shaped doll twisted by a mischievous child, his legs and feet twisted in completely different directions. He screamed in agony and pain, "My legs! My hands! All broken! All broken! You beasts! You devils! You should all go to hell!" Just as the man was almost in despair, he suddenly glanced over and saw two waiters standing at the entrance of the hotel. He instantly saw Hope and immediately shouted, "Hey! Hey! You two over there! Come and help me! These people are not human at all! Call the police! Call the police! Please help me! Help!" However, no matter how loud the man shouted, the two waiters at the hotel entrance were blank-faced, motionless like machines. This result almost drove the man to despair, and he angrily cursed, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me shouting for help?" Crack! Perhaps finding the man too noisy, the werewolf's claws struck down fiercely again, piercing directly through the man's throat. The man's face was full of horror, and after the werewolf retracted its claws, streams of blood gushed out from under the man's neck. Goo, cough. Help, help me. His face was filled with horror, blood gushing out, The previous broken limbs were just pure pain, but the cut on his neck was fatal. This could directly take his life. Death was approaching, and the man was completely panicked at this moment, pleading with a hoarse voice. Dracula sighed on the side and said, "My dear Mr. Beast, you are too impulsive and easily angered. By directly stabbing this human now, his body will soon be assimilated by you, becoming another crazy beast, requiring more effort to subdue him." "Oh, whoa!" The werewolf growled, slightly dissatisfied, indicating that it would be responsible for continuing to suppress this human later. Luyu then spoke up, "No need, Frankenstein, inject him with the extraordinary factor now, let us witness the wonderful changes that the combination of extraordinary and werewolf will bring." "Yes, my dear master." After Frankenstein finished speaking, he opened the silver metal canister in his hand, took out 2 dark red extraordinary factor vials, and loaded them into 2 metal syringes, 1 in each hand. At this moment, Liu asked curiously, "Frankenstein, when injecting the extraordinary factor into the extraordinary individuals, where should it be injected? Their skin is very tough, even the syringe may not be able to penetrate. Should it be injected from the already opened wound?" Frankenstein nodded and explained, "My dear master, your consideration is indeed somewhat reasonable, but it is not necessary. The bodies of extraordinary individuals are indeed much stronger than ordinary humans, but their bodies are not flawless. There is a place with a completely different immune system from their other parts, where the impact of the extraordinary factor is not as severe as in other parts, and that is their eyes. The eyeballs of extraordinary individuals are very fragile, although much stronger than ordinary humans. Compared to other parts of their bodies, they are quite fragile. With just a little force, they can be penetrated." At this point, Sadako also spoke, "This is indeed the case. When we went to the Indian prison to kill the level 4 extraordinary individuals before, there was a human who shot and injured the eyeball of a level 4 extraordinary individual with a bullet. Now that I think about it, it is indeed true." Liu nodded, "This is the first time I have heard of this. It is indeed a point worth noting." Dracula also said, "Indeed, if we can seriously injure the eyes of extraordinary individuals, without relying on Miss Sadako's abilities, we can also kill level 4 extraordinary individuals, but further experiments will be needed. After all, the other senses of extraordinary individuals are also very strong. If they lose their vision, they should still have no problem trying to escape." At this moment, Frankenstein had already squatted down and slowly pierced the man's eyes with the 2 syringes containing the extraordinary factor reagent. The man, who was already desperate, also heard the conversation of Liu and the others, understanding clearly what these lunatics wanted to do, whether they wanted to use him as a guinea pig for experiments or directly penetrate his eyeballs. No, you bunch of bastards. You can't do this to me." The man's face was full of despair, blood oozing from his throat and mouth, intermittently shouting out this desperate sentence, but it had no effect. The werewolf held the man's head in place with its claws, while Frankenstein aimed at the man's eye sockets and inserted the gleaming metal needle into the man's eyeball. Poochie! It pierced through to the deepest part, slowly injecting the extraordinary factor into the man's brain. "Ah!" The piercing screams echoed on this remote island, but did not attract any attention, only the sound of the waves constantly crashing on the shore, engulfing it. After the screams, Frankenstein also injected the 2 extraordinary factors completely into the man's brain, withdrew the syringe, and stepped back slowly. At the same time, the man's body was undergoing drastic changes. The combination of lycanthropy infection and the injection of 2 extraordinary agents caused every inch of flesh and blood in the man's body to undergo drastic changes. Thump! Thump! The man's flesh crazily grew and expanded, with the limbs that were broken by the werewolf instantly repaired. His body grew new flesh to fill the injured tissues, even the bones were growing rapidly, completely different from the first human directly injected with the extraordinary factor. Splat! Splat! In an instant, several sharp bone spurs pierced out from the man's back, directly tearing through his clothes, but the next moment those bone spurs were buried by the expanding flesh below. It hurts! It hurts! Every part of my body hurts! What have you all done to me? The man's eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily at Liu and the others. His throat had been repaired, his body had become whole and stronger, but he looked extremely disoriented. The infinitely expanding body, along with his unchanged head, seemed like completely different beings forcibly stitched together. Kneeling on the ground, enduring the drastic changes of his body tearing and expanding, bones piercing through his body, covered by newly grown flesh, forming a new body shape. This kind of reorganizing pain was something no human had ever experienced, and the man was now in so much pain that he could hardly speak, almost fainting from the agony. Even though he hated Liu and the others so much at this moment, he had no spare energy to deal with them, just enduring the excruciating pain of his flesh, making it difficult for him to stand. Lu Yu looked at the man undergoing drastic changes, not surprised but rather showing a satisfied smile, saying, "Indeed an extraordinary being, the ability to endure is much stronger than ordinary humans, the injection of two extraordinary factors, combined with the werewolf gene, I wonder how powerful he can become." Splat! Splat! And just as Lu Yu spoke, the man who had knelt on the ground once again underwent drastic changes. Sharp and pointed nails began to grow on his hands and feet, like a beast, his body shape was changing. The already swollen muscles expanded another round, making his size twice as large as the tallest werewolf present. Dense long hair grew on his skin, pitch black in color, covering his entire body, bursting all his clothes. The naked man had completely turned into a black-furred werewolf, his mouth continuously growing a row of sharp and dense fangs, his ears becoming sharper and standing upright. Now the man had completely turned into a wild beast, even his eyes were crimson, completely losing his sanity. His current size was over 5 meters tall, like an enlarged version of a werewolf. More ferocious, more powerful. Awoo 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 awoo. The black werewolf howled at the full moon, the terrifying sound waves directly shattered the windows of the nearby hotel, even forcing back the surging waves. This terrifying power, even the werewolves could not achieve. Buzz! Sadako preemptively raised her hand, creating a semi-transparent light shield in front of Lu Yu, protecting him inside, blocking the sound waves that could have ruptured Lu Yu's eardrums. Dracula, the werewolf, and Frankenstein, after sensing the terrifying aura of the transformed werewolf, all had serious expressions, each taking up their respective combat stances, ready to battle at any moment. Awoo awoo awoo. After the roar, the extraordinary werewolf also lowered its head, its eyes flashing with a crazy ferocity, staring at Lu Yu and the others in front of it, the giant wolf mouth continuously growling, emitting white puffs of air. Bang! In the next moment, the extraordinary werewolf moved swiftly, its powerful hind legs stomping on the ground, lifting up large patches of yellow gravel and creating a 2-meter deep pit in its place. Even the air was torn apart by it, as its advancing body burst out several expanding rings, which were sonic booms. In just an instant, the extraordinary werewolf closed in on the frontmost werewolf and Dracula, just as the three monsters were about to engage in their first battle. While the ghostly figure Jinzi had been guarding beside Lu Yu all along suddenly rushed out, she extended her hand directly under the bewildered gazes of Dracula and the werewolf, and her palm, along with half of her body, collided directly with the extraordinary werewolf's body. Crack! Following Jinzi's first collision with the extraordinary werewolf, she slowly fell to the ground, only now holding a blood-red heart the size of a human head in her hand. The huge heart continued to beat violently, with thick blood flowing through its sturdy veins. Meanwhile, the extraordinary werewolf, who had faced Jinzi, now had dilated pupils, and its body fell straight down like a toy thrown into the sky, landing heavily on the sandy beach below. Boom! The body, weighing thousands of pounds, hitting the ground, picked up large patches of yellow sand, causing the ground beneath Lu Yu's feet to tremble. Dracula retracted his sharp claws that had already extended, sighing, "It's still better to be a spirit," completely ignoring the constraints of reality. Killing brainless beasts is just a piece of cake. Howl! The werewolf also roared twice in agreement. Frankenstein breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest with his broad palm, saying, "That scared me. I thought I was really going to have to fight, although I'm not afraid, it was indeed thrilling." Jinzi turned slowly and said, "Mr. Dracula, we all have our own strengths. Your hypnotic ability seems to be the most helpful to the master, and I also envy you creatures with physical bodies." Just as Jinzi and Dracula were modestly complimenting each other, Lu Yu walked over to the extraordinary werewolf's body and asked, "Frankenstein, can this size of a body still fit into the resurrection chamber? It looks like it's going to be much larger." Frankenstein also pushed his glasses and walked over, saying, "Indeed, this size of a body can't fit into the glass chamber, but it's okay. I can directly place it on the operating table for resurrection. As long as the intensity of the potion and electricity is sufficient, resurrection is not a problem." Click! Jinzi also walked over and placed the extraordinary werewolf's heart she was holding on the body's chest, asking, "Does the heart need to be put back? A regular scalpel shouldn't be able to cut through this body's skin." Frankenstein smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Jinzi, just put it back in place. The internal organs will repair themselves after resurrection, so there's no need for special sutures." At this moment, Dracula also walked over, looking at the extraordinary werewolf's body and asked, "Great creator, the strength of the werewolf transformed by the extraordinary being indeed far exceeds our imagination. With the injection of 2 extraordinary factors, it should be able to reach the level of a 4th-level extraordinary being. As a bait to deceive humans, its strength may be suitable, but it doesn't seem like the mastermind who can plan to invade the entire continent, and it's just one of them. If several fourth-level extraordinary beings were to surround it, it should quickly be defeated. Lu Yu nodded and smiled, that's true, but we still have several doses of extraordinary factor serum. We can enhance it further, turning it into a true monster, a monster that even we cannot control. And before that, I will need your hypnotism, Dracula. Dracula was somewhat puzzled and asked, Great Creator, do you need me to give it an order? Like destroying the entire city or killing every living being it sees? Lu Yu shook his head and said, no, we need to give it a dream, an ambition, give it a fictional life, give it a reason to destroy everything, a tragic fate, a desperate life, everything, in the end creating the ultimate it. A tragic monster that wants to overthrow human rule, willing to give everything, a powerful existence that wants to destroy humanity. Dracula was quite intrigued after listening, saying, I indeed have not thought of these, the ideas of the creator are indeed beyond our reach. Frankenstein spoke up, this sounds somewhat similar to our experiences. Sadako also nodded, fictionalizing its entire memory, such a monster does indeed feel more vivid, not bound by specific commands, more like a living existence, having its own thoughts, less likely to expose our existence. Howl. The werewolf casually howled a few times, not interested in these, but felt like it should say something at this moment. Dracula asked again, should I give it enough freedom, the great creator? It is not difficult to fabricate a complete memory, but if we do not give any specific commands, it may break free from our control. What if it does not wage war with humans, but chooses to cooperate with humans, or simply hide, and the like? Wouldn't that go against our original intention in creating it? Lu Yu smiled and shook his head, Dracula, you don't need to worry about this. With the current state of Europe, for any sudden appearance of a monster, they will not hesitate to kill it. People in Europe now live in fear of monster attacks. Absolutely no one would want to cooperate with a monster. Whether it's the government or civilians, the first thought upon seeing a monster again would be to kill it. We just need to set the stage, with actors, and wait for the show to begin. Lu Yu said so, and Dracula did not question further. Finally, he asked, what kind of background should we set for it? Is it a king who mysteriously arrived from another world, or an orphan determined to avenge his parents killed by humans? Lu Yu thought for a moment and said, how about a wolf king who returned from the ancient world after his son was killed by poachers, and give it some modern knowledge, arrange 500 ordinary stitched werewolves as subordinates, and 2 extraordinary werewolves as bodyguards, that's it. Dracula nodded, took out a piece of paper from under his cloak, and slowly recorded with a feather pen, saying, alright, I have roughly noted it down. Let's consider it as a king from the ancient world, a playful young prince, escaping from the forbidden land of the ancient world to the real world to play, then hunted by humans as a rare animal. The king is furious, leading his 500 warriors, descending upon the world, vowing to destroy humanity. The previous attacks were just warnings. What comes next, that will be the real war, probably something like that. Lu Yu nodded, looking at Frankenstein beside him, saying, for one night, we should be able to create 500 stitched werewolves. I also want the leader to be able to speak, can this be achieved? Frankenstein nodded, saying, that shouldn't be a problem, as long as Miss Sadako changes their larynx and vocal cords to human ones. But dear master, do we really need to directly inject the extraordinary factor into these extraordinary beings? It feels like a waste. Howl, howl, howl. The werewolf also nodded along, having a strong desire for these humans injected with the extraordinary factor, each bite being a great boost in enjoyment. Lu Yu smiled and said, when putting on a show, we need to go all out. Besides, we have so many extraordinary individuals to utilize. Don't worry too much about temporary gains and losses. Let's divert the attention of the government and the extraordinary individuals away from us. It's better than being discovered. Frankenstein nodded and said, yes, my dear master. Awu the werewolf let out a slightly disappointed howl, evidently regretting not being able to taste fresh extraordinary flesh. Lu Yu patted its shoulder and said, don't be sad, werewolf. We still have many extraordinary individuals to extract more extraordinary factors for you and Dracula to consume. Awu awu. The werewolf howled twice, nodding to show its understanding. At that moment, Sadako approached and asked, my dear master, when should we transfer them to Europe? We can only appear at night, so if we want to transfer them, it will have to be tomorrow night. Lu Yu shook his head and said, no need. Once Frankenstein and Dracula have finished making all the stitched werewolves, you can directly transfer these guys to the underground tombs in Paris. The space there is large enough to accommodate over 500 stitched werewolves. You just need to send them there, and the rest, leave it to the Paris government and the extraordinary individuals to deal with. Yes, my dear master. The next morning, after getting up from bed, Lu Yu stretched lazily, checked the phone, and saw that it was still early, with some time before school starts. Lu Yu stretched again, picked up the backpack, took some money, and went out directly. According to the plan, it wouldn't be long before Paris would be in chaos. Lu Yu estimated that this chaos should last for a while because it was in the urban area, and the government couldn't use large weapons. Extraordinary individuals above level 5 wouldn't easily intervene either. The strength of the extraordinary werewolves should be close to the peak of a level 4 extraordinary individual, and their power would continue to grow as they feed on blood and flesh. This kind of monster would give the governments a headache for a while. As Lu Yu passed by a street vendor, he stopped to buy a fried pancake with fruit, eating as he walked. In the past, he used to have a bowl of white porridge at school, but now there was no need to save that money. While Lu Yu was eating the fried pancake, walking towards the school, at that moment in the police station in Jiangnan City, an unexpected guest arrived. Officer Lu, who had been dealing with the mysterious deaths of security guards for the past day, with deep-eye bags and a tired face, came to the police station. As he entered his office area, he saw the police chief with a big smile, chatting with a woman in a trench coat. The woman had a remarkable temperament, giving off a unique feeling that was hard to describe, but anyone who saw her would be attracted. Officer Lu was puzzled about who this woman was to receive such warm company from the police chief. At that moment, the police chief also noticed Officer Lu and waved to him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Lu, come over here. This is Miss Jang sent by the province to investigate, specifically looking for you." Hearing this, Officer Lu was somewhat surprised and asked, "Specifically looking for me, is that true?" But since the chief said so, Officer Lu didn't dare to ask more questions. He went straight to Miss Jang, politely smiling and saying, "Miss Jang, hello, I am Lu Xianghua, the captain of the Jiangnan City Police Station." Miss Jang smiled and nodded, replying, "Officer Lu, hello, I am Zhang Yu. I have seen news about you in the media before. You are truly brave. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, and today my wish has come true." "Oh, no, you flatter me." Officer Lu just smiled in response to the compliments, not saying much. He didn't know yet why she had come, so he didn't want to appear too enthusiastic. The director patted Officer Lu on the shoulder and said, "All right, Xiao Lu, you will be in charge of receiving Miss Zhang later. You must cooperate fully. Do you understand? She is much more professional than us." After speaking, the director smiled and left, leaving Officer Lu and Miss Zhang facing each other. Officer Lu was still puzzled and asked, "Miss Zhang, may I ask what you are here to investigate today? Is it about the mysterious deaths and disappearances of citizens, or is it about monsters? If it's about the first two, I can help you. But if it's about monsters, I really can't help because the military has taken over completely, and the monster's body has been removed. I really can't help you." Miss Zhang smiled and said, "Officer Lu, you don't need to rush to answer. I'm not here for the monster's body, but something related to your investigation." "My investigation?" Officer Lu was puzzled and asked, "What could be so important about my investigation that it would warrant the provincial authorities sending someone directly?" Miss Zhang looked around the office, made sure no one else was there, and said directly, "I know that before the appearance of the monster, you proposed some unique ideas, such as believing that the monster originated from a child and conducted an investigation on this. To be honest, Officer Lu, we have great doubts about the first appearance of the monster in Jiangnan City. Although there have been monster attacks in Europe and India as well. But these seem more like decoys to divert attention away from Jiangnan City. I'm here to investigate the initial appearance of the monster. By the way, I, like Zhang Yi from Jiangnan City, am also a level 4 extraordinary." Officer Lu's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at Miss Zhang, surprised, and said, "So you are also an extraordinary, and a level 4 at that. No wonder I felt a different aura from you. It all makes sense now." Miss Zhang smiled and said, "The appearance of the monster has indeed given us extraordinaries more opportunities for employment, but that's not important. I'm here on a mission now. Officer Lu, can you tell me about the student you think is related to the monster? I remember his name is Lu Yu." Inside Jiangnan City First High School, Lu Yu sat at his desk reading a book, waiting for class to start, a somewhat agonizing process. In the past, he could take out his small knife and continue carving the drought demon, and within 2 days, he could resurrect the drought demon. But now, he dared not do so and could only wait until after school to carve for an hour, slowing down his progress significantly. Lu Yu felt like he was wasting time, but he had no choice. To avoid exposure, he had to be cautious. Now at school, he didn't even dare to take out his small knife, fearing it might be caught on surveillance and used as evidence. The students in the class today were still chatting enthusiastically. "Hey, have you all seen the news? Recently, high school and college students in China have been exploding, all because of that extraordinary academy. 8 hot searches in a day. Many students who have been admitted to universities want to drop out and retest just for this extraordinary academy. I saw it. It's really amazing. All tuition fees are waived, and regardless of grades, as long as you are selected, you are directly admitted to the Extraordinary Academy. It's really awesome. You don't even need to take the IELTS exam. Graduating with a degree from a top international school is much more impressive than Tsinghua University and Peking University. This thing is all about fate. You have to have the potential to become an extraordinary. If you don't have the qualifications, no matter if you do 8,000 push-ups a day, even if you are an Olympic champion, it's useless. It's even more twisted than a noble school. This is completely unfair. Some people are born with a predetermined status, while ordinary people like us have no hope no matter how hard we work. Is this fair? Life is inherently unfair. What's the use of complaining now? The group of people discussed, but they all knew that they were just joining in the fun. The Academy of Extraordinary Beings had little to do with everyone present. In the entire Jiangnan City First High School, only one person could be admitted. It was like a blessing from heaven. Li Jiaxue, who usually focused on studying and ignored external matters, even stopped burying her head in her homework at this moment. She took out her phone and was checking something under the desk, definitely related to the Academy of Extraordinary Beings. Lu Yu didn't care about these things. Although he was interested in the Academy of Extraordinary Beings, he had to wait for Frankenstein's extraordinary factor experiment to take effect before he could enter. If he couldn't get in, then so be it. He never thought about forcing his way in. Focusing on developing his own power was the most important thing. Shortly after the first class began, the originally closed classroom door was opened again. The gloomy-faced principal entered once more, seeing the confused expression on the teacher's face, not knowing what this person wanted to do. The principal just nodded at the teacher and looked towards Lu Yu at the back of the classroom, calling out, "Hey, Lu Yu, come with me." The principal's words made all the students in the class turn their heads and look at Lu Yu in the corner, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Previously, Lu Yu was often called out by the principal because of the inexplicably missing students in the class, but now the truth had come to light, and the incident of Lu Yanyan becoming a monster had been broadcasted on television. Now, why was the principal calling Lu Yu? Lu Yu was also puzzled, not knowing why this always stern-faced principal was looking for him again. Sunny, who had conflicts with Lu Yu in the front row, sneered and said, "It's good that he's here. Students like him with poor grades who always cause trouble should be expelled directly." Upon hearing this, the principal coldly glared at Sunny and said, "Some students should stop spreading rumors all the time, otherwise I will call your parents to see what kind of good children they have raised." It was clear that the principal was referring to Sunny, causing Sun Yi's face to change directly. He mumbled something and lowered his head, not daring to look up again. Lu Yu didn't pay attention to this. He stood up and walked to the classroom door, asking, "Principal, is there something you need me for?" The principal pushed his shoulder and walked out of the classroom, still wearing a cold expression, saying, "Someone wants to see you, no need to attend class. Wait until you finish talking to me before doing anything else." More questioning? Lu Yu thought to himself, why more questioning? The truth about Lu Yanyan being a monster has already been revealed. Why are they still asking me questions? Could it be that the police have found some clues about me again? It's impossible. I haven't exposed any suspicious places about myself. How could they find clues about me? Then why? Lu Yu's brows furrowed, feeling inexplicably heavy. He could only pray that the other party had not discovered crucial evidence about him. Inside the Vic company, there were still more than 20 stitched werewolves in hibernation. As long as he pressed the power button on his phone 3 times, those stitched werewolves would swarm out and come to his side. At least he had the power to fight against level 3 extraordinary beings, but if it really came to that, Lu Yu would be completely exposed, and all the preparations before would be in vain. Lu Yu really didn't want to reach that point. It meant the complete annihilation of his social status as a human. But now that things had come to this, he could only take it step by step. Even if he was caught, as long as he wasn't killed, he could let Sadako take him away at night. There was still hope as long as he was alive. Lu Yu adjusted his mood, trying to maintain a calm attitude as he followed the principal to the principal's office on the first floor. Pushing open the office door and entering, as Lu Yu expected, standing inside was Officer Lu, who had been holding onto him tightly. What truly surprised Lu Yu was the woman standing next to Officer Lu, who appeared to be only 27 or 28 years old, with an outstanding temperament. This made Lu Yu feel extremely uneasy because he knew very well what this unique temperament represented. Just like Zhang Yi and the Italian extraordinary Haley, this was the feeling exclusive to level 4 extraordinaries. Even the level 3 extraordinaries from Romania, Daniel and Florin, would not give Lu Yu this unique feeling. Without a doubt, this woman was a level 4 extraordinary. Why would a level 4 extraordinary appear here? Lu Yu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, thinking of countless possibilities. A level extraordinary of this rank would have no way to deal with even 100 stitched werewolves. The idea of summoning the stitched werewolves as a last resort was instantly rejected by Lu Yu, as it would not only expose himself as the mastermind behind the scenes but also directly expose his trump card. Now, utilizing the identity of an innocent student was the best choice. At this moment, the principal also impatiently spoke up towards Officer Lu. Officer Lu, this is the last time I will help you. There is nothing wrong with our school students, especially since the news has already reported on the incident of that student named Lu Yin turning into a monster. You can't come to our school so frequently anymore, it's not good for the reputation. Many parents of students will worry about whether something bad has happened at the school again, which greatly affects our teaching tasks. Officer Lu nodded with a smile, saying, sorry, principal, I assure you that I won't come again in the future. This time was also an emergency situation. The principal didn't say much more. Officer Lu was, after all, a police officer, and he had no authority to instruct him. After escorting Lu Yu to the office, Officer Lu turned and walked out of the office, leaving the three of them inside. When he saw Lu Yu, Officer Lu still smiled gently and said, Lu Yu, we meet again. I'm sorry to disturb your class. Are you okay? Lu Yu shook his head, looking puzzled, and asked, Officer Lu, why are you here to see me again? I haven't done anything wrong these days. Why do you want to investigate me again? Officer Lu waved his hand and said, I'm not here to investigate you. Miss Jang here is very interested in your experience and wanted to meet you at the school. She asked me to bring you here. He stepped back, and Miss Jang, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and smiled at Lu Yu, saying, Hello, Lu Yu, I'm Zhang Yu, a journalist. I heard that you had some contact with that female student who turned into a monster. Is that true? Lu Yu looked at her, knowing that she had casually fabricated an identity to make him lower his guard. Without saying anything, he nodded slightly, feeling a bit nervous, and said, We are just ordinary classmates. She has targeted me a few times, but we are not very close. If you want to know about her, you can ask other students who are close to her. There are many in our class. If you ask me, I can't tell you much about Lu Yin. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Don't worry too much. I'm definitely not targeting you. We will talk to a few other students in the class later. For now, let's talk about what you know about her. With that, Zhang Yu pulled out a chair behind her and said, Sit down. Let's chat slowly. Don't worry, no one will come in until the end of the class. Our conversation is absolutely safe. Lu Yu didn't say much, just sat somewhat awkwardly in the chair, looking at the floor with a restless gaze, showing signs of nervousness. Even Officer Lu cooperated and left the office, leaving the two of them to talk. Zhang Yu took out a notebook, tapped the pen tip on it, and asked, Tell me, Lu Yu, what is your opinion on monsters? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression visibly froze, inwardly complaining, What's with saying it's not about me? Isn't this clearly a targeted investigation against me? Outwardly, Lu Yu still shook his head and said, I still have some resistance towards monsters. They may harm humans, so they should all be killed for society to be stable and for everything to develop positively. Zhang Yu looked at Lu Yu with a smile in her eyes, as if she could see through him. She didn't take notes but smiled and shook her head, saying, Lu Yu, you need to tell me the truth. I don't intend to deceive you. I have some unique abilities. Perhaps you've heard of Jiangnan City's first extraordinary person, Zhang Yi. I am like him, an extraordinary person. But my abilities have some subtle differences from his. For example, my abilities are more refined. I can hear your pulse, your heartbeat, and observe every subtle change in your facial muscles. Even the speed of your blood flow, the rise in body temperature, I can clearly sense. Based on my observation of you just now, I can tell you clearly that I know you are lying to me.